Title: A confession to the campus belle leads to unexpected consequences. Xiao Wenbin, clutching a nice guy card and still reeling from his recent emotional turmoil, found himself struck by a bolt of lightning that inadvertently activated the heavenly reward system. From that moment on, the emotions of beautiful women became his inexhaustible source of experience points. Beginner task: enter the women's restroom within 6 minutes to deliver sanitary products to the aloof campus beauty. Xiao Wenbin exclaimed, "What on earth is this system?" Binding to campus belle Lin Yaren successful. Her smile shattered the hearts of all male students, sending his emotional points soaring. Whenever she encountered danger, he appeared as if a divine force had descended. A wealthy heir dared to provoke him. "I bet you don't have a fraction of what I possess," Xiao Wenbin retorted by transferring 100 million. "Apologies, but I cannot even exhaust the pocket money I receive from binding with the campus beauty." He went on to bind with a stunning nurse and rescued a doctoral student from gangsters. As the adage goes, the more tools one has, the greater the power. Until one fateful day, a celestial being in distress fell into his embrace, pleading the trial of the heavens. "Only you can help me bear this burden." The story begins. What is this system? What on earth? However, the captivating lady paid him no mind, continuing her broadcast. Host information detected. Earthling meets activation criteria. Heavenly reward system binding successful. System initiating. Loading. The system's notifications echoed incessantly in his ears. Hey, is that system even there? Why is this loading taking so long? Which drive is it loading to? Can you not respect my wishes? Xiao Wenbin muttered in confusion for a while, but the system remained unresponsive. Just as he pondered his next move, a notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Heavenly reward system successfully initiated. Welcome to the heavenly reward system. From this moment forth, you shall be favored by the heavens. This system is binding for life. Should the host perish, the system will cease to exist. Suddenly, a virtual attribute interface materialized before Xiao Wenbin. Host: Xiao Wenbin. Race: Human Earth. Physique: 8 unwell. Mentality: 15 intelligence in question. Points: 0. Bound object: none. Function: skills items. None points can be used to redeem items in the system store. Overall strength assessment: a delicate campus novice. Wait a moment. What exactly is this heavenly reward system? And what do you mean by unwell physique and questionable intelligence? Who are you insulting? I am a distinguished student of Jiangzhou University. Xiao Wenbin gazed at the data displayed on the system interface, his curiosity compelling him to question the system. System instructions: the host must collect special emotions generated by others in daily life. Each collected emotional point will automatically convert into system points. Physique and mentality are personal attributes. The host can enhance these values through system points. System points. These can be utilized to enhance physical fitness, bolster mental fortitude, acquire skills, and elevate existing abilities. Additionally, they can be exchanged for any items or tools in the system store. Binding objects: each time the system assigns a binding task, the host will bind to a helper. These individuals will assist the host in gathering emotional points. However, should the binding object meet an untimely demise, the host's total points will reset to 0, and their lifespan will be halved. Note: when the binding object is in peril, the host will receive a corresponding alert from the system in advance. Therefore, it is imperative for the host to safeguard their helper meticulously. Skills items abilities. These are awarded upon task completion or can be exchanged in the system store using system points. Comprehensive evaluation. This is assessed based on the host's personal attributes and abilities. After absorbing the detailed explanation of the system, Xiao Wenbin finally emerged from a state of shock. He pinched his thigh hard, feeling a sharp sting radiate from the area, confirming that he was indeed not dreaming. Once the initial joy of possessing a system subsided, Xiao Wenbin quickly confronted a grave concern: his injuries. Wait a moment, system. What's the matter with the injury on my head? Surely, that blow didn't split my skull, did it? I can't afford to lose my glorious mane. Though Xiao Wenbin often encountered posts online claiming that baldness could lead to increased strength, who truly desires to embrace baldness if strength is attainable? At this moment, as he touched the bandage on his head, he began to question whether he had sustained a gaping wound otherwise. How could this system have been inserted? With this thought, Xiao Wenbin's mood swiftly soured. Notice: prior to system activation, The host is granted novice protection thus. The host suffers no physical harm. Your current condition is merely a result of fasting from yesterday's immersion in water until today, leading to hypoglycemia. Upon hearing the system's clarification, Xia Wenbin felt a wave of relief wash over him. IT would be ashamed to possess a remarkable system only to appear bald. How could he maintain his swagger or pursue beautiful women? Now armed with a system, Xia Wenbin was determined to become the center of attention and envy in the eyes of others, beginning with the collection of emotional points. Detecting the host's prolonged emotional setbacks, the system will prioritize tasks related to binding with the opposite sex, aiding the host in regaining confidence as a man. Upon hearing that tasks would focus on binding with women, Xia Wenbin's face broke into a radiant smile. Who wouldn't want a beautiful helper by their side? Indeed. System, you truly understand me. For this reason alone, I shall endeavor to gather emotional points at that moment. Xia Wenbin wished he could express his appreciation with a thumbs up, but alas, the system was oblivious. Creak. Just as Xia Wenbin lay on the hospital bed, basking in his self-satisfaction, a woman clad in a pink nurse's uniform quietly pushed open the door and entered. Xia Wenbin instinctively looked up, only to be captivated by the nurse's stunning beauty that a delicate visage adorned with a gentle smile framed by cascading locks neatly tucked. Beneath a nurse's cap, she donned a pink uniform that accentuated her statuesque figure. Her flesh-toned crystal stockings lent her an air of maturity and grace, particularly emphasized by her luminous, penetrating eyes that seemed capable of providing immense solace to her patients. Yet, there lingered a hint of fatigue in her expression, a subtle imperfection amidst her beauty. Despite merely stealing a glance, Xia Wenbin was certain that the nurse before him was indeed a rare gem of beauty. However, he found himself even more intrigued by the mysterious scan mark hovering above her head. What does this scan feature entail? Xia Wenbin inquired curiously of the system. Scan function. It enables a clear examination of the status and attributes of targets in proximity to the host. Would the host like to activate the scan function? Activate, of course. How could such a splendid function remain dormant? Eagerly, Xia Wenbin urged the system to engage. In an instant, a data panel materialized beside the enchanting nurse. Name, Feng Lan. Age, 25 years. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Attractiveness, 89. Physique, 10. Affinity level, 2. System. What does affinity level signify? Affinity level. It denotes the degree of relationship between the host and the target. Should the other party harbor disdain, the level will decrease. Conversely, it will rise with improved rapport. Thus, the host can discern whether the other party genuinely approaches with sincerity or harbors ulterior motives. Moreover, the affinity level serves as a significant aid in your quest to escape singleness. With the system's elucidation, Xia Wenbin comprehended the utility of the affinity level. Remarkable! This concept of affinity level is exceptionally humanized. Henceforth, I shall discern who harbors animosity towards me and who possesses affections. Gazing at Feng Lan's attribute panel, Xia Wenbin pondered thoughtfully. Having been on duty the previous night, Feng Lan exhibited signs of weariness, yet she diligently attended to her patients as usual. However, upon opening the door, she was met with the sight of Xia Wenbin, who was intently gazing at her, causing a moment of awkwardness. Still, she maintained her politeness, inquiring, "Sir, you're awake. Are you experiencing any discomfort? I can summon a doctor for you." Feng Lan, affinity level 2, acquired 10 points of disdain from Feng Lan. Xia Wenbin observed the smiling nurse before him, while the system's prompt echoed in his ears, causing his lips to twitch in response. He inwardly mused, "Is it possible? I merely glanced at you, and my affinity level plummets? Is it that I am too lecherous, or you too aloof?" Taking a deep breath to recalibrate his mindset, he replied courteously, "Nurse, aside from a slight discomfort in my head, I am otherwise well. May I inquire about my discharge date?" "Very well. Please wait a moment. I shall first change your dressing and then inquire with the doctor on your behalf." With that, Feng Lan smoothly adjusted the hospital bed to a 90-degree angle, placing a pillow against Xia Wenbin's back to ensure his comfort. She then bent down to carefully remove the bandages and gauze from his head. Xia Wenbin gazed at the beautiful nurse, who was now so close, as she tended to his wounds, The distinctive scent of antiseptic mingled with a fragrance akin to perfume wafted from her, causing a flush of embarrassment to rise to his cheeks. Having never experienced such attentiveness before, Xiao Wenbin felt a sudden lightness in his heart. What truly overwhelmed him, however, was the sight of Fong Lan's ample bosom swaying gently before him. Even through her nurse's uniform, the pronounced silhouette was evident. What man could possibly resist such a tantalizing allure? Thus, he found himself, out of courtesy, stealing glances in her direction from time to time. Unbeknownst to Xiao Wenbin, as he fixated on Fong Lan, her eyes were quietly observing his every move. That a wave of distaste surged within her. Indeed, men were all the same, not a single one worth anything. After she had finished changing the gauze and laid him back down, Fong Lan turned without a backward glance and exited the room. Fong Lan, affection level 2, gained 10 points of disgust. Chapter 3, Task. Bind the beautiful campus bell. As he gazed at the retreating figure of the beautiful nurse, Xiao Wenbin stared blankly at the system interface. In the brief moment it took to change a bandage, he had somehow managed to reduce the nurse's favorability towards him to a negative number. Could it be that he was truly incapable of romance, unable to bring joy to a woman's heart? Nevertheless, having acquired the emotional points, he felt he had not entirely lost out. At that moment, lying on the hospital bed, Xiao Wenbin found his thoughts wandering. He believed the girls at his school paled in comparison to Fong Lan, sensing a certain lack of charm among them, as though they all conformed to a monotonous mold. However, he had heard from several friends in the dormitory that Jiangzhou University was home to several stunning campus belles, and he mused that they surely would not be inferior to Fong Lan. Before long, he overheard a conversation between a middle-aged male doctor and the beautiful nurse in the corridor. Fong Lan. Do you mean the young man who was brought in yesterday has awakened? Yes, Director Liu. He was already awake when I went to change his bandages. He inquired about when he could be discharged, so I hurried to inform you. Since he has regained consciousness, there is no need to notify his family. Moreover, all his indicators appear normal. With a creak, the door to the room swung open, revealing a middle-aged man in a white coat, wearing large black-framed glasses, with slightly graying hair, accompanied by the beautiful nurse. Upon seeing the doctor, Xiao Wenbin was eager to learn how he had ended up in the hospital. So he quickly asked, "Doctor, what is my condition? I remember being by the lake yesterday. How did I wake up here?" Director Liu adjusted his glasses and recounted the events to Xiao Wenbin in detail. "Young man, do not be alarmed. Our hospital received a call from the citizens' emergency line reporting that a young man had fallen into the lake. You were brought to the hospital by a kind-hearted fisherman who rescued you from the water. Strangely, we found no serious injuries on you. Only some minor abrasions on your head, likely from your fall into the water. Do you recall how you ended up in the lake yesterday?" Xiao Wenbin was at a loss for an answer. He couldn't possibly divulge that he had accidentally bound himself to a system that would surely land him in a research facility for dissection. Thus, he concocted a plausible excuse. "Doctor, I am not entirely sure what happened. All I remember is that everything went dark before I lost consciousness. Could it be related to the fact that I hadn't eaten all day?" Upon hearing Xiao Wenbin's words, Director Liu glanced at the blood test report in his hand, which indeed indicated that he was experiencing low blood sugar. Perhaps perceiving that such a young man should take better care of his health, he gently patted Xiao Wenbin's shoulder and advised, "Young man, it is essential to eat regularly. Remember to exercise more. Low blood sugar is not a serious issue. With some proper rest, you should be able to be discharged without any concerns." Director Liu's favorability is at 2, granting him 10 points of sympathy from Director Liu and 10 points from Nurse Fong Lan. Xiao Wenbin was taken aback by the genuine concern shown by both Director Liu and the beautiful nurse towards him, a complete stranger. Their compassion truly embodied the ancient saying of a healer's benevolence. "Thank you, doctor. I will surely remember your words, and I also appreciate your care, nurse." "I plan to be discharged around noon." Xiao Wenbin expressed his gratitude sincerely. Since his time in school, he had seldom experienced such heartfelt concern from others. Yet these two individuals genuinely cared for him. "All right, you should rest well. I will have Nurse Fong assist with the discharge procedures shortly," said Director Liu, handing over the examination report to Fong Lan before leaving the ward. "Sir, do you need anything else? If not, I will take my leave. You can ring for me if you need assistance with the discharge," said Fong Lan as she remained with Xiao Wenbin after Director Liu exited. Feeling a tad awkward in the lingering silence, seeing the beautiful nurse eager to leave, Xiao Wenbin fearing he might miss the chance to explain himself after discharge, hastily said, "Nurse, I apologize. I lost my composure earlier, and I truly am sorry. However, you are incredibly beautiful, far more so than the girls at Jiang University." Initially intending to gather her belongings and depart, Fong Lan couldn't help but feel amused by Xiao Wenbin's compliment, which sounded more like flattery than an apology. So he is just a student after all, she thought, deciding to let his impolite behavior slide but contemplating teasing him a bit. Is that so? Just because you're a student, you think it's acceptable to gaze at girls? At such a young age, if you don't learn properly, you might face significant consequences upon graduation. With that, she shot him a sharp glare. Feeling the intensity of Fong Lan's gaze, Xiao Wenbin became flustered and quickly defended himself. "Sister, I truly didn't mean any harm. Please don't be upset. I will be discharged soon and want to frequently visit the hospital. I just didn't want to leave you with a bad impression." Fong Lan, observing the flustered young man, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "All right, you little rascal. I want to hold this against you this time. Just remember to call for me when you handle your discharge. And I certainly don't wish to see any patients I've cared for returning to the hospital, so let us hope our paths do not cross again." After firmly expressing her stance, she turned and left the ward. Fong Lan's favorability increased to 4, and she gained 10 points of joy. Xiao Wenbin watched the beautiful nurse depart, feeling a sense of loss wash over him. Would he ever encounter the cold yet kind-hearted Fong Lan again after leaving the hospital? Perhaps not. As he lamented over the fleeting moments with the enchanting nurse, a notification from the system echoed in his ears, detecting special feelings towards Fong Lan. Should related tasks be prioritized in subsequent missions? Could this mean that she could be bound as a mere tool? Accepted. System, hasten to confirm my acceptance. If the opportunity arises for Fong Lan to assist him in collecting emotional points, Xiao Wenbin would undoubtedly welcome it 100 times over. At noon, with the aid of a beautiful nurse, Xiao Wenbin completed his discharge procedures. The moment he stepped out of the hospital building, he had never felt so invigorated. Observing the throngs of people in the hospital, he could not help but reflect, possessing a healthy body is truly more valuable than anything else. A place like the hospital is simply beyond the means of a student like him. However, he felt fortunate that the nurses in this hospital were all young and attractive, providing attentive care, especially the lovely nurse, Miss Fong Lan. On his way back to school, glancing at his deflated wallet, Xiao Wenbin's spirits plummeted. The meager pocket money he had saved through frugality over the past month was already scant, even though he had recently taken on part-time work. His funds had dwindled significantly after purchasing a gift for Su Jing. Following his hospital stay, he found himself with merely 200 yuan left. This is disastrous. With more than half a month remaining until the end of the month, he was facing difficulties even with daily expenses. I must devise a plan to earn money swiftly. Throughout his journey, Xiao Wenbin pondered various ways to generate income, and before he knew it, he had arrived at the gates of Jiangzhou University. Confronted by the familiar campus, he felt an inexplicable sense of unreality. Just yesterday, he had contemplated escaping this place, yet today he had returned of his own volition. The only difference was that he now possessed a system. As long as he diligently gathered emotional points, he could attain everything he desired. The moment he crossed through the gates, Xiao Wenbin's mindset underwent a complete transformation. Regardless of how passers-by pointed and whispered, to him, it merely represented an expression of emotions. Like harvesting chives. Beep. Binding task. Addressing the concerns of campus belle Lin Yanran. Task details. Deliver a pack of sanitary napkins to Lin Yanran. Location, women's restroom. 4th stall, east side of the business building, 2nd floor. Time limit, 6 minutes. Upon completion of the task, Lin Yanran will become the host's binding tool. Accompanying him in collecting emotional points, the system will reward him generously. Note, the style, type, and comfort of the sanitary napkins will determine Lin Yanran's fondness for the host and the final rewards. Timer begins. Host, please complete the task promptly. Chapter 4. Braving the women's restroom. Lin Yanran? Isn't she the campus belle from the Department of Trade and Management? No, this can't be right. The task requires me to deliver sanitary napkins to the campus belle. System, are you certain this is a legitimate task? Faced with the unexpected binding task from the system, Xiao Wenbin was utterly bewildered. How am I supposed to know what style and type Lin Yanran prefers? I am not her close friend. System prompt. 30 seconds elapsed. Please complete the binding task swiftly. Time was of the essence, and Xiao Wenbin could no longer concern himself with other matters. He swiftly retrieved his phone and made a call. Fortunately, his device had survived the fall into the water yesterday. Otherwise, he would truly be destitute. Hello, is this 10,086? I wish to inquire about the brand of sanitary pads used by the campus belle of Jiangzhou University, Lin Yanran. What? You say I am unwell? Isn't it customary for your service center to inquire about customers' families each month? How is it that you are unaware of the daily needs of your clientele? How do you serve your customers? With that, the call was abruptly terminated, leaving Xiao Wenbin in a state of bewilderment and frustration. What should he do? If even the service center was ignorant of such matters, how could he possibly know what Lin Yanran required? Noticing that a minute had already elapsed, he realized that further delay would jeopardize his chances. He hastened to the small supermarket on campus. Inside, a throng of individuals was crowded together, some waiting to check out, others perusing the aisles, congesting the already modest space. Without hesitation, Xiao Wenbin pushed his way into the fray, relieved that the toiletries section was typically less frequented, allowing him to quickly locate his objective. However, a new dilemma presented itself. Before him lay an array of products: blue, green, pink, black, white, each more varied than the last. What was this? Sufei, Chidu Space, Jieting, Hushubao? Xiao Wenbin was astounded to discover that the feminine hygiene products occupied an entire 2 rows of shelves. System prompt: Host, please hurry. Only 4 minutes and 30 seconds remain. Prompted by the system, Xiao Wenbin's anxiety intensified, and he succumbed to decision paralysis. Should he choose this one? No, perhaps that one instead? What to do? What to do? This was urgent. With his left hand, he grasped one package, only to set it down again. With his right hand, he picked up another, then discarded it once more. What exactly was a sanitary pad? It was so long and cylindrical. How could it possibly be used? It defied logic. Hey, look over there. That creepy guy has been lingering by the feminine products and sanitary pads for ages. A few passing female students whispered amongst themselves, casting disdainful glances his way. Gaining the disapproval of passers-by, 10 points. Xiao Wenbin glanced back at the group of girls silently judging him. Although he appreciated their efforts, he was not in the mood. He merely wished to exclaim, "Who in the world wants to stand here?" The plethora of options was overwhelming. Day use, night use, ultra-thin, breathable. There were even variations in length. He felt as though he might lose his mind. Enough was enough. He would just buy them all. After all, as the saying goes, take a gamble. And a bicycle may turn into a motorcycle. Perhaps the rewards would be unexpectedly generous, even if it turned out to be a loss. At least he might secure a connection with the enchanting campus belle. Determined, Xiao Wenbin grabbed one of each style and hurried to the checkout. Look, that guy is clutching a massive pile of sanitary pads. Could it be that his girlfriend sent him to buy those? A man exclaimed, pointing at Xiao Wenbin. Goodness, can he possibly use all that? Why would he need so much for himself? A curious friend inquired, but the speaker promptly fell silent. Wow, if it were my boyfriend. It would be so embarrassing. Yet, I can't help but feel a twinge of envy. Just thinking about it makes me furious. Once I get back to bed, I shall certainly give him a piece of my mind. With that, the robust girl, clutching 2 grilled sausages, wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth and dashed toward the school gate. Xiao Wenbin glanced at the plump girl who had generously gifted him a wave of points, resolving to repay her kindness in the future. Yet, as he finally gathered a pile of sanitary pads to check out, he was dismayed to see a queue of over 10 people ahead of him. How long would it take for him to be served? System notification: 3 minutes remaining for the task. There was no time to waste. At that moment, Xiao Wenbin decided to take the plunge. Everyone, please let me pay first. My girlfriend is on her period and is waiting for me in the restroom for these. He implored, his face flushed as he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. All right, brother, you are quite bold. I admire your courage, a boy remarked, stepping aside. No worries. Young man, go ahead. We all have our own matters to attend to. A smiling girl said, clearing the way. Oh, I'm a bit envious of your girlfriend. I wish I had such a wonderful boyfriend. A senior girl chimed in, also moving aside while casting a flirtatious glance at Xiao Wenbin. Good job, handsome. Keep it up. The last girl smiled and waved, encouraging him. Thus, the previously queuing patrons not only granted Xiao Wenbin passage, but also showered him with points of admiration. Hastily, he completed his purchase, expressing gratitude to his benefactors profusely. How could he not be thankful? They were his saviors, allowing him to cut in line while silently contributing to his emotional tally. Once outside the supermarket, Xiao Wenbin sprinted towards the east side restroom on the second floor of the business building. Gasp, I can't run anymore. How much time is left? He suddenly halted, crouching down to catch his breath. Task remaining time, 1 minute. Detected host exhaustion. Recommend using 80 points to exchange for 8 stamina. Or use 1,000 points to acquire speed ability. Enhance my stamina. With only a minute left, Xiao Wenbin decisively followed the system's advice to boost his physical condition. Certainly, it is not that he is unwilling to exchange for abilities, but rather that his system points are utterly insufficient. Ding. Host constitution has been enhanced. Attribute changed. Constitution, 16. Following the system's notification, he distinctly felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, banishing his previous fatigue. He resumed his sprint toward the business building with fervor. Indeed, the augmentation of his constitution made a significant difference. What originally required a minute and a half, Xiao Wenbin astonishingly accomplished in just 40 seconds, arriving at the entrance of the women's restroom on the second floor. However, a dilemma arose. How could Lin Yanran receive her items while she was in the ladies' room? Surely, he could not expect her to emerge to collect them. Xiao Wenbin paced anxiously for several seconds, only to realize the corridor was eerily vacant, devoid of even a single girl seeking relief. System notification, 16 seconds remaining. Please complete the task promptly, or you will forfeit the opportunity to bond with the campus beauty, Lin Yanran. Panic surged through Xiao Wenbin. This cannot be. I have invested both time and effort. If I lose the bonding opportunity, I will receive no reward. And that would be a regrettable loss. He glanced down at the substantial bag of sanitary napkins he held, his entire remaining allowance. With a steely resolve, Xiao Wenbin decided to disregard his reservations. It was time to take a leap of faith. As long as I remain unembarrassed, the one who will feel awkward is the campus beauty. Taking a deep breath, he removed his jacket to cover his face and boldly dashed into the ladies' restroom. Chapter 5. Successful bonding with the beautiful campus beauty. An hour earlier, within the business building, Lin Yanran, the campus beauty, captivated a multitude of male students not only with her striking appearance, but also with her exceptional academic prowess. Whispers of her illustrious family background circulated, though she maintained a notably low profile. Thus, wherever Lin Yanran was present, a throng of admirers was never far behind. Just moments ago, she had turned down yet another earnest confession from a suitor. Yanran, you are truly too popular. Every day, handsome seniors and juniors come forth to declare their affection for you, unlike us who scarcely encounter a few admirers in a year, teased a girl as she playfully tugged at Lin Yanran's arm. Indeed, Xiaoling, you speak the truth. If I had so many confessions daily, I would certainly be too exhilarated to sleep at night. Another girl chimed in, her face alight with envy as she dreamily cradled her cheeks. Xiaoling Huan, please spare me from your jests. It is utterly exhausting. Each day, I receive confessions, some even going so far as to send gifts and deliveries directly to the dormitory. The dormitory supervisor has approached me about this several times. You both know that well. Lin Yanran seemed to recall something, letting out a huff before adding. What infuriates me even more is that despite knowing I do not indulge in midnight snacks and seldom stay overnight, some still have the audacity to order takeout for me late at night, resulting in the supervisor calling me to retrieve it. By the end of her rant, Lin Yanran was visibly agitated, her chest rising and falling with emotion. Cheer up, Yanran, do not be upset. Even if you do not eat, Xiaoling and I certainly will. Rest assured, we will handle whatever comes our way, right, Xiaoling? When the time comes, if we end up gaining weight, we will hold you, Lin Yanran, responsible. After all, I have no desire to strive in my next life. Or perhaps, Iran, you could support us. Faced with her lively friends Zhao Xiaoling and Su Huan, Lin Yanran found herself at a loss for words. Yet, despite their playful teasing, should any male dare to overstep boundaries or cast judgment, they would rally together without hesitation, fiercely defending their friend. Zhao Xiaoling and Su Huan are not only Lin Yanran's classmates, but also her roommates. Their dormitory, though housing 4 individuals, is somewhat unique. In addition to the 3 of them, there is also a senior named Wang Yan. Perhaps due to her preparations for internships and postgraduate entrance examinations, Wang Yan seldom returns to the dorm, making her presence rare. Consequently, the bond among Lin Yanran and her 2 friends has grown notably strong. As the class swiftly came to an end, Lin Yanran intended to call her friends to accompany her to the restroom. However, Zhao Xiaoling and Su Huan were still engrossed in their notes, leaving Lin Yanran to venture alone. Just as she stepped out of the classroom on the first floor, she spotted a most unpleasant figure, Chen Haoxuan. Chen Haoxuan, known as one of the 4 young masters at the school, boasts his lineage as the son of the chairman of the Chun Group, a leading enterprise in Jiangzhou, with an uncle serving as a deputy district chief. Leveraging these connections, he parades through the school with an air of arrogance, relentlessly pursuing any girl he fancies and employing all manner of tactics to do so. It is whispered that he even maintains dubious relationships with certain female teachers. Despite his notoriety, many students dare not voice their resentment, fearing that offending him might jeopardize their futures, which only emboldens his tyrannical behavior within the campus. The moment Lin Yiran laid eyes on Chen Haoxuan, her mind recalled the scene from a few days prior when he had confessed his feelings for her. Following her clear rejection, he had confidently proclaimed that she would inevitably seek his forgiveness, asserting that no one could turn him down. The mere thought of this made Lin Yiran feel nauseous. Originally intending to head to the restroom on the first floor, she abruptly redirected herself to the restroom on the east side of the second floor. What transpired next unfolded just as Summer's system notification had indicated. As Lin Yiran prepared to use the restroom, a sudden chill and cramp gripped her lower abdomen. Taking in a few sharp breaths, she realized with dismay that her menstrual cycle had arrived unexpectedly. Unfortunately, she had not prepared in advance, possessing only 2 tissues and her mobile phone. In a moment of urgency, Lin Yiran quickly opened her phone, intending to call her friend Zhao Xiaoling for assistance with some sanitary products. However, as the screen illuminated with a flicker and a buzzing sound, her phone powered off due to low battery. How could her newly purchased phone have died so quickly? Why was she so unfortunate today? Not only had she encountered a loathsome individual, but her period had also arrived early, and now, at this critical moment, her phone was dead. What was she to do? What could she possibly do? At that moment, Lin Yiran truly felt a wave of helplessness and confusion. Was she really going to have to venture out wearing this white dress? What if, by some mischance, someone spotted her on the way? That would be utterly mortifying. Shaking her head to dispel such a bold notion, she decided to wait a little longer. Perhaps other girls would come to the restroom, and she could call upon them for assistance or borrow a phone. Lin Yiran began to console herself, persuading her to exercise a bit more patience. However, as time passed, she found herself squatting so long that her delicate legs were beginning to numb, with no one in sight. The ringing of the bell from the business building signaled the start of classes, and despair washed over her. Was there truly no one attending classes on the second floor today? It seemed that help would not arrive, and she would have no choice but to make a dash outside. Just as Lin Yiran steeled herself for this daunting decision, she discovered that her legs had gone completely numb, rendering her immobile. At that moment, glistening tears began to swirl in her beautifully ethereal eyes. Suddenly, the restroom door burst open. No, it seemed to have been flung open by some unseen force. In that instant, Lin Yiran glimpsed a flicker of hope, hastily wiping away the impending tears as she called out, "Hello, classmate. I'm Lin Yiran from the Department of Economic Management, Year 2. Could you please assist me?" However, the individual seemed not to have caught her words, striding directly to the adjacent stall. When Xiao Wenbin rushed in, his face was obscured, which led to his inadvertent collision with the door. Fortunately, upon entering, he heard Lin Yiran's melodious voice, instantly pinpointing her location, and he proceeded to the neighboring stall. Believing her request had not been heard, Lin Yiran decided to be more direct, calling out, "Classmate, could you please buy me a pack of sanitary pads?" Having reached his intended destination, Xiao Wenbin paid no heed to Lin Yiran's request. Instead, he began to shove pack after pack of sanitary pads through the gap beneath the stall divider. Xiao Wenbin was unconcerned with her preferences regarding brand, size, or comfort. More was better, he thought, as long as he could complete his task and earn his reward. At that moment, Lin Yiran was utterly taken aback by the scene before her. Just as she had asked for assistance with a single pack of sanitary pads, an array of various brands and styles began to pour in from the adjacent stall. "Oh, this is far too much. Thank you, classmate. This is more than enough." Lin Yiran pondered in confusion. Which girl brings so many sanitary pads to the restroom? Was the girl next door perhaps buying in bulk for herself or her roommates? Surely, she couldn't be the only one using them. As Lin Yiran pondered why the girl next door had brought so many sanitary napkins to the restroom, she was met only with the hurried sound of Xiao Wenbin's departing footsteps. "Hey, classmate," Lin Yiran called out insistently, but by then, the adjacent stall was deserted. She found it peculiar that she had yet to express her gratitude, yet the girl had rushed off after delivering the items, without even using the restroom. Who could this curious individual be? It felt as though she had not come to use the facilities, but rather to specifically deliver sanitary napkins to her. With a bewildered expression, Lin Yanran quickly composed herself. Once her legs regained their sensation, she energetically exited the restroom and returned to the classroom. In the classroom, Zhao Xiaoling, visibly relieved to see Lin Yanran back, hurriedly questioned her. "Where on earth have you been? I didn't see you in the restroom, and your phone was unreachable. If I didn't know this was school and that no one would dare harm you, I might have considered calling the police. I was in the second-floor restroom. My phone died. Do you have a power bank?" Lin Yanran replied, casually grabbing Zhao Xiaoling's power bank while showing her the bag filled with various styles of sanitary napkins. She paid little mind to Zhao Xiaoling and Su Huanhuan, who were busy whispering about the purpose of buying so many napkins. Were they planning to stock up for an entire year in the dormitory? Her thoughts were consumed by the identity of the person who had delivered the sanitary napkins, especially when she recalled the worn-out sneakers that seemed too large and ill-fitting for a girl. But would a boy really venture into the girl's restroom? How could he possibly know about her early arrival? The more Lin Yanran contemplated, the more unsettling it became. She could feel a chill creeping down her spine. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the binding task within the stipulated time. The campus beauty, Lin Yanran, will officially become the host's binding assistant. Chapter 6. The man destined to become a tycoon from now on. Lin Yanran would assist the host in collecting emotional points. If both parties were present in the same location, the collected emotional points would receive a double bonus. Upon exiting the office building and hearing the system's notification, Xiao Wenbin felt a wave of inexplicable relief wash over him. Indeed, having a binding assistant proved to be immensely beneficial, and with the stunning Lin Yanran by his side, he was certain to amass a significant number of emotional points. Yet, Xiao Wenbin could not help but voice a concern. "System, why did you set the time limit to 6 minutes? Are you trying to trick me?" Regardless, Lin Yanran wouldn't emerge from the restroom. "So what difference does it make if I arrive a bit later? Please do not question the authority of the system," the system sternly warned, then elaborated. The 6-minute limit was established because it was predicted that Lin Yanran would exit the restroom after 6 minutes, hence the urgency for the host to complete the task promptly. After listening to the system's explanation, Xiao Wenbin realized he had misjudged it and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, system. I misinterpreted your intentions. But what about my task rewards?" Xiao Wenbin's expression was one of confusion. The system had indicated that he had completed the task and that Lin Yanran was bound to him. Yet it had not specified what the rewards entailed. Was it possible that he was about to be tricked? The host has exceeded the task expectations, and the system is currently recalibrating the rewards. Please hold on. The system offered only this brief notification and fell silent. Xiao Wenbin inwardly cursed. Could it be that they are reluctant to grant the reward? He had expended his last savings on purchasing sanitary napkins and had even shamelessly begged to cut in line before so many people. Yet the system would not even part with a mere 100 yuan. As he pondered this, Xiao Wenbin felt the chill of the school's wind biting at him. Could he possibly become the first host to receive a system only to perish from starvation? Detecting the host's financial anxiety, the system notified him that he currently possessed 330 points, which he could exchange for funds at a rate of 100 in the system's marketplace. The sudden revelation nearly left Xiao Wenbin, already troubled by life's burdens, in a state of shock. How could such a favorable opportunity exist? And why had the system not informed him sooner? However, upon reflection, he realized that the system had indeed mentioned the possibility of exchanging items in the marketplace, and it was his oversight for not scrutinizing it more closely. With a mix of disbelief and anticipation, Xiao Wenbin summoned the system interface and glanced at the continuously refreshing notifications, all of which read Lin Yanran, emotional gain 10. He then clicked on the corner icon for the exchange marketplace, and to his astonishment, it was brimming with an array of items, abilities, techniques, equipment, and skills, everything imaginable. There were thousands of pages, though many items were grayed out, indicating insufficient points for purchase. After searching thoroughly without finding the cash exchange mentioned by the system, Xiao Wenbin opted to use the search function. Upon entering the amount for exchange, a cash exchange icon indeed appeared. Without hesitation, Xiao Wenbin exchanged 1 point for 1 million yuan. Ding! The notification of 1 million yuan credited to his account chimed on his phone. Just a moment after completing the exchange, he quickly checked his virtual account and confirmed that 1 million yuan had indeed been added. Could it be? Had he just become a millionaire? If he exchanged all his points, wouldn't he then possess 330 million? With the school beauty Lin Yinran continually boosting his points, was he destined to become extravagantly wealthy? Elated by the thought, Xiao Wenbin could hardly contain his joy, taking a few deep breaths to steady his emotions. He felt an irresistible urge to spend a little and verify if the system's funds were truly usable. Thus, he picked up his phone and topped up his account with 100 yuan. Indeed, after completing the transaction, his account balance changed to 999 yuan, and the notification for the top-up arrived promptly. In that moment, Xiao Wenbin was overwhelmed with happiness, nearly brought to tears, for he realized he could finally alleviate the burdens of his mother and sister, providing them with a better life. He had endured 2 decades of suffocating hardship, often watching his mother and sister bear the brunt of their struggles while he could only silently endure. It was not due to his cowardice in offering assistance, but rather his fear that if he were to encounter misfortune, the two of them would be left without care. Thus, he endured in silence for an extended period. However, circumstances had now changed. Xiao Wenbin resolved to fundamentally alter his approach to life. Those who once scorned his relatives and bullied them would soon face his retribution. One by one, after jogging around the playground to regain his composure, Xiao Wenbin decided to head to the southern cafeteria for a meal. Having gone an entire day without food, feeling weak to the point where his legs trembled with each step. As the final class of the afternoon concluded, all the students rushed towards the exits and the cafeteria. Have you heard? There was a bold fellow at the convenience store today who rushed in and bought a dozen packs of sanitary napkins, claiming his girlfriend was waiting in the restroom. He insisted on cutting in line, clearly in a hurry. A boy suddenly exclaimed as he joined the crowd, relaying the rumor he had heard. Oh, is that so? I actually know about this. My friend Yifan was in line at the store at that time. Just ask him. Another chubby boy pointed towards a dark-faced boy nearby. I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be false? That guy is definitely a tough one. I just saw him eating at the southern cafeteria. He must have bought too many sanitary napkins and is now eating porridge. Looking rather pitiful compared to earlier, the dark-faced boy replied quickly, realizing the conversation had shifted to him. What about his girlfriend? Isn't he going to help her out? Another boy interjected. Girlfriend? Young man, aren't there enough simps these days? Most women prefer wealth over character. Men ought to treat themselves better. The boy who had spoken first could not help but pat the young boy's shoulder, imparting wisdom from experience. After hearing his words, the group erupted in laughter, unaware that among them stood 3 girls, with one girl intently listening to their conversation. Hey, Yinran, why aren't you leaving? Didn't we agree to go out for a meal together? Zhao Xiaoling, who had been tugging on Lin Yinran's arm, asked curiously as Lin Yinran suddenly stopped walking. Xiaoling, Huan, why don't you two go ahead without me? I'm feeling a bit unwell and would like to head back to the dormitory for a rest. She replied, gesturing towards the dormitory. Su Huan was about to say something, but Zhao Xiaoling pulled her arm. With a worried expression, Zhao Xiaoling looked at Lin Yinran and said, All right, Yinran, if you're not feeling well, it's best not to wander around. If you're all right, just go back and rest. Yes, Yinran. It's quite normal to feel uncomfortable during your period. Go back to the dormitory and rest well. We'll bring you dinner later. Su Huan chimed in with concern. Okay, you two go ahead. I'll just stroll around for a bit before returning to the dormitory, Lin Yinran said, watching as the two of them left the school. Then, she turned and walked alone towards the southern cafeteria. Chapter 7 Encounter at the School Bell's Cafeteria. Xiao Wenbin, who initially intended to have a meal to satiate his hunger, discovered upon arriving at the cafeteria that the doors were locked. Checking the time on his phone, he realized he had arrived prematurely. Consequently, he proceeded to recharge his meal card with 1,000 yuan, as he, Xiao Wenbin, was not short on funds. With some idle time on his hands, Xiao Wenbin summoned the system interface for a glance. To his delight, the screen was inundated with notifications. Lin Yinjin acquired affection points, 1,099 Lin Yinjin. Acquired jealousy points, 1,042. As the emotional points continued to flood in, Xiao Wenbin couldn't contain his joy. These were points that could be converted into currency. The more, the better. While others toiled and strived, all Xiao Wenbin needed was to capitalize on the school bell's emotional responses. Indeed, binding himself to a beautiful schoolmate was undoubtedly the wisest decision he had made. The influx of emotional points was astonishing. After idling around the entrance of the cafeteria, Xiao Wenbin finally awaited the lady at the counter to unlock the doors. He hurriedly grabbed his freshly recharged meal card and ordered a nourishing bowl of congee to fill his belly, for the lovely nurse had advised him to consume porridge for better absorption. Perhaps due to the system's influence, Xiao Wenbin's mindset had undergone a significant transformation. What once seemed embarrassing, eating congee alone for dinner, felt surprisingly delightful today. After all, the purpose of dining is to satisfy one's hunger, regardless of the fare. Although Xiao Wenbin was affluent, it did not imply he endorsed the extravagant dining habits of the wealthy. Some may accuse Xiao Wenbin of posturing modesty. However, he relished the art of subtlety and humility. After all, how else could he accrue more emotional points? Xiao Jing, look, isn't that Xiao Wenbin? Why is he eating congee over there? Indeed, could he be facing some sort of setback? He isn't lacking in money, and he usually has part-time work. Surely he could afford some takeout for a better meal. The four girls who had just entered the cafeteria and were ready to dine immediately noticed Xiao Wenbin, who was relishing his congee in the corner, and they exchanged curious glances with Su Jing. I have no idea. We haven't been in contact since yesterday, Su Jing replied, equally perplexed. After she had turned down Xiao Wenbin the day before, he had not reached out again. Although they had agreed to remain friends, it was evident that some rifts, once formed, were irreparable. Initially, the four had intended to grab their meals and join Xiao Wenbin, inquiring about his situation. However, considering he had just been rejected by Su Jing, they feared that approaching him might only exacerbate the awkwardness. Thus, they opted to find a different table to eat, planning to check on him once he finished his meal. After all, while they may not be able to be lovers, they could still be friends. Su Jing, have you noticed that Xiao Wenbin seems a bit off today? Look how exaggeratedly he is enjoying his congee. Wang Xiao gazed in astonishment at Xiao Wenbin in the corner. Addressing Su Jing, perhaps he was indeed famished. They could inquire further later. As Lin Yanran stepped into the cafeteria, she felt an air of unfamiliarity. It had been quite some time since her last visit to the school's dining hall, which was during the previous semester when she dined with Xiaoling and others. It was not that she disliked eating in the cafeteria, but rather that, at the beginning of the term, she was often besieged by a throng of boys eager to order food and beverages for her, seeking to curry favor. Consequently, the cafeteria staff eventually complained to the teachers, stating that the boys were wasting food and behaving like street vendors. Since then, Lin Yanran had developed an aversion to crowded places, naturally avoiding the cafeteria. Upon entering the dining hall, Lin Yanran surveyed her surroundings before gradually seeking her target. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenbin was ravenous, with his stomach pressing against his chest. He had no time to ponder the number of people in the cafeteria. He was desperate for sustenance. After all, following his fall into the water and subsequent hospital visit yesterday, he had not eaten a morsel. At this moment, he had finished his porridge and ordered a serving of fried rice. Wow, look who's here. Isn't that the belle of the Economics and Management Department, Lin Yanran? What brings her to the cafeteria? Suddenly, a boy exclaimed, Bro, am I dreaming? Lin Yanran is actually here to eat. Can you believe it? The boy slapped his companion to ensure he was awake. I need to call our dorm mates immediately to share this moment. Another boy picked up his phone to summon his friends. Hey, you've already eaten once. Why come back for more? A curious onlooker interjected. Mind your own business. We enjoy eating, okay? What is the harm in ordering food just to look at it? The boy retorted, feeling slightly embarrassed. As the murmur of conversation swirled around him, Xiao Wenbin began to sense something amiss. He muttered under his breath, Lin Yanran? Which Lin Yanran? Surely not the one I'm bound to. How could she be here? What a coincidence. Wasn't it said that the belle never frequents the cafeteria? What if the system reveals my identity? At this critical juncture, the system remained unresponsive, leaving Xiao Wenbin unable to lift his head, frantically shoveling food into his mouth. He feared that a mere glance upward would lead to Lin Yanran recognizing him as the one who had intruded into the ladies' restroom. If another girl were to shout, Xiao Wenbin, you scoundrel, how dare you enter the ladies' room? Others might forget it within days. However, if Lin Yanran were to make such an accusation in school, Xiao Wenbin's reputation could be irrevocably tarnished. Do not underestimate the allure and popularity of the university's beauty. It is formidable indeed. As Xiao Wenbin continued to eat, he cast furtive glances at the group discussing Lin Yanran. Upon a mere glance, Xiao Wenbin was nearly rendered speechless, his chopsticks almost tumbling to the floor. Before him stood a girl over 7 meters tall, her skin as fair as snow, adorned in a white lace-trimmed blouse that accentuated her ample bosom. lifting her shoulders with grace. Her hair and accessories were meticulously chosen, suggesting a careful coordination. Below her neck, an expanse of pristine skin was revealed, while her white mini-skirt not only hugged her shapely hips, but also showcased her flawless, alluring legs, which captivated the hearts of countless men, coupled with her enchanting visage, which bore an ethereal beauty mingled with a hint of seduction. She was undeniably a vision that could bring nations to ruin. It was no wonder that the boys at school adored her, revering her as the campus belle. As Lin Yinran approached, Xiao Wenbin hastily withdrew his gaze from the enchantress, feigning nonchalance as he focused intently on his meal. However, Lin Yinran, who had been walking straight ahead, unexpectedly paused as she passed by him. She turned her head to glance at Xiao Wenbin, who was engrossed in his food, shook her head, and a triumphant smile graced her lips. The moment the boys in the cafeteria beheld that smile, they were utterly entranced, their hearts captured in an instant. Once Lin Yinran had moved further away to queue for her meal, Xiao Wenbin slowly lifted his head, exhaling a sigh of relief as he patted his chest, exclaiming, "Goodness! That nearly frightened me to death. How perilous." He then called out to the system, inquiring about its whereabouts. The response was not from the system itself, but rather a notification announcing the arrival of his rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding the binding task. The following rewards have been issued. 1 villa located in Honghu Bay, Jiangzhou, number 10, 100 system points. Special ability, Embrace of Love. A power that renders all individuals unable to refuse the host's embrace. When used on females, there is a high probability of increased favorability. When used on males, it may trigger special effects and side effects. Use with caution. Lin Yinran's favorability, 15. As Xiao Wenbin perused the rewards interface, he retrieved a set of villa keys from his pocket. Wow, system, your generosity is astounding. After waiting for so long, you were preparing a surprise for me. My apologies for misunderstanding you. You're truly wonderful, the best. Just as Xiao Wenbin reveled in his delight, he couldn't help but ask, System, what does it mean that Lin Yinran's favorability is at 15? The host extended a helping hand to Lin Yinran in her moment of utmost vulnerability. Thus her favorability increased rapidly, came the system's explanation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenbin could not contain his laughter. The rewards were exceptional, not only granting him a villa and favorability, but also bestowing a unique ability, with the Embrace of Love. Would it not mean that he could embrace Lin Yinran without fear of rejection? If he were to embrace the campus belle publicly, it would surely elicit waves of envy and admiration, and perhaps even double the emotional points. Xiao Wenbin suddenly felt that becoming a wealthy magnate was just around the corner, prompting an even broader smile to spread across his face. In the distance, Su Jing and her companions, who had been observing Xiao Wenbin's demeanor, were utterly astonished. They wondered if something had triggered this inexplicable joy, as he was laughing foolishly to himself. Just as the four of them decided to rise and approach him out of concern, the next scene left them utterly speechless. Classmate, are you happy right now? A melodious voice whispered in Xiao Wenbin's ear. He initially thought some fool had come to disturb his beautiful daydream, and nearly let out a curse. Ah, who are you? Is that you, Lin Yinran? However, upon lifting his gaze to behold the familiar, ethereal beauty, he was momentarily startled, nearly leaping from his seat, his face paling before flushing a deep crimson. Xiao Wenbin could hardly believe that the campus belle, Lin Yinran, was directly before him. What's wrong? Classmate, am I not allowed to sit here? Lin Yinran inquired, her expression one of bewilderment as she regarded the flustered Xiao Wenbin, whose face was a canvas of embarrassment and astonishment. Chapter 8. Captured by the campus belle regaining his composure. Xiao Wenbin hurriedly wiped the table in front of him with a tissue, then, feeling quite sheepish, addressed Lin Yinran. How could that be? The campus belle sitting opposite me. It's something I never dared to imagine. After Lin Yinran sat down, she did not touch her meal, but instead pushed her food aside, resting her chin on her hands, smiling at Xiao Wenbin as she asked, So, what were you laughing about just now? I was merely contemplating, Xiao Wenbin stammered, feeling anxious. He couldn't possibly confess that it was due to the surge of affection he felt for her, nor that he was planning to embrace her to gain points in popularity. Tomorrow is the weekend. Anyone would be happy about that. He hastily fabricated an excuse and intended to make a quick exit. Classmate, I've heard that some boys seem quite bold, daring even to enter the girls' restroom for the sake of a girl they like. But in private, they hesitate to even share a meal with her. Isn't that strange? Lin Yinran said, gazing at Xiao Wenbin with a gentle smile. Initially set on leaving, Xiao Wenbin reconsidered upon hearing Lin Yinran's comments about boys invading the girls' restroom, thinking, isn't that exactly me? He promptly sat back down, fearing that Lin Yinran might reveal his identity. He had no desire to become the school's public enemy just to gain popularity. There were far more charming methods to earn points, such as sharing affectionate moments with the campus belle. Thus, Xiao Wenbin decided to stay, eager to hear what Lin Yinran would say next. I haven't heard of that. Did it happen today? You haven't heard? I just learned about it from a passerby. If even you boys are unaware. It might just be a rumor, Lin Yinran replied with a playful smile, her left eye mischievously winking at Xiao Wenbin. In an instant, Xiao Wenbin found himself unsettled by Lin Yinran's playful gesture. He suddenly realized how truly beautiful she was, especially that moment when she winked. It was both cheeky and endearing. Yet, upon further reflection, he sensed something amiss, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. Goodness, my grandmother. The system. Why do I feel as though I have been exposed? I even covered my face with clothing when I entered the ladies' restroom. How on earth did she recognize me? The system merely hinted at it, leaving the matter unexplained. Ah, classmate, your shoes are rather dirty. Have you been to places you ought not to have? Just as Xiao Wenbin wore a perplexed and helpless expression, Lin Yinran pointed at his shoes and spoke. So it turns out, my shoes were the giveaway. Lin, you are truly impressive. With a flushed face, Xiao Wenbin scratched his head, realizing that since he had already been discovered, there was no point in pretending. He had never anticipated that Lin Yinran would observe so keenly. Revealing your hand. No more pretense? Humph, how bold of you to venture into the ladies' restroom. Lin Yinran remarked with a smug expression. Her teasing momentarily halted as she recalled that he had ventured there for her sake, rendering her harsh words unspoken. Xiao Wenbin, equally embarrassed, turned his head away and said, please don't misunderstand. I truly did not intend to. It was an urgent situation that necessitated such actions, and I kept my eyes covered the entire time. But to think you recognized me just from my shoes is genuinely impressive. Lin Yinran chose not to dwell on how Xiao Wenbin knew which restroom she was in or that she needed sanitary supplies. As long as he posed no threat to her, there was no need to bring it up. Thus, she smiled with satisfaction. In truth, the shoes were merely a minor detail. The primary reason was that when I entered the cafeteria, nearly all the boys looked up at me. Yet, you were the only one who did not raise your gaze. Not even when I walked past you did you lift your head. Wouldn't that strike you as peculiar if the roles were reversed? Upon hearing Lin Yinran's explanation, Xiao Wenbin smacked his forehead, feeling rather foolish. The jester who had played himself was none other than himself. Taking advantage of Lin Yinran's moment of concealed laughter, he discreetly opened the system interface. However, the system notifications continued to flood the screen, and in fact, they were doubled. Xiao Wenbin chose not to concern himself with it. After all, with the campus belle serving as his emotional support, he felt little inclination to check the system notifications. At this moment, he realized that his intellect seemed insufficient, prompting him to enhance his attributes. System, I wish to use 100 points of credits and 10 points of spirit. Confirmed, consuming 100 credits. Attributes enhanced, spirit, 25. Before exiting the system, Xiao Wenbin took a moment to glance at Lin Yinran's attribute panel. Name, Lin Yinran. Age, 21. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Physique, 11. Attractiveness, 92. Favorability, 18 points of favorability. How splendid. I shall strive for further improvement. As Lin Yinran noticed that Xiao Wenbin was lost in thought while gazing at her, a wave of shyness washed over her. She waved her hand in front of him and said, classmate, I've ordered too many dishes today, and I can't possibly finish them all. Would you care to help me with them? Xiao Wenbin, just regaining his senses, was taken aback by Lin Yinran's invitation. He quickly shook his head, exclaiming, No, Lin, I've already eaten quite a bit. You should enjoy your meal. At that moment, his heart raced, nearly leaping into his throat. What is the illustrious school beauty planning? Not only is she sitting across from me, but she also wants to treat me to a meal? Even with my impending fortune, I can hardly bear the weight of this situation. Seeing Xiao Wenbin still frozen in place, Lin Yinran couldn't help but inquire, Oh, what's the matter? Are you finding my food unappetizing, or are you concerned about hygiene? Rest assured, I haven't touched it yet. As she spoke, she stretched languidly, showcasing her perfect figure with exquisite grace. However, noticing that Xiao Wenbin remained dazed, Lin Yinran scrutinized him with a puzzled expression and continued, "If you don't like it, I can always give it to someone else. Look at those boys behind us. They seem quite hungry." She gestured with her chin towards the rows of boys behind her. Indeed, Xiao Wenbin followed her gaze, observing several rows of boys clutching their trays, their eyes fixated on him. Some were so astonished by Lin Yinran's offer that their jaws dropped in disbelief. No, I'm not picky at all. Thank you, Lin, but I can't finish it alone. Let's share it," he added. "After all, we shouldn't let food go to waste, especially from the school beauty." With that, he served some of the dishes into Lin Yinran's bowl. At this point, Xiao Wenbin dismissed any reservations. As the saying goes, why refuse a free meal? The school beauty had taken the initiative to treat him. There was no reason for him to feel embarrassed. Moreover, this school beauty was his designated score-enhancing companion. Watching Xiao Wenbin indulge in the meal without reservation eased Lin Yinran's heart, prompting her to pick up her chopsticks and eat elegantly. She herself was uncertain why she agreed to share the meal. Her original intent was solely to express gratitude by inviting Xiao Wenbin to dine, with no intention of eating herself. Yet, somehow, she found herself hungry and engaged in cheerful conversation with him. "Classmate, do take your time. There's no rush. By the way, what's your name?" Lin Yinran asked, savoring a bite of the dish Xiao Wenbin had selected for her. Though the dishes were originally hers, they somehow tasted even more delightful when he served them. If Xiao Wenbin were to check his favorability rating at that moment, he would find that Lin Yinran's initial score of 18 had risen to 28. As he relished the delectable meal, Xiao Wenbin mumbled through a mouthful. "I'm Xiao Wenbin, Xia for summer, Wen for literature, and Bin for refined courtesy. I study in the computer science department." If it were someone else introducing themselves in such a manner alongside the campus beauty, it would undoubtedly be a source of embarrassment. Yet, for Xiao Wenbin, the notion of shame is utterly foreign. After all, he has already embarrassed himself to the extent that it feels as if he has lost all dignity. As the saying goes, one who is shameless is invincible. Xiao Wenbin has already acquired the system of a wealthy benefactor. So what if he loses face in front of a goddess? He can always regain her favor another time. "I am Lin Yinran from the Department of Economic and Trade Management. It is a pleasure to meet you, classmate Xiao Wenbin." Lin Yinran graciously introduced herself, standing and extending her right hand to him with a friendly demeanor. However, as Xiao Wenbin rose to reciprocate the gesture and grasp Lin Yinran's delicate hand, an enraged shout erupted from a distance. "You dare to touch a woman I have set my sights on, brat. If you grasp her hand, I swear I'll have someone remove your arm and feed it to the dogs." Xiao Wenbin turned to see the source of the outburst. A tall, slender man with a cold demeanor and an expression filled with fury stood at the entrance of the cafeteria, flanked by a group of ruffian-like students. With a dismissive shake of his head, Xiao Wenbin resolutely clasped Lin Yinran's soft hand. The moment he held it, he felt as if he were grasping exquisite jade. Her skin was delicate, smooth, and utterly comforting. Yet, just as he intended to release her hand, a tray came hurtling toward them. In a moment of urgency, Xiao Wenbin instinctively pulled Lin Yinran into his embrace and swatted the incoming tray away with his palm. Chapter 9. Is wealth truly impressive? Yours? How dare you ignore me? Chen Haoshuan. It seems you are truly willing to sacrifice your hand. The man, seething with rage, approached Xiao Wenbin and Lin Yinran. "Lin Yinran, you shameless woman. How dare you secretly meet this trash in the cafeteria?" He spat, pointing menacingly at her. Having spent considerable time at Jian University, Xiao Wenbin had never encountered anyone so brazen and overbearing. Moreover, the individual he was confronting was Lin Yinran, revered by all male students as the singular beauty on campus. The onlookers were equally shocked and incensed. Unbelievable. Someone actually dares to insult the campus beauty? Doesn't he fear becoming the enemy of the entire school? Uff, such ignorance. Don't you know who this man is? Just sit back and watch. Moments ago, Lin Yinran had been engaging in pleasant conversation, but now she found herself being publicly berated. However, who was Lin Yinran? She was his designated companion. No matter how mild-mannered Xiao Wenbin usually was, he could not tolerate anyone openly belittling his beloved. A wave of nameless fury surged through him. In the blink of an eye, before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, a shadow appeared before the man, and the arm he had pointed at Lin Yinran was suddenly seized with a vice-like grip. With a loud crack, the previously arrogant man found his arm twisted behind his back by a young boy standing beside Lin Yinran. "Ah, ouch. It hurts. It hurts. Let go." You impoverished student. Did you not hear me when I asked you to release me? Ah, it's going to break. You wretch. Do you have any idea whom you have offended? Xiao Wenbin paid no heed to the man's pain. Rather, the more arrogant the opponent became, the more forceful he grew. At this moment, nothing held greater significance for him than the interests of his binding partner. Wealth and power paled in comparison. As long as there was ample emotional support in the future, those concerns were trivial. I care not who you are, nor do I wish to know. However, based solely on your foul-mouthed demeanor and your earlier attitude towards Lin, you deserve to be punished. Since your family has failed to educate you properly, allow me to enlighten you on what it means to respect others. Now, immediately, apologize to Lin. As he spoke, Xiao Wenbin forcibly dragged the man before Lin Yinran. Do you even realize whom you have offended? This is Chun Haoshuan, the fourth son of Jiang University. I suggest you let go of our elder brother quickly, shouted several boys who resembled subordinates, rallying behind him. Still seething with anger, Xiao Wenbin paid no mind to their clamoring. Seeing the man remain stubborn, he tightened his grip even further. I care not whether you are young Master Chun or some other scion. All I know is that if you have erred, you must apologize. Do not waste my time. Otherwise, if your arm truly breaks, do not blame me. With his arm twisted behind him, Chun Haoshuan was already in considerable pain. Hearing that Xiao Wenbin genuinely intended to break his arm if he did not apologize, panic set in. He was uncertain of this young man's background. What if he was indeed a reckless fool? In a moment of desperation, Chun Haoshuan called out to Lin Yinran, "Wait. Don't break it. I apologize. I apologize. Yinran, I'm sorry. I should not have spoken to you that way. I was simply caught up in the moment. Please, have your classmate let go. My arm is truly going to From the moment she had contemplated extending a hand to Xiao Wenbin in a gesture of goodwill, Lin Yinran had been in a state of shock. She could hardly imagine that Chun Haoshuan would pursue her to the cafeteria. It is well known that individuals of their social standing rarely frequent such establishments. It was evident that Chun Haoshuan had come to the cafeteria for his own reasons. As Lin Yinran grasped the situation and wished for Xiao Wenbin to retreat, he unexpectedly took hold of her hand. Simultaneously, an immense force pulled her, causing her to stumble into Xiao Wenbin's embrace. Then came the sound of plates crashing to the floor behind her. Before Lin Yinran could recover from her shock, Chun Haoshuan stormed over, seething with rage, and unleashed a torrent of insults at her. However, what surprised her the most was that Xiao Wenbin, whom she had only recently met, would unhesitatingly step forward to defend her. At that moment, witnessing the once arrogant Chun Haoshuan kneeling before her, bowing his head in apology, Lin Yinran felt a sense of surrealism. She could never have anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. The imperious Chun Haoshuan was being subdued, raising her gaze to the figure standing protectively in front of her. Lin Yinran experienced a fleeting sensation akin to that of a princess encountering her prince in a fairy tale. The seemingly unremarkable boy had extended a helping hand at her most vulnerable moment, bravely standing up for her amidst injustice and insults. Why was he treating her so kindly? Did he not realize that Chun Haoshuan was known for his vindictiveness? In an instant, a warmth blossomed in Lin Yinran's heart, a feeling of being cherished. Yet, she could not help but worry for Xiao Wenbin's safety, considering that the Qin family was one of the most prestigious in Jiangzhou. Perhaps it would be best for him to let go. Xia, you should release him. Even if he has conceded now, he may very well seek trouble again tomorrow. Xiao Wenbin, unfazed by her words, remained resolute. With the support of his system, he had no fear of a wealthy heir. Chun Haoshuan, if my father were to hear the things you just said to me, can you imagine how he would react? Suddenly, Chun Haoshuan's expression shifted with realization. If Lin Onbong were to learn of this incident, he would undoubtedly confront his own father, leading to a scolding and perhaps even a few months' withholding of his allowance. In a rush, Chun Haoshuan pleaded loudly, "No, Yinran, I truly realize my mistake this time. Please, do not inform Uncle Lin, all right?" Witnessing Chun Haoshuan's capitulation, Lin Yinran glanced at Xiao Wenbin and seized the opportunity to voice her condition. "I can overlook today's incident, but you must promise me that you will not trouble Xiao Wenbin again in the future. You still want to protect this guy?" Upon hearing Lin Yinran's stipulation, Chun Haoshuan became even more convinced that the two shared a deeper connection. Now in a precarious position, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly agreed. "Fine, I promise. Hey kid, can you let go now?" After exchanging a glance with Lin Yinran, Xiao Wenbin immediately released his grip on Chun Haoshuan's arm. "Young Master Chun, remember to learn some basic manners in the future. Don't go around biting at everyone you see. Once freed from restraint, Chun Haoxuan staggered back several steps, ensuring he was at a safe distance before casting a fierce glare at Xiao Wenbin. Very well, Xiao Wenbin, is it? I will remember you. We shall see. At that moment, a subordinate resembling a thug eagerly approached to massage Chun Haoxuan's arm, simultaneously justifying their earlier inaction. Young Master Chun, are you all right? This brat just held you hostage. We were afraid to intervene lest we harm you. Otherwise, we would have dealt with him decisively. Ouch, ouch. Can you be a bit gentler? Was he attempting to break my arm with such force? Chun Haoxuan, fixated on Xiao Wenbin, suddenly felt a sharp pain radiate through his arm, prompting him to pivot and kick his subordinate to the ground. Young Master Chun, please calm down. At that moment, a sensuously dressed woman with an alluring figure emerged from the crowd of onlookers. She approached Chun Haoxuan, gently cradling his injured arm and applying a soothing pressure, her ample bosom occasionally brushing against him. Young Master Chun, why is this person, accompanied by the campus belle, choosing to dine in this dilapidated cafeteria instead of a fine restaurant? He must be a destitute student. If you utterly shatter his pride, he will inevitably retreat in disgrace. As he absorbed the woman's suggestion, a sinister smile slowly crept across Chun Haoxuan's lips. Unreservedly, he drew the woman closer and, after a moment of playful teasing, addressed Lin Yinran with a languid tone. Yinran, I must express my bewilderment. How could you conceal from Uncle Lin your association with such a worthless boy? It is essential to recognize that our families are truly well matched. While he, a mere impoverished student, what future could he possibly offer you, even if he manages to graduate? Do you think Uncle Lin and Aunt Xiao would approve of your relationship with him? With that, Chun Haoxuan cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Wenbin. Humph. Apart from his ability to fight a little, this fellow is unworthy of comparison to me in any other regard. Upon witnessing Chun Haoxuan's earlier affront towards her, and now his scornful remarks directed at Xiao Wenbin, Lin Yinran's face flushed with indignation as she pointed an accusatory finger at him. Chun Haoxuan, what business is it of yours whom I choose to associate with? I despise you and find you utterly repugnant. In my eyes, you are the true waste, while Xiao Wenbin surpasses you in every conceivable way. Xiao Wenbin felt a sense of astonishment at being praised by a girl for the first time, especially one as celebrated as the fairest belle of Jian University. Could it be that he was regarded so highly in Lin Yinran's eyes? Remarkable. It seemed that his designated companion was indeed steadfastly supportive of him. To ascertain the truth, Xiao Wenbin promptly examined Lin Yinran's status panel. Lin Yinran's affection level, 38. Goodness. Lin Yinran's affection level had suddenly surged to 38 points. Just before their meal, hadn't it been at 18? How could it have escalated by 20 points in such a brief period? Out of curiosity, Xiao Wenbin glanced at Chun Haoxuan across the table and discovered something even more astonishing. Name, Chun Haoxuan. Age, 22. Height, 179 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Physique, 5. Weak constitution. Appearance, 70. Affection level, -80. Goodness gracious. His affection level is a staggering -80? This is preposterous. I had no prior acquaintance with Chun Haoxuan, nor had I any enmity with him. Is there truly a need for such animosity upon our first meeting? How utterly perplexing. Wait a moment. This Chun Haoxuan's physique is remarkably low. Having barely reached adulthood, he already suffers from kidney deficiency. Can one truly be assured that he will not meet an untimely demise? Witnessing the typically composed and elegant Lin Yinran unleash a torrent of invective upon him for the sake of a destitute student, Chun Haoxuan felt his previously subdued anger surge once more. He forcefully pushed the girl in his arms away and bellowed at Lin Yinran. Lin Yinran, how dare you compare me to a penniless student? I am the esteemed heir of the Chun family conglomerate in Jiangzhou, and the gifts I casually bestow are worth millions. Yet he, merely a poor university student, incapable of purchasing even a paltry gift for you. I doubt he could afford even a single shoe from my collection. With a derisive laugh, Chun Haoxuan gestured towards his limited edition sneakers, eliciting a chorus of mockery from his entourage, filling the cafeteria with jeers. Don't pay him any mind. He's just a lunatic. Perhaps we should leave. There's a study session tonight, Lin Yinran suggested, attempting to pull Xiao Wenbin away from the scene. She perceived Chun Haoxuan's inability to best Xiao Wenbin as an opportunity to insult the latter's dignity through his wealth and status, prompting her to hastily usher Xiao Wenbin out of the cafeteria. In Lin Yinran's eyes, Xiao Wenbin's attire was among the most ordinary in the school. his shoes even somewhat worn. Thus, she surmised that his living conditions were likely quite modest. Concerned that prolonged exposure to Chun Haoshuan's derision might undermine Xiao Wenbin's self-esteem. Lin Yanran, influenced by her parents over the years, understood the profound significance of self-respect in a person's life. Once lost, it is exceedingly difficult to reclaim, often leading individuals to languish in mediocrity. But would Xiao Wenbin cower before Chun Haoshuan? Absolutely not. The Xiao Wenbin of the past may have felt powerless, but he had since transformed into someone extraordinary. Equipped with a system, he was now a veritable tycoon. While he may lack in certain abilities, when it came to financial prowess, he was utterly unperturbed. Thus, at this moment, Xiao Wenbin had no intention of retreating. On the contrary, he pulled Lin Yanran back to his side and, with an air of nonchalance, addressed Chun Haoshuan. Wait a moment. What did you just say about me? Ha. Are you hard of hearing? Our young Master Chen just declared that you are so impoverished you cannot afford even a single shoe of his. One of the recently kicked subordinates seized the opportunity to mock Xiao Wenbin. Oh, is that so? He might be in for a disappointment. Not only can I afford one shoe, but I could buy 100 pairs if I wished. Seeing Xiao Wenbin refuse to leave and instead escalate his bravado, Lin Yanran's brows furrowed in concern. Xiao Wenbin, you need to be sensible. Chun Haoshuan is the son of Chun Tianbua, the acknowledged richest man in Jiangzhou. There is no need to compete with him. However, before Lin Yanran could finish her admonition, Xiao Wenbin interjected. It's all right. I know who his father is. But what of it? His father is his father. He is merely himself. As he spoke, Xiao Wenbin cast a disdainful glance at Chun Haoshuan across the table. If it were merely a contest of wealth, I would confidently assert that I am not in the least inferior to Chun Haoshuan. Laughter erupted, filling the cafeteria with raucous mirth. To compare wealth with the Chun family in Jiangzhou? What a preposterous jest I have ever heard. Could this individual possibly be a fool? How could our Lin school beauty ever be interested in someone like him? Chun Haoshuan, who was on the verge of losing his temper, noticed that everyone around had already voiced their thoughts, and a sly smile crept onto his lips. You insolent brat, put away your meager pride and disappear while you still can. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that you will ever leave Jiangzhou. As the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, it was time to reap the rewards. Xiao Wenbin first pulled out his wallet and phone, then disregarding the bewildered expression of Lin Yanran, he stepped forward to provoke Chun Haoshuan and those around him. What? None of you believe me. Very well, let us settle this right here and now. Let us see if I am deceiving you. Chapter 10, 100 million, do you dare to compete? At that moment, upon hearing that his opponent wished to compare fortunes, Chun Haoshuan could hardly contain his amusement. He thought Xiao Wenbin was merely trying to save face in a moment of desperation. After all, he was the esteemed young Master Chun, and he had never lost a financial contest at Jiang University. Without a second thought, he derisively responded to Xiao Wenbin. You, a mere impoverished wretch, dare to challenge me? Surely, you are courting disaster. Seeing their leader laugh, his entourage joined in the raucous ridicule. Chun Haoshuan had long harbored disdain for Xiao Wenbin, but had been unable to vent his frustrations due to the latter's superior standing. However, with Xiao Wenbin now proposing a financial contest, Chun Haoshuan seized the opportunity to demonstrate what the world of affluence truly entailed. How do you propose to compete? Don't tell me you want to wait until after you graduate or secure a job. Let us determine the outcome today. Whoever wins continues to stay by Lin Yanran's side, while the loser must leave the cafeteria. Xiao Wenbin eagerly awaited Chun Haoshuan's agreement, anticipating the chance to humiliate him and garner some emotional points. After all, being with Lin Yanran at this moment would yield double points for both of them. Only a fool would not seize the opportunity to score. All right, let us be direct. Since the stakes concern Lin Yanran, let us both transfer funds to her. Ultimately, the one who transfers the greater amount shall be the victor. What say you, young Master Chen? With that, Xiao Wenbin brandished his phone at Chun Haoshuan. Confident in his wealth, Chun Haoshuan readily agreed, thinking there was no way this impoverished student could surpass him. Very well, it is settled. He promptly produced his own phone. Lin Yanran, meanwhile, remained lost in contemplation regarding Xiao Wenbin's peculiar words. However, Xiao Wenbin was not only unwilling to leave, but also willingly accepted a bet with Chun Haoshuan. To make matters worse, he even wagered against himself. Enraged, Lin Yanran rushed up behind Xiao Wenbin and pinched him sharply at the waist. With indignation, she exclaimed to the two, "What does your bet have to do with me? I do not agree. If you wish to play, do so without me." Having said this, She attempted to turn and leave. Yet again, Xiao Wenbin pulled her back, whispering gently in her ear, "Silly girl, I've told you I'm a wealthy man. Just cooperate. Soon, you will see how I make him regret it." Flushed with embarrassment from his intimate gesture, Lin Yanran could only stand there, mesmerized by Xiao Wenbin's calm and confident demeanor. Next, Xiao Wenbin requested Lin Yanran's mobile banking account and then turned to Chen Haoshuan, saying, "Young Master Chen, have you memorized the account? Once you're ready, we shall commence." In truth, Xiao Wenbin had already secretly checked the system interface before provoking Chen Haoshuan regarding their wealth. Host, Xiao Wenbin race, human, earth, physique, 16, average, intellect, 25, above average, points, 50-20 bound assistant, Lin Yanran functional skills and props, embrace of love comprehensive strength evaluation, quick-witted campus tycoon indeed. He currently possessed 5,020 system points, which were continuously increasing. This was, of course, thanks to Lin Yanran as his bound assistant. Without her, he would not have gained the double boost and emotional points. Xiao Wenbin intended to use the money earned from the campus bell to severely humiliate Chen Haoshuan, allowing both Lin Yanran and himself to vent their frustrations. Thus, he first exchanged 200 points for 200 million to his mobile banking account, knowing he could always exchange more later if needed. Humph, a mere pauper dares to compete with me in wealth. Ha ha, I will transfer 1 million to Yanran. As soon as Chen Haoshuan finished his sentence, Lin Yanran's phone buzzed with a notification of 1 million arriving in her account. Is that so? I shall transfer 1 million, just to outdo you by a mere 1,000, Xiao Wenbin declared, his finger gliding across the screen, prompting Lin Yanran's phone to alert her of another incoming transfer. In that moment, Lin Yanran and Chen Haoshuan realized something was amiss. Xiao Wenbin truly had wealth. Moreover, he had just over 1 million at his disposal. This revelation left not only them stunned, but also astonished the onlooking students and the 4 girls, including Su Jing. Could Xiao Wenbin be so wealthy? If he were affluent, why would he wear shabby clothes, buy second-hand shoes, and only order plain rice and fried rice? Chen Haoshuan doubted it, and the others found it even harder to believe. Yet, the reality unfolded before them. The only one who had faith in him was Lin Yanran. She was convinced Xiao Wenbin would not deceive her. Seeing that he indeed possessed wealth, her anxieties were finally eased. However, Chen Haoshuan remained skeptical of Xiao Wenbin's wealth, believing it could not surpass that of the son of the richest man in Jiangzhou. Thus, he unabashedly declared, "I will transfer another 2 million. I doubt your family has more wealth than mine. I suggest you give up and save your parents' money for buying a house and marrying a wife. Focus on finding a good partner in the future." Xiao Wenbin thought to himself that this was merely the beginning. After all, he had already exchanged 200 million. He was unimpressed by the slow progression of mere 1 million increments, so he boldly responded, "The funds for marrying a wife and buying a house will certainly be entrusted to my future spouse. Whether I transfer to whom is merely a matter of choice. I am willing to transfer 5 million to Lin Yanran. What about you, young Master Chen?" At that moment, Lin Yanran, upon hearing Xiao Wenbin's words regarding the funds being for his future wife, felt a rush of warmth and shyness, her cheeks flushing crimson. Chen Haoshuan was taken aback by Xiao Wenbin's sudden increase in the offer. It wasn't a lack of funds on his part, but rather curiosity about the source of Xiao Wenbin's wealth. Could it possibly be his parents' savings for housing and marriage? This thought made him chuckle. An ordinary person's expenses for a house and marriage typically amounted to around 5 to 6 million. He believed Xiao Wenbin was likely at his limit while he himself was just getting started. Thus, he quickly exclaimed, "I will transfer 7 million. Huh. I refuse to believe you have more funds." In response, Xiao Wenbin disregarded him entirely and proclaimed, "I will transfer 10 million. Young Master Chen, I advise you to know when to stop. Do not exhaust your pocket money and return home to weep to your father." And so, the two continued to escalate their bids, each more fervently than the last, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment as they reevaluated their perceptions. Chen Haoshuan, 12 million Xiao Wenbin, 15 million Chen Haoshuan, 18 million Xiao Wenbin, 20 million. After a series of heated bids, Chen Haoshuan exclaimed, "I will transfer 50 million. I refuse to believe you can surpass me." He was genuinely astonished that Xiao Wenbin, who appeared rather impoverished, could casually produce tens of millions. Had it not been for his father's position as the chairman of the Chen Group, he might have truly felt a sense of panic. Thankfully, he had just informed his father that he was pursuing Lin Yanran, prompting a transfer of 20 million. Otherwise, no matter how wealthy Xiao Wenbin was, it would be impossible for him to produce such a large sum at once. Xiao Wenbin, leisurely picking up his phone, caused the surrounding spectators to assume he was merely stalling for time, looking for a way out. In reality, Xiao Wenbin was fatigued from the bidding. He had indulged in too much food earlier, and now, coupled with this dull bidding game, he was quite weary. As twilight approached and students were expected to attend evening classes, it was time to conclude this emotional display. Unexpectedly, he realized young Master Chen's limit was so minimal. I shall not waste anyone's valuable time further. It's best to wrap this up and return to rest. I intend to transfer 100 million to Yanran. I ask you, Chen Haoshuan, will you match my offer? Upon finishing his remarks, Xiao Wenbin ceased to display his previously nonchalant demeanor, rising to his feet and disdainfully gesturing with a finger towards Chen Haoshuan. Chen Haoshuan, taken aback, stumbled back 2 steps before regaining his composure, wearing an expression of disbelief as he regarded Xiao Wenbin. He then retorted mockingly, "Impossible. How could you possibly have 100 million? I refuse to believe it. I cannot even muster such an amount. Ha ha ha, you must be putting on a show. Otherwise, why haven't we heard a notification on your phone?" As the crowd echoed Chen Haoshuan's skepticism towards Xiao Wenbin, a sudden notification chimed. Your bank account has received a deposit of 100 million. In an instant, the cafeteria fell into a hushed silence, with all onlookers, including Chen Haoshuan himself, unable to fathom that someone like Xiao Wenbin could casually present such an enormous sum. Instantly, a wave of envy and admiration surged through the hearts of the spectators, and several young women could hardly contain their excitement. They were drawn to wealthy men, particularly someone like Xiao Wenbin, who could so effortlessly bestow 100 million. Chapter 11. No refunds. I'll just tag along while the crowd remained in shock. Lin Yinran's phone suddenly rang. Noticing her father's number, she promptly answered. Hello, Yinran. What is going on with the bank account you've linked? Just moments ago, President Gong from the bank called me, inquiring about multiple deposits totaling 15 billion. What is happening? Lin Onbong's voice was filled with urgency, fearing that something had happened to his daughter or that someone was attempting to frame him through her. Lin Yinran carefully organized her thoughts before briefly recounting the earlier events to her father, ultimately reassuring him that she was fine and that he need not worry. However, just as she finished speaking, Xiao Wenbin snatched the phone from her hand. Hello, uncle. Who am I? I am Xiao Wenbin, Yinran's classmate. The money you mentioned is merely a token of goodwill from my classmate Chen Haoshuan and me, intended as a gift for Yinran. No need to worry. It's a small amount and doesn't require reimbursement, right, young Master Chen? As Xiao Wenbin spoke, he approached Chen Haoshuan and thrust the phone toward his mouth. At that moment, Chen Haoshuan's face contorted with displeasure, as if he had consumed something distasteful. Initially, he intended to retrieve the money from Lin Yinran since he had lost the wager. After all, it represented his pocket money for the past few months. However, with Lin Onbong now aware of the situation, it had escalated to a matter of family reputation. Asking for a gift back would tarnish his father's image. Thus, he gritted his teeth and responded, Uncle Lin, it's perfectly fine. Yinran and I are good friends. This sum is trivial. I've heard that Lin's trade has encountered some difficulties lately, so let this serve as a gesture of sympathy from the Chen family. Upon hearing that Chen Haoshuan did not intend to reclaim the money, Xiao Wenbin finally returned the phone to Lin Yinran. Lin Onbong, relieved to learn that his daughter was safe and that the money had a legitimate source, promptly ended the call to continue with his meeting. Lin Yinran, having been startled by the sum reflected on her phone, was astonished that Xiao Wenbin had indeed transferred her 100 million. She could hardly fathom that this seemingly ordinary university student had the audacity to send such a vast amount. Regaining her composure, Lin Yinran found herself speaking in a disjointed manner. Xiao Wenbin, I cannot accept your 100 million. Since you won the bet, I shall return it to you. Xiao Wenbin, who had merely intended to make a grand show, was reluctant to part with such an amount, especially since he had only just met the campus belle today. Their relationship was tenuous at best, merely that of binding partners. Therefore, when he heard Lin Yinran was willing to return the money, he was naturally pleased. However, the system interjected, stating that due to the subordinate nature of the relationship between the host and the binding partner Lin Yinran, any remuneration voluntarily given by the host could not be reclaimed. Just as Xiao Wenbin awaited Lin Yinran's attempt to return the funds, the system chimed in. No way. That is 100 points. No, 100 million. He could scarcely believe that his transfer to Lin Yanran had inadvertently become a so-called campus bells labor fee, one that could not be refunded. He had yet to experience the feeling of possessing 100 million, and now it was gone. What a loss. Faced with the situation, Xiao Wenbin could only force a smile. Feigning nonchalance as he said, "Yanran, the money I sent cannot be reclaimed, and I promised it as a gift to you. Even if you wish to return it, you cannot transfer the funds. Go ahead and try." Upon hearing Xiao Wenbin's words, Lin Yanran, who was still attempting to transfer the money, discovered that she truly could not complete the transaction, as her mobile banking app persistently indicated an invalid operation. Xiao Wenbin inwardly cursed, realizing that it was indeed the system at work. How could I not transfer it? But I genuinely cannot accept such a large sum. Perhaps my father could send it to you, Lin Yanran hastily suggested. Upon hearing Lin Yanran's proposal to have her father transfer the money, Xiao Wenbin thought it a reasonable solution but quickly reconsidered. Since Chen Haoshuan lacked the audacity to ask Lin Onbong for money, it would be even more humiliating for him, the victor of the bet, to request funds. He thus advised, "Yanran, just keep it, or perhaps you could hold on to it for me. After all, wealth can corrupt a man easily. When I need to purchase something, I shall reach out to you. I shall rely on you to support me, allowing me to live comfortably off your generosity." After saying this, Xiao Wenbin looked at Lin Yanran with an endearing expression, blinking playfully. "Hey, if the system won't let me have my money back, surely I can enjoy the perks of being a freeloader. I must find a way to earn back that 100 million. Hearing Xiao Wenbin's unwavering refusal to accept the money, Lin Yanran resigned herself to the situation. She could only secure the funds for him and later devise a plan or consult her father to see if there was a way to return the money to Xiao Wenbin. Upon seeing that Lin Yanran no longer demanded a refund, Xiao Wenbin turned to Chen Haoshuan with a scornful expression and remarked, "Young Master Chen, you previously stated that the loser should leave. Why do you still linger here? Are you attempting to play tricks?" He continued, "Do you truly believe this will vanquish me? You must be dreaming. Yanran, this individual, despite his wealth, feigns poverty and undoubtedly has ulterior motives for approaching you. Do not be deceived by such filth." After saying this, Chen Haoshuan resolutely positioned himself between Lin Yanran and Xiao Wenbin, feigning a protective stance. "I too find Xiao Wenbin rather peculiar. Why does he persist in pretending to be impoverished? He must indeed have some ulterior motive." After hearing Chen Haoshuan's words, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Convinced that Xiao Wenbin, who was evidently affluent, was merely adopting a low-profile demeanor for some astounding purpose, and thus rallied behind Chen Haoshuan. Xiao Wenbin regarded Chen Haoshuan with disdain, recognizing his refusal to acknowledge his defeat and his attempts to sow discord. "Young Master Chen, is this the extent of your prowess? Unable to accept defeat, you resort to slander? If you are frightened, perhaps you should retreat and learn some humility." This was the first time Chen Haoshuan had been so insulted, and in a frenzy, he retorted, "What are you? Just because you carry 1 billion with you. Do you think I would fear you? I simply did not bring enough money today." "Huh, not afraid. I am curious to see the extent of your courage." With that, Xiao Wenbin produced his phone and, after a few taps, turned the screen towards Chen Haoshuan, smirking, "I haven't even exerted myself, yet you have already collapsed." Chen Haoshuan stared in disbelief at the balance displayed on Xiao Wenbin's phone, which shockingly exceeded 1 billion. In that moment, he felt an inexplicable fear and the humiliation of being slapped in the face with wealth. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I refuse to believe it. How could you possibly have 1 billion? As he spoke, he stumbled back a few steps in panic, losing his footing and collapsing onto the ground. Fortunately, several of his subordinates rushed over to assist him. "Now you understand what it means that there are always greater individuals beyond you," Xiao Wenbin advised. "I suggest you maintain a low profile at school. Since this farce has concluded, I shall take my leave. Young Master Chen, until we meet again." With an anticipatory glance at the support gathering Chen Haoshuan, Xiao Wenbin exited. How could he not be eager? From this single wager, he and Lin Yanran had garnered over 2,000 emotional points, which, with a double multiplier, amounted to a staggering 4,000 points. Investing 200 to reap 4,000 was a 20-fold return, merely by putting on an act and delivering a blow to a wealthy heir. He accumulated a substantial influx of points, certainly something Xiao Wenbin looked forward to experiencing more of. Seeing that Xiao Wenbin had left the cafeteria without waiting for her, Lin Yanran hastily followed suit. She certainly did not wish to remain in the same environment as Chen Haoshuan. Moreover, She wanted to caution Xiao Wenbin against excessively provoking Chen Haoshuan. Perhaps within the school he would not dare to confront Xiao Wenbin, but once outside, the situation could not be guaranteed. In a corner of the cafeteria, Xiao Jing remarked, I truly did not expect Xiao Wenbin to be so affluent. He possesses 200 million in his phone alone, and he casually gifted Lin Yanran 100 million. But when he was pursuing you earlier, how did we not perceive his wealth? He has hidden it too well. Is this not the plot often recounted online? The rich second generation hiding their identity in college to seek a girlfriend, only to undergo a drastic character transformation after rejection and pursue the campus beauty instead? Alas, had I known Xiao Wenbin was this wealthy, I would have taken the initiative to pursue him, ensuring a life free of struggle. With a hint of envy and regret, Wang Xiaoai gazed at the departing figures of Xiao Wenbin and Lin Yanran. What does his wealth matter to us? I see his intentions as ulterior. It is unfortunate that we, along with Su Jing, cared for him, believing him to be impoverished, only to find out Xiao Wenbin has been pretending to be poor all along. Come on, let us return and not concern ourselves with him. We cannot aspire to the likes of a rich second generation. After speaking, Yi Qing pulled Su Jing away, not looking back as they squeezed out of the crowd. Wang Xiaoai and Li Qian, seeing that the two had left, followed suit. Xiao Wenbin, where are you going? Why won't you wait for me? Could you not walk a little slower? Do you not know that girls should avoid strenuous exercise during their menstrual period? Lin Yanran called out softly after exiting the cafeteria, trailing behind Xiao Wenbin. Chapter 12. Has the campus beauty's heart stirred? Upon leaving the cafeteria, Xiao Wenbin was preoccupied with checking the changes in his system points. After all, it would be a pity not to capitalize on the opportunity to flaunt his newfound status. However, hearing Lin Yanran call him from behind piqued his curiosity, prompting him to turn and ask, Oh, Lin, the campus beauty, do you have something else to discuss? While he enjoyed her company, for she was both stunning and charming, capable of helping him double his points, he felt it prudent to maintain a certain distance since they had only recently met. Otherwise, if he were to be overly attentive, he might indeed appear to harbor ulterior motives, as Chen Haoshuan had suggested. Noticing that Xiao Wenbin was not entirely ignoring her, but merely slowed his pace, Lin Yanran caught up to walk alongside him. In a tone that was both vexed and somewhat melancholic, she remarked, just moments ago in the cafeteria, you were calling me Yanran, and now that no one is around, you refer to me as Lin, the campus beauty? Surely, your previous actions were intended to provoke Chen Haoshuan, were they not? Xiao Wenbin found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He was torn between affirming her accusation, which could lead Lin Yanran to think he was exploiting her, and denying it, which would make him seem frivolous. Thus, he decisively opened the system to check Lin Yanran's profile. Name, Lin Yanran attractiveness, 92 affection level, 48 no way. Xiao Wenbin could hardly believe his eyes. Lin Yanran's affection level had surged by 10 points. Now, it has surprisingly reached 48 points, merely 2 points away from the pivotal 50. He was utterly unaware of when Lin Yanran's affection for him had surged. Thus, Xiao Wenbin had no choice but to consult the system. The system informed him, during your duel with Chen Haoshuan, your declaration that the money was for your future wife was interpreted by Lin Yanran as an indirect confession. Furthermore, your sudden transfer of 100 million deepened her sentiments, resulting in a 10-point increase in her affection for you. Xiao Wenbin was astonished that the usually succinct system had provided such a detailed explanation today. He almost suspected an upgrade had occurred. Seeing Xiao Wenbin walk past her without acknowledging her, Lin Yanran was filled with indignation and instinctively reached out to pinch him at the waist in a bid to vent her frustration. Upon exiting the system, Xiao Wenbin suddenly felt a pair of delicate hands on his waist, prompting an instinctive reaction as he grasped them. Captured by surprise, Lin Yanran experienced a mix of embarrassment and anxiety akin to being caught cheating during an exam, gazing at Xiao Wenbin with a pitiable expression while stammering. What do you intend to do? I must remind you this is school. Such behavior is inappropriate, and we have only just met. Xiao Wenbin found himself amused by the flustered school beauty before him, realizing that his response had merely been a reflexive act of self-defense. He had yet to inquire what Lin Yanran intended. Was it typical for a young lady to contemplate pinching a man's soft flesh? Are you truly a respectable school beauty? What can I do? You were the one who wanted to pinch me. However, given my good mood today, I shall let it slide. By the way, thank you for treating me to a meal. As a token of appreciation, let us share a friendly embrace. With that, Xiao Wenbin confidently activated the special skill, Loving Hug, bestowed by the system. He opened his arms before Lin Yinran, eagerly awaiting her response. Lin Yinran was incensed by Xiao Wenbin's words, but upon reflection, realized that she had initiated the contact. The question arose, where had she learned the art of pinching? Perhaps she had observed her mother do so to her father frequently? Xiao Wenbin's sudden request for a hug startled her. Although he claimed it was an expression of gratitude, why not simply shake hands? The implication was clear. He sought to take advantage of her. As a school beauty, would she, a young lady, ever take the initiative to embrace someone? Certainly not. Humph. Given that they were not well acquainted, how dare he provoke her? She resolved to ignore him, curious to see how awkward he would feel with his hand outstretched. However, despite her resolute thoughts and steadfast demeanor, her body betrayed her, instinctively moving to embrace him tightly, their bodies nearly touching. At that moment, an ambiguous atmosphere enveloped the two. After a considerable time, as Lin Yinran stood there, stunned and at a loss, Xiao Wenbin had already released her and fled. Lin Yinran was utterly perplexed by her recent actions, as if she were under some enchantment, inexplicably finding herself in Xiao Wenbin's embrace. Yet she had clearly intended to reject him. Hey, stop right there. What just transpired? Seeing that he was ignoring her and was instead walking further away, Lin Yinran hastily called out, "Your money is still with me. Are you truly not going to claim it? Forget it. Once a gift is given, it cannot be taken back. However, if you feel guilty, then treat me to a few meals. Are you out of your mind? Do you have medication for that? Just go, but remember to treat me to dinner tomorrow." With that, Xiao Wenbin turned away without looking back, casually waving his hand above his head, as if to say, "Farewell, campus belle." Lin Yinran felt infuriated as Xiao Wenbin took advantage of her and fled, stamping her feet in frustration. Yet, upon reflection, she realized she had no legitimate reason to pursue him further, so she stormed back to her dormitory in anger. The journey back was uneventful. It seemed that her confrontation with Chun Haoshuan had not yet become common knowledge, as only a few individuals occasionally paused to glance at Xiao Wenbin. Ding. Binding object Lin Yinran. Affection level has reached 50 points. Congratulations, the host has encountered the first individual of the opposite sex with an affection level of 50 points. Please continue your efforts. The sudden notification from the system indeed astonished Xiao Wenbin. What? Lin Yinran's affection level has actually reached 50 points. Could it be due to that affectionate hug earlier? Did I gain 2 points from a mere embrace? Not bad. I recall the system mentioning that an affection level of 50 indicates that the other party is starting to develop feelings. Does this mean Lin Yinran has taken a liking to me? But haven't we only just met today? Could this be what they call love at first sight? Isn't this progressing a bit too swiftly? Having experienced so much that day, Xiao Wenbin decided not to dwell on it further. After all, he had taken a sick day and wouldn't need to attend evening study sessions, so he returned to the dormitory, greeted a few friends, took a shower, and rested on his bed. Indeed, Xiao Wenbin was genuinely exhausted. Perhaps he had worn himself out or had eaten too much, for he fell asleep shortly after lying down. Upon awakening, he found that his dormitory mates had returned from their study sessions. It appeared they had heard some rumors, for they immediately bombarded Xiao Wenbin with questions. He had nothing to conceal, so he recounted the events of the day in the cafeteria, omitting only the details regarding the sanitary napkins he had given to the campus belle and the source of his money, which he deemed a personal secret. The three of them had no particularly strong reactions, merely expressing envy that he had dined with the campus belle. And they felt a sense of pride that their dormitory was home to a wealthy individual. They all chided Xiao Wenbin for being so good at hiding his affluence, insisting that he treat them to a lavish meal as compensation. In response to these modest requests, Xiao Wenbin readily agreed, even offering to provide the group with several top-tier computer devices, which delighted the few individuals in the dormitory. In the stillness of the night, Xiao Wenbin lay in bed, staring vacantly at the system data, and at that moment, the incessant system prompts finally ceased. He calculated the points earned today and was astonished to discover a total of 9 for 130 points, aside from the substantial contributions from the cafeteria. The majority were accrued through Lin Yinran's efforts. After a day of gathering, Xiao Wenbin gradually discerned the categorization of emotional points. Some were persistent, such as affection, aversion, hatred, admiration, and jealousy, while others were transient, like surprise, joy, sorrow, sadness, and compassion, typically appearing only once or twice before dissipating. The abundance of emotional points Lin Yinran amassed primarily stemmed from the admiration of the boys and the jealousy of the girls. Chapter 13. Yesterday's me was merely a worker gazing at the 130 points before him. Xiao Wenbin hesitated on how to allocate them. Should he convert them to cash, enhance his attributes, or acquire items from the shop? Ultimately, he decided to retain 5,000 points as a reserve, planning to convert the remaining 430 points. Specifically 430 points into 43 attribute points, which he would distribute between physique and spirit. With a physique of 49 and spirit of 35, Xiao Wenbin immediately felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through him, and his mind became remarkably clearer. With 4,000 points remaining, he perused the system shop and ultimately resolved to exchange 2,000 points for the ability Invisibility, 500 points for the ability Mind Reading, and 500 points for the skill Mastery, Martial Arts Specialization. It was not that Xiao Wenbin lacked the desire to acquire formidable techniques. Rather, many martial art manuals were exorbitantly priced, often exceeding 4,000 or 5,000 points, and came with specific requirements for physique and spirit. Thus, he opted for a few practical abilities with minimal restrictions. Invisibility enabled stealth and surprise attacks, while mind reading could unveil the schemes of others. As for martial arts specialization, it was said that mastering it would lead to gradual proficiency in all observed martial arts techniques. Essentially, the more one fought, the stronger one would become. Given its remarkable capabilities at a mere 500 points, Xiao Wenbin found it irresistible. After acquiring all the skills, he immediately employed mind reading on his slumbering dorm mates. Discovering that their thoughts were consumed by anticipation of his sumptuous meal, he then utilized invisibility to visit the restroom, resulting in onlookers witnessing urine seemingly falling from thin air into the toilet bowl, leading to rumors of ghostly occurrences in the men's restroom the following day. Having confirmed that both abilities functioned properly, Xiao Wenbin returned to the dormitory to sleep soundly, uncertain of how to trigger the final passive skill, Martial Arts Specialization. With his eyes shut, he contemplated the surreal experiences of the day, feeling as though it were all a fantastical dream. He feared that upon awakening the next day, he would discover it had all been a mere dream. In that moment, he wished he could transfer the entirety of his fortune, 100 million, into his family's account. Yet he ultimately restrained himself. If it were merely a fleeting dream, it would hold no significance. What he truly desired was for his family to enjoy a lifetime of safety and abundance. Thus, he resolved to cast aside all thoughts and peacefully await the dawn. The following day was the weekend. The first thing Xiao Wenbin did upon waking was summon the system to check the interface. Host, Xiao Wenbin race. Human, Earth, physique, 49, very strong, spirit, 35, as clever as I am, points, 5,000 bound object. Lin Yinran functional skills and items. Embrace of love. Invisibility, telepathy, martial arts specialization comprehensive strength evaluation. A campus prodigy with some supernatural abilities seeing that everything remained unchanged. Xiao Wenbin let out a sigh of relief. After getting up and washing up, he joyfully descended the stairs to have breakfast. As he walked through the school, he noticed numerous students whispering and casting envious and fearful glances in his direction. That is Xiao Wenbin. I heard he embarrassed Chen Haoshuan in the cafeteria yesterday. I've heard as well. It seems they made a bet over pursuing Lin Yinran. It was truly astonishing that Xiao Wenbin, so modest, could effortlessly wield 200 million to subdue one of the 4 prominent heirs of Jiang University, Chen Haoshuan. A group of students discussed him from a distance, their voices a blend of admiration and resentment. Xiao Wenbin paid little mind to their chatter. After all, he was not the one who had been humiliated. Moreover, the more envy and ire directed his way, the more emotional points he would accumulate. Naturally, he was not the type to revel in creating animosity without cause. However, just as Xiao Wenbin basked in his triumph, a melodious, yet slightly irate voice called out from behind him. Xiao Wenbin, come here. Turning around, he was startled to find Lin Yinran, her face flushed with indignation, accompanied by 2 girls. A pang of anxiety struck him. Why was the esteemed campus beauty seeking him out? Had she been so angered by his actions yesterday that she had lost sleep and come to exact revenge this early? Surely, she couldn't be so petty. He quickly approached Lin Yinran, adopting a charming demeanor as he said, "What is it, esteemed campus beauty? How may I assist you? I shall ensure your wishes are fulfilled." After all, she was his bound counterpart. and he would depend on Lin Yanran for support within the school. It was only reasonable to curry a little favor, he reassured himself. This was certainly not an act of sycophancy. Take this. It's your breakfast. With a soft huff, Lin Yanran turned her head away, her cheeks flushed as she handed him the meal. She continued, still fuming. You walked right past us and pretended not to see. Don't forget that your money is still with me. Do you dare to believe I want to return it? Xiao Wenbin, oblivious to the fact that Lin Yanran was upset with him, hurriedly sought to appease her. Thank you for the breakfast, esteemed school beauty. Money is of no concern. Consider it a gift from me to you. After all, what is mine is yours, so why should we be so particular? Lin Yanran, feeling her cheeks flush with embarrassment at Xiao Wenbin's shameless teasing, was overcome with a desire to pinch him in retaliation. However, mindful of her friends Su Huanhuan and Li Shaoling accompanying her, she could only grit her teeth and let out a soft huff, turning to grasp her friends and walk away. Seeing the school beauty storm off in anger, Xiao Wenbin called after her, Lin, don't bother inviting me to lunch. I want to be at school today. Yet, the response that reached his ears was Lin Yanran's dismissive retort. Humph, how self-important. Who said anything about inviting you to lunch? Xiao Wenbin stood there, grinning foolishly, unable to suppress his amusement. How could he not find delight in her novet? This silly girl was still considering treating him to lunch. However, he had a part-time job to attend to today, so he decided to inform her early to avoid her unnecessary anger later on. After all, even a wealthy individual must earn a living. To maintain his FAAD and accumulate more emotional points, he had to endure the burden of working. Yanran, was that boy just now really Xiao Wenbin? The one you mentioned yesterday? Did he truly bet with Chun Haoshuan and transfer you 100 million? Queried Zhao Shaoling and Su Huanhuan. Curiosity etched on their faces. Although they had heard about Chun Haoshuan being humiliated with money the previous night, encountering the person involved made it feel surreal. Humph. Do you think I would deceive you about such matters? That annoying fellow has made my life unbearable. Chun Haoshuan's 50 million was supposedly a condolence gift from the Chun Group to our Lin Trading. I could simply transfer it to my father for him to handle. But that 100 million? Not only can I not return it, but he also refuses to take it back. It has left me sleepless at night, and I have to manage his meals and daily expenses. As Lin Yanran spoke, the memory of Xiao Wenbin's smug expression resurfaced, igniting her frustration once more. Her friends quickly comforted her, urging her to calm down and not dwell on the annoyance. Outside the school gates, Xiao Wenbin savored the breakfast prepared by the school beauty while contemplating his commitment to work at the restaurant he had promised the chef he would attend today. The establishment, known as Lanyuan Pavilion, was renowned throughout Jiangzhou, frequented by government officials and corporate magnates alike. Dining there required a hefty sum, with patrons needing to possess at least several $100,000 to afford a meal, making it one of Jiangzhou's premier dining venues. Xiao Wenbin's opportunity to work there came through his dorm mate, Bo Go, who had leveraged connections to secure him a position. He had also provided Xiao Wenbin with an extensive background on the illustrious history of Lanyuan Pavilion. It is said that Lanyuan Pavilion was established by the enchanting proprietor Yi Lanyuan, who ventured forth with her subordinates. When Yi Lanyuan arrived in Jiangzhou to pursue her ambitions, no one could have anticipated that within a year she would directly found Lanyuan Pavilion, forging connections with the esteemed and influential figures throughout Jiangzhou. The means by which she achieved this remains shrouded in mystery. Some speculate that she possesses a formidable background, others suggest she is involved with a significant individual, while still others believe her success is solely the result of her own relentless efforts. Regardless of the myriad of rumors circulating, Xiao Wenbin, who has been working part-time at Lanyuan Pavilion for over half a year, has yet to encounter Yi Lanyuan even once. Perhaps this is due to the nature of his duties, which merely involve menial tasks in the kitchen. After all, the proprietress would likely confine herself to her office, far removed from the kitchen's hustle and bustle. Chapter 14. New Task. Rescuing the beautiful Dr. Lu shouting upon arriving at the restaurant. Xiao Wenbin hurriedly donned his work attire and adeptly assisted Master Lu in the kitchen. Wenbin, have you prepared the ingredients I requested? All set, Master Lu. I've even peeled the shrimp you wanted. Excellent, excellent. A young man like you is swift and capable. You are far more reliable than my other apprentices. If one day you find yourself without a place to go after school, learning the craft with me will ensure you never go hungry. Absolutely, Master Lu. I look forward to learning culinary skills from you. Xiao Wenbin genuinely enjoys this part-time job. Not only because it offers a daily wage of 180 yuan, but also because he has the opportunity to learn from several chefs, particularly the exceptional Master Lu, whose culinary expertise is highly sought after by the prominent figures of Jiangzhou. The thought of honing his skills brings to mind his sister and mother back home. His family hails from Qinghe County in Jiangzhou. After the unfortunate passing of his father, the household consists solely of his mother, sister, and himself. In the wake of their father's absence, his mother worked tirelessly to gather funds and eventually managed to open a small noodle shop, relying on daily sales and frugality to raise the two siblings. His sister, Xia Shuer, though only 3 years his senior, has always been particularly caring towards him, often yielding her share of treats and joys. If one were to ask whom Xiao Wenbin feels closest to, it would undoubtedly be his sister. In an effort to alleviate the family's burden, his sister recently graduated from university and returned to the county to take up a position as a substitute teacher. This allows her to care for their mother while also lending a hand at the noodle shop after classes, thereby minimizing expenses to support her brother's university education. This is why Xiao Wenbin began taking on part-time work as soon as he enrolled in school. He wished to impose no burden on his family, to spare his mother and sister from excessive toil, and to alleviate their worries about him. Prior to receiving the system, Xiao Wenbin had already formulated a plan. Should he struggle to find employment after graduation, he would apprentice under Master Lu for a few years, return home, and run a restaurant with his mother. He would handle the cooking while his mother managed the noodles, and the family would thrive together in harmony. However, with the system now in place, the situation was different. He was no longer concerned about his sister and mother facing hardships in the future. His only worry was how to explain the origin of the system and the wealth he had acquired. Xiao Wenbin struggled to find a suitable rationale, realizing he could only take one step at a time, gradually improving his family's circumstances and allowing them to accept the changes. After a long day of labor, Xiao Wenbin felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Initially intending to return directly to the dormitory, he recalled that upon completing the binding task yesterday, the system had gifted him a villa, prompting him to decide to visit it that evening. Meanwhile, in a presidential suite of a 5-star hotel in Jiangzhou, a scarred-faced man wrapped in a towel was enjoying a cigarette. Sitting beside him was the 4th son of Jiang University, Chen Haoshuan. With a sycophantic grin, Chen Haoshuan addressed the scarred man. "Brother Xiong, were you satisfied with yesterday's arrangements?" "Yes, quite satisfactory. Those two were indeed fresh goods. Young Master Chen truly understands my needs." The man, referred to as Brother Xiong, nodded in approval. "Brother Xiong, I rely on you this time. You must teach that brat a thorough lesson. He has considerable assets. Just on his phone, there's 100 million. If we capture him, his family will surely pay a handsome ransom for his release." Seeing Brother Xiong pleased with his plans, Chen Haoshuan hurriedly reiterated his demands. Brother Xiong's eyes sparkled as he regarded Chen Haoshuan, then confidently patted his chest, declaring, "Young Master Chen, you can trust me. Ba Xiong will handle this matter with utmost care, even without the incentive of last night's fresh goods. I assure you of a satisfactory outcome. Moreover, since you've brought us such a lucrative target, I will ensure my brother shares a generous portion of the spoils with you. Just sit back and await the good news." Afterward, Brother Xiong patted Chen Haoshuan's arm and swaggered back into the bedroom, the sound of swaying filling the room. Once outside, Chen Haoshuan shed his earlier obsequious demeanor, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Wenbin, weren't you supposed to be so impressive and wealthy? I doubt you can return to your life after leaving school, unless you intend to hide within the university walls forever." At that moment, Xiao Wenbin remained blissfully unaware of Chen Haoshuan's schemes against him, as he was following his phone's navigation, eager to explore his newly acquired villa. "Help! Help! Let go of me. If you don't stop, I will call the police." As Xiao Wenbin passed through an apartment building, he suddenly heard cries for help. Ding! Binding task. Rescue Lu Xiaoding, the beautiful doctor from Jiang University. Task details: save Lu Xiaoding from the clutches of the Black Bear Gang and ensure her safety. Assist Lu Xiaoding in completely severing ties with the Black Bear Gang in the future. Should the host fail to intervene and rescue Lu Xiaoding, he will fall victim to violation, becoming ensnared in the Black Bear Gang's mire, ultimately left with no escape but to end his life through suicide. Task deadline: 1 week completion task. Lu Xiaoding will be bound as the host's auxiliary tool and will receive generous rewards from the system. Note: the host's approach to problem solving and the outcomes will determine Lu Xiaoding's favorability towards you and the final rewards. Xiao Wenbin was momentarily bewildered. The system had informed him of the task, but failed to provide a location. Presently, he could only follow the cries for help to ascertain whether it was Lu shouting. Meanwhile, not far down the road, a group of 4 or 5 drunken men in black suits were surrounding a woman clad in a black skirt with malicious grins. The woman, once elegantly groomed, now appeared disheveled, yet her delicate, fair oval face, refined nose, and alluring red lips, complemented by a subtle makeup, exuded the unique charm of an urban sophisticate. "Young lady, what on earth is happening? Who are you, and what do you want?" An elderly woman passing by, concerned, attempted to intervene. However, upon seeing the burly men, she hesitated, rooted in place, fearing for her safety. Other women who happened upon the scene were equally terrified, their faces paling as they hurried away. Lu Xiaoting, a recent doctoral graduate from the Business Administration Department of Jiangzhou University, was renowned as the most beautiful female doctoral candidate in the institution, possessing both striking looks and an exquisite figure. Due to her years of continuous study, she had remained single, and given her proximity to the university, she had chosen to reside in a nearby single apartment. "Ma'am, please call the police. I don't know them at all." Lu Xiaoting shouted at the elderly woman while struggling against her captors. "Old lady, I advise you not to meddle in the affairs of the Black Bear Gang, or you know the consequences," warned one of the men. Upon hearing the name Black Bear Gang, the elderly woman's face turned ashen with fear. The onlookers, trembling, averted their gazes, deterred from alerting the authorities, lest they provoke trouble. The Black Bear Gang was one of the largest factions in Jiangzhou City, deeply entrenched and rumored to have connections in both legitimate and illegitimate spheres, making it a formidable adversary for the common citizen. At that moment, the leader of the men in black suits sneered at Lu, shouting, "Beautiful lady, do you still wish to call the police? Do you believe I won't seal your lips and toss you into the sea to feed the fish?" Upon hearing this, the elderly woman and the other bystanders were even more terrified, frozen in place, too frightened to move. "What do you want from me? I don't know anything about the Black Bear Gang." Lu Xiaoting's eyes reddened with fury, threatening to spill over with tears. The leading man laughed heartily. "Sister, although we haven't met before, after tonight, you certainly will. Come, let's go have some fun. If you don't enjoy yourself, you won't be returning." He commanded. "Hurry and take her away." No matter how fiercely Lu Xiaoting resisted, she was ultimately overpowered by the strength of the men, who relentlessly dragged her towards their vehicle. As Lu Xiaoting felt her resolve waning, despair enveloped her like a shroud. Had she truly endured all these years of maintaining her purity, only to see it obliterated tonight by a band of scoundrels? In that moment, her only recourse was to beseech the heavens for salvation. Just then, Xiao Wenbin emerged from across the street, weaving through the throng to inquire, "What are you all up to? By the way, are you Lu Xiaoting?" Although Lu Xiaoting had never encountered Xiao Wenbin before, she instinctively sensed that this man might be her last hope. She promptly replied, "Yes, I am Lu Xiaoting. Sir, I implore you to call the police. They intend to abduct me." With the target identified, Xiao Wenbin felt a sense of relief wash over him. After all, they were merely a handful of ruffians, easily dealt with. What? An abduction in broad daylight? He feigned shock while retrieving his phone, capturing a photograph of the men and Lu Xiaoting. He then reassured her, "Fear not, miss. I have secured evidence and will notify the authorities immediately." Witnessing Xiao Wenbin's genuine intention to alert the police, the crowd collectively held its breath in anticipation. Meanwhile, the members of the Black Bear Gang, their expressions darkening, glared at him. The leader, scowling, growled, "You insolent brat, do you dare meddle in our affairs? Have you truly lost your mind? Black Bear? That sounds worse than a mere bear." Xiao Wenbin clicked his tongue in disdain. "A bear? How quaint. Go to hell and deal with him." At a glance from the leader, 2 gang members swiftly surrounded Xiao Wenbin. One lunged for his phone, while the other aimed a kick at Xiao Wenbin's lower back. Dismissing the urgency of the call, Xiao Wenbin sidestepped just in time, evading the attack. The assailant's kick missed and instead struck another gang member directly opposite him. Ouch! The man crumpled to the ground. In a flash, Xiao Wenbin took a step back, extending his left leg to trip the man behind him, causing him to lose balance and tumble headfirst to the ground. All of this transpired in mere seconds, leaving the onlookers bewildered by the swift turn of events as the 2 burly gang members found themselves sprawled on the pavement. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of hope ignited in Lu Xiaoting's eyes. She had never anticipated that the seemingly youthful and slender man before her possessed such formidable fighting prowess. A bunch of useless fools, only bringing shame upon themselves. The leader spat, rolling up his sleeves to reveal a muscular, tattooed arm, and approached Xia Wenbin menacingly. This is your doing. I'll knock you out cold with a single punch, and don't blame me for being ruthless. With a menacing grin, he launched a fist the size of a sandbag towards Xia Wenbin's head. Chapter 15. The Art of Massage. Tang's 18 touches. How could Xia Wenbin possibly fear him? His physical prowess had reached nearly 50 points, rendering his strength, agility, and overall physical condition 5 times that of an average person. Furthermore, he possessed a mental acuity of 35 points, resulting in astonishing reflexes. Thus, he calmly evaded the man's attack with a deft sidestep. With a resounding crash, the man's fist struck the window of a nearby car, shattering the glass into a myriad of fragments. Instantly, the shards cut into his hand, blood gushing forth, causing him to grimace and cry out in pain. Xia Wenbin swiftly maneuvered behind the white man, delivering a powerful kick to the back of his knee, precisely targeting his tendons. A sharp cry of agony escaped the man as one leg became both painful and numb, almost forcing him to kneel. After a struggle to regain his balance, he turned and threw another punch at Xia Wenbin. Yet, Xia Wenbin had already prepared, executing a seemingly effortless kick to the man's face, causing blood to spurt from his nose as he collapsed to the ground. Boss! Boss! Several black-clad subordinates stood in shock, witnessing their leader being utterly powerless and in such a pitiful state. The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers, eager to join in the fray against the ruffian leader. Xia Wenbin cast a glance at the two men still holding Lu Shaoting hostage, a playful smile gracing his lips. Hey, aren't you going to take your boss to the hospital? What if I kick him silly? Startled, the two men quickly released Lu Shaoting and hurried to lift their fallen leader and several of their incapacitated comrades. In a frenzy, 4 or 5 of them scrambled back to their vehicle and sped away. Once the ruffians had retreated, Lu Shaoting finally felt a wave of relief wash over her. She seemed utterly drained, drenched in a fragrant sweat, and collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. At that moment, her heart raced, and she experienced an overwhelming sense of having survived a harrowing ordeal. Miss, are you all right? Lu Shaoting looked up to see Xia Wenbin's face, innocent and unassuming, a stark contrast to the cold and ruthless man from before. Somehow, she felt as though the man before her wore a mask, rendering her momentarily confused. Who exactly are you? And how do you know me? Lu Shaoting inquired with curiosity. Scratching his head, Xia Wenbin responded with a hearty smile. My name is Xia Wenbin, and I am also a student at Jiang University. With your renowned reputation, I believe few at Jiang University are unfamiliar with you. As he spoke, he produced his student ID and presented it to her. Fortunately, he had heard numerous rumors about Lu Shaoting during his time at school, the most famous being her title as the most beautiful doctor. Although Lu Shaoting rarely appeared on campus during her doctoral studies, constantly shuttling between her office and the library, many male students and seniors were enamored with the strikingly beautiful doctoral candidate. After examining Xia Wenbin's student ID closely, Lu Shaoting realized that he truly was a student of Jiang University. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of disbelief and a tinge of embarrassment washed over her. As a senior, she had been rescued by a junior. Yet, the reality remained unchanged, and she sincerely expressed her gratitude to Xia Wenbin, saying, Thank you, Xia classmate. If it weren't for you, I would have truly been in a predicament today. It's nothing, Lu Senior. It's merely a trifle, Xia Wenbin replied with a smile, extending his hand towards Lu Shaoting. Allow me to assist you in getting up. The ground is dirty, and I wouldn't want to soil your attire. Lu Shaoting, her face flushed with shyness, hesitated for a moment before placing her delicate, fair hand in Xia Wenbin's grasp. Lu Shaoting possessed a curvaceous figure, and her skin was smooth to the touch, making the handshake quite pleasant. Just as he was about to lift her, he noticed her brows furrow in discomfort, followed by a soft gasp. What's wrong? Xia Wenbin inquired with concern. I think I twisted my ankle, Lu Shaoting replied, her expression one of genuine pain, evoking sympathy from him. Xia Wenbin glanced at her left foot, noting the heel of her high-heeled shoe was broken, likely damaged during her earlier struggle, which had caused her to twist her ankle when attempting to stand. Lu Senior, how about I carry you? He suggested. Walking like this will only exacerbate your injury. Without waiting for a response, he turned his back to her and bent slightly at the waist. This is rather inappropriate, Lu Shaoting exclaimed, her face a deep crimson. Throughout her life, apart from her father, no other man had ever carried her, let alone a student. Xiao Wenbin, unfazed, chuckled, "It's perfectly fine, senior. You need not worry. My stamina is exceptional. I could carry 5 of you if need be." His claim was not an exaggeration, as his system boasted an impressive physical attribute score of 49. However, upon hearing his words, Lu Xiaoding couldn't help but chuckle. "You could carry 5 of me? You speak as if I am heavy." Such bravado from someone so young. Though Lu Xiaoding found his suggestion somewhat peculiar, she could not conceive of any alternative solution. Moreover, after the recent events, she had developed a special sense of trust towards this young man before her. So, after a moment of hesitation, she succumbed and climbed onto Xiao Wenbin's back, directing him towards her apartment. Throughout the journey, Lu Xiaoding's cheeks remained flushed, her gaze averted as she bit her red lips, too embarrassed to meet anyone's eyes. She feared being recognized as the esteemed doctoral student from Jiang University, being carried home late at night by a junior, an exceedingly embarrassing situation. Upon reaching the 16th floor via the elevator, Xiao Wenbin noticed that as the floors ascended, the residence seemed to belong to a higher echelon, and the rooms grew increasingly exquisite. Lu Xiaoding's single room, although meant for one, spanned over 90 square meters, offering a spacious and comfortable environment. As he opened the door and stepped inside, a faint, pleasant fragrance greeted him. He promptly set Lu Xiaoding down on a deep blue fabric sofa. Observing her biting her lip, with tears welling in her eyes from the pain, he asked with genuine concern, "Lu Senior, does it hurt a lot?" "Alas, I find myself increasingly in pain," lamented Lu Xiaoding, her face etched with concern. With several significant seminars looming over the next 2 days, this predicament could prove troublesome. Observing Lu Xiaoding's distress, Xiao Wenbin, out of genuine concern, decided to explore the system for potential remedies. As he opened the interface, a multitude of notifications flooded the screen. Emotion of a passerby, 106. Emotion of Lu Shifu, 10. Emotion of Lin Yanran. Male, 1099. Female, 1099. Emotion of the Black Bear Gang Ruffians. Disgust, 104. Fear, 104. Emotion of Li Si from the Black Bear Gang. Surprise, 10. Fear, 10. Emotion of onlookers. Sympathy, 104. Shock, 104. Emotion of Lu Xiaoding. Despair, 10. Gratitude, 10. Surprise, 10. Joy, 10. Lu Xiaoding's favorability, 10. Lu Xiaoding's favorability, 5. After a flurry of notifications, Xiao Wenbin managed to glean the day's insights. He had previously kept the notification sounds active, but after binding with Lin Yanran, he opted for silence due to the incessant noise. Who could endure a constant stream of alerts from dawn till dusk? From the data, it was evident that his daily points paled in comparison to Lin Yanran's, leaving Xiao Wenbin feeling quite disheartened. Indeed, the campus beauty was a true paragon. Yet, it seemed that the number of envious females towards Lin Yanran was burgeoning, likely spurred by the recent incident where he had publicly embarrassed Chen Haoshuan. A tale that had spread widely, stirring resentment among those harboring a disdain for wealth. Clearing his mind of distractions, Xiao Wenbin proceeded to examine Lu Xiaoding's attribute panel. Name, Lu Xiaoding. Age, 30. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 90. Physique, 9. Severe ankle sprain. Favorability, 15. It was evident that her injury was quite serious. Yet he was taken aback by the sudden increase in her favorability to 15 points. He surmised that his earlier act of assistance, coupled with his status as a student of Jiang University, had significantly boosted her regard for him. Nevertheless, it was prudent to inquire about the system's recommendations for healing or alleviating her condition. The system provided the following remedies tailored to Lu Xiaoding's injury. Premium safflower oil, 1 bottle for trauma and injuries. Application for 3 days ensures recovery, requiring 10 points. Masterful massage technique, an ancient massage method, promising recovery within 2 days of use, necessitating 500 points, when paired with premium safflower oil. Recovery can be expedited by 1 day. Basic recovery pill, favored by novice warriors and practitioners. This pill offers immediate healing effects, even proving remarkably effective for ordinary individuals. Restoring health within 5 seconds of consumption, requiring 1,000 points. Healing spell, a revered technique among priests of the Holy Church, known for its commendable healing efficacy. Promising recovery in 1 minute, requiring 2,000 points. Xiao Wenbin contemplated the 4 suggestions provided by the system, discerning that the safflower oil was rather inexpensive and its efficacy somewhat sluggish. Given that Lu Xiaoting was on the verge of becoming his bound companion, he felt quite generous towards the tool that would ultimately enhance his future prospects. Thus, he promptly expended 600 points to redeem a bottle of premium safflower oil along with the manual on massage techniques, the 18 Touches of Tang. The instant he grasped the skill, Xiao Wenbin felt as though he had unlocked numerous mysteries of the human body, including acupoint knowledge and methods of regulation. The 18 touches comprised a total of 18 techniques, categorized as follows: pushing, kneading, pressing, rubbing, pinching, rolling, twisting, stroking, scraping, hammering, grinding, clamping, shaking, tapping, squeezing, and pinching. More astonishingly, mastering this massage technique not only cured ailments but also fortified health in the absence of illness. Minor maladies could be alleviated without injections or medication. A simple massage sufficed. It was even rumored that these techniques could enhance marital relations and preserve youthfulness. Upon reviewing the introduction to the 18 Touches of Tang, Xiao Wenbin was instantly struck by the remarkable potency of this massage art. To his surprise, the system offered such a treasure for merely 500 points. It was an absolute steal. Were he to manage it, he would have set a baseline price of at least 1,000 points. At that moment, a sense of exhilarating fortune washed over Xiao Wenbin. Chapter 16. An inherited craft specializing in treating bruises and injuries after redeeming his items. Xiao Wenbin returned to his senses and hurried over to Lu Xiaoting. "Sister Lu, how about I take a look at your injury?" Lu Xiaoting, who was about to express her gratitude to Xiao Wenbin before sending him off, was taken aback by his proposition. "You can treat a sprained ankle? You're not a doctor. My family's massage technique specializes in treating bruises and injuries. Perhaps I can help you recover more swiftly." Xiao Wenbin replied with a sincerely warm smile. Lu Xiaoting recalled that this man seemed to have some knowledge of martial arts. He might indeed possess a smattering of massage and bone-setting skills. Seeing Xiao Wenbin's earnest demeanor, she hesitated, initially inclined to decline his offer. "Well, if you insist, I suppose I must trouble you." Lu Xiaoting's voice bore a hint of nervousness. Her lips pressed tightly together, aware of the intimate context of their interaction. As she spoke, Lu Xiaoting seemed to ponder something, softly murmuring, "Junior, you don't always have to call me Sister Lu. We're not in school anymore, so it's unnecessary." Gradually, her voice dwindled to a whisper. At this moment, Xiao Wenbin settled onto the carpet, preparing to remove her damaged high-heeled shoe, and curiously responded, "If I don't call you sister, what should I call you? Should I refer to you as Sister Xiaoting?" "Humph, what's wrong with calling me sister? I'm only 10 years older than you, at this age." "I'm meant to be a sister," Lu Xiaoting replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. "All right then, Sister Ting, I can see that your foot is quite swollen. Please wait a moment. I'll fetch some ointment from the pharmacy downstairs." With that, Xiao Wenbin hurriedly dashed out. He had no choice, although he was reluctant to leave. It would be rather strange to possess an extra bottle of safflower oil without reason. Thus, he could only pretend to leave for the pharmacy. Lu Xiaoting noticed Xiao Wenbin hurriedly heading to the drugstore, and just as she was about to say it was unnecessary, his figure had already vanished from sight. Sitting on the sofa, she reflected on the events of the evening, feeling a fleeting sense of loneliness and an inexplicable emptiness that sparked a tinge of fear within her. Fortunately, within a few minutes, Xiao Wenbin returned with a bottle of what appeared to be medicine. "Sister Ting, I've brought back the red flower oil. Now it's time to leave the rest to me. Are you ready?" he said, squatting down and delicately lifting Lu Xiaoting's petite foot. With a bashful expression, Lu Xiaoting turned her head aside, biting her lip and emitting a barely audible After a day filled with activity and a recent struggle, her feet inevitably bore a hint of perspiration. However, a beauty remains a beauty. Even with a touch of sweat, there was no unpleasant odor. Only a faint fragrance reminiscent of perfume. After a short wait, Lu Xiaoting noticed that Xiao Wenbin was still gazing down, seemingly lost in thought. And she couldn't help but inquire, "What are you looking at? Aren't you supposed to be giving a massage?" Only then did Xiao Wenbin smile, applying a bit of red flower oil and cradling Lu Xiaoting's delicate foot in his hands, commencing his massage with the renowned technique known as 18 touches. As he gently kneaded and pressed, he complimented her. "It's nothing. Sister Ting's feet are truly beautiful. I couldn't help but admire them." Upon hearing Xiao Wenbin praise her feet, Lu Xiaoting's face flushed with a rosy hue, and she playfully retorted, You little rascal. I didn't realize you could be so improper. Why didn't I notice it before? Although Xiao Wenbin had the assistance of a system to master the art of 18 touches directly, it was his first practical application. Concerned about applying too much or too little pressure, he cautiously asked, "Am I pressing too hard?" "No, it's not too hard. It feels quite comfortable," she replied. Xiao Wenbin, unfazed, continued, "As a man, seeing someone as lovely as Sister Ting, who wouldn't take a second glance. That's only natural, isn't it? You can't blame me for that." At that moment, Lu Xiaoting's cheeks resembled ripe peaches, and she turned her head away, murmuring, all right, enough of that. I don't know where you learned such sweet talk. You just know how to flatter women." Xiao Wenbin replied earnestly, "Sister Ting, this isn't something I've learned. It comes from the heart, inspired by genuine feelings. Please stop. Are you done with the massage?" Being complimented by a man, especially one from her own school, left Lu Xiaoting feeling somewhat flustered. Her cheeks burned. Her heart raced like a startled deer, and her words came out soft and stammering. Just as she finished speaking, Xiao Wenbin released her delicate foot and stood up, saying, "All done, Sister Ting. Why not take a couple of steps to try it out?" Lu Xiaoting paused for a moment, then slowly regained her composure, questioning, "Is it really fixed already?" She hadn't even realized that during their conversation, Xiao Wenbin had been kneading her ankle for quite some time, perhaps too comfortable to notice. "If you wish for me to continue a little longer, I wouldn't mind," Xiao Wenbin teased. No, that's enough." Lu Xiaoting shook her head repeatedly, carefully placing her foot on the ground before rising. She took a few steps. Although there was still a hint of pain, it was hardly a hindrance. With delight, she gazed at Xiao Wenbin and exclaimed, "It's truly better. How did you manage it?" Xiao Wenbin, wearing a pure smile, replied, "I merely stretched the muscles and invigorated the blood flow. Nothing particularly remarkable." He added playfully, "If you find it difficult to secure a good job after graduation, perhaps you could consider opening a massage therapy clinic. I dare say it would thrive." After a light laugh, Lu Xiaoting continued, "I sincerely thank you for your help this time. You've been a tremendous aid on 2 occasions." Lu Xiaoting's favorability level rose to 5, bringing her total to 20. Xiao Wenbin, with a cheerful grin, remarked, "It's merely a trivial matter. Sister Ting, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." Just as he was about to depart, he seemed to recall something and turned back to say, "By the way, Sister Ting, allow me to give you my number. You can reach out to me anytime if you find yourself in trouble." Seeing this young man, whom she had just met, display such concern for her, Lu Xiaoting felt an indescribable warmth as she relayed her phone number to Xiao Wenbin. Her favorability level increased by 2, totaling 22. She recognized that confronting a nefarious force like the Black Bear Gang was not merely a matter of courage. It involved significant risk. As Xiao Wenbin had bravely intervened on her behalf, potentially inviting retaliation from them. "Yes, I will certainly contact you if needed. You have carried me all this way. I owe you a drink," she said, walking to the refrigerator to retrieve a bottle of water, which she shyly handed to Xiao Wenbin. He accepted the mineral water graciously. Complimenting her, "Sister Ting, you are truly wonderful. Whoever marries you will undoubtedly be very fortunate." With the shift in address, their relationship seemed to grow more intimate. Lu Xiaoting shot him a playful glare, teasingly retorting, "You cheeky boy, do you dare to jest with your elder sister? Just wait. If I remain unmarried, I might hold you accountable." Xiao Wenbin winked and replied, "That's not impossible. With such a beautiful sister, who wouldn't he be enamored?" He laughed heartily as he dashed towards the elevator without looking back. Lu Xiaoting was left speechless, her cheeks flushed as she called out, "You, wait for me. Don't let me catch you at school." She added, "Oh, and remember to stay safe on your way back. Message me when you get home." Xiao Wenbin was taken aback by how easily this beautiful doctoral student could become shy in private. He found it quite amusing. However, upon hearing her subsequent words of concern, he waved goodbye, signaling that he understood. As she watched Xiao Wenbin enter the elevator and descend, a trace of worry crossed Lu Xiaoting's face. Although she had been fortunate today due to Xiao Wenbin's timely intervention, she pondered what she would do if she encountered members of the Black Bear Gang again. "Alas, it seems I must retreat home for the next few days," she muttered to herself, a hint of fear shadowing her thoughts. Chapter 17. Initiating an investigation into the Black Bear Gang. Upon exiting Lu Xiaoting's apartment, Xiao Wenbin felt a twinge of thirst. He took a couple of sips from the water she had offered, and perhaps due to his buoyant mood, he found the mineral water surprisingly sweet. It must be noted that his passive skill and martial arts specialization seemed to manifest its effects more profoundly with each encounter. Initially, he relied on his brute strength during confrontations, but as he gradually discerned his opponent's stances and techniques, he found himself effortlessly anticipating their intentions. At that moment, Xiao Wenbin truly recognized the exceptional quality of the system's offerings. Approaching the entrance of the apartment, he noticed several shadowy figures lurking behind the flower beds on either side, occasionally casting furtive glances in his direction. When they caught his gaze, they deliberately averted their eyes. Xiao Wenbin furrowed his brow, knowing without a doubt that these were the henchmen from the Black Bear gang, sent to keep watch. Ordinarily, these petty thugs posed no real threat to him. However, the situation was drastically different concerning Lu Xiaoding. Not only was she a single woman, but she also held the title of the most beautiful doctoral candidate at Jiang University. The thought of such a diligent caretaker being bullied and mistreated was intolerable to him. Moreover, she was a senior, someone he envisioned as a crucial ally in his future endeavors. Thus, he resolved to fulfill the system's task and assist Lu Xiaoding in extricating herself from the clutches of the Black Bear gang within a week. With this determination, he strode directly towards the three thugs. "Hey, what are you up to?" Xiao Wenbin asked, his expression laced with disdain. One particularly brash thug, with yellow hair, glared at him and bellowed, "Who the hell are you to interfere? Get lost." Such a lack of decorum only fueled Xiao Wenbin's resolve. With a sigh, he unleashed a lightning-fast punch that struck the yellow-haired thug squarely in the face. "Ow!" The thug yelped, collapsing to the ground. The other two thugs stood frozen in shock. They had heard their leader boast about this man's prowess and were instructed to keep their distance until reinforcements could arrive. They had not anticipated that he would be so audacious as to attack first. As they recovered from their astonishment and attempted to retaliate, one thug swung a punch from the left while the other did the same from the right. However, Xiao Wenbin merely stepped forward, deftly evading their blows, and swiftly retaliated by delivering a kick to each of their rear ends. The two thugs failed to comprehend how they had vanished from view before crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap, groaning in dismay. The yellow-haired thug, wincing in pain, managed to rise and, in a frenzied attempt to kick Xiao Wenbin, found his leg intercepted by a punch, causing him excruciating agony. "My leg!" he cried out, collapsing again, clutching his calf as tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Xiao Wenbin then stepped on the other thug who was attempting to rise and leaned down to retrieve a mobile phone from his pocket. He then opened his phone's contact list and coldly regarded the three trembling individuals before him. "If you just behave, there would be no trouble, would there? Speak. Is it Li Si who has you lurking here to monitor me, or another woman?" In truth, Xiao Wenbin did not require an answer. He merely needed to pose the question and await the revelations of his intuition. The three thugs quickly discerned that this young man was not to be trifled with. They stood no chance against him, and he seemed to know everything, compelling them to submit. "Brother, it was Brother Li Si who summoned us. We were simply ordered to keep an eye on you and a woman. Please spare us," the yellow-haired thug pleaded, his forced grin more distressing than tears. Seeing they were not lying, Xiao Wenbin had no desire to waste further words. He issued a stern warning. "Return and inform Li Si to mind his own business and avoid causing trouble. Otherwise, I will seek him out again. And do not let me catch you here again." Upon hearing this, the three men nodded vigorously as if granted a reprieve, then limped away hastily. Once they had departed, Xiao Wenbin turned back to glance at Lu Xiaoding's apartment, furrowing his brow. Although he had chased off the three watchers, it was inevitable that Li Si would send others to trouble him and Sister Ting again, perhaps even summon some formidable figure next time. However, Xiao Wenbin himself had to attend school and could not remain vigilant indefinitely. What troubled him further was the realization that Li Si intended to take Lu Xiaoding away to curry favor with a certain powerful individual. Someone Li Si had only encountered once in the company of the deputy leader, Bao Xiong, who seemed to refer to him as young master. On one occasion, Xiao Wenbin had coincidentally witnessed this young master pursuing Lu Xiaoding and had informed Bao Xiong, who then instructed him to find a way to bring Lu Xiaoding back, leading to the scene he had just witnessed. After much hesitation, Xiao Wenbin finally took out his phone and dialed the number. "Hello, Lin Daxiua, have you had dinner yet? I didn't mean to imply that you should treat me, though I am a bit hungry." He then retorted, "Wait, am I calling you just to ask for a meal? Couldn't there be other matters at hand? How can you say that? Isn't it true? You only think of me when it's about meals. You've never reached out to me otherwise. It's always me who initiates contact." On the other end of the line, Lin Yinran was nearly brought to tears by Xiao Wenbin's antics. He had called her out of the blue at night, leading her to believe there was something important to discuss. Who would have guessed he would start by inquiring about her dinner, clearly implying she should treat him? After careful reflection, Xiao Wenbin realized that he indeed had never reached out to Lin Yinran on his own, except during his system task. Thus, he apologized earnestly. All right. It's all my fault. Actually, I have a serious matter to ask of you. Yinran, could you help me investigate or inquire with your father about the Black Bear Gang? It's quite important. What? The Black Bear Gang? Xiao Wenbin wondered how to investigate this matter. Did he not realize that it was one of the largest gangs in Jiangzhou? Could it be that he had gotten himself into some trouble? I don't know much about it, but I can ask my father for you. You can explain the details to me at school tomorrow. After saying this, Lin Yinran hurriedly hung up the phone and left her bedroom for her father's study. On the other end, after hanging up, Xiao Wenbin felt fortunate. Luckily, the first tool he had bound was Lin Yinran, who could not only help him continuously improve his scores, but also assist in investigating any issues that arose. A truly exemplary aide. After all, Lin Yinran was the daughter of the Lin family, a prominent name in trade. As a mere student, Xiao Wenbin had wealth but lacked connections, rendering him incapable of accessing the clandestine matters at hand. Conversely, Lin Yinran was different. Her family dominated the import and export trade in Jiangzhou, their assets rivaling even the Chen Group. Thus, Xiao Wenbin believed that Lin Onbong, her father, must be well informed about many affairs in Jiangzhou. Otherwise, he could not possibly run his business so successfully. Having pondered these thoughts, Xiao Wenbin hummed a tune and hailed a cab, directing it towards the hillside villas of Honghu Bay in the northern suburbs. Upon reaching her father's study, Lin Yinran gently knocked on the door. "Come in," came a weary response from within. Lin Yinran quietly opened the door and stepped inside, carefully closing it behind her to avoid disturbing her father, Lin Onbong, who was engrossed in his work. Upon noticing his beloved daughter enter, Lin Onbong quickly set down his pen, a warm smile spreading across his face. "Look who's here. It's my precious girl. How curious. I rarely see you in my study since you've grown up." He rose and accompanied her to the sofa, pouring tea for both himself and his daughter. Chapter 18. The school bell is forced into blind dates, Dad. I just wanted to see you. Mom mentioned that the company has been struggling lately, and I was worried you might be overworking yourself, Lin Yinran said with concern. Even without Xiao Wenbin's request, she intended to check on her tirelessly working father. Hearing his daughter's heartfelt words warmed Lin Onbong's heart. Indeed, Yinran has grown. You're beginning to care for others. The company's issues are minor. What concerns me more is your future. You're not a child anymore. It's time to find a suitable partner. How about going on a blind date soon? Lin Yinran's drink spilled all over the floor at her father's sudden mention of blind dates. Startled, she exclaimed, "Dad, I don't want to go on a blind date. I'm only 21. I haven't even graduated from university yet. And I still want to be here for you and Mom." Lin Onbong gazed at his daughter, who was adorably pouting before him, and instinctively clenched his fist tightly. He then gently patted her shoulder and said earnestly, "Silly girl, as you grow up, it is only natural for you to seek a husband. Do you intend to remain with us forever?" Recently, several friends and elders have recommended their grandsons to me, including Chun Haoshuan, the son of Chun Tianbo from the Chun Group, and your cousin Xiao Jianjun from the Xiao family. They both seem quite promising. Have you considered meeting them? "Dad, I refuse," Lin Yinjin exclaimed. "Chun Haoshuan is worthless. You cannot be unaware of his character. And Xiao Jianjun is my cousin. We have hardly met a few times. Even though he is a distant relative, how can we be together? I truly do not wish to rush into finding a partner. I want to be with someone I genuinely love." Upon hearing her father hastily arranging her marriage and suggesting someone like Chun Haoshuan, Lin Yinjin felt a surge of frustration that nearly brought her to tears. Lin Onbong appeared genuinely exasperated by his daughter's obstinacy. He slammed his hand on the coffee table with a resounding thud and scolded her sternly. "Nonsense. I see you have truly been spoiled by your mother. Do you think you can choose anything you desire in this world? Which child from a prominent family is truly free? Do you understand the sacrifices they make for a better life and the interests of their families? When will you become sensible? I am doing this for your own good. At the very least, it will allow you to live without worries." This was the first time Lin Yinjin had witnessed her father being so harsh with her, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes, disregarding his admonitions and explanations. As she wiped her tears, she bitterly retorted, "Dad, I hate you. You have never respected my opinions. You merely wish to treat me as a commodity to be traded. I do not want to marry. I simply want to lead a free life like an ordinary person. Is that so difficult? With that, Lin Yinjin wept as she dashed out of Lin Onbong's study and made her way to her room. As she exited, she caught sight of her mother, Xiao Muxue, carrying a tray of desserts and coffee toward the study door. Yet, she did not look back, heading straight to her room, leaving a trail of glistening tears behind her. Lin Onbong watched his wife, Xiao Muxue, enter the study, lowering his head to murmur, "Ah, Muxue, when will Yinjin come to understand? What parent does not wish for their child to be happy and fulfilled?" Xiao Muxue placed the items on the desk and quietly approached Lin Onbong's side, gently massaging his temples with her soft hands. "Onbong, do not blame Yinjin. Perhaps we have pressured her too much. After all, she is only 21. Everyone hopes their future partner is someone they truly love. Perhaps we should give her a bit more time," she spoke softly. "Muxue, do we have time?" Lin Onbong replied. "Though I founded Lin Trade, it is your family, the Xiao family, that has provided support from the shadows. On the other hand, the Qin family, the foremost among the 4 prominent families of Jiangzhou, is vying for my favor, with the sole condition being a marriage alliance with Yinran." Lin Onbong paused momentarily before continuing. "I am undoubtedly more inclined towards the Xiao family. However, their influence within the 4 families has waned significantly. I fear that the Lin family may face retaliation from both the political and business realms of the Qin family, leaving the Xiao family powerless to assist us. Furthermore, a considerable portion of the company's issues is due to the Qin family's covert machinations. I dread that if a decision is not reached soon, not only will the company and we be at risk, but Yinran's safety may also be jeopardized. After all, the Qin family has the Black Bear Gang, known for their underhanded dealings." Having voiced all his concerns, Lin Onbong finally felt a release from the oppressive weight on his heart, collapsing onto the sofa. He was utterly fatigued, not only from the challenges of the company, but also from the relentless vigilance required in his daily life against the intrigues of the Qin family and the vengeance of the Black Bear Gang. Fearing for the safety of his family, this urgency was precisely why he had pressured his daughter to make a choice today. Meanwhile, Lin Yinran, weeping beneath her covers, remained blissfully unaware of her parents' conversation, her mind consumed with thoughts of her father's insistence that she marry early. The more she pondered, the more despondent she became. She longed for someone to confide in, to help her devise a plan. She considered calling her best friend, Zhao Xiaoling, but dismissed the idea, believing her friend would be unable to assist. With tears in her eyes, she stared vacantly at her phone screen, unable to identify anyone who could offer her solace. Ultimately, her gaze settled on the number of Xiao Wenbin, and an inexplicable impulse urged her to reach out to him for help. Yet, recalling his tendency to mock her, she quickly abandoned the thought, deciding instead to wait until school the next day to speak with him. Thus, Lin Yinran spent the night weeping under her blanket. But she experienced a peculiar dream that presented her with a bold solution. When Xiao Wenbin arrived at the Honghu Bay hillside villa area, it was already late at night. Yet the villas remained brilliantly illuminated. After presenting his access card, the security guard permitted him entry. As he strolled through the area, Xiao Wenbin noticed several security personnel patrolling the vicinity. The scenery within the villas was breathtakingly unique, nestled against the mountains and beside the water. Adorned with a variety of lush greenery, the air fresh and invigorating at every turn. A few minutes later, Xiao Wenbin arrived at a villa, number 10, one of the 10 most luxurious in the Honghu Bay complex. Gazing upon the opulent residence before him, he was momentarily taken aback by its grandeur. The system truly was extravagant. After admiring the exterior, he could not resist the urge to explore the interior decorations and environment. Upon entering the villa's grounds, he was greeted by a wide roadway flanked by landscaped greenery, abundant with trees, while the villa itself showcased an elegant European architectural style. Inside, he discovered that the villa boasted 3 levels, with an outdoor swimming pool constructed on the balcony of the 2nd floor. The villa is adorned with an abundance of crystal chandeliers, opulent carpets, and an array of renowned paintings gracing the walls, all of which epitomize the lavish grandeur of this abode. Xiao Wenbin could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, everything in this world is inextricably linked to wealth. Just this single villa alone would take many a lifetime of toil to acquire, yet he had merely secured it through a connection with a campus beauty." This realization sparked a flicker of anticipation within him regarding the rewards tied to Lu Xiaoting's tasks. After thoroughly exploring the villa, He prepared to freshen up after a long day. Once he had enjoyed a soothing bath and reclined on the sumptuous luxury bed, he felt an exquisite sense of indulgence. As he calmed his racing heart, Xiao Wenbin recalled sending Lu Shouting a message to inform her of his safe arrival home, and began to reflect on the day's experiences. Although he now possessed a system that allowed him to accumulate points daily, which could be exchanged for substantial sums and items, he remained devoid of any connections or influence in Jiangzhou, leaving him without allies to rely on. It was impossible for him to protect Lu Shouting and Lin Yanran, his two binding targets, at all times. Should anything happen to them, his points would be nullified, and his lifespan would be halved. The binding targets were not merely tools to accumulate points for him. He was obligated to ensure their safety. Moreover, he had family back home, his mother and sister, who were unguarded. Thus, many matters and individuals he could not confront directly without risking repercussions for his loved ones. If he were to offend anyone, he would have to eliminate the threat entirely. Indeed, he must not leave any potential hazards for himself or his family. Chapter 19. You asked me out just for dinner? Xiao Wenbin realized that there were numerous tasks ahead of him, but for now, he needed to assess the gains of the day. Upon opening the system interface, it displayed 660 points. He intended to reserve 5,000 points for contingencies, leaving him with 660 points to enhance his physical and mental capabilities. After his encounter with the ruffians from the Black Bear Gang, he understood the significance of physical strength. Moreover, mental acuity was equally essential, as his abilities, stealth and telepathy, demanded mental fortitude. For instance, if he attempted to infiltrate an enemy headquarters using stealth, but his mental strength faltered, he would inevitably be exposed upon entering the foyer. Thus, Xiao Wenbin resolved to make substantial improvements, directly boosting his physical and mental attributes by 100. With this thought, he commanded the system to execute the upgrade. The system responded with a notification. It was impossible to elevate both physical and mental attributes to 100 in one go. The host could only enhance them to 99 before incurring additional costs to break through the innate limitations of the human body. What attributes can only be raised to 99? To surpass 100, a breakthrough is required? How many points would that demand? Xiao Wenbin was astounded. His desire for greater attributes now hinged upon an additional challenge. However, having played numerous games, he possessed a certain understanding of their mechanics. Many games incorporate the concept of realms. Upon reaching a specific threshold of capability, one must transcend that realm to continue their advancement. A hint: breaking free from the innate shackles of the human body requires 5,000 points, while a simultaneous breakthrough in both physique and spirit necessitates 10,000 points. The host is urged to diligently collect emotional points to exchange for credits. Goodness! Such a staggering amount of credits for a single breakthrough. Perhaps I should first elevate my status to 99. That should suffice, considering it's 99 times that of an ordinary individual. Very well, deducting 500 credits to enhance physique by 50 points, and subtracting 640 credits to elevate spirit by 64. The host's attributes are altered: physique, 99, perfect, awaiting breakthrough; spirit, 99, perfect, awaiting breakthrough. After the system assisted him in enhancing his attributes, Xiao Wenbin noticed a thick layer of foul-smelling black scabs had formed on his body, which he had just washed. He hastily rose to take another shower. After finishing, as he stood before the mirror, Xiao Wenbin was astonished to see his skin transformed into an inexplicably fair and luminous state, radiating a healthy glow. His muscles and contours appeared exceptionally balanced and harmonious. Furthermore, he sensed an overwhelming power coursing through his veins, as if even the walls before him could not withstand a casual punch. Moreover, he perceived that his mental capacity seemed to have expanded significantly. What previously felt like a chaotic jumble of specialized skills in his brain now appeared more organized, as if he could easily categorize them with minimal effort. He even discovered that his senses had sharpened, his consciousness seemingly extending outward from his body, allowing him to perceive a half-meter radius around himself. Could this be the sole power the system referred to? Xiao Wenbin dismissed such contemplations, reassured that these were indeed his abilities, which he would become more adept at utilizing over time. With 520 credits remaining, he browsed the system's marketplace for quite a while, ultimately spending 2,000 credits to acquire 2 new skills. With the remaining 520 credits, he casually selected some weaponry: a pistol, a submachine gun, a sniper rifle, grenades, and smoke bombs. Initially, his curiosity led him to experiment with these items, and he soon realized they were quite similar to those in the games he had played. Given their affordability, he decided to acquire a few more, knowing that the system provided ample storage space. He could purchase them without immediate retrieval. Should he ever find himself in peril, he could simply produce a veritable arsenal and boldly challenge anyone present. Once he had exchanged all his credits, Xiao Wenbin reclined, lost in thought. In truth, he felt a pang of homesickness. Ever since he moved to Jiangzhou for his studies, although he called home weekly to assure his family of his well-being, he rarely returned. Now, living comfortably with ample food, drink, and a villa, he couldn't help but think of his mother and sister, who were still economizing for his university expenses. This realization brought a lump to his throat, prompting him to pick up his phone, intending to transfer some money to his sister. After hesitating briefly at the figure of 2 million, he deleted 2 zeros and sent 20,000 instead. It is not that he is unwilling to transfer more money. Rather, he fears that by doing so, it may cause her to feel uneasy and insecure. After the transfer, he sent a message to his sister, informing her that he had earned some money through a startup venture with his classmates. He instructed her to take the 20,000 yuan to provide their mother with some better meals, assuring her that he would be sending money home every month from now on. Once he sent the message, Xiao Wenbin finally felt at ease enough to sleep. The following morning, the shrill ring of his phone abruptly awakened Xiao Wenbin from his slumber. Confused, he wondered who would contact him so early on a weekend. Upon checking his phone, he realized it was his sister, Xia Shuer, and he hurriedly answered the call. "Sister, what's the matter? About the money? Rest assured, I truly earned it myself. I still have over 20,000 here. You don't need to worry, starting a business in college is quite feasible. Besides, your brother is studying computer science, so you can spend the money without hesitation. I will earn more next month and send it back to you. Haha, just trust me. I'm quite capable." However, after hanging up, Xiao Wenbin could not shake off the feeling of unease. Even though his sister praised him for being considerate and caring for the family, and their mother expressed pride in his accomplishments, he felt a pang of guilt. This was the first time he had not been entirely truthful with his family. After calming his emotions, Xiao Wenbin left the villa community and took a taxi to school. By the time he arrived at the school gate, it was nearly noon. There was simply no way to hail a taxi in the suburbs. Most residents of the villas drove themselves, leaving him as the only one trying to catch a cab early in the morning. In the end, it was a cleaning lady who kindly drove him to the city, where he finally managed to get a taxi. Throughout the journey, he received 16 urgent calls from Lin Yanran. Originally, he intended to have breakfast with the campus belle, but it seemed he would have to settle for an early lunch instead. "Oh, so you do remember to come to school. I thought you were intentionally leaving me hanging. We agreed to meet in the morning, and now it's already noon." As Xiao Wenbin stepped out of the taxi, he saw Lin Yanran waiting at the school gate. Her expression filled with discontent. He quickly approached her to apologize. "I'm sorry, Lin. I'm late and made you wait. I didn't mean to. It was just impossible to get a taxi on the way. Humph, in such a large city like Jiangzhou, I've never heard of anywhere that can't get a taxi. Do you think you live in a suburban villa or something?" Lin Yanran replied, her tone laced with annoyance. "How did you know? I live in a suburban villa, which is precisely why I arrived late," Xiao Wenbin explained. But Lin Yanran was not in the mood to listen. She impatiently urged him, "Aren't you hungry? Hurry up and let us go. Do you want to stand here at the school gate and let others laugh at you?" As Xiao Wenbin spoke, he noticed that many students were gathered near the school gate, watching them with curiosity. They were not only intrigued by the sight of the beautiful campus belle waiting at the gate, but were also eager to know who the person Lin Yanran was waiting for was, the infamous Xiao Wenbin. Many began to speculate whether Lin Yanran and Xiao Wenbin were romantically involved, and it appeared that the campus belle was indeed pursuing him. Xiao Wenbin noticed that the crowd was growing increasingly larger, so he hurriedly led Lin Yanran through the bustling mall. They casually selected a seemingly decent restaurant and took a seat to begin ordering. With his ability to read minds, Xiao Wenbin effortlessly chose several dishes that Lin Yanran adored. This action left Lin Yanran pleasantly surprised, as she rarely dined with others, save for her 2 close friends and her parents. How did Xiao Wenbin know her preferences? This piqued her curiosity. "You called me today merely to treat me to a meal?" Xiao Wenbin inquired with a curious expression, observing Lin Yanran, who seemed lost in thought. Realizing he had addressed her, Lin Yanran blushed and replied, "Isn't it perfectly normal for me to treat you? After all, your money is with me." "All right. but I can't shake the feeling that something seems off about you today. You aren't plotting something nefarious, are you? Also, did you manage to inquire about the Black Bear Gang as I requested? Xiao Wenbin asked playfully. He was already aware of Lin Yinran's little scheme and knew she had been reprimanded by her father. Furthermore, she hadn't had the chance to ask Lin Onbong about the Black Bear Gang. Yet, Xiao Wenbin refrained from revealing anything. He was more intrigued about how Lin Yinran would showcase her acting skills. You're the one who's acting strangely. How could I possibly have ulterior motives towards you? I forgot to ask about the Black Bear Gang last night. I'll inquire for you next time, Lin Yinran said apologetically, clearly flustered. Forget it. If you didn't ask, you didn't ask. To be honest, I never expected to receive much useful information from you. Xiao Wenbin remarked as he began to indulge in the dishes that the waiter had brought, completely ignoring Lin Yinran. He was famished, having spent the entire morning in transit without breakfast. Observing Xiao Wenbin's carefree enjoyment of the food, Lin Yinran couldn't help but recall her father's insistence on matchmaking the previous night, which ignited her frustration. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. I worried about you, called my dad to ask on your behalf, and yet you seem utterly indifferent. I feel so pitiful and unloved right now. And you are deliberately trying to upset me. As she spoke, Lin Yinran's eyes began to well with tears, and she could no longer hold back her sobs. Witnessing the usually cheerful and radiant campus belle crying in front of him left Xiao Wenbin momentarily at a loss. Chapter 20. I want you to be my boyfriend. The surrounding diners were drawn to Lin Yinran's cries. A crowd gathered, their eyes fixed on the enchanting beauty who had seemingly stepped right out of a painting, now brought to tears by Xiao Wenbin. Realizing the attention he was attracting, Xiao Wenbin hurriedly moved to sit beside Lin Yinran, continuously comforting her and wiping her tears. There, campus belle, no more tears. If you keep crying, it won't be a pretty sight. Can't you see how many people are watching? Unbeknownst to many, one might think I am bullying you. If it is unattractive, so be it. I would even prefer to be a bit less appealing, for then I could enjoy the freedom of an ordinary life. After all, it is you who have been tormenting me. Who else could I blame? Speak, then. How might you find it in your heart to forgive me? I shall ensure it comes to pass. Seeing that Lin Yinran had no intention of ceasing her tirade, Xiao Wenbin feigned seriousness and replied. Upon hearing Xiao Wenbin's apparent concession, Lin Yinran quickly stifled her tears, gazing at him with hopeful anticipation. Really? You promised to assist me with everything. Xiao Wenbin nodded decisively. Indeed, I would never deceive you. Tell me, what do you wish for my assistance with? Taking a deep breath, Lin Yinran leaned in, her cheeks flushed, whispering in Xiao Wenbin's ear. I want you to be my boyfriend. Will you? After speaking, she lowered her gaze, her face as crimson as a ripe apple. Of course. How could I refuse the school beauty as my girlfriend? That would be an opportunity too good to pass up. Xiao Wenbin chuckled, with an understanding of her thoughts. He realized that Lin Yinran had been plotting since the previous night. However, he was taken aback to learn that her family was pressuring her into blind dates, particularly with Chun Haoshuan and a distant cousin, which he found rather peculiar. He even questioned whether she was truly their biological child. Upon seeing Xiao Wenbin's unhesitating agreement, Lin Yinran, feeling triumphant, quickly added, Do not get ahead of yourself. Who said it was genuine? I mean to pretend to be a couple. Your family is quite affluent. Is it not? I need you to pose as my boyfriend to convince my parents to cease their matchmaking efforts. Oh, I see. I thought I had struck gold. But it appears you merely wish to utilize me as a shield. What do I gain from this arrangement? Xiao Wenbin sighed, his expression one of eager curiosity. With a playful glint in her eye, Lin Yinran winked at him and said, The benefits will be discussed once we've resolved this matter. If you manage to convince my family and alleviate my troubles, perhaps I shall genuinely consider being your temporary girlfriend for a few days. Xiao Wenbin had already intended to assist Lin Yinran with her predicament, so he had no real concern for personal gain. After all, she was his designated partner. If she were to marry someone else, who would help him accumulate points at school, therefore, he was determined to assist her. With that in mind, Xiao Wenbin promptly replied, No problem. I shall certainly help the school beauty with this endeavor. Do you have a specific plan you wish to share? Lin Yinran had not anticipated his immediate acquiescence. She had been prepared to resort to charm to persuade him, doubting he would comply willingly. To her surprise, he agreed outright, leaving her to wonder if her allure was truly so potent, which brought her a small measure of joy. It is quite straightforward. I intend to confront my parents today and reveal that I have been in a relationship with you at school. and that your substantial gift of 100 million is a testament to your sincerity in expressing your affection. I will introduce you to them and take you to our home. All you need to do is to present yourself as obedient, gentle, and considerate." Lin Yinran paused for a moment, took a sip of water, and continued, "If my parents inquire about when we started dating, you should say that you have liked me for a long time, but only recently confessed. Furthermore, is your family truly affluent? I fear that if your circumstances are not satisfactory, my parents may outright reject you." After saying this, she looked at Xia Wenbin with an expression of concern. She has always believed that her parents' eagerness for her to marry stems from their desire to find a suitable match from a wealthy family. "I may not possess much, but I can guarantee my financial resources. Do not forget that I previously mentioned I am quite wealthy," Xia Wenbin confidently asserted. "I still have 5,000 reserve points, which can be exchanged for 5 billion, and that does not even account for the points I will earn today and tomorrow. With a stroke of luck, it is entirely possible to accumulate 100 billion. Upon hearing Xia Wenbin's words, Lin Yinran finally felt a sense of relief. However, Xia Wenbin suddenly added, "Yinran, since I am willing to assist you, I have a request as well. Could you please spend more time socializing at school, perhaps playing tennis with classmates or engaging in some outdoor activities? That is acceptable, but why should I spend more time wandering around or engaging in outdoor sports?" Lin Yinran asked, looking perplexed. "Physical activity is beneficial for one's health. All you need to do is agree." He replied, "Since we are now a couple, shall we take a stroll around the school together? Consider it a preparation to better immerse ourselves in our roles." After saying this, Xia Wenbin flashed a mischievous smile and winked at Lin Yinran. Thus, the two of them finished their meal and strolled hand in hand around the school for a couple of rounds. Initially, Lin Yinran did not resist Xia Wenbin holding her hand, but when he remarked that couples typically hold hands, she acquiesced. However, throughout their walk, Lin Yinran's heart raced like a startled deer, and her face flushed crimson. After a couple of rounds, Xia Wenbin advised Lin Yinran to wander around the school more often, and then he departed. The reason for encouraging Lin Yinran to spend more time at school was, in fact, to help her accumulate more points. Xia Wenbin found himself in a predicament. He had accumulated fewer points in a week than Lin Yinran could earn in a single day. In order to achieve prosperity and assist Lin Yinran in winning over her parents, he needed more resources and points. Thus, he could only urge their daughter to exert herself further. Contemplating this, Xia Wenbin suddenly felt as though he was exploiting an employee. Lin Yinran had been tirelessly working for him, and when she encountered difficulties and sought his assistance, he ended up demanding that she work even harder. Upon exiting the school gates, Xia Wenbin proceeded to Lan Yuan for his part-time job as usual. Unable to decline the hotel manager's request for a part-time job over the weekend, Xia Wenbin felt compelled to continue working today. Upon reflection, he realized that he did not truly need to exert himself so diligently, as he was already wealthy enough. He could effortlessly earn money through the school beauty's assistance without much effort. Yet, isn't the essence of life rooted in the pursuit of happiness? The joy of living lies in its inherent unpredictability. If he were to do nothing and merely wait for Lin Yinran to accrue points for him, he would be no better than a useless individual, and he would scorn himself for it. Arriving at the restaurant, Xia Wenbin donned his work attire, marking the commencement of his part-time shift. After a day filled with busyness, he finished work in the evening. Intent on checking on Lu Xiaoding, he deliberately passed by her residential complex, keeping an eye out for the group of ruffians from the previous day. Once he confirmed their absence, he approached Lu Xiaoding's apartment and rang the doorbell, eager to see if her foot had healed. However, after a considerable wait, no one answered the door. Concerned for Lu Xiaoding's safety, he quickly dialed her number, anxious that she might have encountered further trouble. Upon reaching her, he learned that she had opted to stay at her parents' house after work, fearful of running into those individuals again. Relieved to hear that Lu Xiaoding was unharmed, Xia Wenbin felt a sense of ease wash over him. Since Lu Xiaoding was destined to be his bonded partner, he felt a duty to care for her attentively, especially since he relied on her and Lin Yinran to assist him in the future. Chapter 21. Abduction and Extortion Tonight. Xia Wenbin intended to return to his dormitory for rest. He had classes the next day, and the distance to the Honghu Bay villa made taking a taxi inconvenient. However, as he neared the school, a group of individuals suddenly emerged, blocking his path. Xia Wenbin was perplexed. He merely wished to return to school for a good night's sleep. Had he attracted the ire of that gang from the night before? Consequently, he promptly employed his mind-reading ability to assess the situation, and to his surprise, His assumptions were partially correct, revealing a deeper plot. Are you Xiao Wenbin? One of the apparent leaders stepped forward to inquire. Do you have business with me? I don't believe I know any of you, Xiao Wenbin replied, maintaining his composure. Our boss requests your presence. It would be wise for you to come with us and avoid unnecessary trouble, they warned, each brandishing a folding knife from their pockets. Xiao Wenbin, feeling a need to channel his frustration and earn some emotional points, decided to follow them without protest. Once they led him to a black commercial vehicle, he was instructed to don a blindfold. Xiao Wenbin couldn't help but reflect on the professionalism of one of the largest underground gangs in Jiangzhou. Their approach to abduction felt akin to a film production. After approximately half an hour of winding roads, they brought him to the front of an abandoned warehouse. What the hell are you doing? We're here, get out. A small-time thug, filled with rage, approached and forcibly yanked Xiao Wenbin from his vehicle, removing his blindfold in the process. Why did it take so long to arrive? I nearly dozed off. After uttering these words, Xiao Wenbin raised his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth, seemingly concerned about drooling during his slumber. Hey, don't pull me like that. I can get out of the car myself. There's no need to rush. Now that I'm here, do you really think I would run away? This series of actions and remarks from Xiao Wenbin left the group of thugs utterly bewildered. Had they truly kidnapped him? Why did he seem as if he were merely visiting, exhibiting no signs of anxiety or fear? As these thoughts crossed their minds, the thugs felt provoked. They began brandishing their weapons menacingly before Xiao Wenbin, eager to vent their frustrations on him. Yet, who was Xiao Wenbin? A man who possessed a veritable arsenal hidden within his system space, equipped with genuine firearms. How could he possibly fear these petty thugs wielding knives and sticks? Move quickly and stop the chatter. The boss is waiting. One of the thugs shoved Xiao Wenbin towards a small warehouse. Crossing the threshold, Xiao Wenbin beheld a dozen men clad in black, with a man donning a tiger mask at the forefront. Upon witnessing Xiao Wenbin's entrance, they promptly shut the iron door, surrounding him and the masked figure. Who are you? Why have you brought me here? Xiao Wenbin inquired, effortlessly posing two questions, indifferent to whether they would respond. For his mind-reading ability rendered any deceit futile. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I have heard of your wealth at Jiangzhou University. To transfer a mere 100 million to a girl? Quite extravagant. The masked man said, producing a sharp knife and weighing it in his hand, then oscillating it before Xiao Wenbin. Our demands are not excessive. We merely wish to borrow a sum of 50 billion. Do you think you can manage that? Xiao Wenbin had already discerned their identity and intentions, yet he feigned compliance, responding, 50 billion? Where would I acquire such a sum? I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. The wealthiest individual at our school is Chun Haoshuan, whose family owns the Chun Group. Is it not he you seek? The masked man appeared to have anticipated Xiao Wenbin's retort, his expression hardening as he replied, do not waste any more time. If you lack the funds, we can contact your parents by taking you hostage and inflicting a few cuts on you, then recording a video. I assure you your family will pay a ransom. Feigning terror, Xiao Wenbin asked, so, you intend to resort to kidnapping and extortion? Aren't you afraid of the police, acting so brazenly? Upon hearing this, the masked man erupted into delighted laughter. Ha ha ha, the police? How could they possibly know about this? In any case, you won't be leaving here. The Black Bear Gang is notoriously adept at operating both above and below the law in Jiangzhou. One might wonder how we have managed to maintain our position as the foremost power in the underground realm of this city. Your audacity is quite striking. Do you truly not fear the potential repercussions of your actions? And on what grounds do you assert that I am incapable of escaping this predicament? With those words, Xiao Wenbin retrieved his phone from his pocket and, with a couple of swift taps, the device began to play a recording of his earlier conversation with the masked man. Who are you? 50 billion? We are unafraid of the police. The Black Bear Gang operates in the shadows. Upon hearing the recording, the man, furious, tore off his mask to reveal a face marred by scars and blemishes. He then summoned a group of menacing lackeys, who lunged at Xiao Wenbin. A few minutes later, the warehouse was littered with the bodies of several thuggish individuals, sprawled haphazardly on the ground. The previously masked man, now in a more pitiable state, had dislocated an arm and sported a face swollen like that of a pig. Despite Zhang San's usual bravado, he could hardly fathom that Xiao Wenbin possessed such formidable fighting skills, having incapacitated him and his subordinates in mere moments. This was no mere student. He was an absolute force to be reckoned with. Zhang San regretted accepting this assignment. Had he known that Brother Xiong intended for him to kidnap such a formidable opponent, he would have declined without hesitation. The notion that a university student from a wealthy family would be easy prey was nothing but a cruel deception. As Xiao Wenbin observed Zhang San, who now sat in a daze, he was tempted to deliver a few more blows. After all, it was Zhang San who had threatened his family. Had he not possessed a system to aid him, he could have fallen victim to their kidnapping and extortion scheme, leaving his family in ruin. Zhang San, lying on the ground, saw Xiao Wenbin approaching once more and quickly begged for mercy. "Big brother, I implore you, spare me. I did not wish to trouble you. I was merely following orders," he pleaded. "Please, no more. I am at my limit. Why do you persist in targeting me alone?" Xiao Wenbin found Zhang San's desperation amusing. "Aren't you the local boss here? Shouldn't a leader bear the burdens of his subordinates? Furthermore, I am merely appreciating your unique facial features, which is why I have decided to give you some special attention." Upon hearing this, Zhang San, already writhing in pain, spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Witnessing this, Xiao Wenbin quickly found a bottle of water and splashed it on him to revive him, then delivered a couple of kicks to his rear. "Is he dead? I still have questions to ask." Seeing that feigning unconsciousness was futile, Zhang San reluctantly rose, a look of servility on his face. "Brother, please speak. I assure you, I will answer all your questions without reservation." Xiao Wenbin wasted no time and inquired, "Is there a man under your command named Li Si? You know, the one with the shifty eyes, accompanied by 4 lackeys?" "Li Si? Yes, I remember him. Does Big Brother know him?" "Indeed, I do. We crossed paths yesterday, and he is currently in the hospital awaiting your assistance to settle the score. Look how fortunate you are. You and your brother will soon be reunited in the hospital." With that, Xiao Wenbin cast a wicked grin at Zhang San. "Rest assured, my dear brother, I shall certainly teach that Li Si a lesson upon my return, ensuring he will never dare to trouble you again." With a look of relief, Xiao Wenbin lifted the fallen Zhang Matzi from the ground, patting him on the shoulder, and said, "Then I shall spare Brother Zhang San. Let us hope I do not encounter you again. Farewell." With that, he strode out of the warehouse. Zhang San exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing this formidable figure finally depart, but as he glanced at the moaning subordinates sprawled on the floor, he could not help but gasp in disbelief. This man was simply too fearsome. While others might take on 10 opponents, he had not even enough strength against one. "Oh, my apologies. I have returned." Still reeling from the shock of Xiao Wenbin's extraordinary prowess, Zhang San was once again startled by that dreaded voice, and before long, he found himself collapsing to the ground once more. "Why are you lying down again? Are you unwell?" asked Xiao Wenbin, his face a mask of concern. He had not intended to return, but upon stepping outside, he realized he had been brought here by their vehicle. In such a remote, abandoned warehouse, it would be impossible to hail a cab, so he had to come back to see if anyone could drive him home. "Brother, why are you back again?" "I'm not unwell. I merely prefer to lie down while conversing," Zhang San stammered, trembling as he looked at Xiao Wenbin. Chapter 22. The Burdened Heart of Lin Yinzhino. "I would like to inquire if you could take me back to school. It is far too late for me to catch a ride, and since you brought me here, you naturally bear the responsibility of returning me," Xiao Wenbin said, flashing an innocent smile that would deceive any unaware observer into believing him harmless. At that moment, Zhang San felt an urge to curse. "You beat us to a pulp, and now you expect us to drive you back? What do you want us to do? Use our heads?" Yet, constrained by Xiao Wenbin's overwhelming presence, he reluctantly replied, "Brother, our arms and legs have been broken. It is inconvenient for us to drive. Perhaps you might allow me to make a phone call to summon a vehicle for you?" With that, Zhang San prepared to instruct one of his subordinates on the ground to make the call. "There's no need for such trouble. This minor injury can be cured in no time here," Xiao Wenbin declared, approaching each person in turn and administering a series of unconventional treatments. Yes, the genuine kind. Moments later, those fallen subordinates, along with Zhang San, were rubbing their arms and slowly standing up, supporting one another. "It truly doesn't hurt as much as before. I feel much better." With just a few deft motions, Xiao Wenbin had healed the wounded, leaving Zhang San and his companions in utter awe of his capabilities. This was what it meant to repay kindness with kindness. This was the essence of reconciliation. Xiao Wenbin was undoubtedly a remarkable figure hidden in plain sight. In that moment, a wave of admiration washed over the group, with some individuals' eyes sparkling with admiration, eager to become his disciples and learn a few skills. Xiao Wenbin had not anticipated that his approach of combining benevolence with authority would yield such an abundance of admiration. Indeed, those of the martial world are drawn to the virtues of loyalty and righteousness. At present, there is no need to dwell on trivial matters. He merely urged them to expedite his return. After approximately half an hour, Zhang San and his companions finally delivered Xiao Wenbin back to the school. Before departing, he did not forget to issue a warning to Zhang Mozi. Should the violent bear wish to remain unscathed, he ought to refrain from troubling him further. Otherwise, he would personally seek out the Black Bear Gang. As for whether he would pursue accountability for their lackluster performance, that depended on how Zhang Mozi chose to explain it. In truth, on the way back, Xiao Wenbin gleaned a general understanding of the Black Bear Gang from Zhang San's words. Although there were some confidential matters that Zhang San could not divulge, his thoughts were hardly concealed from Xiao Wenbin's perceptive nature. It turned out that the Black Bear Gang was founded by the leader, Black Tiger, and the second-in-command, Violent Bear. The order to kidnap Xiao Wenbin had indeed come from the vice leader, Violent Bear. The gang typically profited from various gambling establishments, clubs, and bars, while secretly engaging in extortion, high-interest lending, racketeering, murder, arson, trafficking, and coercing minors and vulnerable women into unsavory activities, bolstered by their protective umbrella and powerful patrons. The Black Bear Gang had committed numerous heinous acts over the years, wreaking havoc without restraint. The citizens of Jiangzhou had long harbored deep-seated animosity towards them. Yet the gang's growing influence and formidable backing rendered them nearly untouchable. Local law enforcement struggled to gather evidence of their crimes, leaving ordinary citizens too intimidated to confront them. Xiao Wenbin's willingness to assist Zhang San and his group in healing their wounds was not merely a gesture of gratitude for their transportation. Through his perceptive abilities, he discerned that Zhang San and his companions were among the kindest within the Black Bear Gang. Their usual activities involved collecting protection fees, managing debt collection, and undertaking some extortion-related jobs, while they had never engaged in more brutal activities such as murder or arson. It was not that Zhang San lacked the courage to partake in such deeds. Rather, he found it difficult to harden his heart. Even in extortion, he merely resorted to intimidation without ever resulting in loss of life. Over the years, Zhang San cultivated a band of like-minded followers through loyalty and integrity, while those who were ruthless and unprincipled had been driven to other factions. This time, upon hearing that Xiao Wenbin's school fell within their jurisdiction and that Violent Bear considered him a lucrative target worthy of recognition, Zhang San eagerly volunteered to take on the task. One cannot alter their origins, but the path one treads is a matter of choice. If one wishes to avoid descending into darkness, it is prudent to turn back before it is too late. Upon arriving at the school, Xiao Wenbin returned directly to his dormitory. The moment his fellow students saw the affluent Xiao Wenbin return, they were filled with confusion and skepticism, especially considering his wealth. Why would he seek part-time work? Was it for life experience or a familial obligation? However, when Xiao Wenbin offered explanations, no one believed him. After a brief conversation, they each returned to their computers to indulge in gaming. Alas, Xiao Wenbin had promised to upgrade their computer equipment to the latest models, and fortuitously, the new arrivals had just been delivered today. Consequently, his friends were currently engrossed in the excitement of the moment, eager to indulge in a night of gaming. As he gazed upon the pristine laptop resting on his bed, Xiao Wenbin couldn't help but feel a surge of exhilaration. After all, every university male harbors a desire for a high-performance laptop. In the past, due to financial constraints, he had never dared to aspire for much. However, now that he had the means, it was only fitting to treat himself a little better. He skillfully powered on the new laptop, proceeding to install various plugins and drivers. Suddenly, while he was engrossed in exploring his new device, his phone rang. To his surprise, it was the campus belle, Lin Yanran, calling. He promptly rose and stepped onto the balcony. "Hello, what is up, great campus beauty? What brings you to seek me out so late in the evening?" "What else could it be? It's about the matter I mentioned before. Tonight, I've laid everything bare to my parents. Tomorrow evening, you'll accompany me home. So are you prepared?" "What matter? What do you expect me to prepare?" "You, during the day, promised to pretend to be my boyfriend and help me impress my parents. Remember? Are you backing out? Do you believe I want to come after you?" Xiao Wenbin was certain that Lin Yanran was quite incensed at that moment, as he could distinctly hear her rapid breathing through the phone. "I remember. How could I forget? Meeting your parents tomorrow evening, right? Rest assured, I will fulfill my duty. I'm asking if you are ready. Are you not bringing anything to my house?" What about your attire and appearance? Ah, is preparation really necessary? Aren't we just going to meet your parents for a casual chat? How can a boy visit his girlfriend's parents for the first time without any preparation? I'm not dealing with this. You need to take a leave tomorrow. I'll accompany you to pick out a gift and help you with your appearance. My mother has high standards for a man's looks and demeanor. All right, fine. No problem. See you tomorrow. Xiao Wenbin felt utterly bewildered. He had no girlfriend, let alone any experience. So how could he possibly know what to bring when meeting her parents? After hanging up the phone, he took a shower and then lay on his bed with his laptop, ready to play. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Lin Yanran felt as though she might explode with frustration. After much effort to persuade her parents, she was finally set to introduce her so-called boyfriend. Yet, Xiao Wenbin seemed entirely unprepared, planning to arrive empty-handed for his first visit. Moreover, with his usual attire, even Chun Haoshuan would disdain him, let alone her parents' discerning eyes. Lin Yanran was beginning to regret her choice. Why did she have to enlist Xiao Wenbin's help? In the end, she was left to worry about everything, as though she had invited a lord to her home. She, who has long suffered from insomnia, is likely to face another sleepless night today. Lying in bed, she played on her computer for a while. It was only then that Xiao Wenbin remembered to send a message to Lu Xiaoding, advising her that it would be safer to stay with her parents for the week. Although Li Si, who had previously attempted to capture Lu Xiaoding, was still hospitalized. The mastermind behind the scheme was the vice leader of the Black Bear Gang, Bao Xiong. This Bao Xiong again. If the motive was to retaliate for my rescuing Lu Xiaoding, then why would he send Zhang San specifically to kidnap and extort me? Moreover, judging by Zhang San's demeanor, he was clearly unaware of Lu Xiaoding's situation, which leads Xiao Wenbin to believe there are other underlying reasons at play. At the headquarters of the Black Bear Gang, within an opulently decorated room, the scar-faced Bao Xiong was indulging in the company of several beautiful women while smoking a cigarette, when an unexpected phone call abruptly extinguished his amusement. Zhang Matzi, what did you say? You failed to accomplish such a trivial task? I see your worth as a hall master is diminishing. Vice leader, we did not foresee this outcome. Primarily, that Xiao Wenbin is exceptionally formidable. Not even a dozen of us could match him. I suspect he is a hidden master, and without resorting to genuine force, we are at a loss. Useless. Truly a bunch of inept fools. This month, your hall must double its offerings, or you can forget about operating in Jiangzhou next month. Understood. Thank you, Brother Xiong'ai. Zhang Matzi will do my utmost. After hanging up, Bao Xiong reclined on the plush sofa, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. Having known Chun Haoshuan for such a long time, he knew the latter would not deceive him. Thus, it must be Xiao Wenbin who poses a problem. Not only is he wealthy, but his skills are also extraordinary. Could it be that he hails from an illustrious family or a hidden sect? This notion made Bao Xiong hesitant to act rashly. Although the Black Bear Gang currently wields significant power in Jiangzhou, in the eyes of certain prominent families, they are merely clowns. Not to mention the formidable forces and families in provincial capitals and Yanjing, as well as numerous esoteric sects scattered throughout Huaxia. Therefore, Bao Xiong resolved to investigate Xiao Wenbin's background before deciding on any further actions. Chapter 23. Some opportunities, once missed, are lost forever. The night swiftly passed. Upon waking the next morning, Xiao Wenbin completed his morning routine and prepared to head downstairs for breakfast. Just as he arrived on the ground floor, he received a call from Lin Yanran, inquiring about his whereabouts as she was about to arrive at the school. Xiao Wenbin informed her that he planned to eat at the cafeteria, and they agreed to meet there. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Xiao Wenbin casually ordered a portion of soy milk, fried dough sticks, and a few buns, savoring them slowly. Numerous passing students occasionally pointed and whispered about him. Xiao Wenbin had gained a reputation for his wealth within the school. Why then was he seen dining on soy milk and fried dough sticks in the cafeteria? However, Xiao Wenbin would never divulge to these individuals that he was deliberately putting on airs to garner emotional points. Furthermore, the 1,000 yuan he had loaded onto his meal card would be a waste if left unspent. As for why he chose to invite Lin Yanran to the cafeteria, it was undoubtedly due to the bustling atmosphere, where their shared emotions could multiply. A few minutes later, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance of the cafeteria, followed by a throng of people pouring in, who then parted to create a pathway. At the doorway, a girl sauntered in gracefully. She wore a light blue-collared dress cinched at the waist, revealing her delicate, fair arms, and adorned her lovely neck with a diamond-studded platinum necklace that sparkled intermittently. Her ethereal beauty was unmistakable. Who else could it be but Lin Yinran? The boys who had lined up to let her through were now wide-eyed in astonishment. Not for any other reason than the fact that Lin Yinran looked exceptionally stunning today. Typically, Lin Yinran favored a low-key presence at school, often opting for subtle makeup and comfortable athletic attire. Today, however, she had made a conscious effort to dress up, as she was to take Xiao Wenbin home to meet her parents in the evening, prompting her to enhance her appearance. As Lin Yinran entered the cafeteria with a bag in hand, she scanned the room and soon spotted Xiao Wenbin, who was engrossed in his meal. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and approached his table. Eating again. All you do is eat. Hurry up and finish your breakfast. We have so much to do today. With that, she placed the breakfast she had brought for him on the table, crossing her arms with a look of exasperation as she gazed at him. Yinran, I didn't expect you to actually bring me breakfast. How thoughtful of you. I'm so touched, Xiao Wenbin remarked, accepting the bag without a hint of embarrassment, immediately flaunting his excitement. Eat it or don't. I'm not concerned about your feelings. After all, it's not my money being spent, Lin Yinran retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In truth, she herself was unsure why she had chosen to bring breakfast for this annoying fellow. On her way to school, the thought had crossed her mind that Xiao Wenbin might indulge in the nutritionally void soy milk and fried dough sticks. So she had decided to bring him a nourishing meal instead. Well, I appreciate it nonetheless, Yinran. By the way, aren't you tired standing there? Why not sit down and rest for a bit? Xiao Wenbin suggested, noticing Lin Yinran standing across from him, quietly observing him. I don't want to dirty my clothes. I'll just stand, she replied. And could you please hurry up and eat? We have important matters to attend to. Yet, their exchange left the onlookers utterly astonished. The school belle, whom they had long admired and who had so meticulously prepared for the day, was merely there to deliver breakfast to Xiao Wenbin. Even more infuriating was the fact that Xiao Wenbin, this ungrateful oaf, had the audacity to make their beloved schoolflower stand there watching him eat. Moreover, the two individuals audaciously remarked that after their meal, they had to attend to some important matters. Important matters? Dressed so splendidly? Was it truly a task that necessitated their companionship? And in such a rush? Could it be that they were intending something more intimate? Surely not. I refuse to believe that our campus belle would be so indiscreet. No, for the sake of my love, for the sake of justice, I must engage in a relentless struggle against that brute, Xiao Wenbin. That scoundrel is the eternal adversary of all the boys at our school. Let us rally together, brothers. A throng of onlookers cast furious glares at Xiao Wenbin, each one wishing they could slay him with their stares. Yet, Xiao Wenbin remained utterly unfazed. On the contrary, he relished the heightened emotions of the crowd. The more agitated they became, the more his own excitement surged. After a considerable time, Lin Yinran finally dragged the reluctant Xiao Wenbin out of the cafeteria. She had come to a realization. Xiao Wenbin was deliberately stalling for time. Had she not pulled him away, he might have sought yet another serving of soy milk and fried dough to prolong his meal. Hey, isn't that Xiao Wenbin and Lin Yinran? Exclaimed Wang Xiaoai, pointing at them while addressing her roommates, Su Jing and the others. Following her gaze, Su Jing indeed spotted Xiao Wenbin and Lin Yinran walking side by side towards them. At that moment, Xiao Wenbin also noticed the four approaching. It had been several days since he had seen them. Just a few days prior, he had confessed to Su Jing, only to be met with rejection. Since then, he had refrained from contacting them. In his former self, he would have still been mired in the shadows of heartbreak, avoiding them and wallowing in sorrow. However, with the Heaven-S reward for love system at his disposal, he felt no fear. Reflecting on this, Xiao Wenbin promptly checked Su Jing's attributes through the system. Name, Su Jing. Age, 19. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Attractiveness, 80. Physique, 11. Affinity, 28. Indeed, his assumptions were confirmed. Su Jing's affinity towards him lingered in the 20s, falling short of the 50-point threshold for any significant emotional connection, and was less than half of Lin Yinran's. Upon contemplating this, he glanced at Lin Yinran's affinity score. Astonishingly, it had risen to 60 points. Lin Yinran truly deserved her status as his designated partner. It was remarkable that he had not engaged with her extensively, yet her fondness for him had surged so dramatically. At this rate, it would not be long before he successfully captured the heart of the campus belle. After regaining his composure, Xiao Wenbin instructed the system to cease shielding the affinity prompts. After all, checking another's affinity always required a moment of distraction, which was quite inconvenient. With Su Jing's feelings now clarified, Xiao Wenbin felt a sense of relief. As previously mentioned, even if two individuals cannot become lovers, they can still forge a friendship. Some opportunities, once missed, remain in the past. Once emotions become memories, they truly belong to history. After coming to terms with this, Xiao Wenbin smiled and approached the four, accompanied by Lin Yinran. What a coincidence! Su Jing, are you on your way to class? Xiao Wenbin initiated the conversation. Yes, we were just about to attend a class. What about you? Su Jing replied with her characteristic calm smile. We are heading out with classmate Yinran to take care of a few matters. By the way, I nearly forgot to introduce this esteemed individual, Lin Yinran from the Department of International Trade and Economics. I believe you have all heard of her. He then turned to Lin Yinran to make the introductions. These are my friends, Su Jing, Yi Qing, Li Qian, and Wang Xiaoi. They all share a dormitory. Xiao Wenbin introduced Lin Yinran to each of the four. Hello, I am Lin Yinran, a sophomore in the Department of International Trade and Economics. You must be freshmen. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Lin Yinran greeted each person with grace and warmth. Hello, Senior Lin. We are also delighted to meet you. The girls responded politely. However, the gossip-loving Wang Xiaoi could not resist interjecting. Xiao Wenbin, I never expected you to be so well hidden. After just a few days, you've become the most renowned rich second-generation student on campus. Had I known you were this affluent, I would have encouraged Su Jing to accept your advances much earlier. Alas, now that you are with Senior Lin, I suppose you have no interest in Su Jing. But at least we remain friends, right? Should we ever find ourselves in trouble, you must lend us a helping hand. After finishing, Wang Xiaoi rested her chin on her hands, casting flirtatious glances at Xiao Wenbin. Ultimately, it was Su Jing and the others who tugged at her arm, prompting her to cease her antics. Not a problem. If anything arises, do not hesitate to contact me. After all, you all have my number. It is only natural for friends to assist one another. Upon seeing Xiao Wenbin's earnestness, Su Jing quickly waved her hand and said, no need to take her seriously. Xiaoi was merely joking. It's about time. We must head to class, Xiao Wenbin. Senior Lin, we shall meet again when time permits. With that, the three of them dragged the still glancing back at Xiao Wenbin Wang Xiaoi away, not looking back. Lin Yinran noticed that as Su Jing and the others walked away, Xiao Wenbin continued to gaze after them, and she felt a twinge of grievance and slight irritation. Humph. Here I am, a stunning beauty standing before you, yet you choose to look elsewhere? They have already departed, and you remain fixated on them. How foolish of me to have dressed up for you today. Xiao Wenbin suddenly felt a sharp pang at his waist, followed by Lin Yinran's light huff. Oh, how could that be? Classmate Yinran, you are undoubtedly the most beautiful and of that captivating kind. In recent days, Xiao Wenbin had come to realize just how significant Lin Yinran was. He had previously regarded her merely as a tool. Reflecting now, he recognized that nearly all of his achievements were attributable to Lin Yinran's support. What a tool. Clearly, they are our providers. They must be cherished and pampered. Upon hearing Xiao Wenbin praise her beauty, Lin Yinran, filled with pride, playfully remarked to him, who knows what you truly think? I just overheard them say that you were rejected by that Su Jing. You deserve it. Oh, Lin Yinran, how dare you mock your future boyfriend? This is utterly outrageous. Hurry up and give me a loving hug, or I won't be coming to your house tonight. Seeing her smug expression, Xiao Wenbin promptly initiated a loving hug. How could one not seize such an opportunity to tease back? Such a splendid skill must not go to waste. Initially, Lin Yinran wore a disdainful expression, but when she heard Xiao Wenbin state he would not visit her unless she offered him a hug, her brows furrowed in concern, and her hands nervously fidgeted with her skirt, her heart racing uncontrollably. Yet, the moment Xiao Wenbin raised his arms, Lin Yinran found herself unable to resist and embraced him tightly. The two of them locked in a warm embrace. Although Lin Yinran ultimately yielded, she wondered why her body acted on its own accord. She had intended to maintain her composure a little longer. In an instant, her face flushed crimson like an apple. She buried her face in Xiao Wenbin's embrace, mortified at the thought of being seen in such an embarrassing state. However, this act of burying her head in the sand was mere self-deception, only leading others to believe their relationship was extraordinary. Coincidentally, a group emerged from the cafeteria at that moment, and upon seeing the scene, they were struck with an overwhelming sense of shock. A few boys were nearly driven to the brink of despair. Chapter 24. The Beautiful School Belle, unexpectedly collides with someone unbeknownst to Xiao Wenbin from this day forward. The forum of Jiangzhou University would be inundated with countless posts declaring Xia Dog must die, and Xia Dog is our lifelong enemy. Of course, there were also posts praising Xiao Wenbin as a role model for contemporary young men, a beacon of aspiration. However, while everyone was astonished by the spectacle, two individuals simultaneously witnessed the scene. One was Qin Yi, another beautiful school belle from Jiangzhou University, majoring in broadcasting. If Lin Yanran represented purity and cuteness, then Qin Yi embodied a lively and spirited charm. The characteristic of broadcasting students is their melodious and captivating voices, which have won the hearts of many young men. She had recently heard numerous rumors about Xiao Wenbin and Lin Yanran, but remained skeptical. After all, she had never heard of Xiao Wenbin before, and it was hard to find anyone wealthier than Chun Haoshuan at Jiangzhou University. Yet today, she truly witnessed Lin Yanran, the daughter of Lin's trade, taking the initiative to embrace Xiao Wenbin. This truly reshaped her worldview while simultaneously igniting her curiosity regarding Xiao Wenbin. She found herself pondering why he had previously feigned poverty, only to now flaunt his wealth. Another witness to this unfolding drama was Chun Haoshuan, who arrived with a group of underlings. Initially, he had been elated upon hearing that Brother Xiong had sent someone to deal with Xiao Wenbin the previous night, celebrating throughout the evening. However, he was taken aback when, early that morning, he learned that Xiao Wenbin was perfectly fine and was currently enjoying breakfast in the cafeteria. To make matters more intriguing, the campus belle, Lin Yanran, was by his side. Despite his disbelief, he felt compelled to accompany his entourage to the cafeteria to ascertain the truth. Upon arrival, he was unexpectedly inundated with Xiao Wenbin's display of affection. Not only was Xiao Wenbin unharmed, but he was also nestled closely with the beautiful schoolmate he adored. This sight ignited a furious desire within Chun Haoshuan to reprimand the couple, yet he quickly realized he was no match for Xiao Wenbin. The thought of being humiliated deterred him from acting rashly. Ultimately, he resolved to return and inquire with Brother Xiong about the specifics of the situation. Convinced that the formidable Black Bear gang could not possibly be thwarted by a mere Xiao Wenbin. With this thought in mind, Chun Haoshuan couldn't help but chuckle slyly, allowing Xiao Wenbin to revel in his moment of triumph. After all, there would surely come a time for his own vindication when both wealth and women would be his. His confidence was not unfounded, as he had heard from his father that the Lin family business, Linsure Trading, was struggling and contemplating alliances through marriage, with himself as a potential suitor. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenbin gently released Lin Yanran from his embrace, a playful smile gracing his lips as he teased her. So, Yanran, how long do you intend to keep me in your embrace? And while your ample bosom is quite impressive, you can't just go around bumping into people. You've left me quite sore. After saying this, he patted his chest, feigning a wounded expression while reminiscing about the softness he had just experienced. Lin Yanran, feeling wronged, couldn't believe that Xiao Wenbin dared to blame her for his discomfort. It infuriated her. After all, she was undeniably soft. How could she possibly have hurt him? Her chest heaved in indignation as she pouted and retorted, You big jerk and lecher, taking advantage and then playing the victim. Humph. Observing the adorable school belle puffing up in anger, Xiao Wenbin decided to temper his playful demeanor. He reached out to gently pat her head, offering a soothing tone. All right, Yanran, no more joking. Let's focus on the important matters at hand. With that, he extended his hand toward her, locking eyes with her sparkling gaze, and said tenderly, From this moment on, I shall be your boyfriend, and you must fulfill the duties of a good girlfriend. Lin Yanran, taken aback by Xiao Wenbin's sudden seriousness, felt her heart flutter. However, she quickly smiled, placing her delicate hand into his. Lin Yanran's affection level stood at 2, with a total affection score of 62. Chun Haoshuan, on the other hand, boasted an affection level of 10 and a total score of 90. Upon hearing the long-awaited system notification, a subtle smile unexpectedly graced his lips. However, upon noting Chun Haoshuan's score of 90, Xiao Wenbin found himself at a loss for words, realizing that he was indeed Chun Haoshuan's lifelong rival. As Xiao Wenbin clasped Lin Yanran's delicate hand, he felt a warmth akin to jade, smooth and exquisite, filling his heart with an indescribable joy. Upon regaining their senses, the two noticed that the crowd around them had grown increasingly larger, prompting them to hasten towards the school gate. Once outside the school, Lin Yinran swiftly led Xiao Wenbin to hail a taxi bound for the largest international shopping center in Jiangzhou. Situated in the heart of Jiangzhou, this shopping center is the most opulent in the city, housing hundreds of renowned domestic and international brands. It embodies a fusion of fashion, home decor, entertainment, and dining, catering to a myriad of tastes and preferences. From clothing for both genders to gold and jade artifacts, jewelry, and a plethora of luxury boutiques, it offered an extensive selection. Lin Yinran brought Xiao Wenbin here with the intention of giving him a makeover, ensuring that he would meet her parents' approval. Xiao Wenbin felt a twinge of excitement at the prospect of visiting the Jiangzhou International Shopping Center. He had often heard it referred to as a paradise for women and a hell for men, as most men emerged with empty wallets after a visit. Seated in the car with the stunning campus belle beside him, the air was imbued with the sweet fragrance of Lin Yinran, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Even the driver could not help but praise Xiao Wenbin's girlfriend for her breathtaking beauty, causing Lin Yinran's cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she playfully pinched Xiao Wenbin's waist. He, however, merely chuckled, unconcerned by her teasing. After all, they were not in a public setting, and there was no need to impress others by feigning discomfort. As long as Lin Yinran enjoyed herself, he was happy to indulge her whims, confident in his own resilience. Of course, Xiao Wenbin feigned a bit of pain for her sake. After all, it was essential to boost her sense of achievement, as women often require a little adoration. Since Lin Yinran mentioned that they might spend the entire day out, Xiao Wenbin had his roommate request a day off for him. His friends readily agreed. Having heard about Xiao Wenbin's date with the campus beauty, supporting their brother's pursuit of happiness, they reminded him to prioritize safety, leaving Xiao Wenbin feeling somewhat bewildered. Before long, the taxi arrived at the International Shopping Center. As they alighted, Xiao Wenbin gazed at the towering buildings and the throngs of shoppers. Suddenly feeling a spark of entrepreneurial ambition, he envisioned establishing his own skyscraper, reassured by the fact that he was not short on funds. However, he resolved to meticulously plan this endeavor, recognizing that there was no rush to implement it just yet. Lin Yinran seemed to have truly immersed herself in the role of a girlfriend, as she elegantly linked arms with Xiao Wenbin after getting out of the car, guiding him through renowned men's fashion brands. At that moment, Xiao Wenbin was reveling in the experience, enjoying the company of a beautiful campus belle while being enveloped in her delightful fragrance, relishing the envious glances from passers-by. Occasionally, he felt the soft touch of Lin Yinran against his arm, a delightful sensation that was both ample and yielding, capable of transforming at a mere squeeze. After a leisurely stroll, they arrived at an internationally renowned bespoke menswear store. Upon their entrance, the salesgirls were instantly captivated by Lin Yinran's stunning beauty and poise. However, their admiration quickly turned to disbelief as they laid eyes on Xiao Wenbin, feeling the disparity was too great to reconcile. Clad in the most ordinary of attire, his worn-out sneakers did little to complement the elegance of the exquisite woman by his side. The only redeeming qualities were his fair complexion, his toned physique devoid of excess, and his youthful, handsome visage. This led the salesgirls to speculate whether Xiao Wenbin was merely a kept man of Lin Yinran. Yet, despite their internal musings, they maintained a courteous demeanor, diligently presenting each clothing option and styling advice to both Lin Yinran and Xiao Wenbin. Xiao Wenbin, possessing an uncanny ability to read thoughts, was well aware of their speculations. However, he refrained from revealing his true circumstances, knowing that such an admission would likely be met with skepticism and ridicule, and thus chose to let them indulge in their assumptions. After all, being the campus belle's companion had its perks, complimentary meals, and an increase in favor. Who knew? Perhaps one day she might even take the initiative to pursue him. In Chapter 25, mistaken for a kept man, under the guidance of the salesgirls, they quickly settled on several outfits, prompting Lin Yinran to suggest that Xiao Wenbin try them on. Although the salesgirls were concerned that he might soil the luxurious garments, which could hinder their sales, the presence of the affluent Lin Yinran reassured them, and they enthusiastically retrieved the clothing for the couple. Suddenly, a loud, imposing voice interrupted the atmosphere as a rather rotund woman, adorned in gaudy jewelry, approached with an impressively built young man by her side. This was Wu Xiaofan, who had been enjoying a lavish lifestyle recently, having established a connection with the wealthy and somewhat corpulent Zhu Meili through his profession as a fitness trainer. As long as Wu Xiaofan catered to her needs, he was assured of her generous patronage. He possesses an inexhaustible fortune, and whatever he desires is readily provided. Such unparalleled happiness is truly enviable. Today, with splendid weather gracing the day, the affluent Zhu Meili has once again taken him to the International Shopping Center to select a few new outfits. There was no choice. Several of his previous garments had been irreparably torn by Zhu Meili during her nocturnal escapades. In an act of compensation for her little man, Zhu Meili decided to treat him to more attire at the mall. Upon arriving at the shopping center, before he could even begin to browse through the clothing, Wu Xiaofan unexpectedly encountered Lin Yanran, who was elegantly entwined with Xiao Wenbin. In an instant, he was utterly captivated by Lin Yanran's regal demeanor and her breathtaking beauty, reminiscent of a celestial being from a painting. To make matters worse, the way she occasionally flashed a charming smile while clinging to Xiao Wenbin was irresistibly enchanting, completely ensnaring Wu Xiaofan's heart. Wu Xiaofan's gaze was drawn to the voluptuous curves of Lin Yanran, and he found himself wishing to be the very arm she held, just to experience the soft and supple sensation she exuded. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he longed to discover the identity of the fortunate man who could claim such an exquisite beauty. However, upon seeing the man, his heart sank with jealousy. The fellow was dressed quite ordinarily, his shoes tattered and his attire seemingly procured from a bargain stall, with only his fair complexion and youthful visage standing out. How could such an unimpressive man possess a paragon of beauty like her? Comparing this to the plump Zhu Meili he held, Wu Xiaofan felt a surge of indignation, nearly causing him to bleed from his nose in frustration. It was a classic case of envy. Why, in the realm of affluent companions, did this fortunate pretty boy end up with a stunning heiress while he, a charming lad with both looks and physique, was saddled with a rather unappealing counterpart? It seemed profoundly unjust and disheartening. As these thoughts brewed within him, a vengeful notion took root. Since he could not attain her, perhaps he could orchestrate her downfall. He was well aware that Zhu Meili was not one to be trifled with, boasting two powerful cousins, one a chairman of the Qin Group, the other a leader in Jiangzhou. With such connections, Zhu Meili could navigate her world without fear, dominating any social situation. Moreover, Zhu Meili was notoriously envious of those more beautiful than herself and could not abide the sight of her man glancing at other women. Therefore, Wu Xiaofan resolved to provoke Zhu Meili, hoping she would take action against Lin Yanran and her companion. He feigned infatuation, trailing behind Lin Yanran and, in Zhu Meili's presence, insisted on trying on several outfits chosen by Xiao Wenbin. Having navigated the intricacies of romantic entanglements for years, Zhu Meili was acutely aware of her little man's intentions. Furthermore, she harbored a distaste for Lin Yanran, resenting that she could not rival her beauty. At that moment, she longed to claw Lin Yanran's flawless face, convinced that such an act might elevate her to the pinnacle of beauty. What infuriated her even more was the question of why Lin Yanran could find such a fair-skinned, beautiful, and youthful young man like Xiao Wenbin. Indeed, just moments ago, she had also taken a liking to Xiao Wenbin. As for Wu Xiaofan, she had long grown weary of him. Thus, she felt it was time to indulge her palate anew. With a mischievous grin, Zhu Meili interrupted the salesperson who was retrieving clothes, then linked arms with Wu Xiaofan and sauntered over to them. Her intention was to mercilessly humiliate Lin Yanran, turning her into a laughingstock in front of everyone, and then showcase her own prowess. She was determined that Xiao Wenbin, this pretty boy, would not submit so easily. Upon noticing the disagreement among customers, another salesperson promptly interjected politely, "Excuse me, miss, but these garments have already caught the attention of these two individuals. If you are interested, we can assist you in selecting others shortly." Zhu Meili, however, was deliberately seeking trouble and would not let it go so easily. "No way. My dear Xiaofan has taken a liking to these pieces. Let us try them on first. Are you afraid we cannot afford them?" As she spoke, Zhu Meili produced a platinum membership card from her beloved Hermes bag. At that moment, the sales staff were left utterly astonished, their expressions frozen in disbelief at the sight of Zhu Meili's platinum card. When they first joined the store, the manager had informed them that spending 1 million annually at the International Shopping Center would earn a standard membership card, while 5 million would yield a silver card, 10 million a gold card, and 50 million a platinum card. As for the even more prestigious diamond card, the manager had merely remarked that he had never seen one, as it was reserved solely for the owner of the mall. These membership cards operated on a priority system, mandating that all stores and brands serve the esteemed members first. Zhu Meili reveled in the envious and jealous gazes directed her way, relishing the feeling of satisfaction that accompanied such attention. I apologize, esteemed Platinum member. I shall contact the manager immediately to convey your request. With that, one of the salespeople began to call the manager, while the earlier salesperson abandoned Lin Yanran and Xiao Wenbin. The mall's regulations dictated that members received priority, compelling them to cater to Zhu Meili, the Platinum member, first. A few minutes later, the mall manager arrived, verified the authenticity of the membership card, and respectfully returned it to Zhu Meili before instructing the previous salesperson to prioritize Wu Xiaofan's fitting. At this point, Lin Yanran's face had turned pale with anger. How could someone bully her over a mere purchase? Were it not for Xiao Wenbin still holding on to her, she would have charged forward to confront them. Xiao Wenbin, noticing the fury etched on his school beauty's face, thought it was time for him to take center stage. In truth, he had discerned through telepathy that these two individuals had no intention of shopping. They were merely there to make things difficult for them. The man was drawn to Lin Yanran's beauty, while the woman was driven by jealousy and a desire to make herself the other's pretty boy. The sight of the two individuals before him filled Xiao Wenbin with revulsion. How could he be perceived as a mere pretty boy when he was, in fact, a wealthy magnate? Now, not only did he need to vindicate himself for the sake of Lin Yanran, but also to affirm his identity as a man. Thus, he hurriedly interjected, "Given the existence of a membership system, should I not also become a platinum member? Then the garments we previously admired would rightfully belong to us." The mall manager, devoid of disdain for Xiao Wenbin's attire, responded courteously, "Theoretically, that is indeed correct. Very well, then provide me with a bank account number. I shall transfer 50 million to you, and you will issue me a platinum card." With that, Xiao Wenbin promptly produced his phone, ready to initiate the transfer. After all, money could resolve such matters, merely trifles. Ha ha ha, little brother, are you jesting? You claim you will produce 50 million to acquire a platinum card? Setting aside whether you possess that sum or if your wealthy companion can provide it, even if you did have 50 million, you cannot obtain that card today. Do you not realize that such cards require annual spending to upgrade? Even if you were to spend 100 million today, you would merely become a regular member. Slowly progressing upwards, attaining platinum status would take several years. Zhu Meili seemed to have never encountered such an amusing jest, and she could not help but laugh. Joined by Wu Xiaofan and several newly arrived guests who were similarly entertained by Xiao Wenbin's words. The only person in attendance who did not mock Xiao Wenbin was Lin Yanran, for she understood that this man was striving to shield her from embarrassment by insisting on obtaining a membership. Furthermore, she knew that Xiao Wenbin indeed possessed the means to secure that membership, for she had 100 million in her phone. At that moment, Lin Yanran felt an overwhelming sense of injustice and guilt. She longed to inform Xiao Wenbin that this mall belonged to Lin's trading company. Her father had also provided her with a platinum card, which she had left at home, and her mother, Xiao Muxue, kept the diamond card securely stored away. However, she could not produce either card now. Revealing her identity as a young lady to persuade the manager would be utterly out of the question. Clearly, this was impossible. Given that the company had instituted a membership system, there was no way to circumvent it. Watching Xiao Wenbin stand before her, bearing the brunt of others' disparagement, Lin Yanran felt as if her heart were being torn asunder. Tears of frustration welled in her eyes, unbidden. She despised her own helplessness. She had the capability to manage the situation, yet her own missteps had dragged Xiao Wenbin down. The only recourse available to her was to persuade Xiao Wenbin to explore another store, hoping he would not be angered. "Wenbin, why don't we let this go? Let us check out the next store, shall we?" After saying this, Lin Yanran stepped forward and tightly embraced Xiao Wenbin's back, wishing to meld herself into him. She pressed her face against his back, biting her lips against his clothing, fearful that he would perceive or hear her quiet sobs. Xiao Wenbin has already developed a modicum of spiritual power. How could he possibly overlook the subtle fluctuations in Lin Yanran's emotions, especially given his ability to read minds? He felt the dampness on his back and the sound of crystalline tears hitting the ground. Chapter 26. Recklessly spending 200 million to stand up for the campus beauty. At this moment, Xiao Wenbin was truly enraged. He could not bear to see those he cherished being wronged, particularly when that person was his bound partner, Lin Yanran. He had not anticipated that a simple act of slapping someone in the face would turn out to be so complicated. He initially believed that throwing money at the problem would suffice, yet now they refused to let him do so. But what of it? Since you dare to bully my campus beauty and make my life difficult, you cannot blame me for resorting to underhanded tactics. Xiao Wenbin silently summoned the system and urgently inquired, System, could you assist me in obtaining a platinum membership card? Today, my attempt to retaliate nearly resulted in me being struck instead. You must help me. The system responded, noting that due to the host's previous lack of a membership card, it suggested directly exchanging for a unique diamond membership card, thus eliminating the need for memory modification expenses. The proposal was as follows. Temporarily transfer the diamond glass card from Lin Yinran's home to the host for 1 hour, requiring 50 points. Effect, a seamless transfer and return, ensuring the original owner remains oblivious. Alternatively, exchange for the diamond glass card, modifying the memories of Lin Anbong and Xiao Muxue to reflect that the card was accidentally obtained by the host while it was deemed lost, requiring 200 points. Effect, the card appears to be an unexpected acquisition by the host, allowing unrestricted use, albeit with the risk of discovery by the original owner. Xiao Wenbin was taken aback by the system's suggestion to simply exchange for a diamond card. Even more surprising was the revelation that this shopping center belonged to Lin Yinran's family. It was hardly Xiao Wenbin's fault, after all. The use of his mind-reading ability drained his mental energy, preventing him from constantly applying it to Lin Yinran. Doing so could lead to his own collapse after just half a day. At this moment, he finally comprehended why Lin Yinran was in tears. The esteemed young lady of the Lin family, visiting her family's shopping center, was being bullied. What was even more infuriating was that the perpetrator was flaunting their membership card, while she had forgotten her own at home. Any girl in her position would undoubtedly feel wronged, indignant, and would likely shed tears in despair. Realizing that this shopping mall was owned by Lin Yinran's family, Xiao Wenbin felt no hesitation and promptly spent 200 points to acquire the diamond glass card. Indeed, the usually frugal Xiao Wenbin was willing to spend 200 points, equivalent to 200 million, merely to obtain a diamond card from her family. Yes, such a foolish maneuver. Xiao Wenbin preferred to squander his points rather than witness his campus beauty being bullied and mistreated. Having resolved to retaliate, he would do so in the most effective manner possible. Zhu Meili, witnessing her own mockery and derision, caused Lin Yinran to cower behind the handsome young man. Upon encountering Xiao Wenbin, who merely stood in front of Lin Yinran, appearing dazed as if genuinely affected by her recent words, Zhu Meili felt an indescribable thrill within her. A triumphant smile unfurled at the corners of her mouth, and she continued to ridicule Lin Yinran. Such a young girl, choosing to learn nothing worthwhile. And yet she aspires to live like a wealthy woman, supporting a gigolo despite her impoverished state. She ought to reflect upon her capabilities, dressing like a seductress. Perhaps secretly maintaining a sugar daddy, spending his money to lavish upon this young man. Just look at your puffed up, indignant demeanor. Could it be that my words have struck a chord? Ha ha ha, pretending to be pure while clearly being a little vixen. Young man, would you care to accompany me? I shall buy you the finest clothes, treat you to an extravagant feast at Lanyuan Pavilion, and then we shall. A resounding slap interrupted her, leaving Zhu Meili momentarily stunned. She had not even noticed when Xiao Wenbin had approached her, nor could she fathom that a mere gigolo would dare strike the face of the affluent Zhu Meili. Having just exited the system, Xiao Wenbin was filled with a surge of indignation upon hearing Zhu Meili incessantly insult Lin Yinran. Without hesitation, he delivered a sharp slap to the overweight woman's face. Fat hack, I have long found you repugnant, yet you continue to spew your vile words. Appearing as grotesque as you do, before you criticize others, perhaps you ought to glance in a mirror with your appearance and physique. It is no wonder that most would feel ill at the sight of you. I cannot fathom how that man could tolerate you. Truly, you possess a level of endurance that defies common understanding. I suggest you take up the life of a ninja. Perhaps you might achieve something. Having delivered the slap, Xiao Wenbin was still not satisfied and continued to berate the two before him. Although he occasionally joked with Lin Yinran, it was all in good fun. He would never dream of upsetting her to the point of tears. Yet now, an unseemly woman not only insulted him as a gigolo, but also dared to label Lin Yinran a vixen who deceives her sugar daddies to maintain younger men. For someone of Lin Yinran's stature, the belle of their school and daughter of Lin's trade, to be insulted in such a manner was intolerable, especially considering she was his destined partner. Faced with such blatant humiliation, how could Xiao Wenbin refrain from acting? You, a mere gigolo, dare to strike me. Oh, my face. How could it swell to such a degree? Zhu Meili exclaimed, clutching her swollen cheek, her speech faltering from the pain. How dare you mar my visage? You are finished. And as for that wretched woman, I will not let this pair of dogs escape unscathed. With a series of 3 sharp slaps, Zhu Meili, still hurling threats, was swiftly knocked to the ground by Xiao Wenbin. Not only did the left and right sides of Lao Gao's face swell, but due to its already plump nature, combined with the forceful slap from Xiao Wenbin, her visage resembled that of a pig's head. Additionally, Zhu Meili, sprawled on the ground, suddenly coughed violently, clutching her throat, and then expelled 3 bloodied teeth. It seemed that Xiao Wenbin had knocked out several of her teeth. Humph. A woman who cannot produce ivory from a dog's mouth deserves this. Perhaps now you will learn your lesson. If you dare to spread slander again, do you believe I will knock out all your teeth? Xiao Wenbin gazed disdainfully at Zhu Meili, whose head was swollen like that of a pig, and spoke fiercely. In truth, he had already held back. Otherwise, with his formidable physique, he could have effortlessly sent Zhu Meili's head flying with a single slap. Upon hearing Xiao Wenbin's threat to knock out all her teeth, Zhu Meili trembled, her gaze vacant as she looked at him, filled with fear and trepidation. This man was terrifying. She feared that if she spoke again, he might indeed fulfill his threat. However, upon glancing at her companion Wu Xiaofan, her confidence surged. The boy she had nurtured was a fitness instructor, far surpassing Xiao Wenbin in physique and stature, so she hastily called out to Wu Xiaofan. Wu Xiaofan, you useless creature. I've been assaulted, and you merely stand there watching, after all the money I've spent on you. Hurry up and teach that insolent boy a lesson. Wu Xiaofan was equally stunned by the sudden turn of events. In his eyes, Xiao Wenbin was merely a pretty boy. Typically, such pretty boys were insecure and would not dare to challenge Zhu Meili. Thus, he stood resolutely by, anticipating how Zhu Meili would deal with the 2 miscreants. However, the outcome was far from what he envisioned. On the contrary, Zhu Meili was swiftly knocked down to the ground by several of Xiao Wenbin's slaps, losing a few teeth in the process. Meanwhile, Lin Yanran stood in shock, covering her mouth with both hands, fearful of breaking the oppressive silence with an exclamation. She had initially intended to let it go, to persuade Xiao Wenbin to leave with her. Yet, the man before her, upon hearing the woman insult him, had resolutely retaliated with a series of hard slaps. No, it was not just one, but several. At that moment, Lin Yanran's eyes shimmered with tears, a stark contrast to her previous feelings of grievance and discontent. This time, they were filled with emotion and happiness. Lin Yanran's affection level, 10, total affection, 72. Zhu Meili's affection level, 90, total affection, 70. Wu Xiaofan's affection level, 40, total affection, 50. Xiao Wenbin paid no heed to the specific fluctuations in others' affection levels. He merely needed to know that Lin Yanran's affection had increased. As for Zhu Meili and Wu Xiaofan's feelings, they were of no concern to him. Let them harbor their grudges. It might even elevate his own spirits, and he would not suffer for it. Chapter 27. Excuse me. By mere coincidence, I am a diamond member. Wu Xiaofan had long harbored disdain for Xiao Wenbin, questioning why he, despite embracing a rather plump woman, could not enjoy the company of a stunning beauty like Xiao Wenbin. Now, with Zhu Meili urging him to confront Xiao Wenbin, he felt an overwhelming sense of eagerness. You little brat, you assaulted my girlfriend in public and acted as if nothing happened. Do you truly believe I am invisible? He declared, rolling up his sleeves and raising his fist as he charged towards Xiao Wenbin. Moments later, a resounding slap echoed through the air, followed by Zhu Meili's piercing scream. It turned out that Wu Xiaofan had been knocked unconscious by a single blow from Xiao Wenbin, collapsing heavily onto Zhu Meili, nearly depriving her of breath. The onlookers, including sales staff and the mall manager, were utterly stunned by the unfolding scene. In this day and age, they had never witnessed such audacity in an international shopping center. Once they regained their composure, they hurriedly contacted mall security. After all, a platinum member who spent $50 million annually had just been assaulted. Failing to manage this incident properly would spell disaster for the manager. Before long, 6 well-uniformed security personnel arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the imposing figures, Zhu Meili felt a surge of hope and shouted, "It's him, that impoverished wretch, and the despicable person behind him. Not only did they hinder our shopping, but they also physically assaulted me. I am a platinum member here. You must call the police and have them arrested. Otherwise, I will escalate this to your boss. Let all the affluent circles of Jiangzhou know how you treat us esteemed members." Upon hearing Zhu Meili's words, the security personnel exchanged anxious glances with the mall manager, who nodded in response. In unison, they brandished their batons and approached Xiao Wenbin. Noticing the 6 burly guards advancing towards Xiao Wenbin, Lin Yinran rushed forward from behind him. She positioned herself protectively in front of Xiao Wenbin, arms outstretched, shielding him from harm. Lin Yinran was acutely aware that her father's security team was comprised of professionally trained veterans, far surpassing the abilities of a mere fitness instructor like Wu Xiaofan. With 6 of them at once, she believed Xiao Wenbin stood no chance against them. Fearing for his safety, she disregarded all else and placed herself between them. In a moment of desperation, she resolved to call her father for help. Fully aware that revealing Xiao Wenbin's true identity as a faux boyfriend might force her into yet another arranged marriage. Yet, none of that mattered at this moment. All she wished for was Xiao Wenbin's safety, hoping he would remain unharmed. However, she reminded herself that the situation was not as it seemed. It was that overweight woman who had instigated the trouble, continuously insulting them, which had provoked Wenbin into action. The more Lin Yinran spoke, the more she felt her justifications were feeble. Clearly, this group of individuals is more concerned with the facts presented before them and the esteemed status of the Platinum member. Zhu Meili, I apologize, miss, but could you please step aside? The chief security officer implored the stunning woman before him. Fearing that a stern tone might cause the crystalline tears in her eyes to cascade down, diminishing her beauty. You cannot harm him. My father, Xiao Wenbin, would be furious to see Lin Yinjin stepping forward to defend me against 6 security personnel. A warmth inexplicably surged within Xiao Wenbin's heart. Driven by curiosity, he employed his mind-reading ability to comprehend Lin Yinjin's audacity in shielding him. To his astonishment, he discovered that she had already resolved to contact Lin Anbang, even willing to expose the charade of him posing as her boyfriend, all in the hopes that her father would ensure Xiao Wenbin's safety from harm. An inexplicable emotion stirred within Xiao Wenbin. Had the circumstances permitted, he would have embraced this endearing girl wholeheartedly. The thought of her contemplating sacrificing her own happiness out of fear for his safety was heart-wrenching. How could one not be endeared by such a charming and naive school beauty? Before Lin Yinjin could finish her sentence, Xiao Wenbin affectionately ruffled her hair and gently said, "Silly girl, which man would allow his woman to stand in front of him? A girl should simply be charming. The rest is for her man to handle." With that, he pulled her behind him. At that moment, Lin Yinjin felt her cheeks flush from Xiao Wenbin's series of intimate gestures, and her impending tears were significantly stifled. With a playful huff, she retorted, "Humph, who said I am your woman? You are not my man, so don't get carried away." Embarrassed, she buried her face against Xiao Wenbin's back, finding solace only in his presence. Lin Yinjin's affection level, 2. Total affection level, 74. Xiao Wenbin, unfazed by her playful antics, realized it was time to clarify the situation. All right, since the security personnel are here, we cannot escape. Let us recount the events. First, my girlfriend and I selected these outfits, and then this rather rotund woman emerged, attempting to seize them, brandishing a platinum membership card and demanding we yield them to her. Consequently, this woman has incessantly insulted my girlfriend, a fact I am certain the sales staff and the mall manager have overheard. Am I mistaken? Xiao Wenbin addressed the security officers, casting a glance at the sales personnel and the manager. A few sales assistants, feeling somewhat embarrassed, lowered their heads, hesitant to respond for fear of offending Zhu Meili. Their silence was their only means of expressing their discomfort. However, the mall manager, displaying a commendable sense of integrity, interjected, acknowledging the situation. "Indeed, sir, but you did strike Ms. Zhu, which has affected our esteemed members' shopping experience." At that moment, Zhu Meili hastily concurred, urging the security personnel to take action swiftly. Yet, Xiao Wenbin remained unfazed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Just because she is your customer, does that mean we are not? Should her status as a platinum member grant her the right to belittle us at will?" Zhu Meili scoffed, her expression dripping with disdain. "This is the mall's membership policy. Esteemed members always enjoy priority shopping privileges, while people like you are destined to be trampled upon and humiliated." Xiao Wenbin could not suppress a hearty laugh. He then reached into Lin Yinran's handbag, producing a card that shimmered with a blue glow, seemingly adorned with a circle of diamonds. "So, if we are diamond members, does that mean we can trample upon you as well?" Zhu Meili scoffed again. "Diamond member? I've never even heard of anyone possessing such a card. Your ignorance does not negate its existence. Forgive me, but we happen to be diamond members." As Xiao Wenbin declared his membership, a A stunned silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixated on the dazzling diamond card in his hand. Now, dear security personnel, what grounds do you have to detain me, a top-tier diamond member? At this moment, Zhu Meili shook her head in disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. How could a ragged pauper like you possess a diamond card? It must be fake. That card of yours is undoubtedly a counterfeit. Chapter 28. She is Lin Yanran, the heiress of Lin's trading company. The onlookers almost instinctively turned their gazes toward the mall manager. The latter hurriedly approached Xiao Wenbin, taking the card from his hands for a meticulous examination. Meanwhile, Lin Yanran had already ascertained the authenticity of the diamond card in Xiao Wenbin's possession, for she had previously played with it at home before her mother had put it away. But how had this card ended up in her bag now? No, it hadn't been there before. She was well aware of what her bag contained. It must have been slipped in by Xiao Wenbin. But how did he come to possess her family's diamond card? Did he know her parents all along, or was there some connection between their families? At this moment, Lin Yanran found herself in a state of perplexity. The mall manager scrutinized the card for an extended period but remained unable to determine its authenticity. However, based on its craftsmanship and material, it appeared genuine. Unfortunately, the verification of such diamond cards was beyond the purview of a manager. It required the authority of the mall's responsible personnel to authenticate it personally. With a hint of embarrassment, he said, "Sir, I lack the necessary authority to verify this. Please hold on a moment while I contact our manager, who is present today." Xiao Wenbin nodded nonchalantly, unperturbed by the authenticity of the situation. After all, a product of the system must be of exquisite quality. Thus, the manager proceeded to reach out to the mall's director. The others grew silent, awaiting the unfolding events. Only Xiao Wenbin and Lin Yanran casually found a sofa and settled down. What else could they do? Standing was tiring, and why let a comfortable sofa go to waste? Lin Yanran, like a curious child, incessantly probed Xiao Wenbin with questions about the origin of the card, whether he knew her parents, and a myriad of other inquiries. Each time, Xiao Wenbin deftly deflected her curiosity with a simple, "That's a secret." Moments later, two individuals entered the store, led by a somewhat portly and composed middle-aged man. The rotund gentleman took the diamond card from the manager, scrutinizing it carefully. After verifying it against the system at the counter, he respectfully returned the card to Xiao Wenbin. "Sir, your card is indeed a genuine diamond card. It is our pleasure to serve you." However, Zhu Meili, filled with disbelief, stumbled to her feet and exclaimed, "Impossible. How could he possess a diamond card, dressed as he is in such tattered clothing? Isn't that card owned by your boss, Lin Onbong? He must have stolen or found it. Furthermore, the membership card's usage policy stipulated that it must be used by the cardholder or their relatives, and clearly, this individual did not fit either category." At that moment, the mall director seemed to recall something. Indeed, the diamond card belonged to their boss, Lin Onbong. But how could this man possess it? Could he be a relative of the boss? Yet, his attire was far too ordinary. Moreover, the mall had strict regulations requiring that only the cardholder or their family could enjoy membership services. Thus, he directly inquired of Xiao Wenbin, "May I ask, sir, what is your relationship with Mr. Lin Onbong, the owner of Lin's Trade?" Xiao Wenbin had no connection to Lin Onbong whatsoever. Yet, he felt no fear. After all, the boss's daughter was right beside him. Just as he contemplated having Lin Yanran step forward to conclude his grand performance, a voice interjected. "Allow me to clarify. This is Miss Lin Yanran, the heiress of Lin's Trade," the man declared, stepping respectfully before Lin Yanran and bowing. He then scrutinized Xiao Wenbin for a moment. "Miss, this gentleman must be the boyfriend you are bringing to meet your father and mother today?" Secretary Chiu from headquarters happened to be inspecting the financial situation of the shopping center and, upon hearing that someone used a diamond membership card, decided to accompany us to take a look. In Secretary Chiu's mind, that card belonged to his boss or his wife personally, leading him to assume that the lady was shopping here, prompting him to pay his respects. "Uncle Chiu, what brings you here? Has my father come as well?" Lin Yanran recognized Secretary Chiu the moment he entered. A wave of joy washed over her, only to be swiftly followed by a surge of anxiety. Surely her father had not accompanied him. Her heart fluttered with trepidation. "No, the master is still at the headquarters. I am merely here to attend to some matters at the mall," Secretary Chiu replied with remarkable ease. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanran discreetly exhaled in relief. Thankfully, her father had not arrived. Otherwise, her secret rendezvous with Xiao Wenbin would have surely been exposed. With Secretary Chiu's presence, Xiao Wenbin and Lin Yinran's identities morphed into that of the esteemed Miss Lin and her future son-in-law. As for Zhu Meili, the platinum member who had intentionally caused a ruckus and insulted their diamond membership and the young lady, she was promptly escorted out by security. However, Zhu Meili was not one to concede defeat easily. That was a matter for another time. With the diamond membership card and Lin Yinran's status as a distinguished heiress, Xiao Wenbin and she encountered no further unsavory individuals. Lin Yinran selected a rather sophisticated suit for him, accessorized with a belt and a pair of shoes, and subsequently took him to revamp his hairstyle. By the time they exited a prestigious watch store, Xiao Wenbin adorned his wrist with a custom timepiece valued at 2 million. As they completed their ensemble, midday had already arrived. Lin Yinran led Xiao Wenbin to a nearby Western restaurant. Once seated, she gazed at the transformed Xiao Wenbin with immense satisfaction. He appeared utterly different, exuding a refined charm that radiated both composure and status. In Lin Yinran's eyes, this was the true embodiment of a wealthy scion. Simultaneously, she began to comprehend why some young women were easily drawn to the offspring of affluent families. There was an undeniable allure in a man treating her to a lavish experience. Initially, Lin Yinran had intended to cover all expenses, as she had been the one to ask Xiao Wenbin to masquerade as her boyfriend. However, he countered, "Didn't I give you 100 million? Why not make use of it? What boyfriend relies on a woman's money? You wouldn't want me to be a kept man, would you?" Ultimately, under his fervent insistence, Lin Yinran found herself yielding. Following that, she continuously selected items while he directed her to use his funds for payment. In truth, Xiao Wenbin was not averse to Lin Yinran spending on him. After all, she had invited him to assist her, and it was only fair she bore the costs. Nevertheless, it felt somewhat improper for a campus beauty to be covering the expenses while shopping together. Thus, Xiao Wenbin devised a compromise. He had 100 million with Lin Yinran that he could not reclaim. Why not utilize it? If it was available, he might as well take advantage of it, as he would never retrieve it anyway. Relying solely on obtaining free meals and drinks seems to have no end. It would be far more beneficial to engage in shopping excursions. With this thought, Xiao Wenbin couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Yinran inquired, casting him a playful glare while resting her chin on her hand, curiosity evident in her expression. "It's nothing, let's eat quickly." "We still need to pick out gifts for your parents," Xiao Wenbin replied, feigning calmness as he took a sip of water and urged her on. After their meal, the two departed from the International Shopping Center, taking a taxi to the ancient district of Jiangzhou City. Chapter 29. The mysterious fortune teller. Once in the car, Xiao Wenbin began to search for information regarding Lin's trading company on his phone. He was particularly concerned about the words spoken by Zhu Meili, who had been taken away by security, her face filled with rage. "Your Lin's trading company won't remain arrogant for long. Lin Onbong is struggling to protect himself and is even considering selling his daughter. How can you, a lady of such stature, still have the leisure to keep a toy boy?" Truly filial. While everyone assumed Zhu Meili was merely venting her frustrations, Xiao Wenbin noticed a shadow of concern crossing Secretary Chio's face. Could it be that Lin's trading company was truly in jeopardy? Quickly, Xiao Wenbin found the information he sought. Lin's trading company was the centerpiece of Jiangzhou City, a grand complex that housed an international business hub, luxurious five-star hotels, premier office buildings, exquisite exhibition spaces, and high-end apartments. Clearly, Lin's trading company had become a new landmark and symbol of the city. Yet recently, this colossal entity had encountered a multitude of issues. Concerns regarding safety and hygiene, financial statements, material shortages, and difficulties in capital recovery had emerged, and while many in the media deemed these troubles temporary, Xiao Wenbin held a different view. Extraordinary circumstances often herald unusual occurrences. As Lin Yinran observed Xiao Wenbin engrossed in his phone upon entering the vehicle, she wondered if he truly was as oblivious as he appeared. Hadn't he recently pursued Su Jing from the art department? Other boys would eagerly engage her in conversation daily. Yet Xiao Wenbin consistently treated her with indifference. If she did not initiate contact, it seemed he would not consider reaching out to her at all. This realization left Lin Yinran with a pang of bitterness and heartache. "What are you looking at? You seem so engrossed." "Let me see," she huffed, leaning towards him in an attempt to glimpse what had captured his attention, only to discover he was perusing information about Lin's trading company. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly turned her head away, muttering, "Why are you interested in our company's information? Are you preparing for how to deal with my parents?" "You can ask me anything," I know far more than what you can find online. Xiao Wenbin merely sought to gain a general understanding of Lin's trade and its recent reports. As for more intricate details, he intended to investigate further upon returning to his dormitory. It's nothing. I'm just casually looking into it. However, Zhu Meili mentioned that your father's company has encountered difficulties. Is that true? Upon hearing Xiao Wenbin express concern for Lin's trade's current situation, Lin Yaran, the young lady, wore an expression of worry. It shouldn't be. I haven't heard my parents mention any issues with the company, unless they are deliberately concealing it from me. Secretary Chiu usually handles company matters. Alas, I should have inquired with him earlier. Considering Zhu Meili's earlier remarks and Secretary Chiu's demeanor, Xiao Wenbin surmised that even if Lin Yaran were to ask, she would not receive a conclusive answer. He firmly believed that Lin's trade had indeed encountered significant problems, so grave that Lin Onbong had to proactively arrange a safety net for his daughter, necessitating a marriage alliance with a prominent family. This would ensure that his daughter had sufficient support to guarantee her well-being. Naturally, these were merely Xiao Wenbin's conjectures, yet with his remarkable intuition, he was confident in the accuracy of his deductions. He naturally took Lin Yaran's delicate hand in his, offering solace. Never mind, don't worry too much. When we arrive at your home tonight, you can simply ask your parents, right? And even if there are troubles, I will assist you. Thank you, Wenbin. You are truly wonderful, Lin Yaran replied, her cheeks adorning a rosy hue as she lowered her gaze, allowing Xiao Wenbin to hold her hand. She was uncertain why she felt particularly shy in his presence. As Xiao Wenbin playfully squeezed her tender hand, he winked at her and said, "You're welcome, Yaran. It's only natural for me to do this. After all, I am your boyfriend." That's not true. Thus, the two quickly arrived in the ancient district of Jiangzhou City. Along the way, Xiao Wenbin endured the occasional pinches to his waist. It seemed Lin Yaran had grown accustomed to this habit, resorting to pinching him whenever her mood soured. Xiao Wenbin was grateful for having elevated his physical resilience to the utmost. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to her torment. Why is it that girls can freely pinch boys, while boys cannot retaliate? Why is it that some are labeled as ruffians for merely defending themselves? Is there truly equality between the sexes in this world? Xiao Wenbin pondered with a sense of resignation. Upon their arrival in the ancient district, Lin Yaran skillfully guided Xiao Wenbin through the winding alleyways. Soon, they found themselves on a bustling antique street, where an array of shops displayed jade artifacts, emeralds, and antiquities alongside traditional paintings. Some vendors even showcased their wares directly on the roadside, while various workshops exhibited handcrafted sculptures. At that moment, each store and stall was teeming with people, and every so often, someone would exclaim in surprise. Lin Yaran explained that this was a sign of good fortune, indicating that the individual had stumbled upon a windfall. Xiao Wenbin was visiting such a place for the first time, and he was taken aback by Lin Yanran, the campus belle, who surprisingly seemed knowledgeable about it. However, Lin Yanran admitted that she was not truly versed in these matters. She had merely accompanied her father on a few occasions and had learned much from him. As they walked past numerous vendors, many merchants, noticing their youthful and distinguished attire, thought to themselves that yet another pair of unsuspecting patrons had arrived. Yet, Xiao Wenbin and Lin Yanran had no intention of pausing to admire the wares, denying the vendors any opportunity to exploit them. Just as Xiao Wenbin assumed that this street was solely populated by antique and jade sellers, he chanced upon a peculiar stall at the street corner. There sat an elderly man, wearing dark sunglasses, sporting a grizzled goatee, and clad in a tattered deep blue robe, exuding an air of dishevelment. He was grinning at both Xiao Wenbin and Lin Yanran from behind a table adorned with several divination coins, an aged tortoiseshell, and a teacup. Beside him stood a yellow banner inscribed with the words, "The 6 lines decipher the world's affairs. The heavenly eye pierces through the past and future." Ancient legends speak of divine methods surpassing the art of astrology. Upon reading the old man's proclamation, Xiao Wenbin felt a jolt of astonishment. How audacious of this individual to claim that a mere fortune-teller could comprehend the affairs of the world and foresee the annals of time. Noticing Xiao Wenbin's sudden fixation on the fortune-teller, Lin Yanran, with curiosity, inquired, "Wenbin, are you interested in fortune-telling? I don't recall there being a fortune-teller on this street before. If you're intrigued, you might as well give it a try, though I advise against placing too much faith in such superstitions." Xiao Wenbin merely smiled noncommittally. In truth, he held little interest. He found it rather refreshing to encounter such relics of antiquity in this modern technological society, which prompted him to take a glance. However, just as he was about to turn and lead Lin Yanran away, the old fortune teller abruptly appeared before him, nearly startling Xiao Wenbin. It is worth noting that Xiao Wenbin possessed a mental acuity of 99 points, equivalent to nearly 10 times that of an ordinary person. Yet he had failed to perceive when the old man had approached. The old fortune teller scrutinized Xiao Wenbin's face, tilting his head from side to side, and appeared to be grappling with an enigma, muttering to himself in confusion. How peculiar. This is the first time I've encountered someone with such a fate. Your features suggest a life of failure, yet fortune smiles upon you, and luck abounds, with romantic prospects flourishing. What is even more astonishing is that a golden aura emanates from your crown, soaring into the heavens, and at such a young age. You possess the physique honed over a century, truly a rare martial talent. Throughout my century-long journey, I have never encountered an individual as remarkable as you. Even the revered guardian of the nation, the venerable Dragon Elder, pales in comparison to your innate brilliance. The old Taoist persistently engaged in his incessant chatter, leaving Lin Yanran bewildered by the discourse. Summer Wenbin found the old man's words oddly familiar and decided to interject. Old man, are you about to say that someone as rare as I should be entrusted with the task of maintaining world peace? And that, given our profound connection, you shall impart to me several extraordinary secrets for merely 10 yuan? The old Taoist shot a disapproving glance at Summer Wenbin for interrupting him. My dear benefactor, I am merely an old fortune teller. I possess no extraordinary secrets. Have you perhaps been enchanted by the television? He continued, however, if you truly wish to contribute to your country, I can recommend an excellent opportunity. But before that, allow me the pleasure of offering each of you a fortune for free. With that, the old man grasped Summer Wenbin's arm and led him toward his stall. Along the way, Summer Wenbin attempted several times to break free from the old man's grip, but no matter how hard he tried, the grip remained steadfast. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the situation. Clearly, this elder was a master of his craft. Since escape was futile, Summer Wenbin decided to be patient and discern the old man's intentions. Observing their interaction, Lin Yanran followed suit, concerned that Summer Wenbin might be led astray by the old Taoist. She had heard from her father that many wandering practitioners possessed peculiar and sinister arts, particularly adept at swaying hearts and minds. The old Taoist returned to his seat with an air of calmness and smiled at Summer Wenbin and Lin Yanran. I am known as the Heavenly Eye Diviner, Wei the Blind. I typically only offer one divination per day, but today, I shall make an exception and provide a reading for both of you, free of charge. Pray, who shall go first? With that, he adjusted his sunglasses and picked up the divination coins. Earlier, on their way, Summer Wenbin had attempted to use mind reading on the old man, but to his surprise, he failed. The system indicated that the elder's mental strength surpassed his own, rendering him unable to discern the old man's thoughts. He mused that this elder was undoubtedly a concealed master. Not only was his physical and mental prowess significantly superior, but he had clearly transcended conventional limitations. As Summer Wenbin realized the old Taoist merely wished to provide them with a free reading, his interest was piqued. He then pointed at Lin Yanran, suggesting, "Let us begin with her." Lin Yanran, looking bewildered, pointed to herself and shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, "Me? No, Wenbin, you should try it instead. I have no interest in such superstitions." Xiao Wenbin offered her a non-committal smile, suggesting it was merely a casual attempt that wouldn't cost anything, believe it or not. Meanwhile, a cacophony of clattering ensued, as the old Taoist priest had picked up several divination coins from the table and begun to cast lots. Xiao Wenbin observed as the priest shook the coins 3 times towards the sky, then 3 times towards the ground, and finally 3 times before his chest. All the while chanting, the 6 coins divine the yin and yang, the heavenly stems and earthly branches determine the 8 directions. Upon concluding his incantation, the old priest flung the coins onto the table, where they spun wildly for nearly 2 minutes before coming to a halt. Rubbing his white beard, he scrutinized the divination results before speaking with an air of calm assurance. This young lady is named Lin Yanran, a local of Jiangzhou, destined for great wealth and prosperity. Her father, Lin Anbong, is the owner of the Lin Trading Company, and her mother, Xiao Muxue, is the legitimate daughter of the Xiao family, one of the 4 illustrious families of Jiangzhou. Young lady, does what this humble Taoist say ring true? The priest smiled slightly, peering at Lin Yanran through his sunglasses. Sir, you speak the truth. However, this is no secret. Perhaps you are acquainted with me or have inquired about my family. Lin Yanran's expression remained one of disbelief. She could not fathom that someone could truly glean everything from merely shaking a few coins. The old priest gently stroked his white beard and continued. I also know that your first encounter with him occurred in the girls' restroom at school. Moreover, your parents are preparing to arrange a marriage for you, and you are reluctant to be wed to someone you do not love. Therefore, you intend to bring this classmate to pose as your boyfriend to appease your family. Am I correct? Upon hearing the old priest casually unveil their little secret, including Lin Yanran's impending forced match, Xiao Wenbin began to scrutinize the disheveled old man with newfound seriousness. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the priest was not entirely blind. He was merely sightless in one eye, the other still functional, obscured by sunglasses that led one to believe he was completely blind. Lin Yanran, taken aback by the old priest's words, wondered if she had indeed encountered a sage today. Eagerly, she pressed on. Sir, if everything you say is true, what will happen next? Will we succeed? The old priest chuckled with satisfaction, glancing at Xiao Wenbin beside her. As long as he accompanies you, you will turn misfortune into fortune and live a life free of worries. In truth, your parents do not wish to force you into a match. The real issue lies with their own troubles. However, if you bring this so-called boyfriend home today, everything will gradually resolve itself. Moreover, this calamity may serve as an opportunity for the Lin family to rise. It is undeniable that he is indeed a benefactor in your destiny. The old priest suddenly paused, gazing intently at both Xiao Wenbin and Lin Yanran, and continued, You two seem to share a fated connection, profound and mysterious, as if bound together by an unseen force. Neither a bond of marriage nor a connection of kinship, yet inextricably intertwined, sharing life and death, enduring trials together. How peculiar. Xiao Wenbin was taken aback, drenched in a cold sweat by the old Taoist's words. Goodness, you old fool, why not just say I have a system? What is this talk of intimacy akin to familial love? Isn't it the special bond imposed by the system between Lin Yanran and me? If Lin Yanran were to perish, my points would reset, and my lifespan would be halved. Is that not akin to sharing life and death, suffering together? System. I suspect we have been exposed. Perhaps we should flee. I have no desire to be captured for vivisection. Xiao Wenbin silently communicated with the system in his mind. Host, please rest assured. The love-rewarding system is a manifestation of the heavenly order, capable of obscuring all celestial secrets and karmic ties. After hearing the system's reassurance, Xiao Wenbin felt a modicum of relief. Meanwhile, Lin Yanran was also anxious and worried upon hearing the old man mention that her parents were in trouble. However, when he assured her that as long as Xiao Wenbin was present, everything could be resolved, she felt a sense of calm wash over her. At that moment, Lin Yanran gazed at Xiao Wenbin with eyes sparkling in admiration, her cheeks occasionally flushing a delightful shade of crimson, utterly charming. To her, the old man's description of their unique relationship implied that she and Xiao Wenbin were destined to be together, bound in a connection of life and death. Facing adversity side by side. Chapter 31. The Eye of Heaven and the Blind Fortune Teller. Wei Lin Yanran was not only blushing profusely, but also felt her heart racing uncontrollably. She endeavored to maintain her composure, fearing that she might succumb to the urge to leap into Xiao Wenbin's warm embrace. Her affection level was at 5. With a total affection score of 79, Xiao Wenbin noticed the tender gaze Lin Yanran directed at him, and upon hearing the system's prompt, he instantly realized that Lin Yanran had undoubtedly misunderstood something. Yet, he was at a loss for how to clarify their relationship. So he decided to let her remain under that impression for the time being. The old Taoist appeared quite pleased with their dazed expressions and casually lifted the teacup beside him, savoring a sip of the clear tea. Now, it is time for the other one. Lin Yanran finally regained her senses and quickly winked at Xiao Wenbin. Wenbin, you should give it a try too. This old gentleman is truly accurate. He might indeed be a wise immortal. Xiao Wenbin nearly broke into a sweat, staring at Lin Yanran with a look of disbelief. Was this the same school beauty who had just advised him against believing in superstitions? After a mere divination, had she been brainwashed into becoming a devoted admirer? Nevertheless, Xiao Wenbin was also quite curious about the old man's divination skills. Perhaps he could indeed unearth something significant. With a mindset of curiosity, Xiao Wenbin nodded toward the old Taoist. The old man continued to grasp the divination coins on the table, shaking them rhythmically in his hands. Once again employing his previous methods, he shook the coins 9 times while muttering incantations, then scattered the copper coins. However, an unusual occurrence transpired. This time, the coins spun incessantly, showing no signs of coming to a halt. Lin Yanran and Xiao Wenbin, observing from the side, were equally bewildered, as this spectacle transcended the realm of science and defied the laws of gravity. The old Taoist priest seemed to be encountering such an extraordinary situation for the first time as well. Skeptical of the phenomenon, he shook the coins once more. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. After a moment's hesitation, the old priest picked up the tortoise shell from the table. The yarrow coins within the shell emitted a clearer, more resonant sound when shaken, while the old Taoist, with an expression of deep reverence, performed his incantations. Wei the Blind had long forgotten the last time he had utilized that tortoise shell. Since his apprenticeship, he had kept the shell as a relic of his master, holding it close. Now, astonishingly, he found himself employing this old companion to divine for an unknown junior. Yet, the result was still the same. The coins continued to whirl in place, revealing no divinatory symbols. At this moment, Xiao Wenbin truly believed in the system's claim of obscuring the heavenly secrets, pitying the old Taoist whose considerable skills seemed futile. Since being revered as a divine seer, Wei the Blind had never encountered a peculiar person like Xiao Wenbin, whose inquiry rendered his 6 yarrow coins utterly ineffective. After a brief pause, he suddenly removed his sunglasses, revealing his eyes. It was then that Xiao Wenbin and Lin Yanran could clearly discern his gaze. One of the old priest's eyes was tightly closed, appearing somewhat atrophied, suggesting he had been blind for quite some time. The other eye, however, bore a faint golden hue, exuding an aura of supreme authority and intimidation. Had he not previously witnessed the old priest's prowess and mental acuity surpassing his own, Xiao Wenbin might have thought the old man was merely wearing cosmetic contact lenses to deceive others. Just as he and Lin Yanran marveled at the old priest's eyes, Wei the Blind continued to recite his incantations, suddenly fixing his remaining faint golden eye upon Xiao Wenbin. At that moment, Xiao Wenbin, still in a state of confusion, felt as though a beam of golden light emanated from the old man's gaze, enveloping him entirely. In an instant, Xiao Wenbin experienced an overwhelming sensation of being scrutinized from head to toe. It seemed as if both his physical form and memories were being meticulously examined under a microscope. He attempted to struggle, but to no avail. His body felt as though it were under a spell of paralysis, utterly unresponsive. In desperation, he could only seek assistance from the system. Meanwhile, Wei the Blind, sensing that his heavenly eye had finally taken effect on Xiao Wenbin, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He began to slowly delve into Xiao Wenbin's past, present, and future, intrigued by the fact that in his century-long travels, he had never encountered anyone whom his 6 yarrow coins could not decipher. In general, regardless of whether the entity in question is alive or inanimate, anyone capable of reincarnation in this realm can discern the origins of any occurrence. Even the mightiest individual in Huaxia today can be tracked and anticipated by such a person. Otherwise, how could he have roamed the world freely for all these years without being apprehended by that old man to divine his fate? Old Wei was fortunate to retain one remaining celestial eye, allowing him to glimpse the essence and background of this young man. It had been nearly a century since he last employed this eye. During the previous century, when foreign nations launched a massive invasion of Huaxia, Old Wei, in defiance of fate, sacrificed one of his eyes to safeguard the future fortune of Huaxia for the next 100 years. Since then, he adopted sunglasses and took on the moniker of Wei the Blind. He cherished the solitary eye he had left. As he gazed into the depths of Xiao Wenbin's being, Wei the Blind began to peruse his past, from his birth to his emergence into the world, from childhood to schooling, and ultimately to his current university life. He witnessed Xiao Wenbin's rejected confession to Su Jing and his subsequent flight in despair. He observed Xiao Wenbin alone by the lakeside in the park, gesturing towards the heavens in a fit of rage, followed by a blinding flash of white light. No, it was a bolt of purple lightning that cleaved the sky and struck Xiao Wenbin upon the crown of his head. Immersed in the scene before him, Wei the Blind muttered in a trembling voice, "Purple sky, divine thunder." Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, accompanied by a searing heat that flowed from his eye sockets. When Xiao Wenbin regained his senses moments later, it felt as though he had been ensnared by that golden light for an eternity. Initially, he panicked, but after calling upon the system for help, he was swiftly freed. One must admit, the system proved to be quite reliable. However, when he glanced at Lin Yanran and the old Taoist beside him, he was taken aback by the shocking sight before him. The divination table and the ground were now drenched in blood. The fortune teller, Wei the Blind, lay prostrate on the floor, repeatedly bowing to both Xiao Wenbin and Lin Yanran. Blood spilling from his mouth as he chanted, "This humble Taoist, attempting to pry into the mysteries of heaven, deserves 1,000 deaths, 1,000 deaths." Lin Yanran, utterly bewildered, was rendered speechless. The venerable elder, who moments ago had appeared as a sage, had suddenly begun to spew blood and fervently bow before them after performing a divination. Xiao Wenbin, while having a vague inkling of the situation, felt a pang of guilt, for Wei the Blind had never wronged him. Thus, he hurried to assist the old Taoist, helping him to lean back against a chair. Upon doing so, Xiao Wenbin discovered that the old man had already lost consciousness. Yet, when he and Lin Yanran scrutinized the old Taoist's face closely, they were horrified by the grim sight that met their eyes. Wei the Blind's remaining eye had gone blind, blood continuously oozing from the socket, while blood stained his lips and beard, and a large gash on his forehead streamed with crimson. Lin Yanran had never encountered such a terrifying scene before. How could the old gentleman, who had been laughing and chatting just a moment ago, suddenly find himself in such misfortune and madness? She trembled in fear, her entire body succumbing to weakness. Fortunately, Xiao Wenbin was there to support her, holding her close in his embrace. Chapter 32. Lin Yanran also resided in the mountainside villa of Honghu Bei. At that moment, the surrounding crowd quickly took notice of the situation, gathering around and discussing among themselves. Some speculated that the old man had revealed secrets of the heavens, thus incurring divine retribution, while others lamented the old man's unfortunate fate. Thankfully, Xiao Wenbin promptly called for an ambulance to take the elderly gentleman to the hospital. Lin Yanran could not shake off her concern for Wei Shiezi, believing that he had merely been helping them with divination, and that the revelation of heavenly secrets had led to this backlash, leaving her feeling quite guilty. Xiao Wenbin tried to comfort her, assuring her that the old man would be fine, and promised to accompany her on her next visit to see him. After all, they still had to return to meet her parents, and since the old man had already foreseen her future, she felt compelled to honor his intentions. Xiao Wenbin offered his reassurances because he had already consulted the system. The conclusion drawn was that the old man's physical condition was stable, though his spirit had been harmed. Mortal beings who directly probed the heavenly path risk annihilation. The old man had merely glimpsed the host's memories during the system's advent into this world, and the flash of divine lightning had blinded him and injured his soul. The system inquired whether the host wished to learn relevant skills. Since the host was endowed with the heavenly path's favor system, there would be no backlash, though each attempt would consume a significant amount of points. Xiao Wenbin was taken aback by the system's surprisingly humane approach, suggesting he might want to learn the art of celestial divination. The thought of casually divining fortunes in the future to comprehend the trends ahead was indeed appealing. Curious, Xiao Wenbin asked the system how many points were required for such knowledge. Upon hearing the response, he immediately turned and pulled Lin Yanran away. To his astonishment, the celestial divination skill required a staggering 10,000 points. The points he had earned over the past few days, combined with those from this morning's school incident and confronting Zhu Meili, barely exceeded 10,000. Moreover, his physical and mental attributes had yet to break through, and Lin Yanran's family issues remained unresolved. He had no extra points to squander on such an expensive skill. He resolved that one day, when he was more affluent and in a better mood, he would pursue medical knowledge to heal Wei Shiezi and then have him assist in divining fortunes for those around him. Why waste 10,000 points when he could convert that into 10 billion in cash instead? Thus, Xiao Wenbin accompanied Lin Yanran to an antique shop frequently visited by her father in the past. The shopkeeper recognized Lin Yanran as the daughter of Lin Anbong and greeted them both with warmth and enthusiasm. After a careful selection by Xiao Wenbin and Lin Yanran, they ultimately chose an ice jade bracelet for her mother, Xiao Muxiwe, and a Yuan dynasty red-glazed octagonal vase adorned with dragon patterns for her father. It is said that such Yuan dynasty red-glazed items are exceedingly rare, with only a few dozen preserved in museums worldwide. Lin Yanran had previously visited with Lin Anbong several times, contemplating the purchase, but found the price of 30 million a tad excessive. Consequently, She postponed the acquisition, and with Lin Onbong's recent busy schedule, he had even less time to frequent the antique street. However, to Xiao Wenbin, money was hardly a concern. Moreover, with a fortune of 100 million at her disposal, why not use her hard-earned money to buy 2 gifts for her parents as an expression of filial piety? Thus, he decisively encouraged Lin Yanran to make the purchase and instructed the shopkeeper to ensure proper packaging. As the couple exited the store, carrying 2 beautifully wrapped gift boxes, one large and one small, Lin Yanran's eyes sparkled with joy, and she frequently flashed Xiao Wenbin a warm smile. Xiao Wenbin had grown accustomed to her endearing displays of affection and could only speculate what fanciful thoughts were swirling in her mind. The system notification chiming in his ear served as a testament to her delight. Lin Yanran was elated, particularly because Xiao Wenbin was willing to spend such a considerable sum on gifts for her parents, especially the red glazed vase, which was her father's favorite. She believed that if Xiao Wenbin made a good impression today, coupled with her support, they could surely win over her parents. As for the challenges her parents were currently facing, she firmly believed her father was right. Xiao Wenbin would undoubtedly find a way to resolve them. Yet, she found herself pondering how she could repay him if he truly managed to assist her family. Stealing a glance at Xiao Wenbin, she noticed that his careful grooming had rendered him quite handsome. Most importantly, he provided her with a sense of security, which inspired a bold notion. If Xiao Wenbin succeeded in alleviating her family's crisis, perhaps being his temporary girlfriend wouldn't be out of the question. Yes, it would have to be temporary, as he had never genuinely pursued her. Should she, the campus belle, be the one to initiate? That was simply unrealistic. As they strolled, Xiao Wenbin noticed Lin Yanran lagging several paces behind and teased her. Yanran, have you eaten too much at lunch and find it hard to walk? Snapped back to reality. Lin Yanran stomped her foot in indignation and hurried to catch up. Which of your eyes saw me overeat? Clearly, someone devoured enough for 3 and shamelessly told the waiter it wasn't enough. Xiao Wenbin chuckled helplessly, then shifted from his carefree demeanor. Well, it's getting late, Yanran. It's time we return to meet your parents. With that, he took her small hand in his. Lin Yanran showed no signs of refusal, allowing him to hold her hand, feeling a sweet sensation in her heart. Meanwhile, at Villa Number 8 in the Honghu Bay hillside villa area, Lin Onbong and Xiao Muxue were anxiously awaiting their daughter's return, displaying palpable impatience and unease. Initially, Lin Onbong was taken aback and infuriated to learn that his daughter had clandestinely begun a romantic relationship. After much deliberation, he had finally resolved to arrange a marriage for her, only to discover that she had secretly found a boyfriend on her own. Thus, he vehemently opposed her relationship and even insisted that Lin Yanran immediately sever ties with Xiao Wenbin. However, Lin Yanran wept and protested incessantly, even threatening to go to extremes. Xiao Muxue, intrigued by the man who had captivated her daughter so profoundly, joined her husband in persuading Lin Onbong to allow their daughter to bring her boyfriend home for an introduction. This would not only placate Lin Yanran's emotions, but also enable them, as parents, to express any reservations or objections directly. Given the esteemed status of the Lin family in Jiangzhou, it was unlikely that many could withstand the pressure, especially a university student who had yet to experience the world. Despite their skepticism towards Xiao Wenbin, Lin Onbong and Xiao Muxue acknowledged that this was their daughter's first time bringing a boyfriend home. In a display of familial grandeur and respect for their daughter, they promptly completed their affairs for the day, donned more formal attire, and instructed their servants to prepare the house thoroughly. Their primary intention was to create an imposing atmosphere when welcoming their daughter and Xiao Wenbin. Yanran, do you live in the Honghu Bay hillside villa? I don't recall you mentioning it before. After Lin Yanran and Xiao Wenbin got into the car, she casually uttered the name of the villa. Yes, that's where we live. You never asked me before, so why should I tell you? Am I supposed to flaunt my wealth? After speaking, Lin Yanran shot Xiao Wenbin a look, insinuating that he had posed a rather foolish question. Xiao Wenbin chuckled awkwardly, pondering the coincidence. When he had completed the task binding him to Lin Yanran, the system had rewarded him with a villa in Honghu Bay. Could it be that this was an intentional arrangement by the system? By the time Xiao Wenbin and Lin Yanran arrived at the entrance of Villa Number 8, the servants were already lined up to greet them. Welcome, miss, and your guest. The master and mistress are awaiting you in the living room. After leading them to the living room, Xiao Wenbin, visiting Lin Yanran's home for the first time, was indeed impressed. It was no wonder that this was one of Jiangzhou's premier aristocratic families, with decorations far surpassing those of his own villa. Upon entering the living room, they were greeted by the sight of a middle-aged man seated on the sofa, clad in a meticulously tailored suit, his hair impeccably styled, and a prestigious watch adorning his wrist. He exuded a formidable aura, his sharp gaze fixed intently on Xiao Wenbin, who stood beside Lin Yanran. Beside him sat a strikingly beautiful middle-aged woman, her fair complexion and tall stature accentuated by her opulent attire, radiating an air of graceful elegance as she regarded Lin Yanran and the man with a benevolent expression. "Yanran, you have arrived. Please, take a seat." Xiao Muxue was the first to rise and speak. "Father, mother, allow me to introduce my boyfriend, Xiao Wenbin, who is 20 years old and attends the same school as I do." Lin Yanran introduced him with pride. "Oh, so he's a student," the middle-aged man remarked, casting a quick glance at Xiao Wenbin, his voice low and measured. "Although he is a student, he is quite wealthy. Last time, Chen Haoxuan bet against him, and he gifted me 1 billion. Lin Yanran quickly interjected, defending her boyfriend. "Oh, so the boy who gifted you 1 billion is indeed him?" Xiao Muxue recalled her daughter's prior mention of such an event, having assumed it was a scion from one of the 4 prominent families. Yet it was evident that Xiao Wenbin was not. She began to scrutinize her daughter's companion more closely. The young man did not possess striking good looks. Rather, he appeared somewhat ordinary. Despite his designer attire and luxurious watch, he lacked the refined demeanor typically associated with nobility, giving off an air of casualness. Yet, there was an undeniable presence about him, a force that was certainly not characteristic of an average university student his age. "You must be Xiao Wenbin. Greetings. I am Xiao Muxue, Yanran's mother. You may also call me Aunt Xiao," she said graciously, extending her right hand with a warm smile. Seeing Xiao Muxue initiate the greeting, Xiao Wenbin quickly stepped forward to shake her hand. "Hello, Auntie. I am Xiao Wenbin. You can call me Xiao Xia." "Oh, wealth equates to capability, does it? This society is quite pragmatic. Many matters cannot be resolved merely with money," the middle-aged man remarked, his tone cold, as if imparting a lesson to the young man. Or perhaps merely musing to himself. "Indeed, uncle, I possess wealth. However, that does not encompass everything. I have other cards up my sleeve. Furthermore, with sufficient assets, I can facilitate the resolution of many issues, such as the troubles faced by Lin's trading," Xiao Wenbin responded confidently. Having just employed his mind-reading ability to discern Lin Onbong's circumstances, he was aware of the troubles plaguing their family. "You speak with great bravado at such a young age, but your capabilities are far from adequate. As for your aspirations to become my daughter's son-in-law, I suggest you reconsider," Lin Onbong stated flatly, seemingly dismissing Xiao Wenbin entirely. Lin Onbong's demeanor incited a surge of indignation within Xiao Wenbin. Xiao Wenbin understood that he must prove his capabilities, refusing to allow anyone to look down upon him. And he did not wish to disappoint Lin Yanran. "Regardless of how others perceive me, my utmost desire is for Yanran to find happiness, for she deserves my efforts. Her future should be dictated by her own choices. Moreover, I am determined to achieve whatever I set my mind to. If you, uncle, are unwilling to acknowledge me, I shall not press you. After all, we have only just met, and I believe your perspective will gradually evolve. Humph. I care not who you are or what abilities you possess. In any case, Yanran is ill-suited for you, and you are unworthy of her. I advise you to depart promptly, lest I lose my temper," Lin Onbong stated, his tone growing increasingly grave, revealing his rising ire. "Dad, I wish to be with Xiao Wenbin. Please agree." Lin Yanran interjected suddenly, her face pleading. "Humph. I advise you both to end this relationship soon, for I will not consent to your courtship," Lin Onbong declared, turning to ascend the stairs. Yet, Xiao Wenbin seemed undeterred, following closely behind. "Uncle, let us converse. I possess a solution for the Lin family's crisis. Please, trust me." Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Xiao Wenbin halted abruptly, addressing Lin Onbong, his tone resolute. He understood that he must rely solely on himself for this endeavor. Upon hearing his words, Lin Onbong paused, turning to face Xiao Wenbin. In his eyes, Lin Onbong discerned determination and confidence. After a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly shook his head and said, "Come in and speak your mind." Once they entered the study, Xiao Wenbin closed the door behind them. Lin Onbong stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, staring vacantly outside. "How much do you know about Lin's trade and our family's affairs?" "I am well informed, including your desire to arrange a marriage for Yanran," Xiao Wenbin replied. Then why do you dare to wade into this murky water? Do you possess a sufficient family background, or do you believe you can contend with two powerful families? Indeed, I possess both the capability and financial resources, and I do not wish for Yanran to marry prematurely. Xiao Wenbin responded in a calm and measured tone, as if everything were well within his grasp. Is what you say true? Do you really have a way to extricate the Lin family from the conflict with the two powerful families? Lin Onbong pressed, raising his voice in disbelief. Certainly, Xiao Wenbin affirmed. On what basis should I trust you? Lin Onbong inquired. You are currently at a disadvantage. Lin's trade is a colossal enterprise, and to turn the tide, you require financial backing. However, for an extended period, Lin's trade has suffered under the oppression of the Chun and Shao families, incurring significant losses. I suspect that today you sent Secretary Chiu to the market for funding purposes. I can provide the necessary capital to revive your fortunes and restore your former glory. However, I have conditions, if you agree to my terms. I will assist you in resolving your troubles. Lin Onbong pondered for a moment before he could not help but inquire. What are your terms? My conditions are quite straightforward. Xiao Wenbin replied with a faint smile. First, I need you to seize the opportunity to acquire the shares held by the other stakeholders in Lin's trade. Of course, I can finance this endeavor. Are you proposing that I relinquish control of the company to you? Absolutely not. I would rather seek other avenues, Lin Onbong declared, dismissively waving his hand. The Lin's trade was his brainchild, and his reluctance to part with it stemmed from his affection for both the company and his daughter. However, Xiao Wenbin not only aspired to marry his daughter, but also sought to appropriate the company, which left Lin Onbong feeling quite conflicted. Noticing the misunderstanding, Xiao Wenbin approached him and urged him to sit patiently. Uncle, allow me to finish my explanation. My condition is for you to transfer the acquired shares, along with an additional 10 of your own shares, into Yanran's name. Transfer them into Yanran's name? Do you not desire a single cent for yourself? Lin Onbong asked incredulously. Chapter 34. Has Xiao Muxua developed feelings for Xiao Wenbin? Xiao Wenbin firmly asserted, Uncle Lin, I do not wish to take a single penny. Therefore, I implore you to consider allowing me to assist you. Surely, you do not intend to leverage this situation to coerce me into marrying my daughter to you? Do not assume that, given the precarious circumstances, I would casually entrust my daughter to a person of uncertain background, Lin Onbong replied, still wearing a skeptical expression. Uncle, I believe you may have misunderstood. My intention in aiding you to resolve the crisis at Lin's trade is solely to grant Yanran the freedom to choose, never to compel you in any way. Once the matter is resolved, if Yanran develops feelings for another, or if you and Auntie remain dissatisfied with me, I would not use this situation to pressure you, as we currently have no agreements or contracts in place. Xiao Wenbin could not help but admire Lin Onbong for his overthinking. He merely wished to assist in settling the family affairs, enabling Lin Yanran to focus on her studies without worry. The notion of marrying the school beauty or even dating her, while appealing, had never truly crossed his mind. If the boys at school learned that the admired beauty was engaged, how could they continue to shower him with their affections? Xiao Wenbin's strategy was to patiently foster a suitable environment for Lin Yanran's academic success, while occasionally stepping in to support her with impressive achievements. Seeing that Xiao Wenbin genuinely seemed to have no ulterior motives, Lin Onbong found the situation perplexing. Who would be foolish enough to desire nothing in return, willingly antagonizing the prominent families of Jiangzhou, while selflessly offering to assist his family? Or rather, was he offering to help his daughter? Could it be that Xiao Wenbin truly harbored deep feelings for his daughter, which prompted his timely appearance? Since you claim to have a solution, might you share your specific plan with me in advance? After all, I must make arrangements. Lin Onbong finally posed the question that piqued his interest. Noticing that Lin Onbong was finally beginning to respond, Xiao Wenbin smiled and began to explain his ideas. Good uncle, my plan is, can we really do this? Are you certain you can manage it? Lin Onbong incredulously inquired. Rest assured, if there is no news by tomorrow, consider that I never came tonight, Xiao Wenbin confidently assured, patting his chest. Ha ha ha, splendid. Then, Wenbin, I shall await your good news. With that, Lin Onbong seemed to shed his mask of resolute demeanor, extending a hand towards Xiao Wenbin with a beaming smile. Xiao Wenbin, not one to be polite, grasped his hand, and soon both erupted into hearty laughter. Mom, do you think Wenbin and Dad have been up there for so long? What could they be doing? Xiao Muxua pondered, feeling quite perplexed. Perhaps they are discussing something. I expect they'll come down shortly, she replied. Mom, do you think Dad will accept Xiao Wenbin? Is it true that our family is facing some troubles? Lin Yinran asked, her face etched with concern. Yinran, do not indulge in baseless worries. You know your father's temperament. There are matters I must heed his opinion on, Xiao Muxue said gently, encircling her daughter's head and tenderly stroking her hair. She longed for her daughter to freely choose her path in love and life. Yet reality often thwarted such desires. With a creak, the door swung open, and Xiao Wenbin descended the stairs alongside Lin Onbong. Both engaged in lively conversation and laughter, which startled Lin Yinran and Xiao Muxue. The mother and daughter exchanged incredulous glances, uncertain of what to say. Have you two finished your discussion? Xiao Muxue broke the silence, her voice curious. Lin Onbong and Xiao Wenbin shared a knowing smile, replying in unison, we have. Xiao Muxue seemed to understand the implications. Clearly, her husband appeared significantly more cheerful than before, indicating that something favorable must have transpired. Well, it is getting late, so let us prepare for dinner, she suggested kindly. Indeed, Wenbin, you must be hungry too. Let us dine and converse simultaneously, Lin Onbong concurred. Following this, Xiao Muxue led everyone to the dining room and signaled the servants to commence serving the dishes. The meal was swiftly consumed. During dinner, Lin Onbong intermittently inquired about Xiao Wenbin's family background, yet the latter skillfully sidestepped the questions. In contrast, Xiao Muxue was more intrigued about how Xiao Wenbin had come to know her daughter. Xiao Wenbin replied that Lin Yinran was the belle of his school, admired by nearly every boy, and that he had harbored a secret affection for her for quite some time. Their opportunity to dine together arose when, coincidentally, Chun Haoshuan had caused some trouble, prompting him to teach him a lesson, inadvertently revealing his affluent background. After listening, Xiao Muxue cast a reproachful glance at Lin Onbong. Feeling incredulous that her husband had ever contemplated marrying their daughter to a man like Chun Haoshuan. Wasn't he that akin to pushing Iran into the flames? Lin Onbong, catching the disapproving gaze from his wife, lowered his head in embarrassment. Once the meal had concluded, Lin Yiran presented the gifts she had chosen with Xiao Wenbin to her parents. As Xiao Muxue admired the icy jade bracelet in her hand, crystal clear and exquisitely beautiful, she felt an indescribable fondness for it, especially knowing that her daughter had handpicked it for her, making it all the more precious. Lin Onbong, on the other hand, was utterly enchanted by the Yuan dynasty red-glazed vase he held, showering praises on his daughter for being so thoughtful and remembering her father so well that he was nearly moved to tears. Seeing her parents so pleased with her selections, Lin Yiran felt a surge of happiness, though she did not forget to inform them that the gifts had been purchased with Xiao Wenbin's money. Consequently, Lin Onbong and Xiao Muxue's fondness for Xiao Wenbin increased significantly. Lin Onbong's fondness, 20, total fondness, 25 Xiao Muxue's fondness, 30, total fondness, 40 Lin Yiran's fondness, 2, total fondness, 83 Upon receiving the system notification, Xiao Wenbin suddenly became flustered. Could it be? While it was one thing for Lin Yiran's fondness to rise swiftly, how had Xiao Muxue's fondness reached 40? Was it not said that reaching 50 points indicated affection? Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wenbin cast a discreet glance at Xiao Muxue, who returned a gentle smile. What in the world? What is happening with the system? I am but an upright youth and Lin Yiran's boyfriend. How could I ever be perceived as tempting a married woman and my future mother-in-law? Though Xiao Muxue is indeed a rare beauty, she is nonetheless Lin Yiran's mother, a senior in my life. Please refrain from overthinking, dear host. The system's logic is entirely sound. Fondness is merely a numerical representation. Familial love, romantic affection, and friendship can all be quantified as such. Other emotions can at most reach 89 points, while only romantic love can transcend 90, achieving a full 100 points. After hearing the system's explanation, Xiao Wenbin let out a deep sigh of relief. Now that he had met the parents and enjoyed a meal together, his role as a pretend boyfriend was nearing its conclusion. He intended to take his leave, as numerous subsequent matters awaited his attention. It's getting late. Why not stay with us? We have plenty of guest rooms, Lin Onbong suggested politely to Xiao Wenbin. No, I have some matters to attend to back home. And I also have a place here. Xiao Wenbin waved his hand to decline. Wenbin, you have a house in Honghu Bay? Which one, if I may ask? Xiao Muxue inquired with curiosity. Feeling a bit bashful, Xiao Wenbin scratched his head and replied, I actually reside in Villa number 10. Number 10? The first 10 villas here are arranged in pairs of odd and even numbers, 6,810. Number 10 is the villa right next to ours, isn't it? Lin Yanran, in the midst of her conversation, suddenly covered her mouth in shock with one hand and pointed towards the neighboring villa. I recall that the owner of that building, Boss Jean, moved abroad for business several years ago. Did you acquire it from him? Lin Onbong inquired earnestly. Xiao Wenbin, feeling no embarrassment, replied, it wasn't a purchase. It was more like a gift from family. Indeed, the system resided within him. Was it not akin to a family member? A gift from the system was essentially a gift from his family. It was perfectly reasonable, and he was not being deceitful, was he? Knowing that Xiao Wenbin had a place next door, Lin Onbong's family did not insist on keeping him. After escorting him to the villa's entrance, Xiao Wenbin reminded Lin Yanran to accompany him back to school the following morning. As he departed, Xiao Wenbin confidently turned back and declared, Uncle, rest assured, I will certainly assist you in revitalizing the Lin family business. Lin Onbong was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Wenbin as he nodded in acknowledgement. On the way back to the living room, Xiao Muxue deliberately slowed her pace, pulling Lin Yanran along with her. Once Lin Onbong entered the house, she turned to meet her daughter's puzzled eyes and asked, Yanran, tell me the truth. Is what Wenbin said genuine? Can he truly help us resolve our troubles? Yes, that's what he said, and I believe he can accomplish it, Lin Yanran replied, casting a glance at the spot where the man had vanished, speaking with conviction. Observing her daughter's reluctant demeanor, Xiao Muxue sighed inwardly. Her daughter had indeed grown up. Yanran, with your father away, I want to hear the truth. Do you genuinely like Xiao Wenbin? Lin Yanran, confronted by her mother's sudden seriousness, was momentarily at a loss for words, her face flushing as she lowered her head and began to fidget with the hem of her clothes. As a mother, Xiao Muxue was well aware of her daughter's tendency to blush when feeling shy or embarrassed. Had she truly not liked Xiao Wenbin, she would have replied directly, oh, silly girl, if you like him, then embrace it. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I can see that Xiao Wenbin cares for you as well. If he can indeed help our family through this crisis, I will support your relationship. With that, Xiao Muxue affectionately patted Lin Yanran's head and gently held her close. At the Jiangzhou People's Hospital, in a particular ward, an elderly man, blind, oscillated between fits of manic laughter and desperate cries, exclaiming, I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Sisterly, do you think this patient has lost his mind? One nurse inquired. I'm not sure. I heard this old gentleman was previously involved in fortune-telling. He suddenly went mad, harmed himself, and fainted, prompting someone to call an ambulance. Moreover, he has no contact information on him, so the hospital cannot reach his family. The two nurses discussed the matter while changing the elder's dressings, and after finishing, they left the observation room together. Shortly after the two departed, several individuals abruptly appeared at the entrance of the elderly man's hospital room. They exchanged glances before pushing the door open. Upon confirming the identity of the blind old man on the bed, they gazed at him in shock, then bowed deeply in respect. Captain, how could Old Wei have come to this? Could it be an invasion by foreign forces? Do not jump to conclusions. He must have endured something we are unaware of. I will contact our superiors immediately. Then, a man who appeared to be the captain took out his phone to prepare a report. Meanwhile, in a quaint courtyard in Yanjing, an elderly man dressed in traditional Tang attire appeared frail and weary, holding an ancient book but gazing out at the myriad stars in the night sky. As he heard footsteps approaching, he set down the book and spoke slowly. Xiaoyu, what brings you, a busy man, to visit me at this late hour? The man bowed respectfully and replied, Master, I apologize for the intrusion, but there is an urgent matter. The elder slowly lifted his head to meet the man's gaze. Observing the aged features of his master, the man felt a surge of emotions, yet he could sense an unfathomable power within the depths of the elder's eyes. Master, we have located Old Wei. He is in Jiangzhou. Oh, that old Taoist has finally emerged. It has been far too long since I last saw that old friend. I wonder how he has fared all these years. It is time for him to come home. Suddenly, the man knelt before the elder, unable to lift his head. Master, my disciples and I have failed. We found Old Wei, but he is blind and has lost his sanity. What? The elder sprang to his feet, and everything around him turned to ash, except for the man kneeling on the ground, who remained unharmed. How could this happen? What on earth transpired? The old Taoist mused, his mind racing. Though his cultivation and skills may not surpass mine, no one can match his foresight and ability to turn misfortune into fortune. His celestial eye can pierce through all illusions and discern life and death. Who could possibly capture him? Could it be that other nations have sent their old schemers to ambush him? But how could he not foresee such a threat? The elder wandered the courtyard in confusion. Lost in thought, "Master, I have dispatched a nearby team to investigate further. It is said that Old Wei was taken to the hospital only after collapsing and going blind today." Upon waking, he repeatedly muttered about the path of the sinner and his deserved demise. "I suspect the adversary possesses significantly greater strength than Old Wei." The kneeling man recounted the events and offered his analysis. "Conduct a thorough investigation. I do not care who they are. Anyone who harms Old Wei becomes my enemy, and by extension, the enemy of our great Huaxia. To comprehend the blissful existence we currently enjoy, we must acknowledge that half of it has been procured for us through the extraordinary efforts of that venerable elder who has altered our fate with a divine gaze. This is a debt we all owe him. Show you rise. It is time to bring the old man way back. He has wandered far too long and deserves to return home. We have accumulated too many debts to him over this century." Upon uttering these words, the elder gently lifted the man from the ground with trembling hands, offering a soft pat on his shoulder. Alas, the elder has truly lost his sight. Thus, let us act as his eyes and enable all of Huaxia to become his vision. With tears glistening in his eyes, the man stood, his previous composure and fortitude completely diminished. He gazed at the now visibly aged elder, filled with remorse. "Disciple understands. We shall endeavor to restore Wei. But master, you must also take care of your health." The elder merely nodded slightly, gesturing for the man to withdraw, while he sighed deeply at the serene night sky. It seems the world is on the brink of chaos once again. Simultaneously, the team, having received a response from above, promptly contacted the hospital administration to facilitate the transfer of the blind Wei. The specifics of his new location remain unknown. Chapter 36. Infiltrating the Tianyan system with hacking skills. Upon returning to his villa, Xiao Wenbin commenced strategizing on how to assist the Lin family in overcoming their tribulations. According to his agreement with Lin Anbong, his priority was to address the current issues they faced. Fortunately, Xiao Wenbin had previously employed telepathy on Lin Anbong and was aware of the departments and enterprises targeting Lin's trade. This insight provided him with a clear direction and objective, but first, he required a computer. At that moment, Xiao Wenbin felt a pang of regret for not returning to school, as he had left behind a newly acquired, high-end laptop in his dormitory. Reluctantly, he began searching through the villa. Fortunately, he discovered a somewhat outdated yet adequately equipped computer in the study, indicative of the former owner's high standards for quality of life. Once the computer was operational, Xiao Wenbin deftly typed away at the keyboard, his fingers flying across the keys with dazzling speed. "Do you recall the 660 points previously spent in the villa?" Xiao Wenbin had utilized 660 points to enhance his attributes and acquire an armory. The remaining 2,000 points were exchanged for 2 skills, one of which was hacking proficiency. Indeed, he now intended to utilize his hacking skills to infiltrate the communications and computer systems of those involved in the crisis surrounding Lin's trade. Merely searching blindly could consume a considerable amount of time. However, in recent years, Huaxia has deployed the so-called Tianyan surveillance and control systems throughout various regions. The Tianyan system is divided into military and civilian categories. The name Tianyan carries significant connotations, rumored to be connected to an individual from a century ago. And this system was named in honor of his contributions. The military's Tianyan system is primarily utilized for combat operations and long-range strikes, relying on satellites in the sky and hidden radar devices scattered across various locations, as well as a specialized internal network for communication. It is commonly employed by special equipment and departments. In contrast, the civilian Tianyan system is predominantly composed of an extensive network of surveillance cameras installed throughout urban streets and alleys, serving as a powerful tool for security agencies to combat street crime and a strong backbone for urban safety. Security personnel can remotely access real-time video feeds via computers, smartphones, and tablets, enabling them to control photography, video recording, and intercom functions. They can also receive alerts for anomalies, which are communicated to users through back-end notifications and incoming call alerts. However, even the civilian Tianyan system requires specialized permissions for access, rendering it inaccessible to the average person or ordinary law enforcement officials. At this moment, Xiao Wenbin, determined to quickly gather evidence of the illicit practices of companies suppressing the Lin family and government departments engaged in corruption, found himself compelled to breach this so-called first line of defense in Huaxia. For Xiao Wenbin, whose expertise lies in hacking, this task was accomplished in mere seconds. He swiftly infiltrated the Tianyin system, demonstrating respect for his country by discreetly entering the surveillance network of Jiangzhou. He then input specific targets and began monitoring their recent activities and communication contacts. From the acquired data, he proceeded to individually breach their personal phones and computers, searching for their hidden secrets and crimes. Within a particular building in Yanjing, a vast room filled with various monitors and servers buzzed with activity. The screens flickered ominously with red lights, accompanied by a cacophony of alarm sounds. All technical personnel in the room promptly took their positions, operating diligently at their workstations. At that moment, an elderly man with graying hair, appearing to be a leader, hurriedly entered the room. He glanced at the large screen and immediately approached the person in charge, inquiring, "What is happening? Why has the Tianyin system suddenly triggered an alarm?" The man, filled with reverence, responded, "Old Mr. Qian, we have detected an intrusion into our Tianyin system, and we are currently working to intercept it." He then commanded his subordinates, "Do whatever it takes to keep the intruder out. We must not allow them to find any vulnerabilities." However, mere seconds later, a panicked team leader exclaimed, "Director Zhou, the intruder has breached our defenses and successfully infiltrated the system. They are currently accessing the Tianyin system in Jiangzhou." "What? How could such a large team fail to contain a single individual? Are you all merely idle?" The man and the elder, incredulous, rushed to the screen and began frantically operating the controls, only to realize that the system was already beyond their control. The elderly man, his face a mask of anger and resentment, spoke, "Xiao Zhou, enough. It is our lack of strength that has led us to this point. The other party has completely seized control of the entire system. The only reason we are able to witness this scene is because they have allowed us to. Alas, after so many years of diligent effort, I believed we had perfected this system to an impeccable degree, only to be so easily breached by a single individual. Xiao Zhou, we still have a long road ahead of us." The man, filled with shame, lowered his head in response. Meanwhile, the hacker on the screen was tirelessly searching for incriminating evidence against the Jiangzhou municipal government and tracking the movements of certain corporate personnel. Xiao Wenbin quickly gathered sufficient evidence of wrongdoing and promptly forwarded the pertinent documents regarding the corruption of certain officials to the local regulatory authorities. He also discreetly sent an anonymous warning regarding the compromising information about various companies and their executives. After addressing everything, Xiao Wenbin returned ownership of the Tianyin system to the Huaxia Security Department, quietly leaving behind an upgrade patch as a form of compensation for the unjust actions taken. Having resolved the immediate troubles faced by Lin Onbong and Lin's trade, the next steps were now in Lin Onbong's hands. After freshening up, Xiao Wenbin sent a text to Lu Xiaoding to confirm her safety before finally resting. As he glanced at the system interface, displaying an impressive 11,370 points just before sleep, he felt an inexplicable sense of achievement. It was delightful to surpass 10,000 points for the first time. At the Huaxia Information Security Department in Yanjing, the previously mentioned Mr. Zhou gazed excitedly at the upgrade patch that Xiao Wenbin had provided. Beside him, Mr. Qian had already donned his reading glasses and began meticulously analyzing the data. After a moment of silence, both men suddenly stood up in shock, as if in unison. "Incredible! Mr. Qian, can you believe someone has managed to integrate the security system with the investigative system so flawlessly? Indeed, it's simply unbelievable that this person has managed to identify and rectify our system's vulnerabilities in such a short span of time, while also providing us with a complimentary upgrade." At that moment, the elderly man suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, "Xiao Zhou, ensure that all data is preserved, including the evidence of misconduct within the Jiangzhou government. I must report this matter to our superiors immediately." With that, Mr. Qian hurriedly departed the control center. Meanwhile, outside a courtyard in Yanjing, a man had just stepped out when his phone rang. "Hello, Mr. Qian. What can I do for you?" "What? You say our nation's Tianyin system was just breached? Please clarify the situation." At that moment, the man's fury was palpable, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack under the sudden force of his stride, leaving a network of fractures in his wake. At this moment, Li Xiaoyu could only think that everything was premeditated. Someone had not only blinded Old Wei but also intended to blind Huaxia. However, The subsequent words of Old Qian took an unexpected turn, leaving Li Xiaoyu momentarily speechless. Old Qian, are you saying that the adversary infiltrated the Tianyan system merely to gather incriminating evidence against certain government officials in Jiangzhou? And they even left you a patch for the vulnerabilities? Indeed, not only did they assist us in rectifying the system's flaws, but they also provided us with an upgrade patch that seamlessly integrates the security and reconnaissance systems. After hearing Old Qian's response, a bold idea blossomed in Li Xiaoyu's mind. Old Qian, have you considered that this individual might be one of us, a Huaxia person? What do you think? On the other end of the line, Old Qian responded excitedly, Xiaoyu, I believe so too. Based on their actions and methods, they should be from Jiangzhou and are likely connected to those who have breached regulations. I hope the nation can locate them and invite them to join us. With their assistance, I have a premonition that we could design the finest defense and strategic systems in the world. After a moment of silence, Li Xiaoyu resolutely declared, Old Qian, I understand. I will give the order to spare no effort in finding that person. I only hope you won't let me down. Rest assured, Chief, we will not disappoint. After hanging up, a rare smile graced Li Xiaoyu's face. He glanced back at the Sihiyuan before getting into the car and instructing the driver to take him away. However, on the way back, he issued another command for the special team responsible for Jiangzhou to further investigate the identity of the hacker. Chapter 37. The first encounter of two beautiful femme fatale. The next day, while still lost in slumber, Xiao Wenbin was roused by the incessant ringing of Lin Yinran's phone call. By the time he had washed up and dressed, Lin Yinran was already at the door, ringing the bell. Upon opening the door to his villa, Xiao Wenbin was instantly captivated. Lin Yinran appeared in a set of pink casual attire that radiated an indescribable youthful vigor, complemented by her angelic visage. As if her mere smile could melt the hearts of all. Noticing Xiao Wenbin's dazed expression, Lin Yinran felt a surge of delight, playfully teasing, What are you daydreaming about? Have you forgotten me after just one night? Xiao Wenbin, feigning grogginess, rubbed his eyes and replied, Ah, it's our esteemed campus belle. I just woke up and nearly didn't recognize you. I thought it was some other beauty come to seek me out. Lin Yinran, irritated, pointed a finger at Xiao Wenbin while trying to steady her heaving bosom. You're being too much. I came to invite you for breakfast. And you're here fantasizing about other beauties. Humph, men are all the same. Hurry up and come with me. My parents are waiting. With that, Lin Yinran took hold of Xiao Wenbin and marched him toward her family's villa, disregarding his consent. Within her heart, a constant murmur persisted. Xiao Wenbin is such a fool. How could I have put so much effort into dressing up for him when he still yearns for other beauties? What infuriated her further was that just yesterday he had been calling her Yinran, and now, after a mere night, he had started referring to her as the campus belle. At that moment, Lin Yinran felt a mixture of anger and grievance, wishing she could strangle this annoying pest beside her. Xiao Wenbin continued to wear his carefree expression, allowing Lin Yinran to pull him along without a care. Slow down. What's the rush? It's just a meal. Honestly, I could have just eaten something simple at school. There's no need to dine at your home. Humph. If your boyfriend lived next door, would you not invite him to join you for dinner? Understood. Then let us go. We shouldn't keep uncle and aunt waiting. By the time the pair arrived at the Lin family dining hall, Lin Anbong and Xiao Muxue were already seated, awaiting their arrival. Once they took their seats, the servants began preparing breakfast for the four of them. It was Xiao Wenbin's first experience of such a lavish breakfast, and throughout the meal, he and Lin Anbong chatted and laughed, resembling a family. Meanwhile, Xiao Muxue observed their harmonious interaction with surprise. Had her husband not mentioned just last night that he had not fully accepted Xiao Wenbin, she might have mistaken the scene for that of a son-in-law and father-in-law enjoying a jovial conversation. Lin Yinran was equally curious about how Xiao Wenbin had managed to win over her stubborn father. Had she known it would be this easy, she would not have worried so much. After breakfast, Lin Anbong arranged for a driver to take Lin Yinran and Xiao Wenbin to school. As they were about to get into the car, Xiao Wenbin informed Lin Anbong that he had already made the necessary arrangements, expecting results by that morning. Lin Anbong, initially taken aback, then nodded eagerly in acknowledgement. Inside the car, Xiao Wenbin gazed out at the tranquil Jiangzhou city, yet a feeling stirred within him, suggesting that perhaps from this day forth, the city would no longer remain peaceful, and he would be the catalyst for that change. Lin Yinran, noticing the rare serious expression on Xiao Wenbin's face, hesitated to interrupt and joined him in looking out the window. In her heart, She reflected on how fortunate she was that this pretend boyfriend had led her parents to cancel their matchmaking plans for her. Yet, she was at a loss for how to express her gratitude to him. Turning her head, Lin Yinran studied Xia Wenbin's profile and suddenly realized how much she owed this man before her. Not only the substantial sum of 100 million, but also for standing up to Chen Haoshuan, for slapping Zhu Meili and Wu Xiaofan on her behalf, and for selflessly pretending to be her boyfriend to help her family navigate their crisis. At that moment, Lin Yinran felt an urge to say, "If you truly wish for me to be your girlfriend, it wouldn't be impossible," but the words stuck in her throat. With a favorability rating of 2 and an overall favorability of 85, just as Xia Wenbin lost himself in thought, a sudden system notification chimed in his ears. He instinctively turned to glance at Lin Yinran, their eyes meeting in a moment of connection. Ultimately, Lin Yinran's face flushed crimson, and she bashfully lowered her gaze. However, Xia Wenbin merely smiled gently and teased, "Lin Yinran, could it be that you've developed feelings for me? Perhaps you should consider making your pretend boyfriend a reality?" How could Xia Wenbin not discern Lin Yinran's thoughts? Even without mind-reading abilities, the high affection score of 85 indicated that she was not far from truly falling for him. Acknowledging her intentions and recognizing his own fondness for this charming girl, he decided to take the initiative to prevent any future awkwardness for her. Xia Wenbin's sudden remark caused Lin Yinran's heart to flutter. For a fleeting moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to leap into his embrace and agree without hesitation. Yet, her feminine reserve ultimately prevailed, and with a playful huff, she retorted, "Humph, as if you could ever make it official. Though, I suppose it's not entirely out of the question. If you perform well one day, I might consider it." Xia Wenbin observed Lin Yinran's coy demeanor, her pride evident despite her inner conflict. He felt an immense urge to pinch her cheeks playfully. He had intended to be proactive to spare her future embarrassment, but since she was determined to maintain her composure, he decided to let her be. He thought to himself that when her affection score reached 90, and she had genuinely fallen for him, he would not be surprised if the campus beauty willingly sought him out. Half an hour later, they arrived at the school gate. As renowned figures of the institution, their presence quickly attracted the attention of a throng of students. Xia Wenbin secretly hoped for their astonishment and envy, as it would serve to bolster his own emotional appeal. However, to his astonishment, he spotted a familiar face among the crowd. Indeed, he had unexpectedly encountered the most beautiful doctoral candidate of Jiang University, Lu Xiaoting. Today, Lu Xiaoting was dressed impeccably in a black professional suit that accentuated her exquisite figure, perfectly sculpted in a way reminiscent of golden proportions. Her curvaceous form was accentuated by a cinched waist, and her alluring silhouette was undeniably captivating. Her long, slender legs, adorned in black lace, showcased her fair skin, adding an enticing allure. Cascading down her back, her raven locks resembled a waterfall, enhancing the elegance of her swan-like neck. As if that were not enough, fate had also graced her with a breathtakingly beautiful face that could enchant anyone. This was the first time Xia Wenbin had witnessed Lu Xiaoting in formal attire. The last encounter had been marred by chaos and distress during her abduction, leaving her appearance somewhat disheveled. Today, however, Lu Xiaoting presented a striking image that left Xia Wenbin, like many others, utterly captivated. It was only when Lin Yinran tugged at his arm that he was jolted back to reality. By the time he regained his composure, the campus beauty had already dashed over to Lu Xiaoting. Xia Wenbin found it unsurprising. After all, Lu Xiaoting had once been a student in the School of Business Administration, and even though she had graduated with her doctorate, she and Lin Yinran were both part of the same business school. Lu Xiaoting appeared to be quite familiar with Lin Yinran, and thus, the two beauties began to engage in lively conversation, observing the pair engrossed in their own dialogue. With both being his designated aides, Xia Wenbin thought it inappropriate for him, the behind-the-scenes boss, to remain absent. He approached them and greeted, "Hello, senior." "Ah." Lu Xiaoting, noticing Xia Wenbin from a distance, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. However, she quickly covered her mouth, realizing her gaffe, and corrected herself. "Oh, hello there, classmate." Wenbin. "Do you also know Senior Lu? But aren't you from the computer science department?" Lin Yinran inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Xia Wenbin. Sensing something unusual about him today, Xia Wenbin glanced at the awkwardly flustered Lu Xiaoting and smiled slightly. "Senior Lu Xiaoting is a well-known beauty on our campus. Even though she has graduated with a doctorate now, I believe no one in the school would fail to recognize her." He then winked at Lu Xiaoting, who shot him a glare in response. Lu Xiaoting's favorability rating was now 2, with a total of 24. It seems that Senior's favorability has increased significantly. Could it be because I've been sending her goodnight messages every evening? Xiao Wenbin mused to himself. Lin Yanran, noticing that Xiao Wenbin was fixated on Lu Xiaoting and neglecting her entirely, felt a surge of frustration. Although Senior Lu was undeniably beautiful, she wondered why her own allure was overlooked. After all, she was younger and cuter. After a casual conversation among the three, they decided to return to their respective departments for classes. Just as Lin Yanran and Lu Xiaoting were about to leave together, 3 individuals clad in uniforms abruptly appeared behind Xiao Wenbin. Reacting instinctively, the 2 women shouted, "Wenbin, watch out. Behind you." 2 of the men lunged towards Xiao Wenbin, attempting to execute a wrist grab, elbow press, and leg sweep to subdue him. One man swiftly advanced his left foot, grasping Xiao Wenbin's left wrist with his left hand while applying pressure to his left shoulder joint with his right hand. The other mirrored this, seizing Xiao Wenbin's right wrist with his right hand and pressing down on his right shoulder joint with his left hand. Next, the first assailant aimed to trip Xiao Wenbin's left foot with his right foot, while the second sought to sweep his right foot with his left foot, intending to force him to the ground. Theoretically, one would then kneel on Xiao Wenbin's shoulders to control him. However, unexpectedly, Xiao Wenbin stood resolutely, unmoved. With a strong flick of his hands, both assailants fell before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the 2 individuals were actually police officers clad in uniforms. Xiao Wenbin felt a twinge of confusion. Just as he contemplated employing his telepathic abilities to probe the situation, a crisp and authoritative voice pierced the air. "You 2 are utterly inept. You can't even apprehend a single student." Xiao Yu turned in puzzlement, and his eyes brightened upon seeing the newcomer. There stood a female officer, her short hair framing her face elegantly. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled like autumn's clear waters. Her nose was straight and refined, and her lips were tinted with a natural sheen. At first glance, her face appeared as flawless as a perfect piece of jade, devoid of any blemish. Yet, upon closer examination, one could perceive an innate vigor radiating from her, a beauty that eclipsed even the so-called glamorous starlets by several magnitudes, a true vision of loveliness. At that moment, the woman seemed oblivious to Xiao Wenbin's dazed state, advancing directly towards him with a swift kick aimed at his chest. Fortunately, Xiao Wenbin's physical and mental prowess had reached an extraordinary level, allowing him to react with remarkable speed. In a split second, he evaded the potentially lethal strike. "This officer. I believe there must be some misunderstanding," Xiao Wenbin explained, deftly dodging as he spoke. Do you truly believe you are unaware of your own actions?" The woman, seemingly infuriated, struck with increasing fervor. This was her first encounter with a university student who could outmaneuver her, a seasoned military officer. The fact that her every attack failed to subdue a mere student filled her with embarrassment, not just for herself, but for the reputation of the police department and her family. Meanwhile, the 2 male officers who had risen to their feet were witnessing someone capable of challenging the beautiful deputy team leader for the first time, leaving them uncertain whether to feel amused or relieved. At that moment, Lin Yanran and Lu Xiaoting were utterly taken aback, witnessing Xiao Wenbin engaged in a scuffle with a policewoman at the school gate. They hurried forward, urging both parties to cease hostilities and communicate civilly. Xiao Wenbin remained indifferent. Since Lu Xiaoting and the campus beauty had requested him to stand down, he complied. After all, he had no intention of genuinely harming the fierce woman. He had merely been evading her attacks. However, when the woman noticed Xiao Wenbin suddenly halting, she perceived it as an opportunity and launched a decisive strike aimed at his vital areas. Despite his exceptional physique, he could not afford such a test. In an instant, he grasped her kicking leg with his left hand, securing it firmly. The woman, her face flushed with embarrassment and fury, demanded he release her, warning him not to provoke her further. Xiao Wenbin disregarded her threats, having discerned that although she possessed beauty, she had a volatile temperament and was easily ignited. He surmised that if he released her, she would likely escalate the situation. Seeing that he paid her no heed, the woman, infuriated, raised her left hand. Her fist aimed squarely at Xiao Wenbin's face. Xiao Wenbin leisurely raised his right hand, gently clasping her delicate fist within his grasp. Thus, he held the beautiful police officer's slender leg with one hand, while the other cradled her petite hand. To onlookers, the two appeared to be engaged in a dance. exuding an atmosphere of undeniable intimacy. Yet could one truly fault Xiao Wenbin? It was not his intention. It was merely a consequence of the young lady's incessant provocations. He had resorted to such measures out of sheer necessity. After a brief struggle, the woman realized she was utterly immobilized. Consumed by fury, she hastily drew her sidearm from its holster, aiming it squarely at Xiao Wenbin's head. "Don't move. I warn you, you are already under violent arrest. I now suspect you of harboring severe tendencies toward violent crime. If you resist further, I shall fire." In that instant, the atmosphere grew so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Neither Lin Yanran nor Lu Xiaoting, nor the two police officers or the students gathered at the school gate, could have anticipated the police officer's sudden draw of her weapon. Each one gasped in astonishment, hastily covering their mouths to avoid any sound that might provoke a loss of reason in the standoff. This was Xiao Wenbin's first encounter with the ominous muzzle of a firearm. To claim he felt unafraid would be a blatant falsehood. After all, he had yet to reach a level of confidence where mere physical prowess and mental fortitude could render him invincible. Nevertheless, his instinctive ability to read minds assured him that the woman before him would not truly pull the trigger. Indeed, she was equally terrified. What Xiao Wenbin found most unbearable, however, was the sensation of having his life threatened. At that moment, he felt his existence was no longer within his control, and he instinctively yearned to eliminate the source of his peril, namely, to extinguish the life of the woman before him. Xiao Wenbin was confident in his martial prowess and physical abilities, believing himself capable of swift and decisive action, yet he refrained from doing so. This was not solely due to Lin Yanran, Lu Xiaoting, and the two police officers intervening to prevent the woman from escalating the situation. In that moment, his conscience also admonished him against the arbitrary taking of another's life. For the first time, Xiao Wenbin recognized that since acquiring the system, his mindset had been gradually transforming without his awareness. It became clear to him that possessing formidable strength necessitated an equally robust inner fortitude. Otherwise, wielding such power could inadvertently harm those around him, leading him down a treacherous path. With this newfound clarity, Xiao Wenbin felt a sense of calm wash over him. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully suppressed the emergence of your inner demons for the first time, absorbing 5,000 points of negative emotion." Stunned by the system's notification, Xiao Wenbin marveled at the outcome, pondering how a mere internal struggle had yielded such a substantial reward. "System, what exactly are inner demons? Why have I received so many emotional points?" he inquired, curiosity piqued. "Inner demons are formed from one's negative emotions. The stronger the host's abilities, the more formidable the inner demons that arise," the system replied. "If one cannot control their inner demons for an extended period, those demons will ultimately consume the essence of their being, leading the host to succumb entirely to malevolence and devour everything around them." The system did not reward the host with any emotional points. Rather, the 5,000 emotional points accrued stemmed from the negative emotions dissipated after the host contained the inner demons. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Xiao Wenbin felt as though he had stumbled upon a lucrative path to prosperity by vanquishing these inner demons. This endeavor promised greater rewards than what Lin Yanran could offer him, although it seemed to require a slower and more singular approach. How delightful it would be if he could assist others in slaying their demons. Returning to reality, Xiao Wenbin had already released the female police officer, who, under the persuasion of her two colleagues, holstered her weapon. Lin Yanran and Lu Xiaoting were both extremely anxious, incessantly inquiring about Xiao Wenbin's well-being. They repeatedly chastised the three officers, asserting that it was they who had initiated the confrontation, while Xiao Wenbin had merely acted in self-defense, causing no real harm. Even more outrageous was the fact that the female officer had drawn her firearm in a public educational setting against a student. Chapter 39. Reducing the beautiful captain to tears. The school gatekeeper and security personnel soon arrived, questioning the situation and expressing doubts about the identities of the three officers. It was only when the female officer presented her badge that the situation began to calm. However, a crowd of students and passers-by continued to murmur among themselves, with onlookers multiplying by the moment. Xiao Wenbin glanced at the badge in the woman's hand, which identified her as Jiang Ying, the deputy captain of the criminal police in Jiangzhou City. Perplexed by what offense he had committed against this attractive police officer, he employed a mind-reading technique and an investigative probe. Name: Jiang Ying. Age: 25. Height: 169 centimeters. Weight: 47 kilograms attractiveness, 90 physicality, 15 favorability, 10 after employing the mind-reading technique. Xiao Wenbin realized that these three individuals were indeed looking for him. However, encountering an officer who resorted to violence upon first contact was a novel experience for him. He was also taken aback to discover that Jiang Ying had harbored a disdain for men since childhood, and upon their initial meeting, she had assigned him a dismal favorability rating of -10. With a smirk, Xiao Wenbin addressed Jiang Ying, "Captain Jiang, if you have a matter to discuss, why not simply present your credentials? As an honest student, why would I refuse to cooperate with an investigation?" Jiang Ying, visibly agitated, took a moment to compose herself, her chest rising and falling dramatically, revealing that her physique was notably more ample than that of Lu Xiaoding and Lin Yinran. "I harbor suspicions regarding your involvement, which is why I instructed my colleagues to assess you first. To my astonishment, you possess remarkable skill for a student, leading me to suspect that you may have a hidden identity. Given your recent display of strength and propensity for violence, we must place you in handcuffs to prevent any unforeseen incidents." With that, Jiang Ying gestured for her two subordinates to retrieve their handcuffs, approaching Xiao Wenbin with the intent of restraining him for further investigation. Jiang Ying's affinity score stood at 10, with a total affinity of 20. Xiao Wenbin, wearing a frown, pondered how a mere statement could cost him a loss of 10 points in goodwill, leaving him perplexed as to where he had erred. Resigned, he chose silence, deciding to cooperate with the investigation, confident in his integrity. Lin Yinran and Lu Xiaoding could hardly fathom that the jovial Xiao Wenbin, who had just been sharing laughter with them, was now being taken away by the police in handcuffs. They hastily inquired of Jiang Ying the justification for Xiao Wenbin's detention. Jiang Ying's response was curt. "Xiao Wenbin from the Computer Science Department of Jiangzhou University is involved in a case of intentional injury and public disorder. We have received directives from our superiors to bring him in for questioning." The two women stood there, stunned, each lost in thought. Lu Xiaoding recalled Xiao Wenbin's earlier intervention on her behalf against some ruffians and worried that they must have reported him. Meanwhile, Lin Yinran's mind raced back to the incident at the International Cargo Center where Xiao Wenbin had struck Zhu Meili and her associates. Surely, that plump woman had lodged a complaint. She resolved to find a way to assist Xiao Wenbin. Both women realized that his predicament stemmed from their own actions, leading them to feel guilty and determined to help him. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenbin maintained an air of indifference, addressing the female officer. "I have no issue cooperating with the investigation. However, should I prove to be innocent, I hope Captain Jiang Ying will offer a proper apology." With that, he allowed the officers to secure his handcuffs. As he was led away, he reassured the two women not to worry. "Yinran, Dr. Lu, fret not. I will return shortly. Remember to join me for lunch." He waved to them with his restrained hands as he settled into the back seat of the police car. Jiang Ying cast a dismissive glance at Xiao Wenbin before turning to Lu Xiaoding and Lin Yinran, stating sternly, "Ladies, rest assured that we will not wrong any innocent person. If he is truly blameless, he shall be back by noon. If he is guilty, he will face appropriate consequences." Lin Yinran immediately interjected, "Captain Jiang, I believe Xiao Wenbin is innocent. It must be a misunderstanding." Lu Xiaoding, in agreement, affirmed, "I too believe Xiao Wenbin is not at fault. Let us hope so." Jiang Ying remarked without looking back as she climbed into the back seat with Xiao Wenbin, while her colleagues took their respective places in the front. The two women watched in silence as the police car disappeared from view. They comforted each other not to worry too much before parting ways to their respective classrooms and offices. Yet deep down, they were resolute. Should they fail to contact Xiao Wenbin by noon, they would employ their own means to rescue him. Sitting in a police car for the first time, Xiao Wenbin initially felt a sense of novelty, curiously exploring his surroundings. However, upon Jiang Ying's arrival, she immediately declared that he exhibited violent tendencies, cuffing both of his hands to the handle on one side of the vehicle. Subsequently, she leaned against the opposite side, closing her eyes to rest. Left with nothing to do, Xiao Wenbin held his hands aloft, gazing at the beautiful policewoman beside him as she slumbered. It must be said that in her tranquil state, Jiang Ying was indeed quite striking, not in any way inferior to Lin Yinran and the others. Moreover, as she breathed, her figure, more pronounced than that of the average person, rose and fell enticingly, exuding a different kind of allure. After a prolonged gaze, Xiao Wenbin felt a dryness in his mouth, and unable to restrain himself, he swallowed hard, a gesture of respect. However, It seemed his action had been rather loud, waking Jiang Ying from her slumber. The once serene woman, resembling a quiet kitten, suddenly frowned and opened her eyes wide with fury. Rogue. Even in the cramped confines of the vehicle, Jiang Ying instinctively turned and aimed a kick at Xiao Wenbin. This was Xiao Wenbin's first encounter with such a violent woman. After all, he had merely glanced at her. What harm was there in that? It wasn't he as if he had lost a piece of flesh. To his astonishment, she immediately resorted to violence again, leading him to question how she had even been admitted to the police academy. Of course, Xiao Wenbin was no pushover. Despite his hands being cuffed, he still possessed 2 legs. Therefore, when Jiang Ying aimed a kick at him, he swiftly trapped one of her delicate legs between his. "Ah, what are you doing? You scoundrel, let go of me." Jiang Ying had not anticipated that instead of landing a kick, her leg would be ensnared by him. The current position was particularly awkward. With one leg firmly held by Xiao Wenbin, her other leg was pinned beneath it, rendering her immobile. At that moment, they faced each other, the tension between them palpable. "How can you accuse me? I am cuffed, and after merely stealing a glance at you, you attempt to kick me. How could I refrain from resisting?" Xiao Wenbin continued. "Besides, I find this position rather advantageous. You cannot strike me, and I am unable to move, which benefits us both." After speaking, he seemed to tighten his grip further. With a mere 15 points in physique, how could Jiang Ying possibly escape the clutches of Xiao Wenbin, whose physique was ranked at 99? Despite several attempts, even using her hands to pry herself free, she found it futile. If she hadn't known better, she might have believed that Xiao Wenbin's leg was carved from stone, for she could not budge it in the slightest. Jiang Ying felt a mix of anger and embarrassment. It was infuriating that a vice captain was being subdued by a criminal suspect, and shameful that she had never been this close to a man, save for her family. "Will you release me? If you do not let go, I shall call for assistance." Jiang Ying could no longer endure. Xiao Wenbin's legs were clasped too tightly, causing her calves to feel numb due to impaired blood circulation. Xiao Wenbin, however, acted as if he had not heard her, continuing with his monologue. "I am already restrained by you all. Where is the capacity for resistance? If you wish to summon someone, feel free. Let your colleagues witness how you, as the deputy team leader, enforce the law, wedging your legs between those of a criminal. Let us see who is truly behaving inappropriately. You, will you release your legs or not?" Jiang Ying exclaimed, intermittently striking Xiao Wenbin with her delicate fists. In previous times, such an onslaught would have left Xiao Wenbin severely weakened, yet now, with his robust constitution, her punches felt akin to a house cat playfully pawing at his chest, soft and rather pleasant. At this juncture, Jiang Ying was truly infuriated to the point of tears. In her desperation, she struck Xiao Wenbin in a flurry, consciously moderating her strength to avoid harming him. Yet, Xiao Wenbin appeared to revel in the moment, occasionally shaking his head and saying, not releasing, please apply greater force." The 2 colleagues in the front, sensing some commotion in the back, peered through the protective mesh and called out to Jiang Ying. "Captain Jiang, is everything all right? We seem to hear some noises." At that moment, Jiang Ying felt so mortified she wished for death. She was being thoroughly subdued by a criminal in custody, and the nature of their interaction was exceedingly ambiguous. However, her pride and dignity as a leader forbade her from seeking assistance, and she feared her colleagues witnessing this embarrassing scene. Thus, she hurriedly replied, No, everything is fine. The criminal is just a bit unruly, and I am teaching him a lesson. Just focus on driving, and please check with the bureau if there are any other tasks." As she responded to her colleagues, Xiao Wenbin leaned closer, intrigued to observe the expression of someone who could fabricate a lie so effortlessly, especially one in her position as the deputy captain of the Jiangzhou Criminal Police. Upon approaching, he noticed that tears were rolling down Jiang Ying's exquisitely beautiful face, which had turned as red as an apple. Chapter 40. Jiang Ying's forced service by Xiao Wenbin. It dawned on Xiao Wenbin that he might have overstepped, prompting him to quickly release her legs and offer words of comfort. "Captain Jiang, please do not be upset. I was in the wrong. How about allowing you to strike me a few more times? If not, perhaps a kick would suffice?" Yet, Jiang Ying merely withdrew her legs, retreating to a corner of the vehicle, silently gazing out the window, tears streaming down her face. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Her mood had already been poor, and encountering this university student named Xiao Wenbin had pushed her to the brink of despair. The demand from headquarters to handle such trivial civil disputes and intentional injuries was one matter, but nearly being overpowered by a university student was quite another. Even more infuriating was that she had impulsively brandished her service weapon in a public setting outside the school, threatening a student. Should this incident reach the bureau, she would undoubtedly face disciplinary action and demotion. Not only that, but now she found herself being bullied and taken advantage of by this Xiao Wenbin. Unable to even summon the courage to ask her colleagues for assistance. The more she contemplated, the more aggrieved and sorrowful she felt, and tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. With a favorability rating of 5, her total favorability stood at 25. Upon hearing the system's notification sound, Xiao Wenbin realized that he had once again earned the ire of this beautiful policewoman. Noticing that Jiang Ying was simply gazing out the window and had no intention of acknowledging him, he nudged her shoe with the tip of his foot. However, she wholly ignored him, instinctively pulling her foot further away. Jiang Ying was already in a foul mood and wished to distance herself from Xiao Wenbin. She had recognized that she was no match for him. Thus, she resolved to keep her distance, as her sole task was to escort Xiao Wenbin back to the station for questioning. Yet, Xiao Wenbin persisted in nudging her with his foot as if he were unwell, until she could no longer tolerate it and turned to scold him. Are you out of your mind? Do you have attention deficit disorder? Do you men simply relish bullying women? Having spoken, Jiang Ying shot Xiao Wenbin an exaggerated eye roll. Captain Jiang, I merely wish to apologize to you. I hope you won't take it to heart. By the way, are your legs numb? If not, would you allow me to free one of your hands? I possess a hereditary massage technique that cures such ailments. Xiao Wenbin added, raising his restrained hands. No way. You are a dangerous individual, even with both hands cuffed. I cannot manage you. If I were to free you, wouldn't you just escape? And what is this about a massage? I suspect you have ulterior motives. You foolish girl. You truly embody the saying big-breasted yet brainless. If I intended to flee, why would I voluntarily get into a car at the school gate? Moreover, don't you have a service weapon? What are you afraid of? Who are you calling a foolish girl? You're the one who is foolish. And so is your entire family. All right, foolish girl. Jiang Ying was driven to the brink of madness by Xiao Wenbin. Throughout her life, she had detested being labeled as big-breasted and brainless, yet here he was, articulating both. Instinctively, she wanted to kick him to vent her frustration, but halfway through, she realized her leg was numb and unresponsive. Just as she considered retracting her leg, Xiao Wenbin clamped his legs around hers once more. What on earth do you want? Release my leg. I'm not letting go, unless you free one of my hands. After saying this, Xiao Wenbin began rubbing his legs against her calves through her trousers, sending a shiver down her spine. The two remained in this stalemate for quite some time, until Jiang Ying reluctantly conceded, not only because her leg had truly gone numb, but also due to her fear that Xiao Wenbin might continue this behavior all the way to the police station, which would be utterly humiliating. To ensure that Jiang Ying would not backtrack on her promise, Xiao Wenbin maintained his grip on her leg while watching her lean closer to unlock one of his handcuffs. Up close, he beheld the beauty of her visage, inhaling her unique fragrance, and the allure of her figure was tantalizingly near. Xiao Wenbin, the innocent young man, felt a surge of emotions and quickly inhaled deeply, awkwardly turning his head to the side. With a click, the handcuffs were released. Jiang Ying promptly recoiled, attempting to withdraw her legs, yet Xiao Wenbin had no intention of letting go. What do you intend to do? You promised that once the handcuffs were off, you would release my legs. How can you go back on your word? Jiang Ying looked at Xiao Wenbin, whose face bore a mischievous grin, and she suddenly realized she had been duped. Captain Jiang, do not be anxious. I assure you, I keep my promises. Did I not say I would help you with a massage to alleviate your leg numbness? This task remains unfinished. With that, Xiao Wenbin employed his unique massage technique, beginning to knead Jiang Ying's legs. No, do not touch me. What are you planning? Stop it, you pervert. Jiang Ying's affection level was at 5, with an overall total of 30. This was Xiao Wenbin's first time massaging a girl's thigh. Previously, he had only massaged Lu Xiaoting's feet, believing there to be little difference. However, Jiang Ying did not share this sentiment, perceiving Xiao Wenbin's actions as an opportunity for him to take advantage of her. The pervert was not only touching her thigh over her clothing, but also occasionally pinching and squeezing her here and there. Jiang Ying experienced a whirlwind of sensations, from goosebumps to waves of fervor, and then a tingling numbness coursed through her body. The diverse experiences almost compelled her to cry out, but thankfully, she managed to cover her mouth, preventing her colleagues in the front row from noticing. Although only a brief 23 minutes had passed, Xiao Wenbin finally ceased and released her legs. By this time, Jiang Ying was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. Xiao Wenbin had never seen anyone react so intensely to a leg massage before, so he jested, "Captain Jiang, are you perhaps naturally sensitive? I merely pressed your leg, and you reacted as if you were coerced. Humph, you rogue, pervert, lecher. I will not let this go. I will have you imprisoned for life." Jiang Ying, now utterly drained of strength, slumped in the back seat, continuously kicking at Xiao Wenbin in front of her while hurling insults. Xiao Wenbin chose to ignore her. After all, he had been the one to tease her first, so he allowed her to kick a few times to vent her frustration, as it didn't hurt him. To his surprise, however, she became quite addicted to kicking, her legs moving back and forth like a practitioner of Wing Chun. Xiao Wenbin could no longer tolerate this. He swiftly grabbed her legs and pulled them into his embrace, threatening, "Silly girl, I let you kick a few times, and now you're addicted. Do you want both legs to go numb?" Upon hearing Xiao Wenbin's reminder, Jiang Ying realized her legs were still in his grasp and withdrew them. Sitting up straight in the seat, she began to flex and stomp her feet, her eyes blinking rapidly in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Wow, it really feels better. Could it be that you genuinely possess some massage skills? No, that can't be. It's surely just a coincidence. You are simply a pervert." Chapter 41. Mission: Rescue the beautiful nurse Fong Lan. With a smug expression, Xiao Wenbin chuckled, "Of course it's fine. There can be no doubt about that. Just look at the numerous footprints on my clothes. There must be at least 100. Do you dare claim your leg isn't healed?" Jiang Ying let out a disdainful huff. "Humph, you brought this upon yourself. Who told you to act like a rogue?" Having already fulfilled his obligations of apology and compensation, Xiao Wenbin closed his eyes to rest, unconcerned. At this moment, curiosity sparked within Jiang Ying. The young man before her not only possessed remarkable agility, but also demonstrated some skills in massage therapy. Aside from being a bit eccentric and lewd, he did not seem like a villainous individual. Jiang Ying's affinity level: 5, total affinity 25. Upon hearing the system notification, Xiao Wenbin couldn't help but reflect. This foolish girl has finally come to her senses. How could he possibly be a bad person? Xiao Wenbin is famously known as a model youth. At that moment, Jiang Ying felt utterly embarrassed, as if she had made a fool of herself in front of her grandmother, and she was increasingly reluctant to engage with Xiao Wenbin. The two remained silent, enveloped in a heavy stillness within the vehicle. Attention all squads. There is an ongoing bank robbery at Huaxia Bank on Linкang Road, Jiangzhou. Nearby teams, please proceed to the scene immediately. According to eyewitness accounts, the robbers have taken numerous hostages. All personnel must ensure their safety. Upon hearing the announcement, Jiang Ying straightened her posture, yearning for the opportunity to tackle such a significant case rather than merely questioning random individuals on the street. The two in the front seat clearly heard the broadcast, leading one to turn and inquire of Jiang Ying in the back. "Team Jiang, what should we do? We are not far from Huaxia Bank on Linкang Road. Should we head over, or should we first return the suspect to the station?" Xiao Wenbin, also having heard the report, opened his eyes and curiously observed Jiang Ying, eager to see how this foolish girl would respond. After hearing her colleague's question, Jiang Ying instinctively glanced back at Xiao Wenbin. She found herself torn between following orders to take Xiao Wenbin back to the station or rushing to the crime scene to rescue the hostages. "Foolish girl, are you really that naive? As a police officer, your primary duty must be to protect the lives of citizens. I am handcuffed and cannot flee. Hurry to the bank and save the hostages." Xiao Wenbin was almost amused by the absurdity of Jiang Ying's hesitation in such a life-and-death situation. For the first time, Jiang Ying chose not to retort, but instead decisively instructed her colleagues in the front, "Xiao Wu, activate the sirens immediately. Xiao Zhou, make a U-turn and head to Huaxia Bank on Linкang Road as swiftly as possible." "Understood, Team Jiang," they replied in unison. Once her orders were given, Jiang Ying turned to Xiao Wenbin, her demeanor serious as she addressed him. "We are about to head to the bank to rescue the hostages. There is no time to concern ourselves with you. You now have two choices. Either stay in the vehicle and wait for our return, or join us in the rescue. I know you possess greater strength than I do, and if you choose to assist, I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of the Jiangzhou Police Department." Xiao Wenbin cast a glance at Jiang Ying, pondered momentarily, and shook his head. It was not that he lacked the desire to rescue the hostages, but rather that this was inherently Jiang Ying's responsibility. Every individual in this world plays a distinct role. He found himself ensnared in a tumultuous vortex. Liu Xiaoting's mission was nearing its deadline, and the troubles of the Lin family had only just begun to surface. Involving himself in an assault case left him little time or energy to embark on a rescue mission that might further antagonize others. It must be noted that Xiao Wenbin was, at his core, merely a university student. Despite having acquired a system, he could not be expected to perform superhuman feats. Thus, he opted for the first option, to remain in the police car while awaiting their return. Upon witnessing Xiao Wenbin's refusal, disappointment was evident in Jiang Ying's eyes. Yet she refrained from voicing her discontent. Each person is entitled to their own choices, and she had no grounds to impose her will on him. Stay in the vehicle and await our return. Our manpower is limited, and no one will be left behind to guard you. Do not even think of escaping. Even if you manage to flee, we shall retrieve you. With that, Jiang Ying rolled her eyes and cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Wenbin. He, however, found no inclination to engage in a quarrel with this foolish girl. He was impervious to her provocations. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he reached out to Jiang Ying, rubbing his fingers together. What are you up to? I warn you not to act recklessly, or I shall bite you. Upon seeing Xiao Wenbin's hand extend towards her, Jiang Ying recoiled to the corner, clutching her legs as if startled like a frightened kitten. Goodness, Captain Jiang, your reaction is rather exaggerated. One might think I had truly done something wrong. He exclaimed. I merely wish to inquire if you could return my phone. You are about to embark on a mission, and I would be left alone in the car, utterly bored. If you return my phone, I could play games and watch videos. Absolutely not. I advise against any clever tricks. Do you think I am unaware that you intend to use the phone to contact someone for assistance during our absence? Your claims of merely wanting to play games and watch videos are mere pretexts. Observing the resolute expression on Jiang Ying's face, Xiao Wenbin found himself at a loss for words. Her imagination surpassed that of certain absurd authors. Fine. Think as you wish. I shall not pursue it any further. Consider yourself fortunate. Having captured you, I will not allow you to escape easily. 10 minutes later, the police vehicle came to an abrupt halt. The young officer Zhou in the front seat spoke up. Captain Jiang, we have arrived. The headquarters has instructed us to first ascertain the situation inside and reassure the surrounding crowd. They expect to arrive in approximately 25 minutes. Very well. You two check your equipment and, for safety's sake, don your bulletproof vest from the trunk, Jiang Ying commanded her subordinates, before turning to Xiao Wenbin. We are leaving. You are to remain obediently in the car. Yet Xiao Wenbin did not lift his head, merely nodding to indicate he had heard her. Once the others departed, he remained alone. Xiao Wenbin managed to unlock the handcuffs with just 10 points, and after shaking off his arms, which had been restrained for quite some time, he felt a slight ache. Through the darkened car window, his exceptional eyesight allowed him to observe a throng of onlookers surrounding the bank. Upon their arrival at the scene, Jiang Ying and her two companions promptly erected a cordon and began persuading the gathered crowd to disperse. They then brandished a megaphone to engage in negotiations with the robbers inside the bank. Seeing the situation unfold in an orderly manner, Xiao Wenbin felt a sense of relief. Knowing that their team would arrive shortly, he did contemplate whether he should intervene if Jiang Ying and her team encountered difficulties. After all, his telepathic abilities revealed that the trio were commendable officers dedicated to serving the public, but it seemed that such intervention was unnecessary at present. A mission notification chimed. Rescue the beautiful Nurse Fong Lan. Task details. Extract the lovely Nurse Fong Lan from the hands of the robbers at the Huaxiao Bank Service Hall on Linкong Road, with a time limit of 10 minutes. Mission failure. Fong Lan is likely to die or become a vegetative state. Upon completion of the mission, the host will establish a bond with the beautiful Nurse Fong Lan and receive system rewards. Note: the methods and outcomes of the host's rescue will determine Fong Lan's affection towards you and the final reward. Chapter 42. Fong Lan's tragic encounters over the past years. Half an hour prior, Fong Lan had just concluded her night shift at Jiangzhou City People's Hospital. After bidding farewell to her colleagues and the attending doctors, she planned to return to her rented accommodation for a much-needed rest. However, shortly after exiting the hospital, she received a phone call from someone she loathed, her only living relative. Hello, daughter, are you done with work? Your father is out of money again. Please send me some quickly. I have no money. How many times have you asked for money this month? I have my own life to live. Will you die if you don't gamble? Our family is in this predicament because of your gambling. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. The Fong family had once enjoyed a comfortable life in Shujun County, Jiangzhou City, with her father, Fong Weiguo, running a clothing factory, and her parents deeply in love. However, everything changed 6 years ago when her father transformed into a different person, incessantly frequenting the county's various casinos and often returning home late at night. Despite Fong Lan and her mother's repeated pleas for him to stop, he continued to spiral deeper into his addiction. Ultimately, he began to embezzle funds from the company to fuel his gambling, leading to its gradual collapse, and creditors seized their home. Although he initially fell into despair and ceased gambling for a time, he subsequently turned to alcohol, drowning his sorrows. Meanwhile, her mother worked tirelessly at odd jobs to support the family, particularly to ensure Fong Lan could continue her education. However, this brief period of stability was short-lived. As her father resumed gambling and even secretly used the college savings her mother had set aside for her to gamble, culminating in a violent confrontation when her mother attempted to intervene. Thus, her mother, worn out from excessive labor and already in fragile health, collapsed during a night shift and never awakened again. From that moment on, Fong Lan harbored a deep-seated resentment towards her father for while her mother lay dying. Still concerned for her family, her father remained fixated on the gambling table, even using her mother's compensation money to gamble. After graduating, Fong Lan moved out of that home alone. She began to strive for her own existence, working diligently to support her studies, ultimately being accepted into a nursing program at a medical school. She recalled her childhood promise to her mother to become a healer. Although she could not fulfill that dream, settling instead for the role of a nurse, Fong Lan found contentment in her choice. Through her relentless efforts, she eventually became a nurse at Jiangzhou City People's Hospital. Just as she believed her life was about to take a turn for the better, she unexpectedly encountered her aunt, who had come from Shujun County for medical treatment. Following that encounter, her gambling father, Fong Weigua, began to harass her once more. Previously, she would send a small amount of money home each month, fulfilling her filial duty. However, upon learning of her employment at the city hospital, he intensified his demands for money, even threatening to disrupt her job if she refused. Having finally secured a job she cherished, Fong Lan was reluctant to relinquish it, leading her to repeatedly compromise in the face of Fong Weigua's threats. Yet, it felt like an endless abyss. Lanner, listen to your father. I do all this for you. You're not a child anymore. I just want to win some money to prepare a dowry for you. My dear daughter, send me some money quickly. You wouldn't want me to come to the hospital, would you? I heard from your aunt that you're living quite well. But what about your father? I can barely afford a meal. At that moment, Fong Lan crouched alone on the roadside, weeping, while her phone incessantly buzzed with demands for money. Overwhelmed with frustration, she finally erupted in anger, shouting, Fong Weigua, go to hell. You have ruined this family and caused my mother's death. And now you want to drive me to despair. From this day forward, I will not give you another penny. You can forget about it. On the other end, her father was taken aback by her fierce outburst. After a brief silence, the vitriol resumed. You ungrateful girl. I warn you, as long as you carry my blood, you will always be my daughter, and you are obligated to support me. I advise you not to push me too far. Otherwise, I'll come to the city and sell you to the gambling Dennis Hao Ge, who has offered 200,000 to marry you and wipe out half my debts. Hello, you stubborn girl. Are you listening? Send the money now. Fong Lan, unwilling to endure any more of his tirades, abruptly hung up the phone and blocked Fong Weigua's number. From this moment forth, she resolved to live for herself. As for the possibility of Fong Weigua seeking her out, she could simply relocate to another city and find a different hospital. With this understanding, Fong Lan felt a subtle sense of relief wash over her. She then proceeded to a nearby Huaxia bank. Recently, Fong Weigua had approached her several times for money, and Fong Lan intended to assess her savings to determine if it was sufficient for her to start anew elsewhere. However, shortly after she seated herself within the bank, 3 masked men stormed in, brandishing firearms. The first intruder fired a shot into the air, then gestured for silence, placing a finger to his lips. Meanwhile, the other 2 swiftly secured all exits and rolled down the shutters, even blocking the windows with curtains, leaving only a side door next to the main entrance accessible. The leader of the robbers began instructing the tellers and the duty manager to fill his bags with cash. The other 2 men corralled Fong Lan and the other patrons together, confiscating their mobile phones and wallets before binding them with ropes as hostages. Having recently endured threats and harassment from her gambling father, Fong Lan was already teetering on the brink of psychological collapse. Now, facing a bank heist, she found herself strangely contemplative. Perhaps departing this world was not such a regrettable notion. After all, she had little worth holding on to in her life. Furthermore, it would free her from the torment of her father's incessant demands, and she might even reunite with her long-lost mother. "Brother, are you certain this will work?" one of the robbers inquired of the leader, who was filling his bags. "Old 3, there's no turning back now. Once we have the money and rescue our elder brother, we shall flee Jiangzhou and cross the border clandestinely." With that, he fired another shot at the glass counter, urging the tellers to hasten their actions. At that moment, Jiang Ying and Xiao Wenbin had just arrived at the entrance of the bank. As Xiao Wenbin observed, Jiang Ying and her team began to cordon off the area, evacuating bystanders and preparing to negotiate with the robbers inside. Meanwhile, in a police vehicle, Xiao Wenbin suddenly received a system alert, which sent him into a state of panic. Feng Lan, the beautiful nurse from Jiangzhou City Hospital? How could she possibly be in the bank at this time? The thought of Feng Lan conjured vivid memories of her charming laughter as she covered her mouth in the hospital and the moments when she assisted him with his medication. He distinctly recalled the concerned glances exchanged between her and Dr. Liu during his hospitalization, as well as her parting words. "I hope the patients I've cared for never return to the hospital, so it's best we don't meet again." Xiao Wenbin had once felt a profound sense of loss at the thought of never encountering this cool, yet compassionate nurse again. Yet now, the news of her situation was dire. She was being held hostage by robbers in the bank. "Please, host, rescue Feng Lan promptly to complete the mission. Remaining time, 9 minutes." Feng Lan was the first enchanting beauty that Xiao Wenbin encountered since acquiring the system, and she was also the inaugural individual to contribute emotional points to him. How could he remain a mere bystander? Moreover, this was a task mandated by the system. Without a moment's hesitation, he employed an invisibility technique and stealthily exited the vehicle. Chapter 43. Survive Well. Inside the bank's hall, the robbers heard the blaring sirens outside. Consequently, the leader of the robbers commanded the tellers to return the bag filled with cash. He instructed one of his accomplices to safeguard the money while the other was tasked with overseeing the hostages. And he positioned himself at the entrance to confront Jiang Ying and her team. Upon arriving at the scene, Jiang Ying and her 2 subordinates promptly inquired about the situation from the onlookers. Upon learning that the robbers were just 3 in number, Jiang Ying exhaled a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that they were evenly matched, providing her with confidence to stall for reinforcements from the headquarters. It was not that she was intimidated by their numbers, but rather that she feared for the safety of the innocent civilians. To her knowledge, there were at least 30 hostages, including bank staff, within the hall. Thus, Jiang Ying seized a megaphone and directed her voice towards the bank's entrance. "Robbers inside, listen. I am Jiang Ying, the deputy captain of the Jiangzhou Criminal Police. Please do not harm the hostages. We can negotiate any conditions you may have. I reiterate, please do not harm the hostages." Upon hearing Jiang Ying declare her title, the lead robber furrowed his brow. He peered outside, and, upon noticing only 3 officers had arrived, a surge of anger welled within him. What was happening? They had made such a significant ruckus to rob the bank, yet the police had dispatched merely 3 insignificant officers. Was the current police force overly confident or merely dismissive of their gang? "Listen, officers outside. Hurry and summon your chief. We will only speak with him. Furthermore, starting now, we will execute 1 hostage every 5 minutes. If your chief does not care about these hostages, he may take his time in arriving," the lead robber declared, promptly shutting the bank side door. This was Jiang Ying's first encounter with such a deranged robber, who demanded to see the chief without discussing any terms, even threatening to kill hostages every 5 minutes. For the sake of the hostages' safety, Jiang Ying had no choice but to instruct her subordinates to relay the robbers' demands to the headquarters. The orders they received were to stabilize the robbers' emotions at all costs and ensure the safety of every hostage until the chief arrived. With no other options, Jiang Ying attempted to communicate with the robbers via the megaphone, but they completely ignored her. During the standoff, Xiao Wenbin had quietly passed through the middle using his invisibility technique, thus overhearing the entire exchange between both parties. This was his first real encounter with robbers. His previous experiences had primarily been derived from cinematic portrayals. However, upon hearing the adversary declare that if the director did not arrive soon, they would execute a hostage every 5 minutes, Xiao Wenbin immediately marked this individual with a red circle. Such a callous perpetrator of violence deserved exceptional attention. At the moment the robber finished his menacing threats and shut the side door of the bank, He was unaware that a specter had stealthily infiltrated the premises. As Xiao Wenbin entered the bank, he beheld 3 robbers clad in black hoods, each wielding a firearm. The leader, a burly figure, sat regally at the counter, toying with his weapon, while the other 2, of comparable stature, were engaged in their sinister tasks, one perched on a stool in the lounge, occasionally extracting a stack of cash from a bag to count, and the other, seated in an armchair, aimed his gun menacingly at the group of hostages crouched on the floor. Among the 30 or so hostages, each person was huddled with their hands clasped atop their heads, trembling in fear, terrified that any perceived slight could lead to their demise. Xiao Wenbin quietly surveyed the crowd, finally locating Fong Lan, who had retreated to a corner. Yet, the Fong Lan he found bore little resemblance to the vibrant nurse who had once playfully referred to herself as a mere child. Now, her gaze was dim and devoid of life, reflecting an overwhelming desolation, as if the world around her had lost its significance, leaving her merely to bid a sorrowful farewell. Witnessing Fong Lan in such a state stirred an inexplicable ache within Xiao Wenbin's heart, compelling him to employ his empathetic powers. Upon grasping the depth of her despair, he yearned to envelop her in a warm embrace, to soothe her battered soul. For the first time, he recognized the stark contrast between their childhoods. His had been filled with joy and affection, nurtured by a loving mother and an indulgent sister. In contrast, Fong Lan's existence was shrouded in darkness, sustained only by a flicker of hope for the future, a light that now threatened to extinguish. Where would she turn then? Xiao Wenbin bit his lip, striving to maintain his composure. He realized he must first resolve the immediate crisis before addressing Fong Lan's plight. The pressing dilemma before him was that the lead robber was perpetually brandishing his firearm, while the accomplice kept his weapon trained on the hostages. Alone, Xiao Wenbin could only incapacitate one assailant at a time, but the other 2 would swiftly react, potentially endangering both himself and the hostages. Thus, he resolved to bide his time, waiting for the opportunity when the 3 would momentarily separate, which he hoped would coincide with the next confrontation between Jiang Ying and the leader. Xiao Wenbin desperately wished for Jiang Ying to possess a modicum of negotiation skill to persuade the robbers to engage in dialogue at the entrance. Yet, it was evident that the foolish girl, despite her penchant for insults, lacked any real aptitude for negotiation. The robbers had ignored her from the outset. Now, all Xiao Wenbin could do was wait for the moment when the robbers threatened to execute a hostage, hoping to create an opportunity amidst the chaos. However, before anything else, he needed to select a skill. System, please exchange for firearms expertise. Successful exchange of firearms expertise, consuming 500 points. Remaining points, 16,710. In an instant, a wealth of data regarding various firearms, their proficiency, and assembly information flooded Xiao Wenbin's mind. With his newfound expertise in firearms, he was no longer concerned about his marksmanship. What he needed to do now was to quietly blend into the crowd, then disperse and conceal himself, posing as a hostage. 5 minutes passed swiftly. The lead robber suddenly chambered around and leaped over the counter, addressing the robber guarding the hostages. Time's up, old 3. I'll go check if they've arrived. If they haven't, bring a hostage over. If no one shows, we'll just kill one to send a warning. After saying this, the leader moved to the door to continue negotiating with Jiang Ying. Xiao Wenbin had already anticipated the outcome. The headquarters had stated it would take 25 minutes for assistance to arrive, and anyone showing up now would indeed be a ghost. Old 3, the robber, scanned the crowd until his gaze settled upon a little girl. Just as he was about to pull her out from the throng, a sudden yet melodious voice rang out. Let me be your hostage. Fong Lan stood up, her voice devoid of fear. However, at that very moment, a man behind her also stood up. Indeed, it was the infiltrating Xiao Wenbin. No way. I will be the one to be the hostage. Fong Lan, I know you're upset with me, but I truly love you. I cannot bear to watch you die. If possible, I hope you can live well, remembering that you owe me a life. So do not give up so easily. Without giving Fong Lan a chance to respond, Xiao Wenbin activated his skill, Embrace of Love. He reached out his arms, and she instinctively fell into his embrace. To outsiders, it appeared as a poignant farewell between a young couple, a man gallantly sacrificing himself for the love of his life. Yet, in Xiao Wenbin's heart, he genuinely wished to offer Fong Lan a loving embrace, hoping to convey all his care and warmth to the woman before him. Fong Lan was utterly bewildered, unable to grasp what was transpiring. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, She was simply yearning for rest. She had heard that the robbers intended to execute a hostage, and since they had chosen a child, she had bravely volunteered to stand up. However, she never anticipated that Xiao Wenbin would suddenly appear behind her, for she distinctly remembered that he was not among the hostages moments ago. Thus, she was taken aback, simultaneously stunned, as Xiao Wenbin uttered a lengthy and perplexing declaration to her. As a result, many details eluded her memory. The only phrase that lingered was, "If possible, I hope you live well for me. Remember, you owe me a life, so do not give up so easily." Subsequently, her body, as if under a spell, was drawn into the embrace of Xiao Wenbin, and they held each other tightly. In that moment, Fong Lan felt, for the first time, the warmth and comfort a man's arms could provide. There was a fleeting instant when she wished to remain forever lost in that embrace. Chapter 44. The infighting within the bank. However, the blissful moments were fleeting. Xiao Wenbin released Fong Lan and stepped before the robber, known as Lao San. "Brother, thank you for your patience. Let us be on our way." "Little brother, impressive. I have always admired those who bear responsibility. Is there anything you wish to say to your woman? Speak quickly. Soon there will be no opportunity." With that, the robber brandished his gun. Xiao Wenbin turned back, offering Fong Lan a gentle smile, repeating his earlier words. "Fong Lan, live well for me. Remember, you owe me a life, so do not give up easily." With those final words, he was escorted by Lao San towards the entrance. Fong Lan remained rooted to the spot, dazed. Eventually, a mother and daughter pulled her into a corner to crouch together. The mother, holding the little girl, looked at Fong Lan with sorrow and remorse, grasping her hand in a comforting manner. "My dear, we owe you and your boyfriend an apology. If it weren't for Xiaoying being chosen, you would not have stepped forward, and your boyfriend would not have sacrificed himself for you. We are truly grateful to both of you. Xiaoying, come, bow to the sister and thank her and her brother for saving us." Fong Lan watched, her heart stirred, as the mother and daughter knelt before her, and she instinctively helped them up. Indeed, their presence reminded her of her own late mother, and tears cascaded down her cheeks like a torrential downpour. The girl's mother stepped forward, embracing Fong Lan tightly, allowing her to release her pent-up emotions. "My dear, let it out. Cry if you need to. I know you loved him dearly. Otherwise, he would not have willingly faced death for you." Fong Lan wept for a considerable time before gradually regaining her composure. The scenes of what had just transpired played back in her mind like a slow-motion film. At that moment, the little girl who had been rescued approached Fong Lan. "Sister, my mother says that even a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. You and the big brother saved Xiaoying, and I want to share my favorite candies with you and the big brother." With that, the little girl pulled 2 candies from her pocket, unwrapped one, and held it to Fong Lan's lips. "Sister, try this candy. It's so sweet." Fong Lan gazed at the innocent little girl and opened her mouth to savor the candy. Indeed, the entrance was exceedingly sweet, so sweet that it brought tears to her eyes once more. "So sweet. Xiaoying, your candy is delightful." Fong Lan managed to smile faintly. "Yes, Xiaoying never tells lies. And this piece of candy is for the big brother. Can you help me deliver it to him?" "Sister?" The little girl suddenly placed another piece of candy into Fong Lan's hand, her face filled with hopeful anticipation. "Mommy said the big brother might be going far away, perhaps never to return, but I haven't given him the candy yet. So can you please help me take it to him?" At that moment, Fong Lan could no longer contain her emotions. She embraced the little girl tightly, tears instantly welling in her eyes as she began to cry. Fong Lan's affection level reached 10, total affection level 12. She finally understood the source of her heartache. A man had chosen to face death alone in order to allow her to live. This man was merely a college student with whom she had exchanged but a fleeting glance. Even at the moment of his departure, he had endeavored to encourage her to persevere, to never give up easily. Did he perceive something in her? Or was he simply trying to protect her and the little girl? If that man were to perish because of this, she would undoubtedly owe him her life. Fong Lan grasped the piece of candy tightly in her hand, fervently wishing for Xiao Wenbin's safety. Hoping that the man who had just offered her warmth would not vanish so easily, she still had many questions left unasked, countless words left unsaid. Fong Lan's affection level reached 10, total affection level 22. Meanwhile, Jiang Ying was drenched in sweat, her anxiety palpable. 5 minutes had passed, and her throat was hoarse from shouting, yet the robbers showed no sign of response. As the time stipulated by the assailants drew near, she was consumed by dread at the thought of what might happen if they harmed the hostages. Jiang Ying was truly in a state of turmoil. At that moment, the leading robber opened the side door of the bank. 5 minutes have passed. Where is your chief? It seems he truly does not care about these 30-odd hostages. Does he think we are too lenient? Wait. Our chief and the task force are on their way. Whatever demands you have, I can fulfill them. Our chief has given me full authority, Jiang Ying asserted. Hearing her claim to represent their chief, the leading robber hesitated for a moment. He was equally anxious. The longer the delay, the more detrimental it would be for them. He cautiously responded, "We need a vehicle, and we want the release of a prisoner, Yan Hao." "You want us to release the notorious criminal Yan Hao, who has just been apprehended?" "Exactly. This matter cannot be decided without the chief's consent. Do you have the authority to make such decisions? Give me 2 minutes. I need to communicate with our chief." With that, Jiang Ying hastily began contacting the task force and the chief to report the robbers' demands. Inside the bank hall, at that moment, Xiao Wenbin had already begun to take action. Seizing the opportunity while the robbers were escorting him to the entrance, he suddenly employed his invisibility technique. The robber could never have anticipated that Xiao Wenbin would vanish so abruptly. As he was momentarily stunned, Xiao Wenbin swiftly rendered him unconscious. In an instant, he raised the hand clutching the pistol and fired a shot at the leading robber. At that moment, the people in the hall were abruptly startled by the gunfire. Trembling in fear, Fong Lan, tears streaming down her cheeks, bit her lip, striving to suppress her sobs. Xiao Wenbin suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue. Not only did he have to rescue the hostages, but he also had to devise a plan for the scene. He approached the fallen leader of the robbers, seizing the weapon and delivering a fatal shot to the third robber. Silently, he then crept up behind the third robber, controlling the gunman's hand and firing a shot to create the illusion of suicide. The patrons in the hall were already petrified by the succession of gunshots. Weren't they supposed to execute one hostage? How could 3 shots have been fired? Especially the last shot, which seemed to echo right beside them. Finally, a daring soul dared to glance up, only to discover that the robber seated and counting money had taken his own life. The other 2 robbers lay dead at the bank's entrance. They were dead. The robbers were dead. We are finally safe. We are free. The group, once trembling with fear, now erupted into tears of joy, frantically racing towards the exit. At that moment, Jiang Ying had just received instructions from her superiors, emphasizing that the safety of the citizens was paramount. The criminal, Yan Hao, could be released, but they required time to escort him. Jiang Ying's task was to act according to the demands of the robbers while ensuring the utmost safety for the hostages. However, before she could further negotiate with the robbers, the sound of gunfire erupted from within the bank. In that instant, Jiang Ying felt as if her heart had been shattered by a bullet. The very scenario she dreaded had unfolded. The robbers, enraged and humiliated, had commenced their slaughter. Inside the bank, the robbers heard her desperate plea. "We, the police, have acquiesced to your demands. Please, do not harm the innocent hostages." She reiterated her warning, hoping to deter the robbers inside. But she knew this was a futile endeavor. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Ying wished she could transform into a hero, charge in, and eliminate the robbers, rescuing all the hostages safely. Bang! Bang! The sound of 2 consecutive gunshots pierced the air. In that moment, Jiang Ying collapsed onto the ground, realizing the depth of her insignificance and powerlessness as she watched the hostages suffer while she remained helpless. In her fury, she began to pound the ground with her fists, each strike a desperate attempt to alleviate the guilt gnawing at her insides. Just then, her colleagues, unable to bear the sight, contemplated encouraging their leader to regain her composure when they suddenly witnessed a throng of people surging from the bank's entrance, all rushing towards them. Chapter 45. Successful Binding. The beautiful nurse Fong Lan, "We have finally emerged. Thank heavens." Upon seeing the police officers, a sense of security washed over me. It was perilous. I have never experienced anything like this in my life. Jiang Ying was equally astonished by the scene before her, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. She confirmed that the individuals emerging were indeed ordinary civilians. She hurriedly approached to inquire, "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. What transpired inside? How did you manage to escape? Did the robbers release you? Were there any casualties among the hostages?" An officer replied, "We were the first to flee. A few timid women remain inside the hall. Everyone else is here." Yes. It seems the 2 robbers turned on each other and killed one another, while another, upon witnessing his accomplice's demise, took his own life. That's when we made our escape. We did not see any hostages harmed. We should all be accounted for. Jiang Ying and her two colleagues could scarcely believe their ears. Such an absurd turn of events was beyond their comprehension. After ensuring the safety of the external hostages, Jiang Ying and her colleagues rushed back into the bank's main hall. Upon entering, they were met with the gruesome sight of two bloodied robbers sprawled near the entrance, alongside several terrified women and children in the center of the hall, their legs trembling with fear. Another robber lay lifeless, having been shot in the head, collapsed atop a bag of money. Once all victims were safely relocated and the situation reported to the command center, their superiors commended the trio for their exemplary performance in ensuring the safety of all hostages. However, at that moment, Jiang Ying could not share in the joy of their success. Instead, she felt utterly inadequate and consumed by guilt. Subsequently, she and her colleagues patiently comforted the victims while awaiting the arrival of their superiors. During this time, a beautiful woman and her daughter persistently inquired whether any other men had emerged from the bank before the crowd surged out. Yet, Jiang Ying consistently responded, "No, all victims are accounted for here." Ultimately, they could only retreat in disappointment. Fang Lan distinctly remembered that the man had been taken by the robbers. Why was it that no one else claimed to have seen him escape? She could not recall the man's name, having tended to so many patients in the hospital daily. But she remembered he was a university student. Meanwhile, the seemingly benevolent Xiao Wenbin, having completed his good deeds, returned to his vehicle and recuffed himself. He then instructed the system to expend 50 points to destroy all bank surveillance footage and cameras. When he inquired about the possibility of altering others' memories, the system surprisingly confirmed that it was feasible, albeit at a steep cost in points. Xiao Wenbin thought it would be too burdensome to modify the memories of over 30 individuals at once. Thus, he chose to feign ignorance, confident that with his invisibility skills, the police could not trace him. Moreover, he had been confined within the confines of the police vehicle, a fact that Jiang Ying and her two colleagues could attest to. Subsequently, he began to close his eyes and drift into slumber, awaiting the notification and rewards for the completion of his assigned task. Jiang Ying and her companions waited for approximately 10 minutes before the leaders from the Municipal Bureau and the captain of the Criminal Police Brigade arrived at the scene in succession. Accompanied by a fleet of over 10 police vehicles, the officials first extended their sympathies to all the victims, followed by heartfelt commendations for Jiang Ying and her two colleagues. They praised their promptness in responding to the emergency call and their composed demeanor in the face of danger, declaring them exemplary figures for all law enforcement officers in Jiangzhou City to emulate. In previous instances, Jiang Ying would have been elated by such accolades. However, today, she found herself devoid of enthusiasm. Had it not been for the internal conflict between the two robbers and one robber's suicide out of fear of culpability, she shuddered at the thought of what might have transpired thereafter. Life seldom offers such fortunate outcomes. Perhaps the next moment could bring unforeseen calamity. Following this, other colleagues began to manage the scene, confirming the identities of the three robbers while taking statements from each victim. When Jiang Ying and her team returned to the vehicle, they found Xiao Wenbin sprawled across the back seat, soundly asleep. The moment Jiang Ying opened the door, her face turned a shade of green with indignation as she exclaimed, "You scoundrel! While we were negotiating with the robbers and striving to rescue the hostages, you were here indulging in slumber." With that, she hurled the folder in her hand onto Xiao Wenbin's lap. Jiang Ying's affinity level, 2, total affinity level, 27. Xiao Wenbin was at a loss for words. He was the one who had genuinely exerted himself to rescue the hostages. Yet now, having completed his duties, he was being chastised and even had his affinity unjustly diminished. Who exactly was being unreasonable here? Nevertheless, Xiao Wenbin was in a good mood and chose not to engage with this foolish girl for the moment. He promptly sat upright and leaned back against the window, closing his eyes once more. Seeing that her colleagues had all entered the vehicle, Jiang Ying settled into the back seat as well. Upon closing the door, she caught a whiff of something peculiar, which piqued her curiosity. "What is that smell in the car? It seems somewhat reminiscent of blood," she murmured, inching closer to Xiao Wenbin while sniffing the air. Xiao Wenbin raised his sole-free hand to gently block Jiang Ying's head as she leaned in. "Foolish girl, what are you doing? Don't just lean over suddenly. And are you a dog, sniffing around like that?" At this moment, Jiang Ying was so infuriated that her teeth clenched audibly, wishing she could dismantle Xiao Wenbin piece by piece. "You're the dog. Your entire family is a pack of dogs. I refuse to believe you can't smell the blood." As Jiang Ying hurled her insults at his family, Xiao Wenbin's brow furrowed in displeasure. Although he understood that this foolish girl was merely venting her frustration, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of aversion. Thus, he reached out to Jiang Ying, intending to teach her a lesson to remember. However, it seemed Jiang Ying had anticipated his move. The moment she saw him raise his hand, she swiftly dodged to the side. Then she looked at Xiao Wenbin with a wary expression. "What do you want? Please keep your distance. You creep, you big pervert." I merely wanted to examine your hand. Haven't you noticed it's injured? The scent of blood must be emanating from there," Xiao Wenbin replied, his hand suspended in midair, a look of embarrassment on his face. It was then that Jiang Ying recalled her right hand, which she had injured in a fit of self-reproach for her helplessness. The flesh near her knuckles was battered, with some areas still bleeding and lacking scabs. This was the first time Xiao Wenbin had encountered a woman so careless with herself. She even allowed herself to be engulfed in guilt for being unable to save a hostage. Undeniably, Jiang Ying was indeed a commendable police officer. In fact, when Xiao Wenbin had stealthily exited the bank, he had chanced upon Jiang Ying furiously pounding the ground in a fit of impotent rage. "Does it not hurt? Why not bandage it? Such wounds will leave scars, and your hand will look unsightly in the future." Jiang Ying turned her head away with irritation. She deliberately chose to neglect her wound, intending for it to serve as a constant reminder of her own inadequacy. "My affairs are none of your concern. Perhaps you should reflect on the enemies you've made that led you to be summoned to the police station." Jiang Ying then leaned closer to Xiao Wenbin and sniffed. "Strange. The scent of blood is distinctly coming from you. What on earth happened? Are you injured?" she queried, her gaze scrutinizing Xiao Wenbin's face for answers. Xiao Wenbin longed to confess that he had just slain 3 robbers and hastily returned to the car, handcuffed. It was only natural for there to be traces of blood. However, such a revelation was clearly out of the question. Thus, he resorted to fabricating a ridiculous excuse. "Ha ha ha, Captain Jiang, you are truly remarkable. You've figured it out. It's just my chronic hemorrhoids acting up, which is why I felt embarrassed to mention it. And since you have me handcuffed, I can't even go to the restroom. How awkward. Get away, you creep. That's disgusting. Keep your distance from me," Jiang Ying retorted, her face contorted in disdain as she stepped back from Xiao Wenbin, as if proximity would somehow taint her. She even fanned herself with a folder, attempting to purify the air around her. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenbin was preoccupied in the system shop, selecting treatment for Jiang Ying's injuries. Ultimately, he expended 20 points to exchange for a bottle of premium healing powder. There was indeed a superior bone-healing ointment available, but it required 100 points, which Xiao Wenbin deemed too extravagant for this foolish girl. After all, 100 points equated to a fortune in Huaxia currency. He and this foolish girl were not particularly close. Of course, had it been the campus belle who was injured, Xiao Wenbin would have readily spent 2,000 points. There was no choice. Lin Yinran was not only his bonded partner, but also the champion of score accumulation on his side. If Lin Yinran fell ill and took a day off, Xiao Wenbin would be left with nothing but the wind from the northwest. Congratulations to the host for completing the binding task. The beautiful nurse, Feng Lan, shall officially become the host's binding companion. Henceforth, Feng Lan will assist the host in collecting emotional points. If both parties are present at the same location, the collected emotional points will receive a double bonus. Chapter 46. The system's generous rewards. Feng Lan's binding task has finally come to fruition. This means another binding partner for the host, leading to an increase in daily point earnings. Xiao Wenbin initially believed his second binding partner would be the female doctor, Lu Xiaoding. However, it is now evident that the nurse, Feng Lan, has surpassed her unexpectedly. For Xiao Wenbin, it makes little difference whom he binds. They all serve as tools. Lu Xiaoding can gather emotional points through interactions with teachers and students at school, while Feng Lan can do so by caring for patients in the hospital. Their respective fields and interactions are entirely distinct, presenting no conflict whatsoever. Congratulations to the host for exceeding the binding task requirements and rescuing all hostages. The system rewards are as follows: Medical Secret Tome, the true scripture of the Medicine King, an esoteric text of the Medicine King Valley, penned by successive Medicine Kings, chronicling each one's medical skills and insights, containing long-lost ancient formulas. System points: 1,500, supernatural ability. Beginner, healing technique, a form of magic favored by the priests of the Western Holy See, which can only be learned by those attuned to the light element and possesses commendable healing effects. Feng Lan's favorability rating is 15, bringing the total to 37. Gazing at the system reward interface displaying the tome and supernatural ability, Xiao Wenbin felt that Fong Lan's rewards were significantly more substantial than those received by Lin Yinran previously. Not to mention, the value of the Medicine King's scripture is immeasurable. Even a single formula extracted from it could yield a fortune. It has led Xiao Wenbin to contemplate establishing his own pharmaceutical company for production and sales. Moreover, the tome includes ancient formulas. If he could successfully refine them, they would be priceless treasures. Concepts such as longevity, eternal youth, and perpetual vitality would no longer be mere dreams. Yet, for Xiao Wenbin, these pursuits seemed somewhat trivial. Did he lack money? Did he yearn for elixirs? The system store holds everything he could desire. What he truly needs are points. Nonetheless, the Medicine King's scripture can at least endow him with the skills to heal, coupled with the beginner healing technique. He can tend to family or friends who fall ill or sustain injuries without needing to visit a hospital. Xiao Wenbin even pondered whether to acquire a medical qualification certificate. This way, he could offer free consultations and enlist the beautiful nurse Fong Lan to assist him. Not only could they save lives, but they could also earn points, with the added benefit of a double bonus when working together. As he recalled Fong Lan, Xiao Wenbin noticed that her favorability rating had changed. The system generously granted him an additional 15 points. By this calculation, Fong Lan's current favorability rating stood at 37, significantly surpassing Lu Xiaoting's 24 points. Jiang Ying could no longer endure the odor within the car, so she lowered the window to allow fresh air to circulate, taking a moment to breathe in the crispness of her surroundings. Once she felt a modicum of comfort, she turned her gaze towards Xiao Wenbin. At that moment, Xiao Wenbin was seated in a corner, his mouth stretched into a grin that seemed almost uncontainable. Upon witnessing his expression of schadenfreude, the irritation that had just begun to subside flared up once more within Jiang Ying. Xiao Wenbin, are you out of your mind? Why are you cackling in the corner for no reason? Don't think I can't handle you. Once we arrive at the precinct, you'll see. With that, Jiang Ying turned her attention to her phone, completely ignoring Xiao Wenbin. As she busied herself with the system interface, counting her recent gains, Xiao Wenbin, having just mastered the Medicine King's sutra and healing techniques, heard the foolish girl berating him once again. Exiting the interface, he felt a twinge of regret. Had he known that the system rewards were exclusively medicinal skills, he would not have squandered 20 million Huaxiao coins on ointment for Jiang Ying. It felt like a lavish waste for what could have purchased a top-tier supercar. Once he regained his composure, Xiao Wenbin glanced at Jiang Ying, who was engrossed in the documents that had just arrived from the bureau, completely oblivious to the head that had appeared at her shoulder. The documents revealed that the 3 individuals involved in the bank robbery were affiliated with an overseas organization known as the Viper. The individual they sought to have released, Yin Hao, was also part of this organization and appeared to have a close bond with the 3 robbers. Moreover, several hostages claimed that an inexplicable figure had appeared in the bank, materializing out of nowhere, and vanished just as abruptly after the robbers turned on each other. Due to the destruction of the bank's surveillance equipment, the police were unable to verify the veracity of the victims' accounts. It was plausible that the hostages, overwhelmed by fear, had experienced psychological hallucinations. Foolish girl, is it necessary to even read this? Clearly, they are merely hallucinating. Who could appear and disappear like that? Xiao Wenbin feigned a nonchalant demeanor, though internally he was quite flustered. Jiang Ying, lost in her contemplation, was taken aback by the sudden voice of Xiao Wenbin, unaware that he had leaned in so close. In her moment of indignation, she turned sharply to face him, only to find that her lips brushed against the corner of Xiao Wenbin's mouth, gliding across his cheek. An electric silence enveloped them, both momentarily frozen in astonishment as their eyes locked. After what felt like an eternity, they both hastily recoiled, not uttering a single word. Xiao Wenbin had not anticipated that Jiang Ying would turn around so suddenly, her lips inadvertently pressing against his face. Though he could still feel the warmth radiating from his cheek, he was overcome by an overwhelming urge to weep. How could I have been taken advantage of by a fierce girl? Not only that, but they are also like fire and water. If it were the school beauty, Lin Yinran, I could accept it, but why must it be this violent girl before me? What a grievous loss. In Chapter 47, was there a public altercation with Zhu Meili? Sigh, Xiao Wenbin let out a helpless sigh. At this moment, Jiang Ying's face was already flushed, and her mood was no better than Xiao Wenbin's. Throughout her life, she had never been so close to any boy. Yet now she found herself not only squeezed by Xiao Wenbin, but also subjected to his roaming hands. To make matters worse, she had inadvertently offered her first kiss. Jiang Ying wished she could find a crevice to hide in. She truly could not bear the humiliation. As she lamented her reckless behavior and Xiao Wenbin's shamelessness, she suddenly heard a sorrowful sigh from him. In an instant, her anger ignited. How could he, having taken such advantage of her, still feign grievance and sigh? It was truly intolerable. Overwhelmed by her fury, Jiang Ying disregarded her position as the deputy captain of the criminal police. She lunged at Xiao Wenbin, biting him wildly. At that moment, a singular thought echoed in her mind. If she could not overpower him, she would take him down, find his weakness, and unleash her fury upon him. Xiao Wenbin had never anticipated that his helpless sigh would provoke the fury of the woman before him. As Jiang Ying clung to him, biting wildly, he could only use his one free hand to defend himself. However, with her frenzied attacks and one of his hands cuffed, he was at a distinct disadvantage. Initially, he considered using his strength to break free from the handcuffs and kick Jiang Ying off him, but he realized that doing so would reveal his abilities, and the tumultuous driving could lead to an accident. Thus, he gritted his teeth and endured, truly living up to the adage that a gentleman does not fight with a lady. His sole focus was on protecting his vital areas, allowing her to bite wherever she pleased. With his remarkable resilience, he felt little pain. Let her bite away. Hey, silly girl, what are you doing? No biting here. You lunatic, are you a dog? Ah, not there either. Damn it. Who is bullying whom? You unruly girl, I'll fight back. Who is afraid of whom? Ah, Xiao Wenbin, you're going to die. You perverted fiend, how dare you pinch me? That hurts so much. I'll bite you to death. Jiang Ying's affection level, 5. Total affection level, 32. By the time the police car arrived at the station, it was nearly noon. Hobbling with a limp and in tattered clothing, Xiao Wenbin was unceremoniously escorted out of the vehicle by a smug Jiang Ying. Despite his disheveled appearance and limping gait due to superficial injuries, he was still far better off than her. Although she appeared unscathed, she bore the burden of internal injuries. At this moment, Jiang Ying still felt a profound pain in her bosom, compelling her to embrace herself with both arms, a gesture that provided a modicum of relief. The memory of their earlier scuffle in the car made her cheeks flush crimson. She longed to wield a whip and unleash hundreds of lashes upon Xiao Wenbin. Soon after, Xiao Wenbin was escorted to the police station by Jiang Ying and her colleagues. She was aware that it was their deputy director who had ordered his apprehension, while Xiao Wenbin remained oblivious to the intentions behind his capture, although he sensed it could not bode well. Upon entering the precinct, a throng of colleagues surrounded Jiang Ying and her team, offering their congratulations as they had received word from their superiors to commend them. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenbin was taken to an interrogation room by others. Seated in the interrogation chair, he exhibited no signs of anxiety, merely curiously surveying his surroundings. What is your name? A police officer inquired. And who might you be? Xiao Wenbin retorted. Why does it concern you who I am? The officer replied, continuing, what is your occupation? I am a student at Jiangzhou University, Xiao Wenbin answered candidly. This response elicited laughter from the two officers present. You're quite amusing. A university student? Yet here you are, one of them mocked. Indeed, I am not lying. I truly am a student at Jiangzhou University. If you don't believe me, feel free to verify, Xiao Wenbin declared, producing his student ID. The officer sneered. Whether you are a university student is of no interest to us. What we want to know is whether you were at the International Shopping Center yesterday morning, publicly assaulting Zhu Meili of the Chun Group and her boyfriend. At this juncture, Xiao Wenbin had begun to employ his mind-reading abilities on the two interrogators. He finally discerned the reason for his detention. It was Zhu Meili who had leveraged her connections to orchestrate his imprisonment. With clarity on the matter, Xiao Wenbin summoned the system interface. Can the system alter the surveillance footage from yesterday's mall to reflect that nothing occurred? He inquired. Yes, this will cost 50 points, came the reply. And what about modifying the memories of the sales staff and the mall manager? How much would that require? To alter the memories of 4 individuals, a total of 200 points is necessary. Do you confirm the expenditure of 250 points to modify memories and surveillance? At this moment, Xiao Wenbin felt a pang of regret. 250 points equated to 5 billion Huaxia coins. Confirm, he stated firmly. Had he not gleaned Zhu Meili's lack of intention to settle matters, he might have been less resolute. After all, every point represented currency. Who would willingly squander money? If he could save, he would. Nevertheless, the expenditure was made. He could let Lin Yanran and Fong Lan earn it back next time. What? Zhu Meili? How could I ever strike her? You cannot possibly be intending to frame me. Can you? Xiao Wenbin feigned confusion, acting as if he were genuinely unaware of the allegations. The officer seemed to have anticipated that Xiao Wenbin would not confess. So he approached him and began to play a video on his phone. Look, isn't this the person hitting someone? The person in the video is me. But where did I ever hit anyone? Brother, are your eyes not working well? I've recently learned a set of acupuncture techniques. Would you like me to give you a few needles? Seeing that Xiao Wenbin remained unperturbed, the officer bent down and pointed at the screen, watching alongside him. After a prolonged silence enveloped the interrogation room. Chapter 48. Anxious Lin Yanran and Lu Shouting. Meanwhile, in a classroom at Jiangzhou University, Lin Yanran waited anxiously for a reply from Xiao Wenbin, but he had not responded, and his phone remained unreachable. As noon approached, she recalled that Xiao Wenbin had promised to return for lunch. However, since his visit to the police station with Jiang Ying, he had vanished without a trace. Lin Yanran began to feel an overwhelming sense of worry. Yanran, why are you so distracted today? Did something happen? Her close friend Zhao Shaoling inquired with concern, noticing Lin Yanran's unusual demeanor. I'm fine, Shaoling. You all continue with your class. I need to step outside to call my family, Lin Yanran replied hurriedly. Dashing out of the classroom, she found herself in the corridor, dialing her father Lin Onbong's number. In the office of Lin's trade headquarters, Lin Onbong had been anxiously awaiting news since early morning. Xiao Wenbin had informed him that the first phase of his plan was set in motion, which entailed that all government departments and corporate leaders who had previously threatened or deliberately obstructed Lin's trade would apologize to Lin Onbong and pledge to support Lin's trade moving forward. Initially, Lin Onbong felt a sense of trepidation. He was unsure if someone as young as Xiao Wenbin could fulfill such promises. Restlessly, he paced back and forth in his office, fixated on the landline and mobile phone on his desk. Soon enough, the landline rang, followed by his mobile phone. Thus, Lin Onbong spent the entire morning receiving and making calls. The callers were various departmental heads and executives from partner companies, all expressing their intention to cease any scrutiny or commercial hindrance against Lin's trade, and to fully cooperate in restoring its operations. Furthermore, the officials who had acted inappropriately were penalized by the Disciplinary Inspection Department. After a busy morning, Lin Onbong finally found a moment's respite, reclining on the sofa with a broad smile and a deep sigh of relief. His previous worries and gloom appeared to have dissipated significantly. Indeed, everything was unfolding just as Xiao Wenbin had assured him. Lin Onbong began to ponder. What exactly was the identity of the boyfriend Yanran had chosen? How could someone so young wield such influence over the political and business landscape of Jiangzhou City, compelling them to disregard the will of the Chun and Shao families? As the phone on his desk suddenly rang, Lin Onbong initially assumed it was yet another call from a business associate. However, upon checking, he discovered it was his daughter, Lin Yanran, reaching out to him. He quickly answered the call. Knowing that she seldom called during his working hours unless she was confronted with a problem she couldn't resolve on her own. Yanran, are you all right? Why are you calling me out of the blue? Is something wrong? Lin Onbong inquired anxiously. At that moment, Lin Yanran, whose eyes were already brimming with tears, felt an overwhelming rush of emotion upon hearing her father's voice. Dad, Wenbin was taken away by the police this morning. They said he was involved in intentional assault and causing trouble. He promised he would be back by noon at the latest, but there is still no word. Lin Onbong could hear the tremor in Yanran's voice and hastily reassured her. Don't worry, Yanran, Wenbin will be fine. Do you know the details? I only remember that Wenbin was at the International Shopping Center yesterday and had an altercation with a woman named Zhu Meili. Dad, you must find a way to help Wenbin. All right, I understand. Don't fret. I'll arrange my work and head to the school to pick you up so we can visit the police station together. In the office of the School of Business Administration at Jiangzhou University, Lu Shouting had been anxiously watching the clock since that morning when she saw Xiao Wenbin being taken away by Jiang Ying and her associates. So absorbed was she in her worry that her normally meticulous work ethic had faltered. She frequently checked her phone, yet there was still no response or call from Xiao Wenbin. She had never been this worried about anyone before, even attributing her anxiety to guilt over his arrest. As noon approached, her agitation intensified. Unconsciously, she found herself at the school gate, hoping to confirm his safety as soon as he returned. Yet, to her dismay, it was already midday, and Xiao Wenbin still had not arrived. Reluctant to accept the grim reality, Lu Xiaoding realized that Xiao Wenbin must have encountered some trouble at the police station. The thought that he had been apprehended while defending her from those thugs filled her with deep remorse. Since Xiao Wenbin had been detained because of her, and as his senior and friend who benefited from his bravery, she felt compelled to take action. Determined, Lu Xiaoding could no longer remain idle. She resolved to do everything in her power to assist Xiao Wenbin. After some contemplation, she directly called her mentor to explain her situation. Ma Hongfang, upon hearing her plight, was visibly outraged and sympathetic towards Lu Xiaoding's experience, grateful that Xiao Wenbin had intervened to save her. Without hesitation, she agreed to Lu Xiaoding's request for help. Subsequently, Ma Hongfang made a call to her husband, urging him, the most renowned lawyer in Jiangzhou, to do everything in his power to secure the release of Lu Xiaoding's friend. She asserted that if he failed to do so, he might as well spend the night on the streets instead of returning home. Indeed, Ma Hongfang was the esteemed mentor of Lu Xiaoding, and her husband, Shen Xiangping, was celebrated as a legend within the legal community of Jiangzhou. It was said that throughout his decades-long career, Shen had never lost a case, always advocating for the side of justice. Furthermore, he was known for his integrity and impartiality, earning him considerable respect among the police and city officials. This was precisely why Lu Xiaoding sought the assistance of her mentor, Ma Hongfang, without hesitation. Engaging a lawyer through conventional means, including arranging visits or bail, would have been far too cumbersome. Chapter 49. The gathering at the police station for Xiao Wenbin. Ma Hongfang quickly returned Lu Xiaoding's call, instructing her to wait for her husband, Shen Xiangping. At the police station, she reassured Lu Xiaoding to feel free to ask for any assistance from Shen, and to contact her if there was any reluctance on his part. After hanging up, Lu Xiaoding promptly took a taxi to the Jiangzhou police station. At that moment, in the interrogation room, two officers were utterly bewildered by the video footage before them. They had clearly witnessed the video earlier that morning, which depicted Xiao Wenbin violently slapping Zhu Meili and subsequently knocking her boyfriend, Wu Xiaofan, to the ground. However, when they presented the video to Xiao Wenbin, he adamantly denied any such actions, questioning their eyesight and accusing them of defamation. One of the officers, still skeptical, watched the video alongside Xiao Wenbin, only to be left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenbin, with a pitiful and innocent expression, inquired, "Officer, what exactly is the reason for my arrest? Is it merely to watch short videos together?" He then reclined in his chair, whistling with delight, completely unbothered. This was how brazen Xiao Wenbin was. What could these two officers possibly do to him? Having never encountered such an absurd situation, the officers decided to step outside to call their supervising deputy. However, they were met with a scathing reprimand, being told that they were incompetent for failing to secure the video footage. The deputy instructed them to retrieve another copy of the recording and to summon witnesses from the mall, including the victim, to expedite the process of charging the perpetrator. Upon hearing the deputy's orders, the two officers began contacting the mall manager and sales staff to gather them at the police station for testimony. Meanwhile, Zhu Meili was overjoyed to learn that Xiao Wenbin had been apprehended, nearly leaping out of bed in her excitement. Since the slap from Xiao Wenbin, her face has remained swollen, resembling a bloated pig's head. Yesterday afternoon, after Zhu Meili was expelled from the shopping mall, she promptly contacted her cousin, Chen Tianbua of the Chen Group. She lamented about being slapped multiple times by a young dandy at Linanbang's mall and ultimately being ousted by the security personnel. Chen Tianbua, having few relatives, held a particular affection for his cousin. He instructed her to report the incident to the police and assured her that he would arrange for the subsequent proceedings. As for Lin Anbang, he would not be able to withstand the pressure for long, and there was no need for him to intervene directly. Once the call ended, Zhu Meili, exhilarated as if she had won the lottery, quickly roused Wu Xiaofan, who was beneath her. The two hastily dressed and drove to the police station. Meanwhile, Lin Anbang had already picked up his daughter from school and arrived at the police station. As they exited the car, they encountered Lu Xiaoding, who was arriving in a taxi. The two women momentarily froze in surprise before warmly greeting each other. Neither Lu Yinzhan nor Lin Yinzhan had anticipated meeting one another at the police station. The presence of the other indicated that they were both there concerning Xiao Wenbin. Yet, what was the nature of their relationship with him? It was not the right time to inquire. Lin Yinzhan first introduced her father, Lin Anbang, to Lu Xiaoding, who was meeting the owner of Lin's trade for the first time. She extended a friendly handshake. Upon stepping out of the car, Lin Anbang sensed that Lu Xiaoding was as beautiful as his daughter. He even mistakenly believed she was a classmate of Lin Yinzhan. To his astonishment, he learned that she was a recent PhD graduate from their school, leaving him momentarily taken aback by her youthful appearance. When Lin Onbong discovered that Lu Xiaoting was also there concerning Xiao Wenbin, his brow subtly furrowed. At his age, he understood well that there were seldom acts of kindness and support without ulterior motives. His instinct told him that Lu Xiaoting must harbor some undisclosed story with Xiao Wenbin. His Na'vi daughter remained oblivious to the fact that her boyfriend might be entangled with someone else. Sighing, he resolved to speak with Muxua, advising her to ensure that their daughter didn't end up at a disadvantage. The three of them then shared their thoughts in the current situation. Initially, Lin Onbong had planned to utilize his connections within the police department to ascertain the nature of Xiao Wenbin's offense and find a way to extricate him. However, with Lu Xiaoting revealing that she had enlisted the services of the esteemed lawyer Shen Xiangping, the dynamics shifted significantly, with Shun's reputation and connections securing bail for someone, even without a trial, would be a straightforward affair. The three individuals decided to await the arrival of Mr. Shen together, for he was truly the authority in this domain. After a few minutes, a black van suddenly pulled up at the entrance of the police station. From the lead vehicle emerged an elderly gentleman with graying hair, who, despite his age, walked with a steady gait, showing no signs of stooping. Upon seeing the elder, Lu Xiaoting and her companions approached him directly, with Lu Xiaoting and Lin Yanran supporting the elder on either side. "Uncle Shun, we truly appreciate your assistance this time," Lu Xiaoting said warmly. "Grandfather Shun, greetings. I have heard tales of your wisdom since my childhood," another chimed in. "Mr. Shun, it is a pleasure to see you again. We are grateful for your help," the third added earnestly. The elder scrutinized each of them in turn, finally resting his gaze on Lu Xiaoting, and with a gentle smile remarked, shouting, "Your mentor has indeed entrusted me with a task. Today, I shall heed your commands." "Uncle Shun, you jest. I believe my teacher was merely teasing you. However, I sincerely hope you can assist my friend," Lu Xiaoting implored with a look of earnestness. "Rest assured, as long as your friend has not committed any fundamental errors, I, Shen Xiangping, guarantee that he shall be unharmed. Now, let us proceed to the police station to inquire about the specifics." With that, the elder beckoned the three to follow him toward the police station, moving with an air of familiarity as though it were his own home. Just as the four were about to enter, a loud exclamation rang out from behind them. "You little wretch! How dare you show your face here? Are you searching for that pretty boy? Forget it, he won't be coming out." Upon hearing the vitriolic remarks from behind, their steps faltered. They turned to see a woman with a face swollen like a pig's head, flanked by a robust and handsome man, along with the mall manager and a sales assistant from that day. Recognizing the group and recalling the earlier insults hurled by Zhu Meili, Lin Yanran, despite her usual naivety, quickly deduced that Zhu Meili was the orchestrator of this incident. Just as she prepared to retort, Lin Onbong stepped forward. "Zhu Meili, has no one informed you that Yanran is my daughter? What audacity grants you the courage to insult my daughter in my presence? Was it Chen Tianbua who instigated this?" At his words, the group before them was taken aback. The mall staff, having recognized Lin Onbong, hurriedly lowered their heads in greeting to their esteemed employer. Meanwhile, Zhu Meili and Wu Xiaofan had just exited their vehicle and spotted the four making their way towards the police station. One woman's silhouette struck them as remarkably familiar. Upon reflection, it was none other than that wretched Lin Yanran. Without restraint, Zhu Meili blurted out a loud insult, only to be stunned to find Lin Onbong among those turning around. Despite Zhu Meili's bluster, her bravado was merely a facade, bolstered by the connections of her two cousins. In truth, she merely held a nominal position within the Chen group, while Lin Onbong, a figure of equal stature to Chen Tianbua, was someone she could not hope to compare with. Thus, when Lin Onbong stood up to defend his daughter, Zhu Meili was instantly silenced and deflated. Yet, upon reflection, she thought, recently, Lin's trade has been heavily suppressed and has struggled to regain its footing. Why should she fear him? "Oh, is that you, Chairman Lin? What brings you to the police station with your daughter today? I hope she hasn't found herself in any unsavory predicament. I did see her with a young man who seemed rather dependent on her." Upon hearing Zhu Meili's slanderous remarks about her boyfriend, Xiao Wenbin, Lin Yanran was immediately incensed. "How dare you? Xiao Wenbin is my boyfriend. The one who is truly keeping a toy boy is you. Isn't that man beside you exactly that?" This was the first time Lin Onbong witnessed his daughter so furious, especially when Zhu Meili had the audacity to label her boyfriend a mere gigolo. Lin Onbong could not believe that someone who could effortlessly gift his daughter a fortune and compel influential enterprises to bow in apology could ever be described as such. Thus, with a face full of fury, he rebuked, Zhu Meili, cease your slander. Xiao Wenbin is officially recognized as Yanran's boyfriend by me, and I will not allow you to defame him or my daughter. Moreover, I have heard that the previous incident was instigated by you, and I advise you to consider the repercussions carefully. Do not provoke a conflict between the Lin and Chen families. However, as soon as Lin Onbong finished speaking, Zhu Meili burst into laughter. Lin Onbong, do you believe your Lin trade is still what it once was? It is soon to bear the Chen surname. You cannot even safeguard yourself, yet you seek to defend others. How utterly laughable. Humph, let us wait and see who falls first, the Chen family or Lin Onbong. With that, Lin Onbong beckoned to the others and continued toward the police station's entrance. Lu Xiaoting, who had been by Shen Xiangping's side, felt compelled to speak out when she heard the overweight Zhu Meili defaming Lin Yanran and Xiao Wenbin. Yet, at that moment, Shen Xiangping grasped her arm and whispered in her ear, this world is not as simple as you think. If you act rashly, it will only breed resentment against you. You are merely a powerless graduate. If someone truly wishes to harm you, there will be no place for you to shield yourself. Furthermore, Lin Yanran's father, Lin Onbong, is right here. She does not need you, as her senior, to defend her. After hearing Shen Xiangping's words, Lu Xiaoting realized she had been rather impulsive and chose to patiently observe how Lin Onbong would handle the situation. However, when she heard Zhu Meili derogatorily refer to Xiao Wenbin as a gigolo, her body involuntarily trembled and her palms clenched tightly. Then, when Lin Yanran declared her relationship with Xiao Wenbin, an inexplicable pang of bitterness surged within Lu Xiaoting. At that moment, even she was unaware of the reason behind such an emotion. After shaking her head ambiguously, Lu Xiaoting attributed her feelings to the exhaustion from her recent work and the lack of proper rest at night. Once Lin Onbong and his associates departed, the others gradually made their way into the police station. Meanwhile, in the bustling office hall of the precinct, numerous officers surrounded Jiang Ying, inquiring about the specifics of the robbery case. After all, a bank heist involving the hostage-taking of over 30 individuals in Jiangzhou was not an everyday occurrence. They envied Jiang Ying and her team, who had accomplished their mission effortlessly and rescued the hostages. Simultaneously, they were relieved that they had not encountered such a unique task, as it could have potentially cost them their lives if things had gone awry. At that moment, a large group suddenly arrived at the entrance of the police station, drawing the attention of Jiang Ying and the others. Chapter 51. Are women too innocent, or is Xiao Wenbin adept at concealment? Leading the charge was the legendary lawyer of Jiangzhou, Shen Xiangping, followed closely by a man and two women, one of whom looked vaguely familiar, though the officers could not immediately place him. Behind them were several staff members dressed in professional attire. Additionally, a pair of individuals, one stout and the other slender, embraced each other as they followed the group. Upon seeing the esteemed Shen arrive at the precinct, the officers greeted him warmly. Jiang Ying, too, was no exception, as she had always admired those who upheld justice. Shen Xiangping epitomized the unwavering advocate for righteousness in her eyes, having fought for justice for decades. Thus, she held him in high regard, though she had only recently been assigned to Jiangzhou and had never had the chance to meet him in person. Ah, Mr. Shen, what brings you to the police station today? Is there another significant case at hand? They asked eagerly. Indeed, recently. It seems your apprentices have been involved in various litigation cases, haven't they? Shen Xiangping, gratified by the warm reception despite his advanced age, surveyed the familiar faces among the dozen or so officers, noting both old comrades and many new, youthful faces. Haha. Although I am advancing in years, my passion for this profession remains undiminished. I have just taken on a commission to handle a case, he replied, gesturing towards Lu Xiaoting with a smile. The officers turned their curious gazes toward Lu Xiaoting, speculating about her identity, wondering how she had managed to summon such a legendary figure from the legal world, one who should have been enjoying retirement. However, Jiang Ying and two other officers were not part of the speculation. In truth, when Lin Yanran and Lu Xiaoting entered the police station together, Jiang Ying had an inkling that they were undoubtedly there for that insufferable Xiao Wenbin. At the same time, she found herself perplexed as to why the strikingly beautiful Lin Yanran and Lu Xiaoting would be so concerned about such a rogue. Was it that Xiao Wenbin had concealed himself too well, or were today's young women simply too naive? At this moment, Lu Xiaoting felt a bit shy under the gaze of so many people, her cheeks inadvertently flushed with a rosy hue. However, upon spotting Jiang Ying amidst the crowd. She was instantly reminded of her purpose for being there, silently urging herself to regain her composure. Suddenly, a police officer inquired about the several staff members standing behind Shen Lao, questioning the reason for their presence. Without hesitation, Lin Onbong stepped forward to speak on their behalf. I am Lin Onbong, the owner of Lin's Trading Company. This is my daughter, Lin Yanran, and these are employees from my international shopping center. As for the other two individuals, I regret to say I am unfamiliar with them. After speaking, Lin Onbong led his daughter and employees towards Lu Xiaoting, seemingly intent on distancing themselves from the two unknown individuals. Seeing that Lin Onbong had not even mentioned her, Zhu Meili cast aside Wu Xiaofan beside her and stepped forward. Humph. I am Zhu Meili from Chen's group, the victim of this case. I just received your call, instructing me and my boyfriend to come and assist in the investigation by providing evidence. The police officers exchanged glances, astonished that the renowned wealthy figure, Lin Onbong, had personally come to the police station with his daughter. As for Zhu Meili's claim of receiving a notification from the department, they had just been discussing Jiang Ying's matter, and no one had called her. Could it be that a colleague from the interrogation room had notified her? With this thought, one officer prepared to head to the interrogation room to inquire further. Meanwhile, they also questioned Shen Xiangping about the case he was involved in. Lin Yanran promptly pointed at Zhu Meili, declaring, it pertains to her case. Zhu Meili's temper flared upon being singled out by Lin Yanran. Huh? You think you can hire a lawyer to exonerate that scoundrel? You must not understand the meaning of witness and evidence. And why choose such a decrepit old man as your lawyer? It seems you are deliberately aiming to secure his imprisonment. With that, Zhu Meili disdainfully glanced at Lin Yanran and the others. Zhu Meili, silence your foul mouth. Who do you think you are? I advise you to apologize to Shen Lao immediately. Otherwise, not even your cousin Shen Tianbo can save you, Lin Onbong admonished, incensed by her disrespect towards Shen Lao. In response to Lin Onbong's stance, Shen Xiangping nodded appreciatively. He then turned to the police officers, inquiring, may I ask who is in charge of the Xiao Wenbin case? The officers exchanged perplexed looks, none willing to respond. Finally, Jiang Ying stepped forward. Shen Lao, I am Jiang Ying, vice captain of the criminal police. I was responsible for bringing Xiao Wenbin in. The deputy chief informed us that someone reported yesterday that Xiao Wenbin was suspected of intentionally causing harm in a public place and creating a disturbance. Thus, we brought him to the police station, where he is currently cooperating in the interrogation. After speaking, Jiang Ying cast a glance at Zhu Meili, clearly realizing that the individual who made the report was indeed this woman. However, from the recent woman's demeanor and her derogatory remarks towards the elderly Shen, Jiang Ying found Zhu Meili utterly repugnant, not solely for her appearance, but also for her inner character. Jiang Ying instinctively thought that if Xiao Wenbin truly harmed the other party, it would undoubtedly be Zhu Meili's own fault for deserving a beating. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. Nevertheless, when Lu Xiaoting and Lin Yanran heard Jiang Ying mention that Xiao Wenbin was still being interrogated, they found it quite peculiar. Hadn't he been taken away by them earlier in the morning? Why was he still undergoing questioning now? Indeed, Wenbin had stated he would return to school by noon. How could he still be in interrogation at this hour? Observing the two women so anxious about that scoundrel, Jiang Ying felt perplexed. What exactly was so commendable about Xiao Wenbin? He was evidently a complete pervert and a lecher. The mere recollection of Xiao Wenbin's smug expression made her feel nauseous, and the pain in her chest still lingered. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Yet, despite her inner grievances, Jiang Ying calmly explained the situation. Ordinarily, they should have returned to the police station early, but on their way back, they encountered a bank robbery. Given their proximity to the scene, they proceeded directly to rescue the hostages. After safely liberating the hostages and awaiting the task force to arrive and complete their investigation, they finally brought the suspect back to the station. Upon hearing Jiang Ying's account, everyone present was taken aback. What? A bank robbery occurred in Jiangzhou today? At this moment, a colleague beside Jiang Ying chimed in. Captain Jiang, you're absolutely right. A robbery indeed took place at the Huaxia Bank on Linкong Road, and we just returned not long ago. As for Xiao Wenbin, he is currently in the interrogation room assisting with the investigation. Hearing that they had gone to the robbery scene to rescue hostages, and noticing the bloodied wounds on Jiang Ying's hands, Lin Yanran and Lu Xiaoting immediately grew concerned for Xiao Wenbin's safety. So, Officer Jiang, were the hostages rescued? Is Xiao Wenbin unharmed? Lu Xiaoting asked, her face filled with worry. Lin Yinran also cast a troubled glance at Jiang Yang. Fortunately, all hostages were rescued, and no one else was injured. As for Xiao Wenbin, he remained in the police vehicle the entire time, so he is quite safe. Upon hearing that Xiao Wenbin was unharmed, both women discreetly sighed in relief. After clarifying the situation, Shun Xiangping took the initiative to apply for Xiao Wenbin's bail from the police station, requesting to represent him in his defense. In another room, after a considerable wait, 2 police officers finally received word that the witnesses, including Zhu Meili, had arrived. Thus, they escorted Xiao Wenbin to the office hall, intending to conduct a confrontation to solidify his guilt. At that moment, the crowd awaiting interrogation in the hall suddenly heard a cheerful whistling sound. Soon after, 2 police officers escorted a young man into the hall. At that moment, Lin Yanran and Lu Xiaoting truly set aside their concerns upon seeing Xiao Wenbin. Lin Onbong, observing Xiao Wenbin whistling proudly and striding confidently, noted that aside from a slightly disheveled appearance, he bore no semblance of having endured interrogation or suffering. A pang of doubt struck him. Perhaps his visit to the police station to rescue his nephew was hasty, as the young man might not require his assistance at all. Nevertheless, having arrived, he felt compelled to accompany his daughter in ensuring Xiao Wenbin's safe return. Upon entering the hall, Xiao Wenbin was astonished to see it teeming with people, particularly his designated supporter Lin Yanran and the prospective supporter Lu Xiaoting. Out of curiosity, he employed his mind-reading ability on the crowd, only to discover that their concerns stemmed from his prolonged absence. Both women had been anxiously seeking connections to facilitate his release. Lin Yanran had even come perilously close to tears, evoking a sense of affection in Xiao Wenbin. It was undeniable that he was touched by the care and attention shown by the 2 women. He had always perceived his supporters as mere tools to assist him in accumulating points, collecting emotional energy to convert into system credits, while his obligation was to ensure their safety and fulfill their wishes. As for the penalties for failure, his points would reset to 0 and his lifespan would be halved. Yet here he was, merely detained, and these 2 had already been fretting and rushing around on his behalf. He could hardly fathom the extent of their worry had something truly dire happened to him. This moment stirred deep emotions within Xiao Wenbin. As he reflected on the rarity of such selfless devotion in his life, reserved only for his mother and sister, Xia Shuer. Now, he found himself blessed with the affection of 2 additional individuals, Lin Yanran and Lu Xiaoting. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, a warmth born from genuine care. It dawned on him why his system was named the Heavenly Path Rewards Affection System. Could it be that sincere giving begets reciprocal rewards? Each act of kindness yields a harvest of true emotion? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully grasping the essence of the system. Heaven has affection. Ding! A hidden main quest has been activated. Explore the secrets behind this world, with a time limit of 3 years. A main quest? What is this all about? Good grief. System, were you not simply designed to collect emotional energy, including the binding tasks you issued? Were they not all aimed at encouraging me to find additional supporters to gather emotional points? Why has a main quest suddenly emerged? System prompt. By completing the hidden main quest, the host may receive the ultimate reward of this world. Certainly, the host may choose not to complete the task, and this decision will not affect the system's other functionalities. The ultimate reward in this realm? It indeed sounds rather enticing. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Wenbin decided that since the task had already been automatically accepted, he might as well pay attention to the unsolved mysteries of the world. As for completing the task, that would depend solely on luck. He had no desire to wander aimlessly in search of world secrets. Why not simply enjoy life? Why burden oneself unnecessarily? After being lost in thought for a while, Xiao Wenbin finally snapped back to reality and offered a faint smile to those around him. He intended to embrace the 2 women warmly, but to his dismay, he realized that his hands were still restrained. Curse it, all thanks to that fierce Jiang Yang. The 2 women quickly understood Xiao Wenbin's gesture and the glaring handcuffs on his wrists. Lu Xiaoting shot a pleading glance at Shen Xiangping, who nodded in understanding. Shen Xiangping then cleared his throat and addressed Jiang Ying and the others. Did you not say you would bring someone to cooperate with the investigation? Why then? Have you placed handcuffs on him before the case has even been concluded? Is this how law enforcement operates? As Shen Xiangping spoke, several officers lowered their heads like students reprimanded by a teacher, casting innocent looks towards Jiang Ying. Unfortunately, with the higher-ups absent, she, as the deputy captain, held the highest authority here. Yes, and her chest certainly appeared the most imposing, or so Xiao Wenbin mused. Jiang Ying, glancing at the self-satisfied Xiao Wenbin, finally gritted her teeth and said, I initially placed the handcuffs on him out of fear he might escape during transport. Now that we are at the police station, they are no longer necessary. Please remove them. Upon receiving the directive, 2 officers promptly unshackled Xiao Wenbin. The moment he was freed, Lin Yanran and Lu Shouting immediately pulled him to their side, showering him with concern and inquiries. Even Lin Onbong, standing nearby, felt a twinge of jealousy. Truly, the saying that a daughter grows beyond her father's reach proved accurate. Xiao Wenbin was genuinely grateful to the 2 women, expressing heartfelt thanks to them. He also silently appreciated Shen Xiangping and Lin Onbong for their gallant intervention. They were reminiscing. Well, he would be heading to the detention center shortly, so they should bid their farewells properly. Since all witnesses and evidence were present, it was time to establish the charges. Zhu Meili, upon seeing Xiao Wenbin lively and animated, felt a surge of irritation, especially as her swollen face began to throb painfully. Who is this pig brought here? Making a ruckus in the police station? Let me see. Oh, is that you, Miss Zhu Meili? Your head is swollen like a pig's. I almost thought someone was selling pig's head meat here. Xiao Wenbin had long harbored disdain for Zhu Meili. It was one thing to be humiliated himself, but to conspire with the police to have him convicted was entirely unacceptable. Thus, he immediately launched a barrage of accusations at Zhu Meili. Lin Yanran, being one of the eyewitnesses, was well aware of how Zhu Meili had come to bear such a pig-headed visage. It was none other than the result of an altercation with Xiao Wenbin. As Xiao Wenbin's claims grew increasingly absurd, Lin Yanran could no longer remain passive and discreetly pinched his waist, signaling that he should temper his words. For as the saying goes, excessive speech leads to misfortune. Yet, how could Xiao Wenbin possibly concern himself with the so-called testimonies and evidence of others? The only individuals privy to the truth were Zhu Meili, Wu Xiaofan, and Lin Yanran herself, who, being in a romantic relationship, could not corroborate each other's accounts. Witnessing the incessant bickering between the 2 in the police station's lobby, Jiang Ying could no longer tolerate the disturbance. She turned to the 2 interrogators and stated, I will now take charge of this case. Please hand over the previous interrogation materials and return to your duties. The 2 officers exchanged glances and simultaneously submitted the case files to Jiang Ying. After briefly reviewing the documents and surveying the assembled crowd, Jiang Ying addressed Xiao Wenbin and the others. Xiao Wenbin, Ms. Zhu Meili has reported that you deliberately assaulted her and her boyfriend, Wu Xiaofan, while shopping at the mall yesterday afternoon. Do you acknowledge this allegation? I certainly do not acknowledge it. I was merely shopping at the mall yesterday and did not engage in any physical altercation at all. You may inquire with the staff and the mall manager if you wish, Xiao Wenbin replied, pointing to several employees of the mall with an air of calmness, exhibiting no fear of revealing any inconsistencies. Meanwhile, Lin Yanran was sweating bullets on his behalf, for she had only just encountered those employees upon her arrival, and neither she nor her father had had the opportunity to brief them. To assert that they would testify on your behalf is nothing short of a fantasy. Lin Yanran thought, feeling a mixture of frustration and exasperation. She pinched Xiao Wenbin's side once more. However, at that moment, Xiao Wenbin remained as composed as a monk in meditation, seemingly indifferent to Lin Yanran's gestures, as he gazed expectantly at Jiang Ying, anticipating the unfolding of a dramatic scene. Indeed, with Lin Yanran by his side and so many witnesses present in the police station, it would be a splendid opportunity to turn the tables and earn some double emotional points. How could he possibly let such an occasion pass without capitalizing on it? Chapter 53, The First Harvest, Affection Level 100. Jiang Ying, noticing Xiao Wenbin's overconfident demeanor, sensed that something was amiss. This peculiar individual was surely up to some trickery. Meanwhile, Zhu Meili was oblivious to such nuances. Upon hearing Xiao Wenbin volunteer to confront the employees, her heart swelled with joy. Since he seemed eager to dig his own grave, she was determined to push him further. Officer Jiang, let us commence without delay. I can hardly wait to see him imprisoned and sentenced. At this moment, Lin Yanran was trembling with anxiety, while Lu Shouting shared her concern. Although she was aware that Xiao Wenbin's arrest was unrelated to her own incident, she had learned from Lin Yanran that he indeed had physically assaulted Zhu Meili. Yet, with such audacity, does he not fear that Zhu Meili will solidify his guilt? Although Lu Shouting harbored some concerns, a glance at the venerable Shun reassured her, for his presence guaranteed their success in the legal proceedings. Upon noticing that both parties expressed no dissent, Jiang Ying addressed the manager and staff of the mall. You were all present at the time of the incident, correct? Indeed. Officer, we were serving Ms. Zhu and this gentleman yesterday at the mall. Excellent. Have you brought the surveillance footage? The footage is in Ms. Zhu Mei's possession. She copied it after reporting the incident yesterday. With a deliberate sway, Zhu Mei approached and handed the footage to Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying then turned to Xiao Wenbin and Zhu Mei, stating, "Let us now hear the detailed account from the staff. Do either of you have any objections?" Xiao Wenbin and Zhu Mei both urged them to proceed swiftly, the former striving to prove his innocence, while the latter impatiently wished to expedite the process. Jiang Ying, observing Xiao Wenbin's oblivious arrogance, realized the absurdity of his situation. Zhu Mei had brought both witnesses and evidence, yet he continued to act brazenly. With a roll of her eyes, she gestured for the staff to recount the events of the previous day. To everyone's astonishment, the staff recounted, yesterday, Xiao Wenbin and Lin Yanran were shopping in the store when Ms. Zhu Mei abruptly interrupted them, insisting they relinquish their clothing to her. She then began to hurl insults at Mr. Xia and Ms. Lin. Even when the mall manager intervened, he was unable to stop her until he recognized Ms. Lin's identity. At which point, he ordered Ms. Zhu and her companions to leave. After the manager and staff concluded their narrative, everyone present, aside from Xiao Wenbin and the unaware officers, was left agape in disbelief. Lin Yanran could not help but cover her mouth with both hands. Jiang Ying was equally stunned, while Zhu Mei's jaw dropped in incredulity. Once she regained her composure, she angrily shouted at the staff, "Have you been bribed by this scoundrel? How dare you oppose the Chun group and protect that wretch? Do you not fear my retribution?" However, Xiao Wenbin suddenly stepped in front of the employees and, facing the furious Zhu Mei, retorted, "You wretched woman. This is a police station, not your Chun group. I advise you to temper your arrogance. Threatening witnesses will avail you nothing. The truth remains unchanged. Do you not see our brilliant Captain Jiang present?" As Xiao Wenbin lectured Zhu Mei, he took a moment to flatter Jiang Ying, recognizing her current authority at the police station. He had no choice but to mend bridges for the time being, setting aside their previous grievances. As for the animosity from earlier in the police car, he resolved to address it at a later date. With a slight smile, Xiao Wenbin continued, "Several witnesses have just testified that I did not harm you. What grounds do you have for calling the police? I now suspect you are framing me. Captain Jiang, what is your perspective on this?" After speaking, Xiao Wenbin cast a knowing glance at Jiang Ying. Upon receiving his repugnant gaze, Jiang Ying huffed in annoyance. "Whether she has conspired against you will be thoroughly investigated. Zhu Mei, do you have any additional witnesses? If not, I shall proceed to examine the mall's surveillance footage." At this moment, Zhu Mei felt utterly helpless. She longed for Wu Xiaofan to testify on her behalf, but their close relationship would render her claims unbelievable. Ultimately, she could only place her hopes on the recording, convinced that Xiao Wenbin could neither bribe the witnesses nor tamper with the footage she had copied yesterday. After all, she had reviewed the surveillance video multiple times, each viewing igniting her fury, leaving her with a throbbing pain in her face and gritting her teeth in resentment. Jiang Ying swiftly located a projector in the hall and began to read the data disk from Zhu Mei. Soon, a video commenced playback in the lobby. While everyone focused intently on the screen, Xiao Wenbin discreetly activated the system interface. Gain surprise emotion from Lin Yanran. 102 gain surprise emotion from Lu Xiaoding. 102 gain surprise emotion from Lin Anbang. 102 gain surprise emotion from Jiang Ying. 102 gain surprise emotion from Shen Xiangping. 102 gain surprise emotion from police officers. 102 gain surprise emotion from police officers. 102. 15 points. Gain surprise emotion from Wu Xiaofan. 302 gain surprise emotion from Zhu Mei. 302 Wu Xiaofan's favorability. 20. Total favorability. 70 Zhu Mei's favorability. 30. Total favorability. 100. To the bitter end, ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully escalated someone's animosity towards you to the point of lifelong enmity. From now on, they will regard you as an eternal foe. As Xiao Wenbin observed the continuous influx of emotional points, a sense of solace washed over him. However, upon seeing Zhu Mei's favorability reach 100, he was utterly astonished. The highest favorability he currently held was with Lin Yanran at 85 points, and it seemed that the closer he got to the end, the harder it became for favorability to rise. Yet, negative favorability appeared boundless. As long as one harbored sufficient hatred, it could escalate indefinitely. Xiao Wenbin had not anticipated that the first person to hold such a relentless animosity towards him would be Zhu Meili, and that her desire for his demise was genuine. When he finally regained his composure, Zhu Meili frantically grabbed people, demanding to know why the surveillance footage differed, why it lacked any evidence of Xiao Wenbin striking her. Ultimately, she stumbled towards him, pointing and shrieking in accusation. "It must be you. You tampered with it. You bribed the staff and swapped my surveillance footage. Otherwise, how could it possibly differ from the previous version?" Yet, Xiao Wenbin merely regarded her as if she were foolish, uninterested in engaging with her. He circumvented Zhu Meili and approached Jiang Ying, shedding his previously nonchalant demeanor to speak earnestly. "Captain Jiang, as you can see, it is this woman who has been falsely accusing me. After I exited the mall with Lin Yinran yesterday, I went to the ancient district to purchase a gift, and ultimately returned to the Lin residence as a guest. You may verify this with the street surveillance footage." "No need for that," Lin Onbong interjected. "I can vouch for the fact that Xiao Wenbin was indeed a guest at my home last night." With Lin Onbong's testimony, the others began to lend more credence to Xiao Wenbin's words. Xiao Wenbin continued addressing Jiang Ying. "As for this morning, I had breakfast at the Lin residence and then returned to school with Lin Yinran. After that, I was apprehended and brought to the police car, and you are already aware of the events that ensued." After delivering this lengthy explanation, Xiao Wenbin suddenly turned to point at Zhu Meili. "Pray tell, how could I have stealthily swapped the video from Miss Zhu's possession? When exactly did I bribe the mall staff?" Chapter 54. Those who cherish themselves deserve to be loved. Zhu Meili, overwhelmed by Xiao Wenbin's relentless questioning, stumbled backward several paces, stammering, Well, at any rate, you struck me, and my boyfriend, Wu Xiaofan, can attest to that." With this, she gestured toward Wu Xiaofan, who had remained quite subdued since arriving at the police station with her, realizing that many present were formidable figures he could not afford to provoke. Especially upon seeing Lin Onbong, he dared not lift his gaze. As Zhu Meili faced repeated setbacks, she called out for Wu Xiaofan, who, despite his trepidation, felt compelled to step forward. He had little choice. He had become financially reliant on Zhu Meili, and if he did not support her now, he risked losing everything. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenbin chuckled and addressed Zhu Meili. "You cannot provide evidence, so you wish for your boyfriend to testify on your behalf. Might I then also summon my girlfriend, Lin Yinran, to corroborate my innocence?" With that, he beckoned Lin Yinran over. Realizing Xiao Wenbin's intention, Lin Yinran exchanged a knowing glance with him and approached, linking her arm with his, silently observing Zhu Meili and her companions. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoting, upon hearing the term girlfriend from Xiao Wenbin's lips, felt a fleeting pang of jealousy, a sensation so brief that she scarcely recognized it. As the crowd began to stir in commotion once more, Jiang Ying raised her clipboard and struck the table, declaring, "All right, enough. I have gathered sufficient information. I regret to inform you, Ms. Zhu, that due to your inability to provide adequate evidence, we cannot convict Xiao Wenbin. We will also investigate the itinerary you mentioned, Xiao Wenbin. You are free to go. Should we require further cooperation, we will reach out to you." With that, Jiang Ying signaled for the officers to escort them out. "Wait," Xiao Wenbin suddenly spoke with a smile, "Captain Jiang, I would like to inquire. If someone were to deliberately slander me, could I counter their accusations with charges of defamation?" Jiang Ying, already disinterested in Xiao Wenbin, was eager for him to leave and casually replied, "If it is confirmed that you are not a suspect, you can indeed file a defamation suit against her. However, you must first hire a lawyer." "No need for a lawyer. My old bones can still manage this. Allow me to take on Mr. Xiao Wenbin's case." Shun Xiangping interjected suddenly. "I recall Ms. Zhu recently remarked that an old man on the verge of death would poorly handle a case, so I must demonstrate my competence." Xiao Wenbin had initially intended to irritate Zhu Meili, but since a prominent lawyer like Shun Xiangping was willing to take the case, he was more than pleased. "Then I shall be in your debt, old Shun." "It is merely a matter of fulfilling one's obligations," Shun Xiangping replied, gesturing towards Lu Xiaoting beside him. Xiao Wenbin understood that Shun's appearance was due to Sister Ting's efforts, and, since they were not in a school setting, he unabashedly declared, "Thank you, Sister Ting, for all your efforts on my behalf. Should you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to call upon me." Lu Xiaoting, relieved that matters were nearing resolution, relaxed her previously tense demeanor. "Very well. However, I recall someone mentioning a lunch invitation for both me and Yinran." Upon hearing Sister Ting's words, Xiao Wenbin scratched his head in embarrassment. "Next time, Definitely next time. The others shared a hearty laugh at his expense. Soon after, the officers promptly escorted everyone out of the police station. Among the most infuriated were Zhu Meili and Wu Xiaofan, who had traveled a long distance to convict Xiao Wenbin, only to find themselves facing accusations of defamation instead. Consequently, they left the police station and hurriedly drove away. The staff from the mall bid farewell to Lin Onbong before departing together. This left only Lin Onbong and his daughter, Lu Xiaoting, along with old Shun, as they awaited Xiao Wenbin. Just as Xiao Wenbin was leaving, he suddenly called out to Jiang Ying, requesting to speak with her privately. Thus, the two proceeded to the police station's lounge. Inside the lounge, Jiang Ying stood with her arms crossed, facing away from Xiao Wenbin, her expression one of disdain. What do you want? Speak quickly. If you intend to apologize, forget it. I will never forgive you, you pervert. Xiao Wenbin, grinning mischievously, shook his head. You think I, Xiao Wenbin, would apologize to you? You must be dreaming. Look at my clothes. They are still stained with someone else's saliva. Disgusting. You, Xiao Wenbin, say that again, and I will make sure you regret it, you pervert. Unable to tolerate Xiao Wenbin's insults, Jiang Ying turned around and raised her hand, preparing to strike him. However, just as she did, Xiao Wenbin employed a technique from the Yao Wang Jinjing, immobilizing her. What have you done to me? Why can't I move? You creep. Don't come near me. What are you planning? In this moment, Jiang Ying was truly flustered. Xiao Wenbin had merely touched her lightly, yet she found herself utterly immobilized. At that instant, he was leering at her ample bosom with an evil grin. You perverted fiend, what are you staring at? Let me go at once, or I shall raise an alarm. Upon witnessing the transformation of the once fierce Jiang Ying, now pale with fear, Xiao Wenbin decided against teasing her further. He retrieved a bottle of premium healing powder he had exchanged from the system shop, uncapped it, and sprinkled the powder on the back of her hand. Subsequently, he exchanged for some bandages and skillfully wrapped her wound. You scoundrel, I do not require your assistance. Are you out of your mind? Do not presume that this will win my favor, you perverted wretch. After completing his task, Xiao Wenbin tucked the bottle of healing powder into Jiang Ying's pocket and deftly released her pressure points. Young lady, you must learn to protect yourself. If you do not cherish your own well-being, how can you expect others to care for you? He added, use this medicine once a day, and in 3 days, you shall heal completely, leaving no scar. With that, Xiao Wenbin turned and exited without a backward glance. Hey, wait for me. At that moment, Jiang Ying had just regained mobility after having her pressure points released. Her blood had yet to fully circulate, and she found herself too weak to pursue him. After resting for a moment and regaining her strength, she stomped her foot in frustration and lifted the hand that Xiao Wenbin had treated. In her anger, she wished to tear off the bandages and wash away the healing powder, for it had been touched by that loathsome man. However, as she contemplated this, she recalled his parting words. Young lady, you must treat yourself kindly. If you do not cherish yourself, how can you expect others to care for you? Unable to resist, Jiang Ying pulled out the porcelain bottle from her pocket, still warm from his touch. She glanced at the bottle, then at her bandaged hand. What the hell? This perverted scoundrel actually believes that a mere bottle of medicine could appease me? To calm my anger? He must be out of his mind. Unbeknownst to Xiao Wenbin, Jiang Ying mistakenly thought he was trying to ingratiate himself and apologize. Had he known, he would have surely laughed at her, calling her a big fool. Chapter 55. Candor among women. Jiang Ying's affection level 10, total affection level 22. Upon receiving the system notification, Xiao Wenbin mused to himself, This violent girl has increased her affection level so significantly. It seems she is one who understands gratitude. Upon arriving outside the police station, Xiao Wenbin noticed that everyone was still waiting for him, so he approached them, greeting each one warmly. Thank you, Mr. Shun, for coming all this way to defend me. I am immensely grateful. He then enthusiastically shook hands with Shen Xiangping. And you too, Sister Ting. With so many matters on your plate, you still found time to come. I truly appreciate your efforts. By the way, it would be safer for you to stay at your parents' house for the time being. Xiao Wenbin has yet to resolve the issues concerning the Black Bear Gang, as it is evident that the true tormentor of Lu Xiaoting is not the gang itself, but rather the young master behind them. Consequently, he still advises Lu Xiaoting against returning to her apartment alone. Xiao Wenbin intends to conduct a thorough investigation into the young master behind the Black Bear Gang in the coming days. If all else fails, he plans to infiltrate the gang's headquarters and employ his mind-reading abilities on their two leaders, Black Tiger and Violent Bear. Lu Xiaoting, having witnessed Xia Wenbin just conclude his own case, begins to fret for her own safety, feeling deeply moved by his concern. She then turns to Xia Wenbin, offering a gentle smile, and says, "All right, I will take care to ensure my own safety. Thank you for your reminder, Wenbin." With a heightened affection of 5, her overall affection now stands at 29. Xia Wenbin then shifts his gaze to Lin Onbong and his daughter. At this moment, Lin Yanran is bashfully lowering her head, clinging to her father's arm, feeling embarrassed, particularly when recalling the scene of her tearfully calling her father for help. She is too timid to meet Xia Wenbin's gaze, fearful that he might uncover her little secret. However, does she truly believe she can conceal her thoughts from Xia Wenbin's mind-reading abilities? The answer is, of course, negative. Observing her demeanor, Xia Wenbin can only shake his head in resignation and turns to Lin Onbong, expressing gratitude. "I must also thank Uncle Lin for taking the time off work to accompany Yanran here. Otherwise, I would not have been released so swiftly." Lin Onbong merely nods with a smile, as he has long recognized that everything is under Xia Wenbin's control. Their presence, or lack thereof, is inconsequential. Regardless of the circumstances, Xia Wenbin would find a way to extricate himself, and their arrival merely served as spectators. At this moment, Lin Onbong feels a growing admiration for his daughter's choice in a partner. Such a man is truly rare. In terms of power and strategy, even the conditions he proposes to assist the Lin family are solely aimed at facilitating Yanran's earlier takeover of the company. After expressing his gratitude to everyone, Xia Wenbin invites them to dine together, for it is now midday, and he has grown hungry after a morning of busy engagements. However, Old Shen interjects, stating that a meal has already been prepared at home and that he must return to report to his wife, signaling the driver to depart first. Subsequently, Lu Xiaoting mentions that she had only stepped out during her lunch break, and now that Xia Wenbin is free, she must hurry back to school. At that moment, Lin Onbong turns to Lin Yanran and says, "Yanran, you two have not taken leave and unexpectedly dashed out from school. Now that Miss Lu is preparing to return, you should accompany her. I can have the driver take you both back." "Oh, that sounds great. But if we ride in your car, what will you and Wenbin do?" Lin Yanran, clearly elated, feels that since Xia Wenbin is now fine, she does not oppose her father's suggestion to return to class. Lu Xiaoting, upon hearing Lin Onbong's offer to have the driver take her home, quickly waved her hand in refusal, saying, "No need to trouble yourself, Mr. Lin. I can simply take a taxi back. It's no trouble at all, Senior Lu. In fact, my father might need to discuss some matters with Wenbin. And I also need to return to school," Lin Yanran replied cheerfully. "Did you not mention that there is much work awaiting you at the school? Let us depart swiftly." With that, Lin Yanran approached amicably, linking her arm with Lu Xiaoting's and leading her to the luxurious Rolls-Royce belonging to Lin Onbong. Xia Wenbin savored the harmonious scene of the two beautiful women together, feeling an inexplicable tug at his heart. After watching them drive away, he called for Lin Onbong to join him in finding a place to dine, where they could also discuss some upcoming arrangements. As they sat in the car on their way back, Lin Yanran unabashedly leaned against Lu Xiaoting, appearing quite clingy. If Xia Wenbin were to witness this, he would surely think that this was not the Lin Yanran he knew. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoting gently embraced the younger girl like an older sister. Lin Yanran, perhaps due to a restless night or her ongoing worries about Xia Wenbin's safety, began to feel drowsy while resting her head on Lu Xiaoting's shoulder. In her groggy state, she inquired how Lu Xiaoting had come to know Xia Wenbin, having heard him refer to her as Ting Jia rather than Dr. Lu or Senior Lu. Lu Xiaoting explained that they had met during a perilous incident where Xia Wenbin had come to her rescue. Her concern stemmed from a fear that the individuals involved might falsely accuse Xia Wenbin to the authorities. However, Lu Xiaoting was taken aback to learn that Lin Yanran, the belle of Jiangdai University, was actually the daughter of the Lin family and, astonishingly, Xia Wenbin's girlfriend. Hearing about this hidden chapter of Xia Wenbin's life with Lu Xiaoting stirred a bittersweet feeling within Lin Yanran. Yet, her heart was primarily filled with compassion for the girl beside her, prompting her to give Lu Xiaoting a heartfelt embrace. Then, with a hint of shyness, Lin Yanran lowered her head and confessed that her relationship with Xia Wenbin was merely a ruse, orchestrated by her to deter her father, Lin Onbong, from arranging unwanted suitors for her. Upon hearing Lin Yanran's revelation, Lu Xiaoting was both surprised and inexplicably delighted. Although she was already 30, her parents had not rushed her into blind dates, whereas Lin Yanran, at just 21, was being pressured by her family to engage in matchmaking. Was this the sorrow of coming from a prominent family? Contemplating this, Lu Xiaoding felt a pang of sympathy for the young girl before her and instinctively began to stroke Lin Yinran's hair gently. Thus, the two girls returned to school, nestled against one another like sisters. Unbeknownst to them, Jiangzhou University was abuzz with excitement at that very moment. Especially within today's campus forum, an epic verbal battle has erupted. The source of this uproar lies with a prominent campus figure, Xiao Wenbin. Chapter 56. Brother Xian. That Xiao Wenbin has been apprehended. The turmoil began when someone shared a photograph of Xiao Wenbin being taken away by the police at the school gate on the campus forum. As the most talked about individual in the school recently, this image quickly went viral. Both boys and girls who had heard of Xiao Wenbin's exploits began to flock to the post. Naturally, many questioned the authenticity of the photograph, but the original poster soon stepped forward to clarify. My brother Yi Fan witnessed the incident firsthand at the school gate, and there is video evidence to substantiate it. Let the skeptics come forth and argue. In the following moments, many curious students clicked on the newly uploaded video by the original poster. They saw Lin Yinran and another beautiful girl standing at the school gate, while Xiao Wenbin was being led away in handcuffs by 3 police officers. Within minutes of the video's release, the comment section of the forum exploded. Initially, the comments were overwhelmingly celebratory, filled with messages like, "Xia Dog must die. Xia Dog is our lifelong adversary. He has finally met his downfall, and the campus bell is once again ours. Long live. Ha ha ha, Xia Dog. Indeed, the heavens cannot tolerate you. Evil begets evil, and even wealth cannot escape the arm of the law." Of course, there were soon supporters of Xiao Wenbin among the boys and girls, who began to defend him. Woe is us. Our role model, the divine Xia, has fallen at the hands of the 3 enforcers outside the school gate. The heavens mourn. The sun and moon weep. The one who captured the campus bell, even in his demise, shall forever live on in our hearts. The realm of pretentiousness has lost a giant. May the divine Xia rest in peace. Thereafter, the forum became a battleground of insults, with individuals questioning each other. What is your take on Xiao Wenbin's arrest? Regardless of whether the responses were positive or negative, both factions unleashed a torrent of vitriol. The campus forum gradually devolved into chaos, with sentiments shifting to, "If I cannot out-argue you, I shall join your side." Ultimately, the entire campus and forum became divided into 2 factions, one led by the original poster, the supporters known as the Xiao Alliance, and the other led by Lin Yinran's fervent admirers, dubbed the Dog-Hitting Gang. Little did Xiao Wenbin expect that a sudden incident would lead students to divide into opposing camps, a schism that would persist for a long time to come. Yet, if one were to inquire who benefited most from this situation, it would undoubtedly be Chen Haoshuan, the 4th son of Jiang University. Ever since Brother Xiong advised him to postpone his plans to teach Xiao Wenbin a lesson, he felt restless and lacked the inclination to pursue romantic endeavors. However, this morning, he received delightful news from a subordinate. It was reported that early in the morning, Xiao Wenbin had been taken away in handcuffs by 3 police officers, presumably for some unlawful act. Upon hearing this good news, Chen Haoshuan's spirits soared, and he hastily began to rally his friends to celebrate at a hotel at noon. The younger brothers were naturally elated upon hearing this. They followed Chen Haoshuan precisely to indulge in a lavish lifestyle and to improve their fortunes. Little did Chen Haoshuan anticipate that while Brother Xiong had yet to address Xiao Wenbin, it was Xiao Wenbin who inexplicably found himself in custody. He began to quietly contemplate whether he should leverage his uncle's connections to impose a severe charge on Xiao Wenbin. Since he could not directly discipline Xiao Wenbin, it would suffice to see him languish in prison. The thought made Chen Haoshuan burst into laughter, and upon witnessing their leader's cheerful demeanor, the younger brothers quickly joined in his mirth. Meanwhile, after Xiao Wenbin and Lin Anbong exited the police station, they hailed a taxi to a nearby 5-star hotel. After selecting a secluded private room, the two began to engage in light conversation. "Wenbin, did you already know that the CEOs and relevant officials would proactively apologize to me today?" Lin Anbong, who had just settled in and ordered their meals, could not restrain his curiosity. Xiao Wenbin regarded Lin Anbong and replied noncommittally, "I suppose so. What about those individuals from the government departments who were punished for their illegal activities?" "I reported them as well," Xiao Wenbin said, taking a delicate sip of tea. However, Lin Anbong observed Xiao Wenbin's calm and composed demeanor, which filled him with a sense of foreboding. He was acutely aware of how challenging it was to persuade those business leaders and government officials to relent, He had attempted it before, but never with success. Each of these individuals was shadowed by the Chun family's influence, and they would rather offend Lin Onbong than provoke the foremost family of Jiangzhou, the Qin family. As for the relevant departments, their indifference was also at the behest of the Xiao family. Yet, astonishingly, these individuals had shifted their stance overnight due to Xiao Wenbin. Lin Onbong found himself increasingly perplexed by the young man before him. Was he truly just a university student, a mere year older than his daughter? Why did he feel an overwhelming sense of unreality and frustration? Fortunately, Xiao Wenbin was indeed his daughter's boyfriend. So, Wenbin, are we now to proceed with the second phase of our plan? Lin Onbong had now placed his complete trust in the youth before him. Perhaps, with Xiao Wenbin's assistance, the Lin family could indeed extricate themselves from the tumult of rivalry between the Chun and Xiao families. Uncle, while those companies have yet to formally declare their withdrawal from actions against the Lin family, you must seize the opportunity to consolidate the shares back into your hands. As for the financial aspect, feel free to let me know if you require assistance. I can transfer funds if necessary. Just remember to allocate the reclaimed shares along with your own 10% to Yanran. Lin Onbong nodded in agreement, but expressed his concerns. However, reacquiring the shares will require at least 100 billion, and I can only muster 50 billion. Wenbin, are you certain this will work? Uncle, do not worry. I will find a way, Xiao Wenbin replied, offering Lin Onbong a reassuring smile. Subsequently, Xiao Wenbin meticulously inquired about the entanglements between Lin Onbong and the two prominent families, while also delving deeper into the so-called four distinguished families of Jiangzhou. Since the establishment of the Huaxia nation, four families have emerged in Jiangzhou, namely Xiao, Chun, Qin, and Sunday. Among them, the patriarch of the Xiao family once held a significant position in the military, achieving remarkable feats, with his elite soldiers being influential figures in various departments. Additionally, the family boasts numerous talents adept in commerce and management of their enterprises. Consequently, the Xiao family soared to prominence, being revered as the foremost among the four families, basking in its glory. The Chun family has historically been a business dynasty in Jiangzhou, possessing a unique approach to commerce that allowed them to thrive even during tumultuous times, expanding their lineage and securing a status just below that of the Xiao family. As for the Qin and Sun families, they were affluent merchants who fled during the chaos, bringing their wealth and families along. However, leveraging their extensive business acumen, they managed to establish themselves successfully in Jiangzhou, ranking just behind the Xiao and Qin families. Thus, the hierarchy of the four distinguished families of Jiangzhou was firmly established. However, prosperity was short-lived. A decade ago, the Xiao family faced two catastrophic events. First, the eldest son of the patriarch perished heroically during a special operation with the Huaxia military. The following year, his second son and daughter-in-law tragically met with an aviation disaster while vacationing abroad. These successive tragedies dealt an unprecedented blow to the Xiao family, leaving them bereft of two generations, with only the matriarch and her grandson, Xiao Jianjun, remaining. Witnessing the once thriving Xiao household dwindle to just the eldest daughter-in-law and her son, the patriarch was consumed by grief, his health deteriorating as a result. Particularly in recent years, it has been reported that he has become bedridden. The upheaval within the Xiao family and the patriarch's declining condition marked the beginning of the Chun family's ambition to seize power. Chapter 57. It seemed that half of the Chun family had been offended, with the direct lineage of the Xiao family reduced to the patriarch and his grandson, Xiao Jianjun, who, like his father, developed a passion for military life from an early age. He enlisted in a special forces unit of Huaxia, with the sole heir, Xiao Jianjun, occupied with military duties and the matriarch attending to the patriarch. The family's enterprises and businesses were entrusted to reliable collateral relatives and elders for management. At this juncture, Lin Onbong had recently founded Lin's Trading Company, achieving notable success. Several elder members of the Xiao family's collateral line recognized Lin Onbong's business acumen and arranged for him to marry Xiao Muxue, a daughter from their collateral branch. Thus, after marrying Xiao Muxue, the Xiao family began to lend support to Lin's Trading Company, which subsequently flourished and expanded under his stewardship. However, the Qin family, observing the misfortunes befalling the Xiao family, particularly with the heir reduced to a mere young grandson and the patriarch, now advanced in years, succumbing to his sorrowful state, saw an opportunity to advance their own interests. In recent years, the Chun family has been quietly strategizing, expanding their influence and cultivating their own power, encompassing not only the realms of business but also politics and underground forces. A prime example of their endeavors is the Chun Group, a leading enterprise in Jiangzhou, as well as the deputy district mayor, Chun Tian's younger brother, and the formidable underground organization known as the Black Bear Gang. The number of small and medium enterprises manipulated by the Chun family is indeed countless. The Xiao family, whose legitimate lineage has already faced a significant decline, has managed to maintain its position among the four prominent families solely due to the presence of the elder Xiao. Consequently, the Xiao family has been cautious in recent years, striving to avoid provoking any other families, fearing that inciting the elder could lead to catastrophic consequences for them. The Chen family has keenly recognized this vulnerability, thus persistently applying pressure until they force the Xiao family to relinquish their leading position. As for the other two families, the Qin and Sun clans, they have historically been closely allied, maintaining a profound friendship over the years. Given their ascension to the foremost position, the Chen family naturally regards engaging in animosity towards the two families as beneath them. Following their abdication, the Xiao family adopted a low profile, proactively reaching out to the Qin and Sun families, expressing their willingness to descend to the fourth position, seeking merely to preserve their own safety. However, just when the Xiao family believed everything had settled, the Chen family unexpectedly launched an attack on Lin's trading company. Under Lin Onbon's management, and with the backing of the Xiao family, Lin's trading had begun to parallel the Chen group. The Chen family, clearly aware of this development, sought to either absorb or undermine Lin's trading. Given the Chen family's current status and influence, Lin Onbon found himself unable to resist, and the Xiao family could not afford to jeopardize their fragile standing over a single trading company. With the Xiao family already weakened, many of the clan's elders advised abandoning Lin's trading altogether. Furthermore, the Chen family intentionally sought to squeeze Lin's trading out of the market and government projects, leaving Lin Onbon isolated and defenseless. Ultimately, it was the parents of Lin Onbon's wife, Xiao Muxue, who suggested that their daughter, Lin Yinran, marry Xiao Jianjun, the legitimate grandson of the Xiao family, thereby creating a deeper bond for additional security. The Chen family also appeared eager to win over Lin Onbon, proposing a union between the two families for mutual benefit. Faced with the pressures from both families and various crises, Lin Onbon, considering the safety of his family, resolved to pursue this path of arranged marriage. However, all of this transpired before he encountered Xiao Wenbin. Although Xiao Wenbin had previously gleaned through his mind-reading abilities that the Lin family's predicament stemmed from pressures exerted by the two clans, he did not have the detailed insights that Lin Onbon had provided. Nevertheless, Xiao Wenbin confirmed several intriguing points. 1. The Xiao family was once the foremost among the four great families of Jiangzhou. 2. The elder Xiao is bedridden and disengaged from worldly affairs. 3. The Qin family is the force behind the Black Bear Gang. 4. The Qin and Sun families share an exceptionally close relationship. Suddenly, a bold speculation crossed Xiao Wenbin's mind. Could the young master referred to by the bear be none other than the heir of the Qin family? Uncle, may I inquire about the name of the current young master of the Qin family? Lin Onbon, upon hearing Xiao Wenbin's sudden inquiry regarding the Qin family, pondered briefly before replying. If memory serves me correctly, he should be called Chen Kunpeng. After silently noting the name, Xiao Wenbin hoped he was merely overthinking things. Otherwise, the connection with the Chen family would indeed be too uncanny. Not to mention the collateral relative, Chen Haoshuan, and his aunt, Zhu Meili. If another young master from the Chen family emerged, he would have unwittingly offended both the direct and collateral branches of the Qin clan. Throughout the meal, both Xiao Wenbin and Lin Onbon relished their time together. Lin Onbon promptly contacted his driver, instructing him to wait at the hotel entrance. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenbin had already approached the waiter to settle the bill. After all, it was the first time dining with his girlfriend's father, and it would be inappropriate for the elder to pay for him. Additionally, Xiao Wenbin was not lacking in funds. 1 point equated to 1 million huaxia coins, sufficient for several lavish meals at this hotel. However, speaking of treating others, Xiao Wenbin realized he still owed a grand feast to his dormitory companions. He planned to invite them for a sumptuous meal at Lanyuan Pavilion once Lu Xiaoting's matters were resolved, as the cuisine there truly deserved the title of a gourmet feast. Just as Xiao Wenbin completed the payment and prepared to reunite with Lin Onbon, he unexpectedly encountered several acquaintances. Chapter 58. The oddity at the celebration banquet, Chun Haoshuan was in high spirits today, for his most despised rival had been apprehended by the police that very morning. To celebrate this fortunate turn of events, he had reserved a 5-star hotel, intending to revel with a cadre of friends and companions. It must be noted that within Jiangzhou University, Chun Haoshuan held a prominent status as one of the 4 young masters, ranking second among them. However, the first young master seldom graced the campus, allowing Chun Haoshuan to maintain his position as the university's most notable figure. Yet now, a newcomer named Xia Wenbin had emerged, not only humiliating him, but also stealing his limelight. Even more infuriating was the fact that the campus belle, Lin Yanran, seemed particularly close to that brat. Hence, he had sought the assistance of Brother Xiong from the Black Bear Gang to deal with Xia Wenbin. Yet, to his surprise, Xia Wenbin had seemingly landed himself in trouble and was arrested, thus alleviating Chun Haoshuan's burden. He could now leverage his connections to ensure Xia remained incarcerated indefinitely. Soon, Chun Haoshuan and about 20 companions arrived at a large private room. The center of the room featured 2 grand round tables, surrounded by an array of chairs and sofas, with entertainment options aplenty and a diverse array of dishes already served. Clearly, Chun Haoshuan had meticulously orchestrated the timing. His close associates took their seats at the main table, while the other companions and ladies settled at a neighboring table, as everyone quickly took their places. Just as Chun Haoshuan was about to rise and say a few words to commemorate the occasion, at the adjacent table, a young man suddenly reprimanded. "Are you starving, or have you never seen food? Chen Xiao hasn't even spoken yet. How dare you pick up your chopsticks?" The young man's voice was loud enough for Chun Haoshuan to hear. He turned to glance at the individual raising his hand to eat, only catching a glimpse of his back. Although Chun Haoshuan felt a twinge of annoyance, he brushed it off, attributing it to his brothers being overly hungry, especially since he was in high spirits. Thus, he addressed everyone. "Hey, we're all brothers here. If you're hungry, feel free to eat. Let us not let this affect our camaraderie. Let us enjoy our meal together." Consequently, everyone began to pick up their chopsticks, but before they could savor the dishes, another voice erupted from the next table. "Damn, Chen Xiao is treating us, and you don't even toast him first? How rude to start eating." Upon hearing this, the crowd acknowledged the rationale and promptly filled their glasses, rising to toast Chun Haoshuan. He relished the admiration from his younger brothers and, pleased by their thoughtfulness, joined in the toast. However, a lingering sense of unease crept into his mind, an inexplicable discomfort. After finishing a drink, Chun Haoshuan began to articulate the purpose of their gathering, primarily to celebrate the arrest of Xia Wenbin. Among the younger men, aside from a few who had seen Xia in the cafeteria, the rest had never beheld his visage. Their knowledge stemmed more from tales of his arrogance and shamelessness. Not only had he publicly bullied their leader, Chun Haoshuan, in the cafeteria, but he had also stolen away his beloved, Lin Yanjun. Thus, when Chun Haoshuan announced Xia Wenbin's capture, joyous laughter erupted throughout the room. Soon, the lively instigator chimed in again, since everyone is so elated. "Shouldn't we toast Chen Xiao once more?" This gathering was intended to celebrate Chun Haoshuan, and with someone stirring the atmosphere, the others followed suit, filling their glasses anew in a toast to him. However, just as they finished their drinks, the voice of the instigator rang out again. "Chen Xiao is in such high spirits today, and since we rarely gather like this, 2 toasts simply 1 tea suffice. We must make it 3. After all, as the saying goes, 3 bowls 1 tea past the ridge." The crowd found this reasoning compelling. Having already toasted twice, they figured 1 more wound tea hurt. Yet, at that moment, Chun Haoshuan felt a strong sense of reluctance. Since entering the private room, he hadn't had a chance to sit down or even tasted the food, and many others were in the same boat, continuously drinking and toasting. Nonetheless, the brother had a point. They were there to celebrate, after all. So, in deference to his brothers, he resolved to partake in 1 more drink. Thus, they all raised their glasses for a 3rd toast. However, the ensuing scene spiraled out of control, as many who couldn't hold their liquor began to feel the effects after 3 shots of baijiu, with some even slumping over the table in drunken stupor. As the gathering dwindled, only a few remained clear-headed. Among them was Chun Haoshuan, who had grown accustomed to social drinking alongside his father since childhood. However, consuming 3 shots of liquor on an empty stomach left him with a severe burning sensation in his stomach. Among the few who maintained their sobriety were a subordinate from the adjacent table who had previously scolded another for starting to eat, the individual who had been eating, and a couple of his own subordinates who were known to enjoy their drinks. Just as Chun Haoshuan began to feel a bit dazed and intended to eat something to settle his stomach, a sharp clapping sound echoed. The subordinate from the neighboring table, who had earlier expressed his discontent, suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Rising, he pointed at the person across from him, who was busily eating, and exclaimed, "You there? I've been watching you for quite some time, and I believe you are quite suspicious." Hastily, he approached Chun Haoshuan and continued, "Young Master Chun, I've noticed something off about this individual. Since he entered the hotel, I found him both unfamiliar yet oddly reminiscent of someone. Not only did he begin eating without regard for your presence, but he also insisted on us to toast to you. At first, it seemed normal, but then he demanded we toast a second time, and ultimately proclaimed that 3 toasts were necessary for completion. In the end, we were all intoxicated. Yet he merely stood and ate, never once raising a glass to you. Don't you find him peculiar?" With this revelation, Chun Haoshuan and the others began to recall the source of the persistent voice urging them to drink. It had indeed been the same person throughout. A voice that felt vaguely unfamiliar. Was he a newcomer? Intrigued, Chun Haoshuan and the few sober individuals directed their curiosity towards the man. "Hey, what is your name? When did you join us? How come we don't remember you?" Yet, the man continued to eat, paying no heed to their inquiries, mumbling, "I just joined." Wasn't he it said that young Master Chun was treating? Finally, one of the subordinates, unable to contain his frustration, stumbled towards the peculiar figure, seizing him by the shoulders and turning his face towards them. The next moment, an audible gasp filled the air, with some of the more timid women nearly fainting in fear. Chun Haoshuan stared in disbelief at the man before him, stuttering, "What are you? Human or ghost? How did you end up here? Were you not taken to the police station this morning?" Indeed, the man standing before them was none other than Xiao Wenbin, who had just been at the front desk settling the bill. Chapter 59. "This is my welcome banquet, young Master Chun. You are being rather formal. Is this not the welcome banquet you prepared for me? How could I be absent from my own celebration?" Xiao Wenbin remarked nonchalantly, taking another bite of food while casting a glance at Chun Haoshuan. "The absurd welcome banquet. Xiao Wenbin, when did you emerge from the police station? How did you manage to infiltrate our gathering?" At this moment, Chun Haoshuan was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom how Xiao Wenbin had blended into their midst. No wonder he had felt an inexplicable familiarity with that figure and voice. It turns out this insufferable individual is none other than the Xiao Wenbin he despises the most. What infuriated him further was the fact that this banquet was arranged to celebrate Xiao Wenbin's arrest. Yet here he was, stealthily indulging among the guests as if it were his own home. At that moment, Xiao Wenbin finally set down his chopsticks, rose, and sauntered towards Chun Haoshuan. "When did I come out? In truth, I just stepped out not long ago, intending to find a hotel for a meal. Who would have thought that young Master Chun would also be celebrating here? So, I thought I would join the festivities, and to my surprise, you all are celebrating me. Therefore, I felt no hesitation in partaking. Young Master Chun, with such gracious hospitality in welcoming me, how could I allow you to be neglected? Hence, I have been encouraging them to toast to you. How is it going? Have you had your fill?" Xiao Wenbin you. Chun Haoshuan's face flushed crimson with indignation, his finger trembling as he pointed at Xiao Wenbin, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence. When had he ever organized a welcome banquet for Xiao Wenbin? He could not recall such an event. "I, Chun Haoshuan, clearly prepared this feast to celebrate your incarceration. What does this have to do with you?" "Xiao Wenbin, do not be so smug. Your release does not signify your absolution, and I never stated I would invite you to dine. You have forcibly intruded and disrupted our meal. I could easily summon the hotel staff and security to have you removed." At this moment, several of his subordinates stepped forward in agreement. "Indeed. Did you hear that, Xia? Don't think your wealth makes you formidable. This is not a place for your arrogance, and young Master Chun is not someone you can offend." "Right, young Master Chun. I shall fetch security immediately to escort him out." With that, one of the subordinates stumbled out the door. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenbin remained unfazed, approaching Chun Haoshuan and patting him on the shoulder while employing his mind-reading technique. "Haoshuan, we have crossed paths without hostility. I, Xiao Wenbin, am not a petty person. Why not acknowledge your mistake, and we can erase past grievances and start anew?" Chun Haoshuan, however, scoffed disdainfully, shaking off Xiao Wenbin's hand from his shoulder. "Humph. Why should it not be you who admits fault? I, Chun Haoshuan, have always preferred others to apologize to me. No one has ever dared to demand that I make the first move." Yet, Xiao Wenbin leaned closer, teasingly whispering in Chun Haoshuan's ear, "Oh really? Do you believe Chen Kuanpeng deserves an apology from you? Of course, Chen Haoshuan replied instinctively. However, upon hearing the name Chen Kuanpeng, he abruptly halted his words. That individual was someone Chen Haoshuan looked up to, and indeed, he was a figure whom nearly the entire Chen family revered. The individual in question is the young master of the Chen family, and concurrently, he is also Chen Haoshuan, the heir of his family. Although he has only had the opportunity to glimpse the young master from a distance during family gatherings throughout his life, this has not diminished Chen Haoshuan's acute awareness of the disparities between them. He is but a wayward scion of a collateral branch of the Chen clan, while the other is the scion of the foremost of the four great families, rendering any comparison utterly futile. Where did you hear that name? What connection do you have with him? At this moment, Chen Haoshuan was not only filled with trepidation, but he also dared not even draw a breath. He feared hearing from Xiao Wenbin that the other party was a friend or had some other relationship with that individual. However, Xiao Wenbin merely frowned slightly before breaking into a knowing smile. Chen, there's no need to be so anxious. I was merely inquiring out of curiosity. How could I possibly know your family, yes, young master? He remarked. Oh dear, I can see that you've broken out in a cold sweat. It's evident you've been overworking yourself lately. Coincidentally, I have recently acquired a new ancient medical technique. Would you like me to prescribe something to help you recuperate? Seeing that Xiao Wenbin was not acquainted with Chen Kuanpeng, Chen Haoshuan's racing heart finally found some solace. He hastily wiped the sweat from his brow, which had indeed formed a considerable patch. Yet, would he trust Xiao Wenbin's words? Most certainly not. Xiao Wenbin, I suspect you are the one in need of help. Are you planning to concoct a false prescription to poison me? Xiao Wenbin could only sigh in resignation, shaking his head. It is truly difficult to do good deeds, especially when one aspires to be a benevolent healer. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. Shortly thereafter, the door to the private room swung open, and the first to enter was the young attendant who had gone to summon security. Following him were indeed several waitstaff and a few security personnel. However, trailing behind them was a middle-aged man clad in a suit, exuding an air of authority. Indeed, it was Lin Onbong. Ever since he had called for a driver to pick him up, he had noticed that Xiao Wenbin had been absent for quite some time. After waiting for a while without seeing Xiao Wenbin return and lacking his contact number, he approached the front desk to inquire with the staff. Upon asking, he learned that Xiao Wenbin had just come in to settle the bill ahead of time. But where had he gone? The staff merely stated, "Your friend seems to have encountered an acquaintance and went to another room with them." As for the specific number of the room, she had not taken note. Thus, Lin Onbong chose not to disturb Xiao Wenbin's reunion and opted to wait in the lobby for the driver, while also keeping an eye out for when Xiao Wenbin would emerge. However, not long after, a disheveled young man reeking of alcohol, with bleached hair, claimed that someone had intruded into his private room and was causing a disturbance, requesting security to remove the intruder. Initially, Lin Onbong paid little heed to this, considering it merely a mundane dispute. As the waiter passed by him, he remarked, "Sir, it seems your friend has left with them." Upon learning that Xiao Wenbin was in that private room, Lin Onbong, driven by curiosity, decided to follow suit. The presence of the waiter and security personnel caused the group of young men in the room to become increasingly arrogant. "Xiao Wenbin, let us see how you handle this today. How dare you disrupt young Master Chen's banquet? You must not even know how to write the word death. Indeed, security. Throw him out. He is not with us at all. He came in and started to eat and drink without permission. We suspect he is here to cause trouble." Hearing the customers claim that someone was there to create chaos, and noticing that Xiao Wenbin's attire was somewhat disheveled, the security staff grew even more convinced. They began rolling up their sleeves, ready to eject him. "Wait a moment. I believe there may be a misunderstanding." At that moment, the waiter intervened to halt the security personnel and approached Xiao Wenbin, introducing him to the crowd. "This gentleman has just charged 1 million at our hotel, becoming one of our esteemed members. Furthermore, he was dining in our establishment. There is no basis for the allegations of disruption or intrusion. It seems he may have simply entered the wrong room, which led to this misunderstanding." The group of young men was taken aback to learn that Xiao Wenbin was indeed connected to the hotel, making it impossible to expel him. They now found themselves seething with frustration, unable to express their anger. Chen Haoshuan, observing the tense stalemate, realized he had already suffered a loss and urged everyone to hastily gather their belongings and leave to avoid further embarrassment. However, among the 20 or so individuals present, few were in a condition to depart. Most were either incapacitated by inebriation or in a state of confusion. At this moment, Chen Haoshuan could only glare at Xiao Wenbin, knowing that everything was orchestrated by him. Ha ha ha, young Master Chen, do not be upset. My brothers merely celebrated a little too enthusiastically in your honor. All right, since the welcoming banquet has concluded and celebrations have taken place, I shall take my leave, but do take care of your health, young Master Chen. With that, Xiao Wenbin feigned gratitude, patting Chen Haoshuan on the shoulder before making his way toward the exit. However, Xiao Wenbin employed some special tactics this time. As for the effects, that would be something Chen Haoshuan would gradually uncover later. At this point, the others in the room finally noticed the middle-aged man standing at the door. Xiao Wenbin greeted him politely, and the two exited together. While others may not recognize Lin Onbong, Chen Haoshuan certainly did. Yet, he was puzzled as to why Xiao Wenbin was dining with Lin Onbong at the hotel. Just as he pondered this, a young man approached him and inquired, "Young Master Chen, Xiao Wenbin has left. What shall we do now? Should we continue celebrating?" Upon hearing the word celebrate, Chen Haoshuan felt as though someone had slapped him across the face out of nowhere. In a fit of anger, he forcefully kicked that subordinate away. How absurd to celebrate. Xiao Wenbin has long been released, yet we remain foolishly reveling, completely oblivious to how he managed to infiltrate us. One might mistakenly think we are truly hosting a welcome banquet for him. As Chen Haoshuan contemplated this further, his ire intensified, prompting him to storm up to the subordinate he had just dispatched, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. The few sober subordinates could only stand by, dumbfounded, too fearful to utter a word, lest they further provoke Chen Haoshuan. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenbin had already exited the hotel alongside Lin Onbong. "Wenbin, how did you end up in the same private room as Chen Haoshuan? It seems you have quite a few grievances with him." "Uncle, do you recall the 100 million I once gave to Yanran? That was when I was gambling with Chen Haoshuan. He seems to fancy Yanran, but he lacks any respect for her. Thus, I was incensed and wagered with him, and he lost. Ever since that incident, he has held a grudge against me. So when he heard I was captured, he brought people to the hotel to celebrate. I happened to stumble upon them and decided to join in the festivities." Lin Onbong chuckled upon hearing this. Indeed, the youth know how to have fun. This isn't a celebration. Rather, it seems you are merely inciting his wrath. Before long, Lin Onbong's driver arrived promptly. He invited Xiao Wenbin to join him in the car, as he was heading back to the company and could conveniently drop Xiao Wenbin off at school. The two engaged in casual conversation during the ride. Xiao Wenbin responded eloquently and with poise, exhibiting no signs of awkwardness, which only endeared him more to Lin Onbong. However, Xiao Wenbin, unaware of Lin Onbong's current thoughts, remained oblivious. Xiao Wenbin's ease stemmed from his perception of himself as a mere faux boyfriend. His private arrangement with Lin Onbong resembled a collaborative relationship. "I assist your family in resolving issues, and you ensure your daughter performs her duties well." Hence, Xiao Wenbin felt no embarrassment. On the contrary, Lin Onbong's family ought to express gratitude towards him. After all, he was not only investing financially and physically, but also strategizing on how to convincingly portray this boyfriend role without revealing his true identity. Alas, being in this position was undeniably challenging. Were it not for Lin Yanran's exceptional professional capabilities, he wouldn't be exerting himself so diligently. Chapter 61. Dismissal or severe reprimand soon. Xiao Wenbin was delivered to the school, while Lin Onbong returned to his company to address subsequent matters. However, upon Xiao Wenbin's entrance to the campus, the Jiang University Forum erupted once more. "Our leader from the Xiao Alliance has returned. Ha ha ha, let the clowns from the Dogbeak Gang prepare to be humiliated. Long live King Xia. The realm of pretentiousness requires your presence. I, the Xia God, single-handedly confront the myriad worlds, and now that I have returned, it shall surely mark the day of your demise. What the heck? How is Xia Dog back again? Brothers, come forth and strike the hound. The summer hound is the lifelong adversary of our kind, an affront to justice. Let the members of the Dog-Slaying League join me in vanquishing this foe." At this moment, Xiao Wenbin walks through the campus, entirely unaware that the Jiangdao Forum has erupted in chaos due to his recent apprehension. He merely perceives the students bustling about the campus as rather peculiar. Some express sudden joy upon seeing him, eagerly raising their phones to capture his image, while others recoil in horror, clutching their heads and frantically snapping photos of him. Xiao Wenbin is utterly perplexed by the behavior of these students. Could it be that his early morning encounter with the police has been exposed? As he enters the classroom, A few of his dormitory companions swiftly pull him aside for an interrogation. Wenbin, you have finally returned. We were about to head to the police station to bail you out. Indeed, you have no idea. Videos and photos of your arrest are circulating wildly on the campus forum. Everyone believes you have committed a crime. You wouldn't believe it. The forum has been set ablaze with discussions about you, splitting into two factions, one supporting you and the other opposing you. The uproar became so intense that the administrators deleted the posts and silenced many users. Their animated discourse left Xia Wenbin utterly bewildered. Hadn't he merely gone to the police station to cooperate with an investigation? How had it escalated to the point of causing such a stir on the campus forum? He had done nothing wrong. He, Xia Wenbin, was merely a model student, so who had he offended? Just when he thought the situation could not deteriorate further. His roommate Wang, the portly fellow, continued, Wenbin, the Dean of Discipline just visited us, inquiring about your situation. It seems there may be trouble brewing. You should visit his office. Xia Wenbin instantly surmised that it was undoubtedly due to Jiang Ying and her cohorts, who had captured his photos and videos at the school gate and presented them to the dean, given the school's usual handling of such matters. If he truly found himself in trouble with the law, the institution would likely expel him to preserve its reputation. Even if he miraculously emerged unscathed, he would still face disciplinary action. As a law-abiding individual, how could Xia Wenbin accept being penalized by the school? Thus, he decided to forego his subsequent classes and proceeded directly to the administration building. Upon arriving at the dean's office, he knocked on the door. Come in. What is it? Came the response from a rotund man engrossed in documents at his desk, without even lifting his gaze. Xia Wenbin, unceremoniously, took a seat on the visitor's sofa and addressed the dean, Yu Changxing. Director Yu, I heard you were looking for me, so I came. At this moment, the man paused his work, lifted his gaze to glance at Xia Wenbin, and upon realizing he was merely a student, he picked up his teacup and reprimanded him. Which department are you from, and what is your name? How can you be so ignorant of the rules, sitting down while speaking to a teacher? Aren't sofas meant for sitting? If there are seats available, why not take one? Director Yu, my name is Xia Wenbin, from the computer science department. I just heard from my classmates that you inquired about me. At this, Yu Changxing, still sipping from his cup, was so startled upon hearing the name Xia Wenbin that he sprayed water everywhere. Coughing to clear his throat, Yu Changxing continued, Who did you say you are? You are Xia Wenbin? Yes. Director Wu, I am indeed Xia Wenbin. What do you need from me? I thought you had been arrested by the police. How could you be here at school? Director, it appears your statements lack precision. I merely went to the police station to cooperate with an investigation. What do you mean by arrested? Now that the investigation is complete, I naturally returned. Are you certain you were only there to cooperate? Did you not commit any other offenses? How is it that I saw a photo of you being led away in handcuffs? Oh, that was merely their internal violent enforcement. I protested to their deputy captain in the car, and she conceded. However, Yu Changxing slammed his hand on the table and admonished, Enough. Even if you have not committed any crimes. I have heard that you have been frequently absent from class lately and have been openly gambling with other students in the cafeteria over girls. Such conduct violates standard student behavior norms. In light of your recent misconduct, which has negatively impacted the school, we have decided to issue you a major demerit. Xia Wenbin thought he had clarified the situation, assuming that at worst, he would receive a minor demerit. However, the fact that they were imposing a major demerit left him perplexed, prompting him to employ his mind-reading skills on Yu Changxing. Earlier that morning, during his rounds, Yu Changxing had overheard many students discussing Xia Wenbin. He had also heard this name recently, as it was said that Xia had slapped the son of the Chen group, Chen Haoshuan, in the cafeteria. Curious, Yu Changxing had made inquiries and ultimately learned about Xia Wenbin's arrest that morning. He even verified the situation with the school gatekeeper, reviewing the surveillance footage from that morning. Additionally, he visited Xia Wenbin's teachers and dormitory classmates. Ultimately, he reached a decision. If Xia Wenbin were indeed imprisoned, he would swiftly arrange for his expulsion. If he returned without consequence, he would still receive a major demerit, followed by a search for other justifications for expulsion. The motivation behind Yu Changxing's insistence on Xia Wenbin's expulsion was partly to curry favor with Chen Haoshuan and the Chen group. Recently, the school had been facing financial shortages, and the principal had been seeking investors for several research projects. However, Yu Changxing could not let such an opportunity slip away. All he needed was to curry favor with the Chen group, a leading enterprise, by persuading them to invest in the school. This would significantly enhance his chances of securing the position of vice principal this year. Thus, for the sake of his career, Xiao Wenbin had to be expelled. Regaining his composure, Xiao Wenbin observed Yu Changxing's feigned expression of outrage. If it weren't for his mind-reading ability, he might have been deceived by this cunning old fox. Yu Changxing was not reprimanding him due to any moral failings. Rather, he was intent on expelling him to win favor with Chun Haoshuan and secure investments. If Xiao Wenbin were to leave the school, it would diminish his opportunities for emotional gratification. He was unwilling to part ways with this paradise of scoring points. Feigning helplessness, Xiao Wenbin sighed at Yu Changxing, saying, Director Yu, are you truly going to discipline me? I had intended to contribute to the school with a donation of several hundred million. But if I am to be reprimanded, I feel rather disheartened. Perhaps we should let this go? Upon hearing Xiao Wenbin's mention of a donation, Yu Changxing's eyes widened in astonishment. When he learned that the sum was to be several hundred million, his corpulent body trembled with excitement. What? Classmate Xiao, did you just say you would donate several hundred million to the school? I must have misheard. He gazed at Xiao Wenbin with eager anticipation. It was common knowledge that donations could earn him accolades, and he was uncertain about securing support from Chen Haoshuan. Moreover, Xiao Wenbin's proposition of such a substantial donation was far beyond his expectations. Eagerly, he pressed for confirmation. Is that true? Indeed, you heard correctly. The last time I was in the school cafeteria, I wagered money with Chun Haoshuan and casually transferred 1 billion to Lin Yanran. Surely, Director Yu has heard about this. If you still doubt me, feel free to check my mobile account balance. There's over 1 billion there. While rumors of the cafeteria incident circulated within the school, Yu Changxing had dismissed them, believing them to be mere student gossip. After all, who in their right mind would transfer 1 billion to someone else for no reason? No matter how wealthy one's family might be, such extravagance was unfathomable, unless one were a fool. Yet here was Xiao Wenbin, right in front of him, proving to be that very fool. At that moment, witnessing the balance on Xiao Wenbin's phone, Yu Changxing was overjoyed. A person capable of holding 1 billion in their account could certainly afford to donate to the school. If he could appease Xiao Wenbin, securing investments would be a certainty. With this thought, Yu Changxing suppressed a smile, expertly managing his expressions. He cleared his throat and spoke warmly. Classmate Xia, I never imagined that you cared so deeply for the school and intended to contribute to our educational and research endeavors. I am truly touched. My recent decision regarding disciplinary action was rather hasty. A student like you, who possesses such a sense of gratitude, could never be the kind to disregard discipline. Classmate Xia, I must confess that I misjudged you. I sincerely apologize. With that, Yu Changxing bowed deeply to Xiao Wenbin. Xiao Wenbin, taken aback by Yu Changxing's shamelessness in sacrificing his dignity for career advancement, decided to overlook it. As long as the other party would not trouble him in the future, he deemed it acceptable to grant him this small concession. Thus, Xiao Wenbin politely assisted Yu Changxing to his feet, saying, Director Yu, you are too kind. Since you intend to rescind my punishment, let us discuss the matter of donations with the principal. Certainly, certainly. Classmate Xia, please follow me. I will lead the way. With a beaming smile, Yu Changxing guided Xiao Wenbin towards the principal's office. Upon arriving at the principal's door, Yu Changxing took the initiative to knock. Come in. The principal of Jiangzhou University, Zhou Kongping, had been tirelessly seeking investments and sponsorships for several research projects in recent days. Additionally, due to significant expenditures on dormitory renovations over the past 2 years, the school's available educational funds were alarmingly low. In fact, the stress of fundraising had visibly aged Zhou Kongping, turning his hair noticeably gray. He had intended to tidy up and visit other enterprises that afternoon, but he was surprised when someone arrived unexpectedly. Hearing the principal's invitation, Yu Changxing opened the door and ushered Xiao Wenbin inside. Upon entering the office, Xiao Wenbin was taken aback by its simplicity. The room contained little more than a desk, a tea table, and a few potted plants. Zhou Kongping, who was busy sorting through some papers behind the desk, was a frail man with a face lined with wrinkles and hair that had turned gray. He appeared as an ordinary elderly gentleman, yet his eyes reflected the weight of experience and fatigue, coupled with a glimmer of wisdom. Dressed in a modest black suit, he exuded an air of simplicity. Noticing the two enter without uttering a word, Zhou Kongping glanced up and recognized the disciplinary director, Yu Changxing, accompanied by a student. He surmised that the student must have committed some infraction, prompting the director to bring him in for a reprimand. With a warm demeanor, Zhou Kongping inquired, What brings you both here today? Is there something on your mind? Seeing the principal finally address them, Yu Changxing was prepared to articulate the purpose of their visit. But unexpectedly, Xiao Wenbin spoke up first. Principal Zhou, I am Xiao Wenbin from the Computer Science Department. Today, I was taken by the police at the school gate to assist in an investigation. Upon returning to school, Director Yu accused me of misconduct and threatened to record a major demerit against me. Do you find this reasonable? At that moment, Yu Changxing was astonished that Xiao Wenbin had not even mentioned the matter of donations upon meeting the principal. Instead, he first filed a complaint against himself, instantly breaking into a cold sweat. After listening to Xiao Wenbin's words, Zhu Kongping cast a fierce glare at Yu Changxing. Then, turning to Xiao Wenbin with warmth and kindness, he said, Classmate Xia, since you are merely cooperating with the police investigation, it hardly constitutes any disciplinary violation. You, the director, you have indeed acted inappropriately in this matter. Do you have nothing to explain? Yu Changxing's mind was racing, and ultimately, he made a difficult decision to take another gamble. Principal Zhou is correct. This was my oversight. Primarily, I was led to believe the rumors that classmate Xia frequently skips classes and engages in clandestine gambling with others at school, which led me to make unfounded assumptions. After speaking, Yu Changxing bowed apologetically to Xiao Wenbin, saying, Classmate Xia, I previously misunderstood you. I hope you can forgive me. Xiao Wenbin glanced at Yu Changxing, feeling that the warning had served its purpose, and began to plan to discuss serious matters with Principal Zhou. Director Yu, you are too polite. How could I blame you? However, Principal Zhou, we have another matter to discuss. With that, Xiao Wenbin shot Yu Changxing a meaningful glance. Upon realizing that Xiao Wenbin was finally ready to address the main topic, Yu Changxing instantly perked up, shedding the earlier demeanor of sincere apology and disappointment. Principal Zhou, the reason we are here is concerning the school's investment matters. Classmate Xia just heard me mention that the school is in need of sponsorship, so he intends to make a contribution, privately donating several billion to the school for research and development. After saying this, Yu Changxing turned to point at Xiao Wenbin, addressing the utterly bewildered Zhu Kongping. The moment I heard this delightful news, I rushed to bring him to you. It took Zhu Kongping a while to process this, the words donation echoing repeatedly in his mind. He then seriously regarded Xiao Wenbin and glanced at the portly Yu Changxing. It wasn't that he doubted the director's words, but Xiao Wenbin hardly seemed like the type to possess wealth. His attire appeared somewhat tattered. Could he really donate several billion so casually? Yu Changxing seemed to have anticipated that Zhu Kongping would share his skepticism, so he recounted how Xiao Wenbin had shown him his bank balance. Upon confirming that Xiao Wenbin spoke the truth, Zhu Kongping suddenly felt this was an unexpected joy. Thus, with a beaming smile, he exclaimed, Wonderful, truly wonderful. Classmate Xia, you have no idea how much I, as the principal, have been running around various enterprises and organizations lately for sponsorship and investment, only to return empty-handed. If you can donate to the school, all faculty and students will be immensely grateful. Following this, he hurriedly invited Xiao Wenbin and Director Yu to take a seat on the guest sofa. At this moment, Yu Changxing was not about to miss the chance to flatter. So he quickly said, I'll just listen in on the investment matters. The specifics should be discussed between you and classmate Xia. I'll go prepare some tea for you. Please take your time chatting. Upon concluding his words, Yu Changxing began to brew tea for the two, displaying an astonishing level of servility. Xiao Wenbin recognized that Yu Changxing was indeed a master of flattery, validating the ancient wisdom that those who can endure what others cannot are truly remarkable individuals. Observing Director Yu's thoughtfulness brought joy to Zhou Kongping, who then engaged Xiao Wenbin in discussions regarding specific investment matters. I wonder, esteemed Xia, how much are you planning to donate? Could it be 100 million? Zhou Kongping inquired tentatively, only to be met with a headshake from Xiao Wenbin. Then, are you considering 200 million? Zhou continued to probe. Yet Xia shook his head once more. At this juncture, Zhou, slightly trembling, asked, could it be 300 million? Xiao Wenbin accepted the tea offered by Yu Changxing and again shook his head, noticing Zhou's sudden silence. Xiao Wenbin took a sip of tea and decided to unveil his intentions. Old Zhou, you remain too conservative in your estimations. In truth, I intend to donate at least 500 million. What? You intend to donate 500 million? Zhou Kongping, just receiving the tea from Yu Changxing's hands, was so taken aback by Xiao Wenbin's announcement that he inadvertently spilled the tea all over the floor. Chapter 63. A heart once hurt can still love again. Yu Changxing was equally astonished by the figure Xiao Wenbin had disclosed. He felt his decision had been exceptionally wise. Xiao Wenbin was indeed a substantial benefactor, and his prospects for advancement appeared promising. Of course, he did not forget to approach Zhou Kongping with concern, asking, "Old Zhou, are you all right? Did the water scald you?" Yet Zhou Kongping, with a look of disbelief, turned to grasp Xiao Wenbin's hands and asked earnestly, "Esteemed Xia, is this truly the case? Are you genuinely planning to donate 500 million to the school?" Xiao Wenbin, observing the excitement in both men, nodded solemnly. "Is 500 million a considerable sum? In fact, if feasible, I aspire to donate 500 million each year. However, I do have a modest request. I hope the principal and the director can assist me in fulfilling it." At this moment, both Zhou Kongping and Yu Changsheng could scarcely believe their ears. "What? You claim that 500 million is insufficient, and you intend to donate 500 million annually? Are we experiencing a lapse in our understanding, or is it that you, Xiao Wenbin, exist in a realm beyond ours?" Yet, despite their astonishment, Zhou Kongping responded with delight, "I wonder, esteemed Xia, what is your request? How can we assist you?" Yu Changxing echoed, "Indeed. Please, Xia, share your suggestions without hesitation." Xiao Wenbin, feeling slightly bashful, scratched his head and replied, "It is only right for me to contribute to the school for education and research, but first, I request that you allow me to clarify my situation before the entire school community. After all, following my arrest, there have been numerous unfounded rumors circulating within the school, resulting in many students harboring misunderstandings about me. I sincerely wish that in the future, no one perceives me through a distorted lens." Zhou Kongping had anticipated an unreasonable demand from Xiao Wenbin. However, the other party merely wished to hold a clarification meeting in front of the entire faculty and student body. Consequently, Zhou Kongping readily agreed and assured that the meeting could be organized by the following morning, promising to send notifications to each college shortly. He felt a pang of sympathy for Xiao Wenbin, a student of such commendable character, who had been misunderstood. He even offered to speak on Xiao's behalf if necessary. Xiao Wenbin, however, shook his head politely, declining the offer. Others might assume he was wealthy enough to donate freely, but in truth, he was merely making an investment. In Xiao Wenbin's perspective, those 500 points would not go to waste. The three soon reached an agreement. After the clarification meeting the next morning, Xiao Wenbin would proceed with his donation. Zhou Kongping and Yu Changxing readily concurred, assuring that they would gather all faculty and students as promised, allowing Xiao Wenbin to return home with peace of mind. As Xiao was about to leave, the two insisted on exchanging contact numbers, stating that he could reach out to them anytime should any issues arise. Xiao Wenbin welcomed this, recognizing that in the future, should he need to request leave from class, it would be far more convenient to inform the principal and the director directly. Upon returning to the classroom, Xiao Wenbin resumed his lessons as usual. Yet, many classmates and teachers occasionally regarded him with curious glances, undoubtedly due to the rumors surrounding his recent encounter with the police. Thus, the afternoon passed swiftly. After the final class concluded, Xiao Wenbin received a call from Lin Yanran, who intended to go out for a meal and inquired if he would like to join her. Lin Yanran herself was unsure why she felt an inexplicable concern for Xiao Wenbin. She had long realized that he was indifferent to the substantial sum of money she possessed. Nonetheless, she felt a moral obligation to treat him well, especially since he had helped her resolve issues with her parents and had taken the initiative to assist her family. Thus, Lin Yanran believed that treating Xiao Wenbin to meals, no matter how simple, was a fitting form of gratitude. Naturally, Xiao Wenbin was pleased to receive the invitation, particularly since it was from Lin Yanran, his designated partner. He promptly arrived at the restaurant they had agreed upon. Upon finding the table, he noticed that two other girls were seated across from Lin Yanran. Though he recognized them from school, he did not know their names. Seeing Xiao Wenbin arrive so quickly, Lin Yanran cheerfully beckoned him to sit beside her. Xiao Wenbin had no objections. After all, it was merely a meal, and the seating was inconsequential. However, the two girls, Zhao Xiaoling and Su Huanhuan, held a different opinion. They observed that ever since Lin Yanran had met Xiao Wenbin, she often seemed preoccupied. She frequently expressed a desire to dine together and had even brought him breakfast on a recent occasion. Moreover, Lin Yanran seldom stayed at the school dormitory, but recently, she has been residing there daily, except on weekends. This peculiar behavior is undeniably linked to a certain young man, Xiao Wenbin. The seating arrangement before them is quite unusual. In the past, Lin Yanran would never have permitted a boy to sit beside her. That coveted spot next to her had always been occupied by her close friends. Zhao Xiaoling and Su Huanhuan. However, today, Lin Yinran instructed them, Xiaoling, Huanhuan, why don't you two sit across from me? Xiao Wenbin will be joining us shortly, and I would like him to sit beside me, so you won't feel too awkward. Once Xiao Wenbin settled into his seat, he noticed the two girls across from him casting glances imbued with a hint of envy, as if the air around them was tinged with bitterness. Lin Yinran, however, assumed they were still mulling over the rumors circulating at school, despite having explained everything to them in the classroom earlier. The waiter soon arrived to take their orders, and the four of them gradually began to ease into conversation, dispelling the earlier tension. Lin Yinran took the initiative to introduce the two girls to Xiao Wenbin. After the introductions, he learned that they were named Zhao Xiaoling and Su Huanhuan, both classmates and dorm mates of Lin Yinran. The two girls were also quite curious about Xiao Wenbin, the legendary figure of their school, and bombarded him with endless questions. However, when they inquired whether he and Lin Yinran were in a romantic relationship, Xiao Wenbin found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He hesitated, caught in the gaze of the expectant girls. He felt that he was merely playing the role of a faux boyfriend and saw no need to deceive Lin Yinran's close friends. Thus, he resolved to be candid. Yet, he believed he should first seek Lin Yinran's consent, lest the truth of their charade be unveiled. What if she were then pressured into an arranged marriage? Who would remain at school to help him with his studies? Consequently, Xiao Wenbin turned to Lin Yinran, casting a pleading glance in her direction. To his surprise, upon turning, he found Lin Yinran also gazing at him with eager anticipation for his response. So, the very person involved in this matter was also waiting for him to speak? Considering Lin Yinran's current affinity score of 85, such eagerness was only to be expected. Truth be told, Xiao Wenbin harbored a fondness for this Navi girl. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but her gentle and considerate nature also captivated him. Any ordinary boy would dream of having such a stunning campus belle by his side. Yet, for reasons unknown, ever since his previous confession had been rejected, Xiao Wenbin's heart had quieted, no longer turbulent with emotion. As an old song goes, whom can a wounded heart love again? Perhaps his self-preservation instinct dictated that he refrain from taking the initiative or making contact. Moreover, the events involving Su Jing had only transpired a week ago. Xiao Wenbin was not yet prepared to embark on a new romantic journey. At first, the group of girls wore expressions of eager anticipation, but when Xiao Wenbin remained silent for an extended period, the atmosphere became awkward once again. Lin Yinran, in particular, had expected Xiao Wenbin to acknowledge their relationship directly. Even if he merely claimed they were pretending to be a couple, she would have felt a fleeting happiness. However, she never anticipated his hesitation, which lingered for far too long without a response. Lin Yinran had always believed that Xiao Wenbin harbored feelings for her, as he would stand up for her in times of trouble, lend a helping hand during her difficulties, and even confront those who bullied her without a second thought. When his family faced challenges, he would resolutely step in to resolve their crises. Such actions deeply moved her, prompting her to genuinely consider becoming his girlfriend. This was why, when her close friend broached this sensitive topic, she deliberately refrained from interrupting, instead joining in the collective anticipation of Xiao Wenbin's answer. Alas, it seemed that all of this was merely her own wishful thinking. After receiving a notification from the system, Xiao Wenbin finally regained his composure and glanced at Lin Yinran beside him. However, she merely huffed in annoyance, pinching him sharply at the waist before turning her head away. Clearly upset, Xiao Wenbin could only shake his head in resignation. Perhaps, at times, rapid progression in a relationship is not necessarily a good thing. Maintaining a certain distance might indeed safeguard against emotional injury. Chapter 64. Insight from a close friend. Zhao Xiaoling and Su Huanhuan recognized the palpable awkwardness in the air and proactively shifted the conversation to a different topic. Yet, it seemed that everyone had lost interest, leading to the swift conclusion of their meal. Upon returning to the school gate, Xiao Wenbin bid farewell to the girls, and they each returned to their dormitories. As they walked through the campus, Zhao Xiaoling and Su Huanhuan noticed the subtle hints of disappointment and sadness on Lin Yinran's face. Consequently, the outspoken Su Huanhuan attempted to console her, saying, "Yinran, I'm sorry. We probably shouldn't have asked such personal questions. Don't be upset. Xiao Wenbin is just somewhat wealthy. He is not particularly handsome and is rather dull, not worthy of you at all." Lin Yinran seemed to be struck by her friend's words, and tears began to well up in her eyes as she looked at the two girls. "It's really nothing. I never claimed to like him. I just feel a bit disheartened, as if I'm not valued. It turns out I'm not as exceptional as I thought." After saying this, Lin Yinran forced a smile for her friends, but the glistening tears in her eyes betrayed her sorrow. Sensing her distress, Zhao Xiaoling quickly embraced her, gently patting her back in comfort. Yinran, it's all right. Perhaps you're overthinking things or have misunderstood. Meanwhile, Su Huanhuan sulked, pouting discontentedly. What misunderstanding could there be? I believe Xiao Wenbin is simply blind, overlooking our Jiangda campus flower. Just last week, he sought out Su Jing from the art department to confess his feelings. And it is only fitting that he faced rejection. Indeed, there are no good men. Humph. Oh, Huan. Did you say that Xiao Wenbin confessed to another girl last week and was turned down? Where did you hear that? Zhao Xiaoling, seemingly struck by a thought, inquired with a curious expression. Of course, it came from my dear friend. If it weren't for Xiao Wenbin's recent notoriety, she wouldn't have recalled this incident. At the moment Xiao Wenbin was rejected by the art student, she happened to witness the entire episode from the dormitory building below. Lin Yinjin, feeling considerably more at ease in Zhao Xiaoling's embrace, softly interjected upon hearing Su Huanhuan mention Su Jing. In fact, I have already met Su Jing with Xiao Wenbin. What? You've met her? The two girls exclaimed in unison. Yes, just a couple of days ago, Xiao Wenbin and I encountered them at school and had a brief conversation. You actually chatted for a while? No way. Why didn't you mention this to us? But at this moment, Zhao Xiaoling interrupted Su Huanhuan, her expression turning serious as she directed her question at Lin Yinjin. Since you both have met, do you think Xiao Wenbin still has feelings for Su Jing? Lin Yinjin made an effort to recall the scene, ultimately responding with uncertainty. I doubt it. When he encountered them, he didn't shy away. He even introduced us, and we talked quite casually. Everything felt very natural. After hearing Lin Yinjin's account, Zhao Xiaoling couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth. Meanwhile, Su Huanhuan stomped her foot in annoyance, glaring at Zhao Xiaoling. Xiaoling, you are being too much. Yinjin is still feeling down. How can you be laughing on the side? Lin Yinjin looked at her closest friend with confusion. Seeing both of them cast puzzled glances her way, Zhao Xiaoling clenched her fist to her mouth and cleared her throat. You two silly girls are truly dense. Can't you approach this matter with a bit of rationality? Do you remember when we asked Xiao Wenbin if he and Yinjin were a couple? He said nothing at all. Exactly. He didn't say a word. Doesn't that imply a denial? Su Huanhuan interjected. Lin Yinjin nodded in agreement. Thus, you two are indeed foolish. Have you heard of SCHR Dinger's cat? When faced with a choice, whichever decision you make inevitably leads to a specific outcome. However, if you choose nothing, both outcomes continue to exist. Xiao Wenbin neither confirmed nor denied it. His hesitation indicates he has been contemplating his relationship with Yinjin. Would you waste so much time pondering an inconsequential matter regarding someone you are not interested in? On the contrary, it is precisely because he cares deeply about the other person's feelings that he hesitates repeatedly. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoling's explanation, Lin Yinran seemed to grasp something, and the mist in her eyes dissipated considerably. However, Su Huanhuan, still perplexed, inquired, Xiaoling, if what you say is true, then Xiao Wenbin must have feelings for Yinran. But why doesn't he admit it? Zhao Xiaoling sighed, pressed her hand against her forehead, and addressed Lin Yinran. This is a question for our protagonist. The issue at hand is whether they are a couple. However, if they have not mutually acknowledged their relationship, how could Xiao Wenbin dare to admit it without Yinran's consent? If he were to deny it, would that indicate he does not have feelings for Yinran? Yet, by remaining silent, he not only respects Yinran, but also leaves a pathway for pursuing her in the future. After Zhao Xiaoling's explanation, Lin Yinran suddenly flushed crimson, lowering her head and softly murmuring, Xiaoling is right. Xiao Wenbin and I have never confirmed any romantic relationship. In fact, he did cast a pleading glance at me earlier, but I was so eager for him to respond that I overlooked it. In hindsight, he must have wanted to follow my lead. Upon hearing Lin Yinran's response, Su Huanhuan buried her face in her hands, exasperated. So, it turns out we nearly buried someone with our assumptions and then blamed him for being heartless. Zhao Xiaoling, understanding the situation, gently patted Lin Yinran's shoulder in consolation. Therefore, Yinran, there is no need for you to feel disheartened. At least I believe Xiao Wenbin does have feelings for you. It's just that you both require more time to truly understand one another. Besides, your acquaintance is still quite recent, and rushing into a relationship may not be beneficial. Moreover, Xiao Wenbin has just recently experienced a breakup, and I think he requires time to heal and transition. Having said this, Zhao Xiaoling tenderly stroked Lin Yinran's hair and offered her an encouraging smile. Su Huanhuan quickly stepped forward, tugging at Lin Yinran's arm, declaring, "Exactly. Why worry about romance when we have our friendship? Come on, let us head back to the dormitory, wash up together, and play some cards." Thus, the three of them returned to the dormitory, laughing and chatting. However, unbeknownst to them, Lin Yanran was still grappling with guilt. She felt that she had not been understanding enough of Xiao Wenbin. She had only considered her own feelings while neglecting the fact that he had just faced rejection the previous week. He must still be hurting. It was only natural for him to have reservations. Therefore, Lin Yanran secretly resolved to treat Xiao Wenbin with greater kindness in the future, hoping to help him heal from his pain so that he could confidently embark on a new relationship. As she pondered this, her cheeks flushed once more, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Fortunately, Zhao Xiaoling and Su Huanhuan remained oblivious to her inner turmoil. Hee, Xiao Wenbin, just wait to be charmed by the campus belle. Lin Yanran's affection level 2. Total affection level 85. Chapter 65. What Teacher-Student Conference? Amidst the bustling scene of ample dog food, Xiao Wenbin, who was laboriously climbing the dormitory stairs, was unexpectedly jolted by a system notification. Could it be that the affection points could autonomously increase from afar? He had done nothing at all. To his astonishment, that silly girl Lin Yanran had somehow managed to bolster her affection points all on her own. Was she momentarily deranged? Or was she simply preoccupied with him? Such musings flitted through Xiao Wenbin's mind. Nevertheless, these thoughts paled in significance. His immediate desire was to return to his dormitory, change his clothes, and indulge in a refreshing shower to unwind. Upon returning to the dormitory and greeting his three roommates, Xiao Wenbin proceeded to take a shower. Afterward, as he reclined on his bed, he felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation and comfort. He first sent a greeting text to Lu Xiaoding. Once he confirmed her safety, he summoned the system interface to review the emotional points he had accrued that day. Lin Yanran had earned over 1,000 points on her own, while he had garnered 1,500 points for completing Fong Lan's binding task. Additionally, the incident at the police station where he had humiliated Zhu Meili had netted him 500 to 600 points, and he had contributed another 300 to 400 points at the hotel with Chun Haoshuan. Thus, Xiao Wenbin now possessed a total of 320 system points. He had previously thought that amassing 10,000 points would be a formidable challenge. However, since enhancing his mental attributes, his intellect had noticeably improved. Consequently, he now discovered myriad methods to earn emotional points daily. After exiting the system interface, Xiao Wenbin retrieved his notebook and skillfully powered on his computer to commence his research. However, he soon realized that information regarding the Chun family of Jiangzhou was remarkably scarce online, clearly indicative of deliberate concealment. It was plausible that such data resided within official departments. Although Xiao Wenbin could utilize his hacking prowess to infiltrate the National Security Agency's surveillance system, he ultimately decided against it. It wasn't that he feared scrutiny from the authorities. On the contrary, he harbored confidence in his skills. He simply did not wish for his personal affairs to disrupt the functioning of the national machinery. If they were to search for him as a hacker daily, it would squander significant human and material resources that could be better utilized in combating crime. With no fruitful leads, Xiao Wenbin lay back on his bed, contemplating several pressing issues. One pertained to the information about the Chun family's heir, Chen Kuanpun, while the other revolved around the 50 billion mentioned by Lin Anbang. He had gleaned some insights about the former from Chun Haoshuan using his mind-reading abilities. For more detailed information, he could investigate through the Black Bear Gang. However, the latter concern regarding Lin Anbang's 50 billion posed a challenge, as he currently possessed only over 20,000 points, which, if fully exchanged for Huaxia currency, would yield a maximum of 20 billion. Thus, Xiao Wenbin was compelled to ponder whether there were expedited means to accrue emotional points. Otherwise, he would have to explore alternative avenues. After thoroughly organizing his thoughts, Xiao Wenbin retired early for the night. The next morning, he rose early, attended to his grooming, and, dressed impeccably, descended the stairs. Today, his attire was notably more formal than usual, as a clarification conference awaited him on stage that morning. Xiao Wenbin had not anticipated the remarkable efficiency with which Principal Zhou and Director Yu handled their affairs. By yesterday afternoon, they had already distributed the notice for the teacher-student assembly scheduled for the following morning across all faculties. Consequently, the dining hall was bustling with more patrons than usual. While queuing, Xiao Wenbin often noticed others pointing discreetly in his direction. It seemed the repercussions of his recent detainment by the police had not diminished upon his return to school. which was one of the reasons he felt compelled to hold this clarification conference. As per his routine, Xiao Wenbin ordered a serving of soybean milk and fried dough sticks, then found a spot to sit and eat. However, shortly after he settled in, Lin Yanran called to inquire if he had eaten and if he would like to join her. Upon learning that he was already having breakfast, she hung up, visibly disheartened. Xiao Wenbin no longer cared about the fortune of 100 million tucked away in Lin Yanran's pocket, nor did he harbor the previous desire to cling to her for free meals. His gaze now encompassed the vastness of the stars and the ocean, filled with countless emotions. Zhou Kongping and Yu Changxing had toiled late into the night for Xiao Wenbin's clarification conference. Informing every student across the faculties was a simple task. However, the real challenge lay in persuading certain professors and teachers who were reluctant to attend what they deemed trivial events. Thus, Yu Changxing and Zhou Kongping found themselves repeatedly negotiating, ultimately convincing these individuals to acquiesce for the sake of the old principle. Before long, the time for the teacher-student assembly arrived. Although it was officially titled the teacher-student meeting, it was, in essence, a clarification conference tailored for Xiao Wenbin. After Principal Zhou took the stage to recount some of the school's history and experiences over the years, he began discussing recent events within the institution, culminating in the mention of Xiao Wenbin's detainment by the police. The students erupted in excitement upon realizing that even Principal Zhou was addressing the Xiao Wenbin incident. Several individuals who knew Xiao Wenbin exchanged knowing glances, ranging from curiosity and concern to schadenfreude. Once Zhou Kongping had broached the subject of Xiao Wenbin, he briefly expressed his views before stating, "I understand that everyone is eager to know the specifics of this incident. Therefore, I have invited Xiao Wenbin to personally provide a detailed explanation." The moment those words left his lips, the supporters of the Xiao Alliance and the dog-biting gang erupted in gasps and boos. Xiao Wenbin, however, remained unfazed by the reactions of the students and faculty below. His intention for this clarification conference was to ensnare everyone in a net, aiming to reap benefits and seize opportunities. When Xiao Wenbin heard Zhou Kongping call him onto the stage, he strode up with an air of confidence. Lin Yanran, witnessing his meticulously prepared appearance for the first time, felt a flutter of excitement within her. Upon reaching the stage, Xiao Wenbin noticed the crowd below was still chattering incessantly, so he raised his hand to signal for silence. However, when the audience quieted down, they anticipated that Xiao Wenbin would begin to recount the events. To their surprise, his first words were, "I would like to invite classmate Lin Yanran to join me on stage, as she is also a witness to the entire affair." Instantly, the crowd erupted again. "Oh my, teacher, I want to report this. Xia is planning to flaunt his romance in public. Lin, the campus beauty, do not testify for him. Let Xia be speechless and face the wrath of the crowd. The despicable Xia is attempting to win over our campus goddess to make us surrender. He must be dreaming. Long live Xia. How bold to show affection at a teacher-student meeting. You are undoubtedly the first to do so. Xia, the divine, never ceases to surprise us. I can already envision how painful his face-slapping will be later. Ha. Our leader is indeed majestic. I want to bear his children." As the two factions in the audience began to argue incessantly, even the teachers were unable to intervene. Lin Yanran, blushing deeply, slowly walked onto the stage and stood alongside Xiao Wenbin. At that moment, all the students present fell silent, their gazes locked onto Xiao Wenbin with a murderous intensity, as if such a stare could cast a silent curse upon him. Satisfied with this reaction, Xiao Wenbin proceeded to narrate in detail how he had first encountered Lin Yanran and Lu Shouting upon arriving at school, and how he had been ambushed from behind by 3 police officers. He recounted how, upon resistance, the officers had displayed their credentials, leading to his arrest and subsequent return to the police station for questioning. Ultimately, he explained how he had resolved the issues at the station and was safely returned. Throughout his account, he occasionally prompted Lin Yanran to add her comments. Together, they swiftly clarified the entire sequence of events. The spectators, now fully informed of the incident, found themselves questioning the significance of it all. Who cares whether Xiao Wenbin is guilty or not? What we care about is when this romance will end. Teacher, help. I've been fed enough. I want to return to class. Can you stop flaunting it and spare us single folks? Xiao Wenbin, sensing he had sufficiently set the stage, cleared his throat and continued. In truth, the purpose of this teacher-student meeting is not merely to clarify the misunderstandings and biases against me. Rather, I am here to solemnly announce another matter. He paused dramatically, creating suspense. Yet, the audience erupted once more. Some individuals desperately covered their ears, unwilling to listen, while a few even broke down in tears. Could it be? Was he about to utter that phrase? No, my heart cannot bear to shatter completely. They dreaded that Xiao Wenbin might declare the words they wished to avoid the most. Today, I would like to officially announce my relationship with Lin Yanran. Throughout, Lin Yanran, who stood beside Xiao Wenbin, had only interjected a few words in support, remaining largely passive. However, when Xiao Wenbin suddenly announced that he had an important declaration to make, her heart, which she thought was steadfast, began to race uncontrollably. Chapter 66. The entire school community as instrument. Xiao Wenbin was quite pleased with the students' reaction. So he raised his hand once more to calm the crowd and continued. Due to the school's recent financial difficulties and numerous research projects struggling to secure funding, I, Xiao Wenbin, have decided to make a personal donation of 800 million yuan to the school. Upon finishing his statement, the venue fell into a profound silence. Did you hear what Xiao Wenbin just said? Indeed. What did that guy just say? Were they all deaf? The esteemed Xia said he would donate 800 million yuan to the school. My goodness, that is an astronomical sum. The deity Xia has decided to give without hesitation? Truly, he is a man of remarkable generosity, selflessly contributing for the sake of education and research. It is profoundly moving. At that moment, Zhou Kongping, in disbelief, stumbled onto the stage. He incredulously confronted Xiao Wenbin. Xia, didn't you say yesterday that you would only donate 500 million yuan? Why the sudden increase of 300 million? With a nonchalant smile, Xiao Wenbin replied, Principal Zhou, you and the teachers have worked tirelessly for the cause of education over the years. Consider this additional 300 million as a benefit for every staff member. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall erupted in jubilant cheers from the faculty and students. Had Xiao Wenbin merely made a donation, they might have regarded him as wealthy and extravagant. Yet, by allocating an additional 300 million for the benefit of all the teachers, he genuinely touched the hearts of every individual present. It is well known that every student harbors a special, often unexpressed gratitude towards their educators. Each student aspires to honor their teachers once they achieve success, while every teacher hopes for their students to flourish, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly day by day. However, today, Xiao Wenbin fulfilled this dream for all faculty and students. It was unclear who initiated the applause, but soon it cascaded like a wave, with everyone joining in fervent applause for Xiao Wenbin. The atmosphere ignited, and the thunderous applause enveloped him entirely. Even Principal Zhou and Lin Yanran, standing on stage, joined in the clapping, their gazes towards Xiao Wenbin shimmering with admiration. Lin Yanran's favorability score stood at 1, with a total favorability of 86. At this moment, the emotions swirling among the students in the audience were reduced to shock, jealousy, envy, gratitude, and joy. Meanwhile, on stage, Xiao Wenbin was inwardly reveling in delight. His system interface displayed an unprecedented surge in points, and with Lin Yanran standing beside him, the emotional points he garnered were doubled. He received an astonished emotional point of 102 from a certain student, 102 for anger from another, 102 for admiration, and 102 for jealousy. Additionally, he earned 102 astonished points from a teacher, along with 102 points for gratitude and 102 for joy. This time, Xiao Wenbin had expended 800 points in donations. Yet he reaped rewards from over 5,000 teachers and students, each contributing at least 30 emotional points. Thus, from a single grand speech, he amassed 150,000 emotional points. Notably, this figure did not account for the doubling effect. 150,000 emotional points multiplied by 2 equated to 300,000 points, translating to an astounding 30 billion huaxia coins. For the first time, Xiao Wenbin realized that accumulating emotional points was surprisingly effortless. With thousands of staff and students at the school, it was akin to a vast machine for point accumulation. He began to contemplate whether to open additional schools or transfer to institutions with a larger population, allowing him to harvest another wave of points. Certain emotions were fleeting and could only be captured once. For instance, if today he astonished the audience with his financial prowess, subsequent displays of wealth might elicit little reaction, as they would come to view him as inherently affluent. Hence, if he were to organize another gathering to accumulate points, the impact might significantly diminish. Nevertheless, if he could secure several thousand points each time, he would be quite content and would not mind urging Principal Zhou to host a few more events. As for the notion of opening schools or transferring, he decided to set that aside for now. After all, he held a fondness for Jiangzhou University and had friends and classmates here. At this moment, as Xiao Wenbin beheld the sudden influx of 300,000 points on his system interface, he felt an indescribable joy and excitement welling within him. However, recognizing that he was still on stage and could not linger in the system interface for too long, Xiao Wenbin swiftly exited the system, took a deep breath to compose himself, and continued. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. I have not accomplished anything extraordinary. I merely wish to contribute to the school as much as I can. I believe that all of you present, once you graduate and possess the means, will similarly give back to your alma mater. Am I right? As soon as Xiao Wenbin finished speaking, the audience erupted in cheers and thunderous applause. Having gathered a sufficient amount of emotional points, Xiao Wenbin relinquished the stage to Principal Zhou, as it was customary for the principal to deliver the final remarks at each assembly. He then descended from the stage alongside Lin Yanran, returning to the crowd. Lin Yanran suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of admiration for Xiao Wenbin. Although he typically lived frugally, subsisting on soy milk and fried dough sticks for breakfast and primarily dining at the cafeteria, his attire was exceedingly ordinary. While other affluent heirs were chauffeured in luxury cars to and from school, Xiao Wenbin relied on taxis for his travels. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable university student was willing to transfer a staggering 100 million for a bet with Chen Haoshuan. He was eager to purchase the most extravagant gifts for her parents. Now, amidst the university's financial difficulties, requiring investment and research funding, he unhesitatingly donated 800 million. In this moment, Lin Yanran felt certain that she had not misjudged the man before her. Xiao Wenbin truly embodied responsibility and integrity, especially after her mother called last night to inform her that her father had returned home in high spirits, as most of the company issues had been resolved. All thanks to Xiao Wenbin's assistance. Her mother even inquired when Xiao Wenbin would next be available, expressing her desire to personally cook for him. Lin Yanran could only respond non-committally, saying it depended on the situation. However, she felt increasingly guilty. Since that evening at his home, Xiao Wenbin had been tirelessly occupied, even taking time to help Lin's trading resolve their troubles. Meanwhile, she, as the young lady of the Lin family, had often found herself in a huff over trivial matters. She realized this was utterly unjust. Thus, Lin Yanran resolved to become more exceptional and gentler. First, she needed to correct some of her bad habits, such as refraining from pinching Xiao Wenbin impulsively, as it must be quite painful given the softness of his waist. Yet, she could not fathom why. Whenever she pinched him with force, he remained unaffected, as if it were nothing. Could it be that he was impervious to pain? That seemed improbable. He must be indulging my unreasonable antics. Indeed, that must be it. Xiao Wenbin was truly too kind, accommodating me in every way. Goodness, what if I became spoiled by his affection? No, I must strive to become even more perfect and outstanding to be worthy of him. As Lin Yanran contemplated these thoughts, Xiao Wenbin had already bid farewell and returned to his group at the academy. However, they had arranged to dine together at noon before visiting the blind fortune teller at the People's Hospital. Yet, Xiao Wenbin's intentions went beyond merely visiting Wei the Blind. He was far more concerned about his other bonded counterpart, Fong Lan. That woman had been somewhat despondent at the bank yesterday, even contemplating taking her own life, but fortunately, he had intervened in time. Nonetheless, Xiao Wenbin was still uneasy about her. Since Fong Lan was now bound to him, he felt it was his duty to ensure her mental and physical safety. What if one day, in a moment of emotional turmoil, she suddenly passed away, and he found himself in utter despair? He had just received a substantial sum of 300,000. If something were to happen to her unexpectedly, isn't it true that one would risk having their points reset and their lifespan halved? Thus, for the past couple of days, his efforts may have been in vain. Consequently, Xiao Wenbin deemed it imperative to first locate Fong Lan and soothe her emotions. At the very least, for the sake of his 30,000 points, he must ensure Fong Lan continues to thrive. Chapter 67. If he were to confess again, would you accept him? Principal Zhou promptly delivered a concluding summary. He emphasized that all faculty and students should refrain from discussing any events concerning Xiao Wenbin, promoting mutual respect and harmonious coexistence among classmates. He then reiterated his gratitude on behalf of the school for Xiao Wenbin's generous donation. Ultimately, This so-called faculty student assembly concluded amidst the exuberant cheers and applause of the students. Xiao Wenbin, in turn, exchanged 800 points for 800 million, transferring the funds into the school's account. For this, Zhou Kongping and Yu Chongxing took the time to express their gratitude to Xiao Wenbin over the phone, making plans to treat him to a meal whenever possible. It must be noted that following the assembly, many students regarded Xiao Wenbin with softened gazes. Their previous disdain now significantly diminished. However, this transformation did not extend to a certain organization within the school, the Dogbeat Gang. In their eyes, Xiao Wenbin had sunk to unprecedented depths of shamelessness, now even resorting to spending money to curry favor with teachers and school leaders. Consequently, they resolved to administer a genuine lesson to Xiao Wenbin in the near future. After the meeting, Xiao Wenbin returned to the classroom to continue his lessons. The morning swiftly passed, marked by a notable shift in the teacher's attitudes towards him, now imbued with gratitude and warmth. Unbeknownst to him, he had become the topic of fervent discussion among the entire faculty. Some teachers even felt an immense sense of pride in having taught Xiao Wenbin. At noon, Lin Yanran had arranged to dine with Xiao Wenbin at the cafeteria. Since her friends had already met him, she brought along Zhao Xiaoling and Su Huanhuan this time. Xiao Wenbin had not anticipated that what was meant to be a simple meal for two would escalate into a gathering of four. Naturally, this scene sparked envy among many single individuals in the cafeteria. However, such admiration was inevitable. After all, who at Jiang University could rival Xiao Wenbin in wealth? Casually dispersing billions? Not even Chen Haoshuan, the heir of the Chen Group, one of the four young masters of Jiang University, could achieve such feats. Su Huanhuan, known for her penchant for gossip, relentlessly bombarded Xiao Wenbin with questions during the meal. Why is your family so wealthy? What prompted you to donate to the school? Do your parents enable your extravagant spending? Are you in need of a girlfriend? Would you consider accepting a mistress? Initially, Xiao Wenbin responded politely to her inquiries, but soon realized that her questions were ceaseless and increasingly intrusive. As Xiao Wenbin found himself in an awkward situation, unsure of how to respond. He was fortunate that Lin Yanran and Zhao Xiaoling extended their assistance. Huanhuan, can you still eat? Your mouth is never closed, they exclaimed. Exactly. Even if you don't need to eat, Xiao Wenbin still has to. There's no time to halt and answer your endless questions. Hearing her friends defend Xiao Wenbin, Su Huanhuan felt a surge of jealousy and annoyance. With a huff, she remarked, Humph, Yanran may have forgotten her loyalty for the sake of looks, but Xiaoling, how could you side with Xiao Wenbin? In a dramatic fashion, she tossed her chopsticks aside and covered her face with her hands, pretending to weep. After sobbing for a while without anyone paying her any heed, Su Huanhuan abandoned her act. Do you truly not love me anymore? My heart aches. Ha ha. Everyone else would be crying here, but not you. Do you think we believe you? They retorted. Right. Huanhuan, just put away that act. Hurry and finish your meal. Xiao Wenbin and I need to go to the hospital shortly. Upon hearing that Xiao Wenbin and Lin Yanran were heading to the hospital, Su Huanhuan's eyes widened in surprise. Her mind began racing, and her inquisitive heart stirred once more. What are you going to the hospital for? It can't be to check that, can it? Huanhuan, what do you mean by check that? Is Yanran unwell? Zhao Xiaoling asked, glancing at Lin Yanran with concern before turning back to Su Huanhuan. The latter lowered her voice and whispered to Zhao Xiaoling. It's about a little baby. Yanran, they probably didn't take proper precautions. So they're going to the hospital for a checkup to confirm, right? Though Su Huanhuan spoke softly, Xiao Wenbin and Lin Yanran, being close by, heard her clearly. At that moment, both of their foreheads were lined with black lines of exasperation. Lin Yanran's delicate face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment as she stood up and rushed to Su Huanhuan's side. She playfully reprimanded her. Su Huanhuan, I'll teach you not to spout nonsense. I see you must have been too well-behaved lately, so you're feeling mischievous, huh? Just wait until I properly deal with you today. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoling watched the two girls frolicking and couldn't help but stifle her laughter. It was the first time Xiao Wenbin witnessed such a lively and spirited side of Lin Yanran. The two girls playfully tussled for a while, but eventually, Su Huanhuan reminded Lin Yanran to be a bit more reserved and gentle. Only then did Lin Yanran subconsciously glance at Xiao Wenbin and revert to her gentle and charming demeanor as the campus belle. In this manner, the group quickly finished their meal and parted ways. Xiao Wenbin and Lin Yanran headed to the hospital, while Zhao Xiaoling and her friends returned to their dormitory to rest. However, As Xiao Wenbin walked side by side with Lin Yinran out of the school gates, they coincidentally encountered Su Jing and her 3 companions, who had just entered the campus. The group exchanged smiles and nodded at each other as a form of greeting before continuing on their separate ways. However, Su Jing and her companions did not venture far when Wang Xiaodai could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "I never expected that Xiao Wenbin could be so affluent," generously donating 800 million to the school without any expectation of return. "Oh, how wonderful it would be if I could have that sum. I could cease my struggles and ensure my parents' comfortable retirement. Honestly, Su Jing, do you have any regrets? If Xiao Wenbin were to confess to you again, would you turn him down?" The other girls had grown accustomed to Wang Xiaotai's unfiltered remarks, so they paid little heed to her words. However, upon hearing her broach the sensitive subject concerning Su Jing, they instinctively wished to intervene. Yet, they too were curious about how Su Jing would respond. Indeed, if the individual you once rejected has now risen to greatness, possessing the ability to offer you everything you desire, would you still spurn him should he profess his feelings once more? Upon hearing Wang Xiaotai's question, Su Jing was momentarily taken aback. She then glanced back at Xiao Wenbin and Lin Yinran, who were hailing a cab at the school gate. "I believe I would still refuse him," she stated. Su Huanhuan, perplexed, retorted, "Why? Do you not think he has become exceptionally remarkable? How many women might have the opportunity to marry such a man in the future?" Su Jing merely sighed softly and shook her head. "I think you may have misunderstood. Although Xiao Wenbin once confessed to me, it does not necessarily indicate that he harbors deep feelings for me. I have always regarded him as a friend. If one day your friend suddenly becomes wealthy and accomplished, and is now accompanied by someone even more extraordinary, should you not wish him well and celebrate his success?" Upon finishing her sentiments, Su Jing offered the group a warm smile. The other 3 girls, however, lowered their heads in embarrassment, for upon hearing of Xiao Wenbin's newfound wealth, they had unwittingly inserted themselves into the narrative, entirely forgetting that he had once been a friend to them as well. Indeed, should we not rejoice in the successes of our friends? Having hailed a cab at the school gate, Xiao Wenbin, accompanied by Lin Yinran, headed towards the Jiangzhou People's Hospital. Chapter 68. Xiaoying meets her older brother again on the way to the hospital. Xiao Wenbin scarcely spoke with Lin Yinran, who today was unusually quiet. He surmised that she was likely preoccupied with concern for the blind old man. After all, she had intended for him to accompany her to the hospital yesterday at noon, but he had been abruptly detained by Jiang Ying that morning. Speaking of that blind man, Xiao Wenbin was uncertain about the old fellow's actual condition. Although the system indicated that he was not physically ailing, merely suffering from spiritual damage, ever since Xiao Wenbin mastered the Medicine King's scripture, he understood that the spirit is fundamental to ancient practitioners. This essence, derived from the soul yet transcending it, could be described as profoundly enigmatic. Once a cultivator's spirit is harmed, the consequences can range from mild amnesia to severe mental disarray, colloquially referred to as losing one's mind. In the gravest of cases, the spirit may extinguish entirely, leaving merely a shell behind. While modern medicine offers hope for those in a vegetative state, if a cultivator's spirit is extinguished, it equates to death. Based on the system's responses, Xiao Wenbin speculated that the old man might merely be suffering from amnesia or mental confusion. However, the precise condition warranted a visit to the hospital for further examination. After all, should he be cured, having such a formidable ally would provide additional security. Conversely, if the old man could not be healed, it would be a misfortune of his own making. After all, curiosity killed the cat. Offending the system would render any misfortune utterly in vain, with no compensation to be found. The car swiftly arrived at the hospital. As Lin Yinran exited the vehicle, she eagerly grasped Xiao Wenbin's arm, leading him toward the inpatient department. Her urgency stemmed from having heard on the way that Xiao Wenbin possessed ancestral medical skills, which could potentially aid Old Wei. With a favorable impression score of 86, Lin Yinran now harbored an almost unconditional trust in Xiao Wenbin. Thus, upon discovering his expertise in ancient medicine, she was eager to have him examine the elderly gentleman. Unbeknownst to her, the warmth she felt towards the old man was likely influenced by her own childhood absence of a grandfather. She had longed for a kind and gentle elder, and fortunately, Old Wei had treated her with considerable kindness. As Xiao Wenbin returned to the People's Hospital's inpatient department, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. It was from this very place that he had emerged after receiving the system, embarking on a journey that would transform his life. When he had departed, He possessed a mere 40 points, generously contributed by Dr. Liu and Fong Lan. Now, upon his return, he boasted over 320,000 points. A smile crept across his face, as he felt a sense of triumphant homecoming. The two swiftly inquired at the service desk and learned that the patient brought in by the ambulance 2 days prior was located on the 3rd floor. Thus, Xiao Wenbin and Lin Yinran ascended in the elevator. Since the robbery incident the day before, Fong Lan had been somewhat distracted. For the past 2 days, her thoughts had been consumed by the young man, the university student, who had unexpectedly invaded her life during her most desperate hour. He had spoken a flurry of incoherent words, yet each syllable pierced her heart. Even the embrace he had given her before departing remained vivid in her memory, evoking feelings of warmth and comfort. Yet, in that moment of daze, he had silently slipped away from her world, as if he had never existed at all. Many individuals who were abducted alongside her assert that the man in question never truly existed, but rather was a figment of their heightened anxiety. Only a mother and daughter duo steadfastly supported her, firmly believing that the man had indeed materialized. Upon returning to the hospital today, Fong Lan promptly sought out information regarding him. Jiangzhou University, Department of Computer Science, Xiao Wenbin. Fong Lan, I've come to see you. A sudden, high-pitched voice broke her reverie. Fong Lan turned her attention to the small girl sprinting toward her. The child, with twin ponytails, waved her arms like delicate lotus stems, resembling a fine porcelain doll from afar. Xiaoying, what brings you here to see your sister today? Fong Lan quickly crouched down and joyfully embraced her. The little girl giggled in Fong Lan's arms, pointing to her mother behind her as she exclaimed, Xiaoying missed her sister. So I asked Mama to bring me to see her. Indeed, the girl's mother chimed in. Xiaoying has been insisting all morning that we visit you at the hospital, so I made time to bring her over at noon. Fong Lan regarded the heartwarming pair before her, feeling a surge of warmth within. Although they had merely shared a fleeting experience of abduction, an inexplicable bond had formed between them. It seemed as though Fong Lan's world had shifted since yesterday. If previously she could only perceive the black and white of existence, now she felt as if she could discern a spectrum of colors and experience warmth and joy. The emotions she once dared not contemplate or touch suddenly beckoned her to explore and embrace them. For the first time, she was determined to truly live for herself and that man. Fong Lan then engaged in conversation with the girl's mother, reminiscing about Xiaoying's childhood. As they chatted cheerfully, the understanding little girl wandered off to play near the service desk by the elevator. At that moment, the elevator doors on the 2nd floor opened with a chime. Curious, Xiaoying glanced up and saw 2 elderly ladies exiting. She intended to return to her toys, but then froze in surprise. For there stood a beautiful young lady and a handsome young man inside the elevator, the very same young man who had rescued her and Fong Lan at the bank the previous day. Chapter 69. Finally meeting you. Xiao Wenbin. As Xiao Wenbin and Lin Yinran entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 3rd floor, 2 older ladies followed them in, pressing the button for the 2nd floor. When the elevator reached the 2nd floor, it paused momentarily until the ladies exited. Xiao Wenbin finally noticed the little girl sitting in front of the service desk on the 2nd floor. Why did she seem so familiar? Xiao Wenbin pondered to himself, feeling somewhat perplexed. As the elevator doors were about to close, the little girl continued to gaze at him intently, prompting him to smile and wave at her. Hey, Wenbin, do you know that little girl? Why are you greeting her? Lin Yinran asked with curiosity etched on her face. I don't know her. Don't you think she's rather adorable? He replied nonchalantly. You might be overthinking it. Perhaps it's just my handsome looks, he added with a cheeky grin. Lin Yinran chuckled and stole a glance at Xiao Wenbin. In truth, she wanted to say, even if you're not exceptionally handsome, you are quite easy on the eyes. However, she refrained from uttering these words, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. At the moment the elevator doors closed, Xiaoying truly realized she had not been mistaken. That person was indeed the elder brother she had seen before. The way he smiled and waved at her was eerily reminiscent of their encounter at the bank yesterday. Xiaoying felt as if she had stumbled upon a new discovery, eager to share this delightful news with her sister Fong Lan and her mother. She silently noted the floor to which the elder brother was headed and sprinted towards Fong Lan and her mother. However, in her haste, Xiaoying lost her footing and fell heavily to the ground. Fong Lan and her mother rushed over, lifting the girl and comforting her. Xiaoying, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself? Let me check, her mother said, examining her for any injuries. Yet, not a single tear fell from Xiaoying's eyes. She strained to muster a smile, saying, I'm fine, I'm very brave and not afraid of pain. Nevertheless, the way she bit her lip hinted at the extent of her discomfort. Fong Lan and her mother hurriedly carried the girl to the nurse's station for a thorough checkup. Once laid down, Xiaoying began rummaging through her pockets, her determination evident. Finally, she excitedly retrieved a piece of candy and handed it to Fong Lan. Sister Fong Lan, could you please deliver this candy to the elder brother? I saw him in the elevator, and he seemed to be going to the 3rd floor. Since I'm unable to walk now, I must rely on you to take it. With a look of both anticipation and distress, Xiaoying gazed at Fong Lan. Fong Lan glanced at the girl on the bed and then at the candy in her hand. You should go quickly, since fate has brought you together again. Don't miss the chance to meet him, she urged. I'll take care of Xiaoying here. She will be fine. With that, she patted Fong Lan on the shoulder before returning to Xiaoying's side. The mother and daughter exchanged a knowing nod. And as Fong Lan stepped out of the nurse's station, she clutched tightly the candy given to her by Xiaoying and began to race towards the 3rd floor. She opted for the stairwell instead of waiting for the elevator, fearing that any delay might cause her to miss another chance to encounter that person. At that moment, Xiao Wenbin and Lin Yanran had just arrived at the service desk on the 3rd floor, inquiring with the on-duty nurse whether an elderly man, blind in both eyes, had been admitted 2 days prior. To their dismay, they learned that the old man had been taken to another hospital the very night he arrived. Though the nurse was uncertain about his new whereabouts, Lin Yanran felt a pang of disappointment and regret at having made the trip in vain. Observing her distress, Xiao Wenbin offered words of comfort. Yanran, do not fret. It is likely that his family has come to take him home. With Xiao Wenbin's reassurance, Lin Yanran's spirits began to lift. Wenbin, I am fine. I just hope he is well and recovers soon. With the realization that Wei the blind man was no longer at the hospital, the two prepared to leave. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and Lin Yanran stepped inside first. However, as Xiao Wenbin was about to follow her into the elevator, a melodious and urgent voice called out his name. Xiao Wenbin. Instinctively, he halted and turned to see none other than Fong Lan, the beautiful nurse he intended to seek out. Fong Lan had sprinted from the 2nd floor stairwell to the 3rd, and upon her arrival, she spotted the figure at the elevator entrance, one that had lingered in her mind since yesterday. She was certain that this silhouette belonged to Xiao Wenbin. As she watched him prepare to enter the elevator, she realized that this precious encounter should not slip away from her grasp once more, especially since she bore the task entrusted to her by Xiaoying. Thus, without hesitation, Fong Lan called out Xiao Wenbin's name with great fervor, surprised by her own audacity. One thing was certain, she did not regret it. All she wished for at that moment was to hold on to Xiao Wenbin. When he turned to face her, his familiar countenance still wore that warm smile from the previous day, and Fong Lan's tears surged forth uncontrollably. In that instant, she was entirely convinced that the man who had saved her yesterday was indeed the Xiao Wenbin standing before her. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed forward and enveloped him in a tight embrace. Xiao Wenbin, is it really you? She asked, holding on to him fiercely, fearful that this might all be a dream, just as his sudden appearance and subsequent disappearance had felt the day before. As she felt the warmth of his body and the rapid beating of his heart, Fong Lan smiled through her tears at Xiao Wenbin. It is truly a relief to know that you are well. I was quite worried about you, you know. Chapter 70. Lin Yanran's sense of crisis. Xiao Wenbin did not anticipate that when he turned to offer a slight smile to Fong Lan, she would immediately leap into his embrace. At that moment, feeling the warm embrace of the beautiful nurse and the proximity of their bodies, Xiao Wenbin found himself in a rather awkward situation. The other nurses and family members of patients in the corridor on the 3rd floor were all observing them. And within the elevator, Lin Yanran was pressing the button with one hand while clenching her fist with the other, her face contorted with anger as she glared at him. Yet, despite the awkwardness, Xiao Wenbin had no intention of pushing Fong Lan away. This woman desperately needed affection. He allowed her to hold him, gently caressing her back with his hands. All right, Sister Fong Lan, I assure you I am all right. However, if you continue to hold me, I might struggle to breathe. Fong Lan soon realized that her actions were too intimate, and with a blush adorning her cheeks, she reluctantly released Xiao Wenbin. Nonetheless, she felt a twinge of reluctance, for being in Xiao Wenbin's embrace was immensely warm and comforting. Although he claimed to be fine, Fong Lan could not quell her concern and proceeded to examine him closely. Only after confirming that he was indeed well did her worries dissipate, allowing her to breathe a long sigh of relief. Seeing Fong Lan's deep concern for him touched Xiao Wenbin profoundly. After encountering him, Fong Lan had numerous questions she wished to clarify. However, just then, a cough interrupted their moment, followed by a melodious voice. Wenbin, do you know this nurse? Since Fong Lan's arrival, Lin Yinran had been in a sour mood. Especially when Fong Lan suddenly embraced Xiao Wenbin, she nearly turned to leave in a fit of anger. Previously, she had not understood the feeling of being fed dog food, as Su Huanhuan and the others had described. But now, she felt she comprehended it fully, particularly upon witnessing a beautiful nurse crying and throwing herself into Xiao Wenbin's arms. What was even more infuriating was that Xiao Wenbin did not shy away, but instead comforted her with his hand. Although Lin Yinran had shared affectionate moments with Xiao Wenbin, seeing another woman in his embrace was difficult for her to bear, filling her heart with bitterness. What vexed her further was that the nurse was audaciously touching Xiao Wenbin. Even Lin Yinran, his girlfriend, had never engaged in such intimate gestures. Unable to contain her feelings any longer, she approached Xiao Wenbin as soon as she exited the elevator, linking her arm with his and inquiring about Fong Lan's identity. Fong Lan was momentarily taken aback as she beheld a stunning beauty emerging from the elevator, reminiscent of a celestial being. When the other party unexpectedly approached Xiao Wenbin, intimately linking her arm with his and calling out to him, a wave of inexplicable bitterness surged within Fong Lan's heart. However, just as she attempted to savor the moment, it vanished. The girl was stunning. Surely she must be Xiao Wenbin's girlfriend? How surprising it was to learn he had someone he cherished. With such a beautiful girlfriend, he must be exceedingly happy. Though these thoughts lingered in her mind, Fong Lan refrained from speaking further, as she had only met Xiao Wenbin a handful of times. The claim he made yesterday, that she was his girlfriend, was merely an excuse to rescue her from the clutches of the kidnappers. After gathering her emotions, she decided to greet the enchanting girl before her. Hello, I am. Yet, Xiao Wenbin interrupted her introduction, saying, Sister Fong Lan, allow me to introduce you. We are both students at Jiangzhou University. I am Xiao Wenbin from the Computer Science Department, and this is my classmate, Lin Yinran from the Department of Economic Management. He then turned to Lin Yinran and added, This is Fong Lan, a nurse at the People's Hospital. She took care of me during my last hospitalization. Upon hearing Xiao Wenbin's introduction, Fong Lan extended a friendly handshake to Lin Yinran. Lin Yinran, intrigued and concerned, was surprised to learn that Xiao Wenbin had been hospitalized not long ago, and thus she did not dwell on the peculiar intimacy they had just displayed. The three engaged in conversation for a while, particularly Lin Yinran, who persistently inquired about Xiao Wenbin's previous hospitalization. Fong Lan also discovered that Xiao Wenbin and Lin Yinran had come to the hospital to visit a patient. During their chat, Xiao Wenbin exchanged contact information with Fong Lan, using the pretext of wanting to treat her to a meal as a gesture of gratitude for her care. It was imperative, after all. Although Fong Lan was his designated partner, he did not even possess her phone number. If something were to happen to her, she would have no means to call for help, nor could Xiao Wenbin locate her. Therefore, having a contact was essential. Moreover, as her supervisor, he should occasionally check on her well-being, ensuring she would not succumb to despair. Fong Lan naturally did not refuse. In truth, she had many questions she wished to privately ask Xiao Wenbin. However, the current setting was not appropriate, and she was at work, so she provided her contact information instead. Lin Yinran observed their interaction with a sense of unease, finding it rather peculiar. They had been so intimate just moments before. Yet now they were exchanging contact details as if they were strangers. Was she merely overthinking? After exchanging contact information, Xiao Wenbin bid farewell to Fong Lan, intending to take Lin Yinran back. Upon hearing that they were leaving, Fong Lan felt a sudden pang of sadness and reluctance. Just as she was about to speak, her words faltered. A message unexpectedly appeared on the mobile phone, sent by Xiao Wenbin. Fong Lan opened it to find, Sister Fong Lan, when do you finish work? I know you have many questions for me, so remember to contact me once you're done. I will be waiting for you. Fong Lan gazed at the message in her hand, then looked up to see Xiao Wenbin winking at her. Understanding the implicit meaning, she nodded in acknowledgement. As Xiao Wenbin and Lin Yinran entered the elevator, Fong Lan followed suit. Actually, I am on duty on the second floor today, so I might as well accompany you down, she remarked, pressing the button for the second floor. By the way, Xiao Wenbin, someone asked me to bring you something. It was then that Fong Lan remembered the candy Xiao Ying had given her, and she handed it to Xiao Wenbin. Upon receiving the candy, Xiao Wenbin, curious, asked, Oh, a piece of candy? Are you sure someone asked you to give this to me? At that moment, He was equally perplexed, while Lin Yinran beside him was utterly bewildered by their exchange. Was there some undisclosed secret between them, or were they hinting at something to each other? However, Fong Lan simply smiled, covering her mouth. This candy was entrusted to me by a little girl, who also informed me that you are on the 3rd floor. Xiao Wenbin then sheepishly scratched his head. I think I know who that little girl is now, he mused inwardly. No wonder she seemed so familiar. I had helped her and her mother yesterday. With a smile, he unwrapped the candy and placed it in his mouth, addressing Fong Lan. I have received the gift. Please extend my gratitude to her and let her know the candy is delightful and delicious. All right, I will convey your message. Now, Wenbin, Yinran. I must return to my duties. Farewell. With that, Fong Lan smiled and waved at the two, reluctantly stepping out of the elevator. Once Fong Lan had departed, Lin Yinran could no longer contain herself. Xiao Wenbin, hurry and tell me, what is going on between you and Fong Lan? From the moment Fong Lan had appeared, Lin Yinran had been admonishing herself. There is nothing to worry about. Do not be angry. I must appear kinder and more understanding. Now that it was just the two of them, she decided to drop the pretense and seek clarity. Chapter 71. Isn't this too sensitive? Gazing at Lin Yinran, who wore a look of a slighted woman, Xiao Wenbin suddenly found her increasingly endearing. Nonetheless, he shrugged and replied, what could possibly be between Fong Lan and me? Didn't I just clarify that? Lin Yinran remained convinced that Xiao Wenbin was deliberately concealing something from her. Thus, even after leaving the hospital, she relentlessly questioned him about his relationship with Fong Lan. Xiao Wenbin could only helplessly lament, Yinran, why must you emulate Su Huanhuan? Why fill your head with gossip all day? However, Lin Yinran was relentless, insisting that he provide her with an explanation. Ultimately, Xiao Wenbin, worn down by her persistence, revealed that he had inadvertently rescued Fong Lan and a mother and daughter just a few days prior, and that they were profoundly grateful to him. Upon hearing this, Lin Yinran began to understand why Fong Lan and the little girl reacted so excitedly upon seeing Xiao Wenbin. After all, he was their savior. Simultaneously, an indescribable joy welled up within her. It seemed that the more exceptional Xiao Wenbin became, the happier she felt. Unbeknownst to her, she had unconsciously begun to regard Xiao Wenbin as her own. Oh, so that's how it is. Then why didn't you tell me? She exclaimed. What is there to boast about? And why should I report everything to you? I was merely concerned about you, and if you can't appreciate that, then so be it. Lin Yinran huffed, stamping her foot in frustration. Just as she contemplated playfully pinching Xiao Wenbin, she recalled her earlier vow to amend this habit. Thus, she resorted to trailing behind him, softly humming to express her discontent. Meanwhile, in the female dormitory of Jiang University, at Chu. Hey Xiaoling, do you think someone is cursing me? Su Huanhuan suddenly sneezed, looking puzzled as she turned to Zhao Xiaoling. Don't overthink it. I suspect you're catching a cold. Aren't Yinran and the others at the hospital? Perhaps she could bring you some medicine. Forget it. Taking too much medication can make one foolish. On the street outside the hospital, Xiao Wenbin, citing other commitments, urged Lin Yinran to take a taxi back on her own. However, the still miffed Lin Yinran completely disregarded his suggestion, insisting on accompanying him. For the first time, Xiao Wenbin felt that a high level of affection could be burdensome. This silly girl was constantly seeking to cling to him, showing no intention of focusing on her studies to help him gather emotional points. Reluctantly, Xiao Wenbin resorted once more to the embrace of love. While its efficacy was debatable, it proved to be quite practical. Moreover, its sole advantage was that women found it irresistible, allowing him to gain a slight upper hand. When Lin Yinran saw Xiao Wenbin suddenly open his arms to her, she anticipated a comforting embrace. Yet, before she could compose herself, her body instinctively leaped into his embrace. Xiao Wenbin naturally wrapped his arms around Lin Yinran and gently whispered in her ear, Yinran, I truly have some matters to attend to. Please return to school obediently, all right? How about this? I promise to accompany you back home in a couple of days. What do you think? After speaking, he tenderly ruffled her hair. Though Lin Yinran herself was unsure how she had ended up in Xiao Wenbin's arms, at that moment, she felt incredibly comfortable and joyful in his embrace. In truth, she had harbored jealousy upon witnessing Fong Lan and Xiao Wenbin together earlier. As Lin Yinran felt the gentle caress of Xiao Wenbin's large hand atop her head, she reflected on the soft whispers he had just shared in her ear. A sudden, inexplicable rush of breathlessness enveloped her, and a tingling sensation coursed through her limbs as if electrified. Consequently, she found herself languidly collapsing into Xiao Wenbin's embrace. Observing her state, Xiao Wenbin initially feared she had fallen ill. Upon examining her with his medical skills, he soon realized that this woman was simply overwhelmed with excitement, utterly fatigued. Goodness, this girl is remarkably sensitive. Subsequently, Xiao Wenbin summoned a taxi, ensuring the driver would safely deliver her to Jiangzhou University before bidding her farewell with a wave. At that moment, Lin Yanran, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, gazed out the window at Xiao Wenbin's receding figure. Her heart raced uncontrollably, filled with a sense of reluctance and longing. After Lin Yanran had departed, Xiao Wenbin exhaled a sigh of relief. This girl truly craved closeness. He needed to devise a strategy to keep her settled at school without wandering about. Turning back to glance at the hospital, he recalled that Fong Lan would not finish her shift until the afternoon. Thus, he decided to meander through the nearby pet shop and flower market. Previously, when he rescued Lu Xiaoting from the Honghu Bay Villa, he had spent 2,000 points to exchange for 2 skills. One was his prior expertise in hacking, and the other was the rudimentary beast mastery technique. At that time, Xiao Wenbin had contemplated that if he were to bind with multiple entities, he might struggle to manage them all. Therefore, he searched the system store for suitable skills and was recommended to learn the basic beast mastery. Indeed, however, it was merely at a basic level. When he attempted to exchange for a more advanced version, the system informed him that his current mental capacity was insufficient, rendering him only capable of practicing the basic skill. Beast mastery, as the term suggests, involves the ability to control and command any creature for one's own purposes. The master not only communicates with these beings, but also shares a mental and spiritual connection. Naturally, there are stipulations. The creatures must possess a certain degree of intelligence. For instance, attempting to employ beast mastery on one's own husky, regardless of how often it is trained, would yield only a playful pet, incapable of combat or defense. With ample time before Fong Lan's shift concluded, Xiao Wenbin contemplated searching the vicinity for suitable candidates for beast mastery. Should he find appropriate creatures, he intended to prepare one for Lin Yanran, Fong Lan, and the future Lu Xiaoting. This way, even in his absence, there would be a safeguard, providing immediate alerts in case of emergencies. Chapter 72. A chance encounter with the founder of Hammy Studio after exiting the elevator on the 2nd floor. Fong Lan visited the nurse's station to check on Xiaoying. Upon her entrance, both Xiaoying and her mother instinctively turned to look behind her. Neither of the two individuals managed to catch sight of the anticipated person, leaving them somewhat disheartened. They initially believed that Fong Lan had gone to the 3rd floor without finding anyone. Observing the melancholic expressions on their faces, Fong Lan couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "Do not worry, I have already met him." Upon hearing Fong Lan's words, Xiaoying immediately straightened up, her excitement palpable. "Really? Sister Fong Lan, you truly met the big brother?" "Yes, I even gave him your candy, Xiaoying. He asked me to tell you that it's delicious and very sweet." Upon hearing this, Xiaoying beamed with joy, laughing uncontrollably in her mother's embrace. After a brief conversation with the mother and daughter, Fong Lan resumed her work. After resting for a while, Xiaoying had almost regained her composure and, together with her mother, bid farewell to Fong Lan before departing. The afternoon passed swiftly. Usually finding work quite arduous, Fong Lan felt unusually cheerful today, allowing her to complete her tasks with remarkable speed. With some free time on her hands, she began messaging Xiao Wenbin to inform him of her finishing time, reminding him not to arrive too early, as unexpected situations often arose in the hospital. Xiao Wenbin promptly replied, "All right, no problem. See you soon." Fong Lan felt a warm sensation in her heart upon receiving his immediate response. Could this be the feeling of being cared for? Yet, as she remembered that Xiao Wenbin was already accompanied by the exceptional Lin Yanran, a wave of disappointment washed over her. Sigh. Lin Yanran, clearly a wealthy heiress, while she herself was merely a humble nurse from a remote village. Furthermore, Lin Yanran appeared to be the epitome of a gentle and considerate woman, the type that any man would surely prefer. Xiao Wenbin would be no exception. What am I even thinking? Xiao Wenbin saved my life. If he has a girlfriend like Lin Yanran, I should be happy for him. Fong Lan reassured herself and gently tapped her forehead, striving to dispel her fanciful thoughts. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenbin had spent the afternoon visiting several pet shops and flower markets. Yet he could not find any species that caught his eye. Although some were cultivable, it felt akin to drawing cards in a mobile game. If one drew a useless 3-star card, Upgrading it to 5 stars would require considerable effort and resources. Conversely, if one could draw a 5-star card outright, it would be immediately usable. Thus, Xiao Wenbin sought to find a 5-star specimen at once, or at the very least, a 4-star would suffice. However, modern animals often felt devoid of the spirit that he yearned for, leading him to ponder whether he should take the time to explore the deep mountains and forests, where he might discover a rare breed. This thought lingered in his mind as he received a message from Feng Lan. Xiao Wenbin composed himself and made his way to the hospital. Upon arriving at the entrance, he was taken aback by the multitude of people gathered there, particularly the several men awaiting someone. Since he had arranged to meet Feng Lan at the hospital entrance, he stepped forward to join them. As he drew closer, he realized that these men were not merely waiting. They held gifts or bouquets of flowers, each meticulously dressed for the occasion. When Xiao Wenbin unexpectedly inserted himself into their ranks, they collectively cast disdainful glances over him, assessing him from head to toe. Their conclusion was evident. Aside from his youth, he possessed no advantages whatsoever. It was clear he was just a poor boy, audaciously attempting to compete with them. How careless of him to approach a beautiful woman without any preparations. Surely, he would leave empty-handed. After a collective appraisal, the men turned their attention away from him, as if he were invisible. Unperturbed by their judgment, Xiao Wenbin busied himself with his phone, awaiting Feng Lan's departure from work. At that moment, the man closest to him, clutching a grand bouquet of roses, scrutinized him for some time. Ultimately, he deemed Xiao Wenbin too young and felt compelled to offer guidance. "Little brother," he said, adopting a mentor-like demeanor, "you are still quite young. I can tell that you don't have a girlfriend, do you?" Startled by the sudden address, Xiao Wenbin pocketed his phone and regarded the man with confusion. "How did you know that, big brother?" "Haha, little brother, I'm not afraid to tell you. I was once like you, naive and clueless about how to win a girl's heart. But now, I have transformed. Just look at this." He shook the bouquet of roses playfully. "Big brother, isn't that just a bunch of roses? What is so special about that?" "Haha, you don't understand. This is a gesture of affection. Are you here waiting for someone?" "Yes, but aren't you also here waiting for someone?" "Of course. Who here isn't waiting for someone? But don't you notice that among all these people, you appear the most shabby? And you're here to meet a girl without even a token of appreciation? Don't you know that girls love surprises?" Listening to the man's words, Xiao Wenbin glanced at the other's attire, then at his own, and indeed realized how he stood apart. Big brother, you make a valid point. However, my friend shouldn't mind whether I bring a gift or not." The man shook his head with a knowing smile and gently patted Xiao Wenbin on the shoulder. "Oh, little brother, that is precisely why you are still too young. In the past, I shared similar sentiments, yet reality can be quite harsh. Women often exhibit a mercenary nature. Ah, my young friend, a target has arrived. I shan't elaborate further. Perhaps I will impart the secrets of romance at another time." At that moment, the man suddenly spotted a woman emerging from the hospital and hurriedly bid farewell to Xiao Wenbin, hastening towards her. Observing the man approaching with a bouquet, Xiao Wenbin noted that the woman appeared quite presentable. As she exited the hospital, it seemed she, like Feng Lan, was also employed there. The man swiftly approached her, extending the roses he held. However, the woman did not accept them. Instead, she cast a disdainful glance in his direction, uttering a few words before continuing toward the hospital entrance. Upon reaching the doorway, the horn of a luxurious white sports car sounded. The woman, visibly exhilarated, made her way to the passenger seat, effortlessly opening the door and taking her place inside. With a low growl from the engine, the sports car sped away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The man, who had just moments ago been jovially conversing with Xiao Wenbin, now returned to his side with a look of despondency. The exuberance he once exhibited had vanished, his face contorted in a way that conveyed an indescribable sorrow. Witnessing his distress, Xiao Wenbin was reminded of his own awkward moments of rejection. However, at least he had merely been turned down by a girl, while this fellow not only faced rejection but also witnessed the woman he cherished depart with another. Thus, Xiao Wenbin, attempting to console him, patted his shoulder and said, "Brother, you must learn to let go. Women nowadays can be quite superficial. Do not take it to heart. As the saying goes, out with the old, in with the new." Yet, as Xiao Wenbin offered this advice, the man immediately broke down in tears. "Brother, this is truly embarrassing. I cannot remain here any longer. Farewell. You may have this bouquet of roses. I have no use for them. Do well later. Good luck." "Thank you, my friend. I shall not be impolite, Xiao Wenbin replied, adhering to his principle of not wasting. He accepted the flowers from the man's hand. However, just as the man had taken a few steps away, he rushed back. Oh, young friend, here is my business card. It is rare that we get along so well. Let us become acquainted. If you ever encounter difficulties, remember to seek out your elder brother. Certainly. However, I do not have a business card. My name is Xiao Wenbin. Xiao for summer, Wen for culture, and Bin for courteous. Understood. Brother Xiao Wenbin, I shall remember. I will treat you to a meal next time. Goodbye. With that, the man waved farewell and departed. Xiao Wenbin then noticed the details on the business card. Hamiyu Studio, game producer, Luo Haoyu. To his surprise, this brother was indeed a tech enthusiast in the gaming industry. Having once been a semi-nerd himself, Xiao Wenbin felt a profound sympathy for Luo Haoyu's predicament today. He planned to establish his own business one day and was determined to invest in Luo Haoyu's Hamiyu Studio. Suddenly, he heard someone calling Fong Lan's name. He quickly turned around to look towards the hospital staff exit. There, a young woman dressed in a floral dress, draped in a white jacket, appeared, both ethereal and elegantly simple. She was making her way toward the hospital entrance. The men standing outside the hospital instinctively began to adjust their attire. The moment Xiao Wenbin laid eyes on her, he was captivated. Previously, he had only seen Fong Lan in her pink nurse's uniform. Although he had encountered her in casual wear during their bank visit, he had been too preoccupied with dealing with the robber to notice her appearance. However, it was evident now that Fong Lan possessed an exquisite figure, with curves that were perfectly proportioned. It was no wonder that upon her emergence, a chorus of excited gasps erupted from the men around her. As Fong Lan approached the entrance, she scanned the crowd, yet the throng was so dense that she failed to spot Xiao Wenbin. A flicker of disappointment crossed her heart, but she could not fault him. After all, she had asked him not to arrive too early. Undeterred, she continued toward the exit. Just as she was about to step out, a swarm of men surrounded her, each presenting gifts and flowers while inquiring if she would join them for dinner that evening. Fong Lan, appearing accustomed to such attention, chose to disregard their advances, skillfully weaving through the crowd and departing on her own. The men, still extending their gifts, watched her retreating figure with quiet sorrow. Upon witnessing Fong Lan's predicament, Xiao Wenbin stood off to the side, feeling a mix of delight and concern. He was pleased to see that many admired Fong Lan, which suggested he would receive an abundance of affectionate sentiments daily. Yet, he also worried that prolonged attention might attract unwanted intentions towards her. After all, the world was filled with all sorts of people. Unlike the safety found within the confines of Lin Yinran's school, just as Xiao Wenbin pondered Fong Lan's future safety, she successfully navigated out of the crowd, only to be pleasantly surprised to find Xiao Wenbin standing right before her. With a bright smile and an expression of astonishment, she exclaimed, "Xiao Wenbin, have you been here since early this morning?" Xiao Wenbin opened his mouth to respond, but he found himself captivated as he watched Fong Lan adjust her dress. As she bent down, her collar slightly parted, revealing a glimpse of snow-white skin that stirred both admiration and an inner lament within the heart of young Xiao Wenbin. Indeed, he had been present for a while. When he spoke, he bashfully turned his head aside, yet inwardly he mused. It was evident that Fong Lan was far more mature than Lin Yinran. Meanwhile, Fong Lan, having adjusted her dress, remained oblivious to Xiao Wenbin's unusual demeanor. The group of men behind her, who had just mocked Xiao Wenbin as a loser, were now utterly astounded, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Could it be? That lad appeared to be a mere impoverished fellow. Moreover, he had come to invite a girl to dinner without bringing anything. Why would his goddess regard him with such favor? Others cast jealous and envious glances at Xiao Wenbin. Xiao Wenbin, naturally welcoming these emotional points, was willing to intensify his efforts. He gazed at Fong Lan with a gentle smile and said, "Sister Fong Lan, you look truly beautiful today. I believe this bouquet of flowers suits you perfectly." With that, he presented the roses given to him by Luo Haoyu as a tribute to Fong Lan. Little did Luo Haoyu imagine that the same bouquet could be transformed into a secret weapon for garnering emotional points in Xiao Wenbin's hands. Fong Lan had noticed the large bouquet of roses in Xiao Wenbin's possession as soon as she saw him. Initially, she felt a surge of excitement. But then she reconsidered their relationship, realizing it had not yet reached a level of intimacy where he might spontaneously gift her flowers. Thus, she quickly surmised that the flowers were likely intended for Lin Yinran. Although Fong Lan received roses and gifts almost daily, she had never accepted any. It was not that she disliked roses, but rather that she held disdain for the suitors, even feeling a twinge of fear at the thought of being pursued. This apprehension stemmed from her father's example, leading her to often distance herself from men who sought her affection, sometimes even evoking a sense of dread. She feared that her future marriage and children might mirror her own tumultuous childhood. However, today, she found herself less fearful, even harboring a flicker of hope. Could that splendid bouquet of roses be meant for her? As this thought crossed her mind, she shook her head, deeming it improbable. Just as a hint of disappointment and envy surfaced within her, Xiao Wenbin unexpectedly extended the flowers towards her, gently assuring her that they were indeed for her. "Ah, are you certain this is for me? Isn't this what you intend to gift to Yanran?" Fong Lan questioned incredulously, fearing she had misunderstood. "You heard correctly. It is indeed for you." Xiao Wenbin observed that Fong Lan remained in a state of shock, showing no intention of accepting the flowers. "Sister Fong Lan, if you do not fancy it, please do not feel compelled. I shall dispose of it shortly." With that, Xiao Wenbin prepared to retract his offering. "Wait, who said I don't want it? Since you have declared it as a gift, you must not take it back." Coming to her senses, Fong Lan suddenly grasped Xiao Wenbin's hand and snatched the bouquet of roses, cradling them in her arms with a radiant expression of joy and happiness. In that instant, she felt an indescribable sweetness and warmth within her heart, akin to a long-cherished dream suddenly coming to fruition. The scene nearly brought her to tears, but fortunately, she managed to suppress the emotion. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. "All right, Sister Fong Lan, as long as you are happy." Observing Fong Lan's elation, Xiao Wenbin suddenly felt that the romantic advice offered by Hao Yu earlier held some truth. Indeed, girls relish unexpected surprises. Chapter 74, In My Eyes. He is superior to you all at that moment. The group of men standing behind Fong Lan was on the verge of exploding with rage. How shameless. That bouquet of roses was given to him by the man who just stole his girlfriend. Exactly. This lad is utterly brazen. He intends to recycle and re-gift them. My heart aches. Why does my goddess prefer to reject my 99 blue roses in favor of his second-hand roses? No, we cannot allow this scoundrel to succeed. Brothers, let us expose his true nature before Fong Lan. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenbin's system interface continually prompted, acquired jealousy emotion from a certain individual. 102 acquired envy emotion from a certain individual. 102 acquired anger emotion from a certain individual. 102 acquired surprise emotion from Fong Lan. 102 acquired joy emotion from Fong Lan. 102 Fong Lan's affection level. 3. Total affection level 40. The affection level has increased. Indeed, Fong Lan was of the cool and slow-to-warm type, so the rise in affection was rather modest. Unlike Lin Yanran, that silly girl, whose affection would spike by 5 or 10 at a time. Exiting the system, Xiao Wenbin mused to himself. After earning a double dose of emotional points, he noted that time was running short and planned to invite Fong Lan to dinner, hoping to engage in a simple conversation about their lives. However, just as he inquired about her dinner preferences, the earlier group of men approached, their expressions filled with indignation as they gazed at Fong Lan, who was still enraptured by the flowers. "Miss Fong Lan, do not be deceived by this scoundrel's sweet talk. Yes, this foul brat came without any preparation whatsoever. The bouquet he presented to you was, in fact, a gift from a man who had just departed. It was not purchased at his own expense. Indeed, it is utterly distasteful for him to offer me second-hand roses meant for my goddess." A chorus of voices began to berate Xiao Wenbin, while he remained silent. In truth, he had contemplated defending himself. Why should it matter to you what flowers I give? It has no bearing on your lives whatsoever. Yet, he soon realized that they were, in fact, speaking a semblance of truth. The roses he had given to Fong Lan were indeed the remnants of Luo Haoyu's discarded bouquet. Thus, with an apologetic expression, Xiao Wenbin turned to Fong Lan, contemplating whether he should retrieve the flowers if she found them objectionable. However, at that moment, Fong Lan suddenly furrowed her brow in anger and shouted, "Enough! Stop talking!" As soon as her words echoed, a collective gaze from the crowd, including Xiao Wenbin, was directed towards her. The boys around them wore looks of schadenfreude, convinced they had succeeded in provoking her. Clearly, their goddess was incensed. Xiao Wenbin felt a twinge of anxiety. Would the affection he had just gained dissipate so swiftly? Fong Lan was genuinely furious, but her ire was not directed at the fact that Xiao Wenbin had given her second-hand roses. Rather, She was incensed by the crowd's unwarranted attack on him, without any regard for the truth. She could not comprehend why she felt such distress and indignation upon hearing others berate Xiao Wenbin. Normally stoic, she was overtaken by genuine fury at this moment. What right do you have to judge others? In my eyes, Xiao Wenbin is far superior to any of you. I will not permit you to disparage him. It is you who should take your leave. She then approached Xiao Wenbin, leaning against his shoulder as she addressed the crowd. Moreover, I am indifferent to whether the flowers Xiao Wenbin gifted me were purchased by him. I am simply gratified by the sentiment behind them. Listening to Fong Lan's assertive declaration, Xiao Wenbin experienced, for the first time, the sensation of being shielded by a woman. Relieved that she did not mind the provenance of the flowers, he allowed her to rest her head upon his shoulder. The crowd, evidently taken aback by Fong Lan's words and demeanor, wore expressions akin to those who had just tasted something foul. After casting Xiao Wenbin a venomous glance, they dispersed in defeat. What else could they do? Remain and suffer through this apparent display of affection? Fong Lan had evidently been swept away by that fellow. What were they to do? It was disheartening. Once the crowd had finally departed, Xiao Wenbin gently patted Fong Lan's shoulder and inquired, "Sister, now that they have left, how long do you intend to lean on me?" Yet, Fong Lan showed no signs of releasing her hold, remaining steadfastly against him. She slowly lifted her head and playfully teased Xiao Wenbin. "What's the matter, little brat? Can't you let your sister lean on you for a bit longer? All right. You can lean on me for as long as you wish, but aren't you hungry? How about we go eat first, and after that, you can lean on me." "Humph. You think you're clever, Xiao Wenbin? You can take advantage of me just this once. But you actually expect to continue after we eat?" Seeing Fong Lan smiling sweetly at him, Xiao Wenbin finally relaxed and smiled back. The last time he heard her call him little brat was when they had just met during his hospitalization. Back then, she was just as lively and cheerful, albeit a bit aloof. Yet, she was undoubtedly the kind-hearted nurse with a cold demeanor. "All right, enough of the teasing. Sister Fong Lan, let's go eat," Xiao Wenbin said, ready to take her to a luxurious restaurant. However, Fong Lan directly refused him, explaining that she felt uncomfortable dining in upscale places and wasn't accustomed to it. Moreover, she didn't want Xiao Wenbin to spend extra money, considering he was just a university student with limited resources. Fong Lan felt it should be her who treated him to a meal, especially since he had indirectly saved her life. Thus, under her insistence, Xiao Wenbin reluctantly agreed to let her treat him this time. Consequently, Fong Lan expertly led Xiao Wenbin to a nearby lakeside night market. Xiao Wenbin, who usually spent his time either attending classes or working part-time on weekends, had to concede that he was not as familiar with Jiangzhou as Fong Lan was. The night market before them was bustling, with neatly arranged stalls lining the lakeshore. The dining tables were perfectly positioned by the water, allowing patrons to enjoy their meals under the bright streetlights while taking in the unique scenery. Even though the sky had not completely darkened, a steady stream of diners had already begun to arrive. Xiao Wenbin found it hard to imagine how crowded it would be later in the evening. Fong Lan seemed to sense his thoughts as she pulled him further into the night market, explaining, "This night market is the liveliest around, and the food represents flavors from all over the country. We arrived relatively early. If we had come later, we might not have found a seat. The view here is lovely, and the breeze from the lake is quite refreshing. Especially in summer, it gets incredibly crowded. Xiao Wenbin, feel free to order whatever you like. But remember, I'll be paying. After we finish buying our food, let us find a quiet spot to sit and enjoy it." Xiao Wenbin, feeling a bit hungry from all the enticing food around, did not hesitate when Fong Lan encouraged him to order freely. After wandering around the night market, he ordered a serving of stir-fried cold noodles and a meat sandwich, while Fong Lan opted for a portion of rolled noodles and oden. The two individuals, having collected their belongings, sought a secluded spot to settle down. Though Xiao Wenbin enjoyed considerable wealth now, it did not imply a penchant for lavish feasts. On the contrary, he had endured hardships since childhood, sharing numerous commonalities with Fong Lan. For instance, he lost his father at a young age, while Fong Lan had been without her mother for several years. Both were not particularly adept at expressing their innermost feelings. The sole distinction lay in the fact that Xiao Wenbin was fortunate to have received affection from his mother and sister, whereas Fong Lan tragically lost her beloved mother and was burdened with a gambling-addicted father. As they dined and conversed, Fong Lan posed many inquiries to Xiao Wenbin, questioning his sudden appearance at the bank when no one had noticed him before, and how he seemingly vanished after the robber's demise. Xiao Wenbin found himself fabricating a tale. "In truth, I had been in the restroom at the bank. Upon emerging, I discovered you were being held hostage and was subsequently ushered to the back of the crowd. As for why you didn't TC me, I had noticed that you seemed quite distraught, almost as if you had lost your soul. I was right behind you, yet you remained unaware of my presence. Fong Lan pondered this for a moment and realized it was indeed plausible. She had felt utterly despondent, questioning the meaning of life, rendering her indifferent to her surroundings and neglecting to notice Xiao Wenbin. He continued, "Later, when I was taken by the robbers, I witnessed them turn on one another. I was overjoyed at the prospect of returning to rescue you. However, considering there was still one robber left, I refrained from acting recklessly and instead jumped out of the restroom window to call for help. When I returned after alerting the authorities, I found you all had been rescued. I then quietly returned to school, as cooperating with the investigation would have been too troublesome, and I still had classes to attend." Having spun this elaborate fabrication, Xiao Wenbin couldn't help but admire his own storytelling prowess. Fong Lan, though somewhat bewildered, grasped the essential points, and the truth of the matter did not concern her greatly. What truly occupied her thoughts was why Xiao Wenbin had suddenly intervened when she was prepared to face her demise, taking her place instead. Did he genuinely fear not death, or perhaps harbored feelings for her? Furthermore, why had he urged her to cherish life and not to relinquish hope? As she presented her myriad of questions, Xiao Wenbin felt a wave of exasperation. Why had he stepped forward? Was it not merely to fulfill a mission assigned to him? Yet, could he divulge such a motive to Fong Lan? Clearly, that was out of the question, and even if he did, it was uncertain she would believe him. As for his encouragement for her to persist in life and not to give up easily, that stemmed from his own ability to read minds. But would she trust him if he confessed to possessing such a talent? At this moment, Xiao Wenbin found himself at a loss for words and ultimately had no choice but to seek assistance from the system. However, the system merely responded, "Please handle it yourself." In that instant, Xiao Wenbin felt an urge to express his grievances towards the system. The binding task it had assigned was now confronting him, yet it left him to manage the situation alone. Meanwhile, Fong Lan felt a surge of anxiety. These two questions had always been of paramount concern to her. She both anticipated and feared Xiao Wenbin's response. Yet, after a prolonged silence, Xiao Wenbin remained uncommunicative. The more he refrained from speaking, the heavier Fong Lan's heart became, filled with disappointment and sorrow. After much contemplation, Xiao Wenbin finally began to recount a story. "Sister Fong Lan, let me share with you a glimpse of my childhood. When I was very young, my family was a blissful quartet. Each day, upon returning from work, my father would embrace me warmly. My sister, who is merely 3 years my senior, often envied the affection I received from our father. Just when I believed this happiness would endure, we received devastating news. My father had tragically passed away in a car accident. Thus, our family now comprised my mother, my sister, and me. To support us, my mother tirelessly sought ways to make ends meet, eventually managing to run a modest noodle shop. My sister and I relied on our mother's relentless efforts, rising early and working hard to save up for our upbringing. In those days, I was young and harbored the misconception that my mother did not love me, for she never accompanied me to and from school like other children as parents. After school, I would return home to find her absence palpable. During parent-teacher meetings, I would often be singled out by teachers, criticized for my parents' absence." As Xiao Wenbin shared his story, Fong Lan listened intently. When he spoke of the harmonious life of their family of 4, she felt a twinge of envy. But when he recounted the sudden loss of his father, her heart ached with empathy, and tears welled in her eyes. Hearing how his mother worked tirelessly to raise them both alone, she could no longer contain her sorrow and burst into tears, reminded of her own mother. She recalled her mother's similar relentless toil, sacrificing everything for her education, even collapsing during night shifts, still striving to provide. In that moment, as Fong Lan absorbed Xiao Wenbin's tale, an unexpected bond of empathy formed between them. Chapter 76. Are you confessing to me, sister? With tears streaming down her face, Fong Lan moved closer to Xiao Wenbin, resting his head gently against her shoulder. In this moment, her sole desire was to comfort him, to convey to the young Xiao Wenbin that he had misunderstood his mother. She loved him more than anyone else. But her relentless work was a necessity. Without her efforts, their family might have crumbled. In comforting Xiao Wenbin, Fong Lan found herself reconciling with her own past. Once upon a time, after her mother departed, Fong Lan harbored resentment towards her. Why did her mother leave alone, leaving her to confront her gambling father? However, Those feelings have long since faded. She has come to terms with her past. The only regret that lingers is that she never had the opportunity to honor her mother properly. As Xiao Wenbin spoke, he too became ensnared in memories. Naturally leaning into Fong Lan's embrace, akin to resting in his mother's arms during childhood, he continued to narrate. Yet, as I grew older, I realized that my mother truly loved me. Although she never had the time to show concern, she always held me in her thoughts. Though I lacked parental figures to escort me to and from school, I had an elder sister who accompanied me daily, whenever I was in need. Sister Schwer always indulged me, selflessly offering me the best of everything. If anyone has been my steadfast companion throughout my life, it is undoubtedly Sister Schwer. We shared countless moments, sleeping, bathing, dining, attending school, learning, and growing up together. Despite the hardships our family faced, we lived more happily than many others. As he recounted his early life experiences, tears involuntarily streamed down Xiao Wenbin's cheeks. It was not that he was overwhelmed with sorrow, but rather moved by the selfless love of Sister Schwer and his mother. When he regained his composure, he realized his head rested in Fong Lan's embrace, nestled against her softness. Instantly, his cheeks flushed and his heart raced. Although Xiao Wenbin was 20, his most intimate interactions with girls had merely consisted of affectionate hugs and that unexpected kiss from Jiang Ying. Just as he contemplated shifting, Fong Lan tightened her hold on him. Don't move, let me hold you a little longer. Since embracing Xiao Wenbin, Fong Lan felt a sense of reassurance and stability. After he shared his experiences, she sensed a newfound warmth in their connection. She began to envy Xiao Wenbin's sister, wishing she too had a younger brother to embrace during her moments of helplessness and sorrow. Yet, with only herself and that gambling father remaining in her life, all she desired at that moment was to hold Xiao Wenbin, even if just for a little longer, to feel an extra measure of warmth in her heart. Noticing the tears glistening on Fong Lan's chin, Xiao Wenbin sat up and gently caressed her cheek. Sister Fong Lan, if you wish to cry, then do so. If you do not have the right to weep, then who among us does? I have always known about your past, that you once lived in a happy family and experienced joy in your childhood. Likewise, I am aware that your father succumbed to gambling a few years ago, leading to the ruin of your family. Knowing that your mother has been enduring hardships alone for you and that family at this moment. Fong Lan listens as Xiao Wenbin recounts her experiences. A sudden pang of pain strikes her heart, akin to a wound being violently torn open. Unable to contain herself, she covers her ears, wishing to block out Xiao Wenbin's forthcoming words. She does not wish for anyone to uncover her past, especially not the man before her. Please, stop. I beg you, do not speak any further. I do not want to hear it. Her pleas dissolve into a torrent of tears. Observing Fong Lan's continued evasion, Xiao Wenbin, undeterred, embraces her as she had done moments before. While gently caressing her back, he whispers softly in her ear, I understand you are grieving your mother's absence, that your father has become increasingly harsh, that you have ventured alone into Jiangzhou, and that you have finally secured this job after much struggle. I even know that your dream is to become a doctor who heals and saves lives. Upon hearing Xiao Wenbin's words, Fong Lan experiences, for the first time, the sensation of being seen through, as if she stands bare before him. Uncertainty grips her. Should she be frightened or relieved? The fear arises from the realization that someone she has known for such a brief time knows the entirety of her past. The relief comes from the acknowledgement that, at last, there is someone to witness her life, alleviating her solitude. When Xiao Wenbin notices Fong Lan's sobs have ceased and sees her gazing at him with an inscrutable expression, he offers her a shy smile. Sister Fong Lan, even though I know everything about you, it does not imply I harbor ulterior motives. I hope you can trust me. You have endured much over the years. Suppressing all your emotions and being alone for so long can be truly isolating. But things are different now. I can be the one you confide in. Whatever you wish to express or any discontent you feel, you can come to me, and I will be here to listen to your musings. Moreover, should you encounter any unsolvable troubles, do not hesitate to let me know. I will help you resolve them. As she lies in his embrace, warmth surges within Fong Lan, her heart swelling with sweetness akin to honey. However, she feigns composure and shoots Xiao Wenbin an annoyed glance before breaking into a chuckle. You little brat. What are you talking about? Don't you find it cheesy? I find it rather cheesy. Are you confessing to me? Realizing the intimacy of their position and the ambiguity of his words, Xiao Wenbin quickly releases Fong Lan and maintains a respectful distance, his face flushed with embarrassment. Sister Fong Lan, please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to see you happy. I hope you can regard me as your closest friend. At least do not consider yourself to be all alone any longer, shall we? However, Fong Lan appeared to be entirely disengaged from his words. She rested her chin on her hands, her expression brimming with anticipation, persistently inquiring, Xiao Wenbin, are you certain you are not confessing your feelings to me? Perhaps if you say yes, I would acquiesce. Xiao Wenbin glanced at Fong Lan's expression, coupled with her 45-point affection rating. He did not believe she genuinely anticipated a confession from him, given that he had not even reached the threshold of 50 points of interest. Thus, he hastily shook his head and waved his hands, exclaiming, No, Sister Fong Lan, we have only just met. How could I possibly confess to you directly? Yet, upon hearing his words, Fong Lan chuckled playfully, at least you are perceptive. At your young age, you should focus on your studies rather than daydreaming about beautiful girls. Once you achieve success in your career, you will naturally find someone even better. As she spoke, her voice trailed off, and she became momentarily lost in thought. She felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow in her heart, a sensation that began the moment Xiao Wenbin uttered his denial. Fong Lan had thought she was merely teasing him. Yet unbeknownst to her, she deeply yearned for his response. Chapter 77. The wine does not intoxicate, but people become intoxicated. Xiao Wenbin had overlooked a crucial detail. The system indicated that an affection rating of 50 points signifies interest. A rating of 90 points indicates profound love, a standard applicable to ordinary individuals. Yet, is Fong Lan truly an ordinary person? Throughout her life, she had kept her heart closed. Her metrics for affection, naturally, differ from those of the average person. Moreover, over the years, no one had ventured into her heart. Her world had solely consisted of herself. Thus, even a mere 30 points of affection rendered someone uniquely significant in her eyes. Not to mention, Xiao Wenbin had reached 45 points. How could she not be moved? Sister Fong Lan, we have finished our meal. Shall I escort you home? Unbeknownst to them, night had fallen. Xiao Wenbin, considering they had concluded their meal, intended to take Fong Lan back. However, upon hearing that Xiao Wenbin was about to leave, a wave of disappointment washed over her. She had finally gained a companion, one of a type she did not find disagreeable. Therefore, Fong Lan hoped Xiao Wenbin would remain a while longer. Wenbin, do you have any urgent matters to attend to this evening? Xiao Wenbin shook his head, indicating no pressing matters. Since you have nothing to attend to, why the haste to send me home? Can't you stay a little longer with your sister? Well, I suppose that is fine. Sister Fong Lan, is there anywhere else you wish to go? I will accompany you. That is more like it. Let us stroll along the lakeside. Thus, Xiao Wenbin accompanied Fong Lan as they meandered along the shores of the nearby lake. During this period, the two engaged in numerous conversations, discussing the individuals and events surrounding them. Xiao Wenbin took the opportunity to remind Fong Lan to adopt a more relaxed perspective, assuring her that she could confide in him should any troubles arise, especially when her father came to Jiangzhou to visit her. Fong Lan was deeply touched by his words, nearly succumbing to the impulse to leap into Xiao Wenbin's embrace. Some might argue that Fong Lan lacked composure, but it was only in Xiao Wenbin's presence that she displayed such vulnerability. Time passed swiftly, and by the time they completed their stroll along the lakeside and returned to the night market, it was already past 9 o'clock. Fong Lan had thoroughly enjoyed her evening, not only because of the flowers Xiao Wenbin had gifted her, but also due to his constant companionship throughout the night. Fong Lan, it's getting late. Shall I escort you home? Xiao Wenbin suggested. He too felt a sense of joy from their time together, as their personalities were quite similar, both being considerate of one another. Their conversation had flowed effortlessly. No, why rush back? Aren't you hungry after our stroll? Come, let me take you to the finest barbecue on this street. Fong Lan's invitation made Xiao Wenbin realize that he was indeed a bit hungry. Thus, he followed Fong Lan to a barbecue stall that was bustling with patrons, just as she had described. Upon their arrival, the owner, busy with the evening rush, greeted them warmly. Welcome. You arrived just in time. We have one last table available. What would you like to order? Feel free to help yourselves. Wenbin, order whatever you like. Tonight, it's my treat, Fong Lan declared. How about I treat you instead? I assure you, I can afford it, Xiao Wenbin countered playfully. Don't try to deceive me. Are you worried that I can't afford to treat you? As a working professional, I certainly can cover the meal for a student like you, he replied, secretly wanting to show Fong Lan his bank balance to prove his point. Ultimately, He decided against it, not wishing to dampen her spirits. All right then, sister, you must be quite wealthy. I'll enjoy my meal with peace of mind. With that, Xiao Wenbin ordered several skewers of lamb, chicken wings, and mackerel, along with some chives and enoki mushrooms. Fong Lan opted for a few lamb skewers and some grilled potatoes and eggplants. After placing their orders, they settled at their table. Fong Lan exclaimed with excitement, Wenbin, we are so lucky. If we had arrived a bit later, we would have missed out on a table. Indeed, Fong Lan. Have you ever heard the saying, beautiful girls are often favored by fortune? Xiao Wenbin remarked, causing Fong Lan to blush at the unexpected compliment, her heart racing in response. So, you're indirectly saying I'm beautiful? She teased. Absolutely. Fong Lan, are you not beautiful? I can hardly believe that no one has ever praised you in such a manner. Humph, people compliment me on my beauty every day. But I truly do not care for such flattery. Moreover, Xiao Wenbin, I have been calling you Wenbin all along. So why do you persist in addressing me as Fong Lan? Xiao Wenbin felt a tinge of awkwardness at Fong Lan's inquiry. Thus, scratching his head in embarrassment, he responded, if I do not call you Sister Fong Lan, what should I call you? Perhaps I could call you Sister Lan? Upon hearing Xiao Wenbin refer to her as Sister Lan, Fong Lan felt an inexplicable sweetness in her heart. With a joyful expression, she readily agreed. That sounds wonderful. It's quite pleasant to hear. Throughout my life, no one has ever called me that. You are the first. All right, from now on, I shall call you Sister Lan. Seeing Fong Lan's delighted demeanor, Xiao Wenbin could not help but smile in return. Soon, the skewers were perfectly grilled and served at the table. However, just as the proprietress was about to leave after delivering the dishes, Fong Lan unexpectedly leaned in and whispered something in her ear. Once she returned to her seat, she looked at Xiao Wenbin with eager anticipation. Wenbin, I am in a good mood today. Let us celebrate with some beer. Xiao Wenbin, taken aback by Fong Lan's sudden suggestion, exclaimed, what? Sister Lan, are you planning to drink? That might not be a good idea. What if you get drunk? Hearing Xiao Wenbin express concern over her drinking was a source of delight for her. He truly cared about her well-being. However, Fong Lan feigned a pout, playfully complaining, Humph. What do you mean? Do you think I cannot handle my liquor? Do not underestimate me. Besides, I will only have a little. How could I possibly get drunk? Seeing that Fong Lan was resolute in her desire to drink, Xiao Wenbin relented, reasoning that as long as he remained sober, he could ensure her safe return if she were to become inebriated. Following the proprietress's instructions, she promptly delivered several bottles of beer. Fong Lan immediately poured herself a small cup and took a sip. Instantly, a bitter, yeasty flavor enveloped her palate, causing her to furrow her brow. Nevertheless, she endured the discomfort and swallowed the drink. Was alcohol truly this unpleasant? Yet, why do so many people seek solace in it? Fong Lan pondered to herself. Previously, she would never have considered drinking, as a woman becoming intoxicated in public could be perilous. However, with Xiao Wenbin by her side today, she felt an extraordinary sense of security and peace, prompting her to drink without hesitation. After acclimatizing to the taste, she took another sip, finding it somewhat less disagreeable than before. Observing Fong Lan consume 2 mouthfuls in quick succession, Xiao Wenbin cautioned her to drink slowly and to eat more food while engaging in conversation. Yet, whenever their discussions turned to more somber topics, Fong Lan could not help but take another sip. Before long, she had finished an entire bottle on her own. Witnessing this, Xiao Wenbin considered hiding the remaining alcohol. However, Fong Lan clung to the wine bottle, clearly already somewhat inebriated. She even insisted that Xiao Wenbin drink with her, threatening to cry if he refused. Thus, out of sheer helplessness, Xiao Wenbin acquiesced and joined her in drinking. He understood all too well that Fong Lan had been suppressing her inner turmoil. Perhaps this rare bout of drunkenness would allow her to release some of her pinned-up negative emotions, serving as a means of alleviating her stress. Hey, you little brat in the corner. Clear out your spot quickly. Our big brother has taken a liking to it. If you know what's good for you, scram. Or you'll regret it. Just as Xiao Wenbin and Fong Lan were enjoying their drinks, a boisterous voice erupted from behind them. Chapter 78. The allure lies not in beauty, but in self-deception. Today, Yu Hao, as was his custom, visited the night market with 3 of his subordinates. Ever since he suddenly acknowledged a big brother, no one in this area dared to disrespect him. Thus, every evening, he would bring his companions for complimentary food and drinks, a routine that had become Yu Hao's daily habit. The local vendors ran small businesses, and while dealing with 1 or 2 troublemakers was manageable, Professional ruffians like Yu Hao and his crew were akin to a persistent adhesive. Once they latched on, it was nearly impossible to shake them off. Previously, several vendors had banded together to resist, but they could not withstand Yu Hao's frequent disturbances. Not only did their businesses suffer, but they also found themselves on the receiving end of physical confrontations, ultimately leading to their retreat. Moreover, those who were assaulted claimed that Yu Hao had the backing of an alleged underground force. Upon hearing this, the street vendors grew increasingly subdued, fearing the repercussions of offending any underground entities that could jeopardize their livelihoods in Jiangzhou. Yu Hao, familiar with the best eateries in the area, led his subordinates directly to the barbecue stall where Xiao Wenbin and Feng Lan were situated. When the stall owners spotted Yu Hao and his entourage approaching, they could not help but groan inwardly. Oh, how did this group of ruffians come back again? When will this endless cycle of free meals come to an end? Enough! Enough! They are almost upon us. What can we do now? Just consider it feeding the dogs. The proprietress patted her husband beside her and donned a smile to greet them. Seeing the proprietress personally welcoming him, Yu Hao felt a surge of pride, his face beaming with a self-satisfied grin. Sister, you're treating us to barbecue again tonight. Order anything you like. Don't hold back. Brother Hao, I'm in a good mood today, so feel free to indulge. However, a significant figure will be arriving shortly, so ensure you prepare some appetizers for me. If you manage to host my guest well tonight, I guarantee your barbecue stall will thrive in this street from now on. Whoever dares to trouble you will be seen as disrespecting me. Yu Hao. Upon hearing that Yu Hao intended to entertain a distinguished guest, the proprietress quickly pieced together the context and felt a sense of clarity. Very well, Brother Hao, you need not worry. They are all loyal patrons, and I shall ensure you receive the utmost service. Please, find yourselves a seat while I fetch 2 cases of wine. Laughter erupted as she expressed her thoughtfulness. Subsequently, Yu Hao and his companions casually ordered a selection of skewers before commencing their search for a place to sit. In truth, upon their arrival, several regulars who frequented the street for late-night snacks recognized them, hastily finishing their meals and departing. This caused a significant reduction in the previously bustling barbecue stall, leaving the owner in a predicament, as he could not afford to offend these individuals. Initially, Yu Hao's gaze was drawn to a spot near the lakeside, where the scenery was delightful and the air refreshing. However, when he glanced towards the table occupied by Xiao Wenbin and his companions, he was momentarily taken aback. Opposite the man sat a woman, gracefully sipping her drink. Her lustrous black hair cascaded elegantly, framing a delicate face adorned with expressive, captivating eyes, a subtly upturned nose, and alluring lips. Clad in a form-fitting dress that accentuated her well-proportioned figure, her curves were both slender and graceful, with a remarkably ample bosom. At the sight of Feng Lan, Yu Hao and his companions could not help but swallow audibly. Among them, one particularly brash younger associate, noticing his elder brother's interest in the woman, boldly called out to Xiao Wenbin, attempting to drive him away. Xiao Wenbin, who was engaged in conversation with Feng Lan, furrowed his brow upon seeing the newcomers provocatively approach him. He lifted his head and disdainfully addressed them. Since you are here for late-night snacks as well, with so many vacant seats available, why should I be compelled to make room for you? In response, one of the newcomers rolled up his sleeves and brandished his fist, exclaiming, "You insolent brat! We offer you a chance to vacate the seat out of respect. Do not overstep your bounds. Believe me, I will have you searching for your teeth shortly." As Xiao Wenbin and the 4 ruffians began to argue, Feng Lan, slightly intoxicated, became suddenly alert. Having dined at this establishment frequently, she was aware of the local troublemakers known for their unruly behavior, often appearing in intimidating groups. Glancing over at the owner and proprietress, whose expressions conveyed a sense of helplessness, Feng Lan deduced that these individuals were indeed the notorious local hoodlums. Without hesitation, she approached and grasped Xiao Wenbin's arm, leaning in to whisper urgently, "Wenbin, perhaps we should leave promptly. These individuals seem formidable, and they are numerous. We've finished our meal. Let us return home swiftly." Xiao Wenbin, noticing the provocateurs gearing up for a confrontation, was ready to teach them a lesson. However, Feng Lan's unexpected grip on his arm and her whispered plea stayed his hand. Xiao Wenbin was suddenly enveloped by an intoxicating aroma mingled with a hint of fragrance. After reflecting on Feng Lan's persuasion, he pondered the situation. Given that they were at a barbecue stall, it would be unwise to create a disturbance that could jeopardize the owner's business. Thus, he nodded in agreement to Feng Lan's suggestion. Upon witnessing Xiao Wenbin's rational response rather than a rash decision, Fong Lan felt a weight lift from her heart. However, just as they were preparing to gather their belongings and leave with the flowers, Yu Hao interjected. Who said you could leave together? He pointed at Fong Lan and, with a mischievous grin, declared, You may go, but this woman must stay to keep me company. Chapter 79. Never have I seen such a foolish woman. As Fong Lan was packing up, the words of the leading thug sent a wave of panic and fear coursing through her. She could scarcely fathom what would become of her if she were to be detained by these men tonight. In that moment, dread gripped her heart. Her previously alleviated spirits plummeted once more. She questioned why misfortune seemed to follow her relentlessly. Did she truly not deserve happiness? Now, not only had she found herself in a predicament, but she was also dragging Xiao Wenbin into it. The mere thought of him being entangled in her troubles made her gaze shift towards him. For a fleeting moment, she wished he would stay with her. His presence would alleviate her fears. Yet, she understood that if Xiao Wenbin insisted on remaining, a confrontation with the thugs was inevitable, and she could not bear the thought of him being harmed. Therefore, she silently hoped he would acquiesce to their demands, wishing only for his safe return to school. As for herself, nothing else mattered anymore. Her life had already been fraught with misfortune. Perhaps it would be better to end it swiftly. Fong Lan resolved to comply with their demands, planning to wait for Xiao Wenbin to leave safely before seeking an opportunity to escape. Should they impose any further outrageous demands upon her, she contemplated leaping over the railing into the lake to end her suffering. In truth, she held little attachment to this world. The only person she truly cared for was Xiao Wenbin. She hoped that, years from now, he might remember her existence. When Xiao Wenbin caught Fong Lan's gaze, he anticipated a look of desperation or helplessness. Instead, he saw in her eyes the same indifference and detachment he had witnessed at the bank, as if she had bid farewell to the world. This expression stirred a profound ache within him. Unable to restrain himself, he attempted to delve into her thoughts. In that instant of understanding, a wave of compassion surged within him, compelling him to want to embrace her. This foolish woman, willing to sacrifice herself in the hope of ensuring his safety. Xiao Wenbin had never encountered a woman as utterly foolish as this one, her foolishness so profound it tugged at his heartstrings. At that moment, he could not help but vociferously question Fong Lan. Although you are inwardly frightened and helpless, yearning for protection, why do you remain silent? Why must you be so kind-hearted? Despite being battered and bruised, why do you still consider the needs of others? The more Xiao Wenbin contemplated Fong Lan's internal monologue, the more his heart ached for her. After employing his empathetic intuition, he could not resist stepping forward to envelop her in a tight embrace. This time, Xiao Wenbin did not merely offer a loving hug. He genuinely wished to provide this foolish woman with affection and warmth. At that moment, Fong Lan was still pondering her next steps. However, in the next instant, she suddenly felt someone grasping her tightly. Startled, she instinctively began to struggle. Yet, upon realizing that the one holding her was Xiao Wenbin, she could not help but reciprocate the embrace. Indeed, Fong Lan was frightened, anxious, and helpless. She had longed for someone to offer her care and support. Therefore, when she discovered that it was Xiao Wenbin holding her, she embraced him without reservation. She cherished his warm embrace, as it brought an indescribable sense of stability and comfort, making her wish to melt her entire being into it. Yu Hao and the others frowned upon witnessing Xiao Wenbin suddenly embrace Fong Lan, but they assumed it was merely a farewell between young lovers and chose not to intervene. However, after waiting for an extended period, the two remained entangled, showing no signs of parting. Unable to endure the prolonged display of affection, Yu Hao finally exclaimed, "Dude, how long do you intend to hold her? If you know what's good for you, leave your woman and get lost. Otherwise, I might just break your legs today." Upon hearing Yu Hao's urging and threats, Fong Lan finally regained her senses. She quickly released Xiao Wenbin, gazing at him with tear-filled eyes, and said, "Wenbin, you should go. I'm fine. Just remember to let me know when you arrive home safely." Seeing her tear-streaked face, Xiao Wenbin could not help but gently caress her head, then smiled tenderly. "Who said I was leaving? I promised to take you home, didn't I? But if you don't leave, they will." Fong Lan was still worried and attempted to remind Xiao Wenbin, but he interrupted her directly. "Lanjia, you needn't worry. I will be fine. Just sit tight and wait for me to resolve this before I take you back." After saying this, Xiao Wenbin helped the slightly inebriated Fong Lan to sit down again, giving her a reassuring look. As Fong Lan observed Xiao Wenbin's confident demeanor, she inexplicably felt a surge of trust and anticipation. After calming Fong Lan, Xiao Wenbin approached the others, his voice cold as he addressed them. I am indifferent to your intentions for today, yet your presence has rendered both myself and my friend exceedingly uncomfortable. Therefore, if you do not wish to spend the night in a hospital, it would be prudent to offer me an apology and depart at once. Who do you think you are? Such audacity is truly astonishing. My brothers, teach him a lesson. The three underlings surrounding Yu Hao promptly encircled Xiao Wenbin. Upon witnessing this, Fong Lan was instantly overcome with fear, covering her mouth in shock. As she composed herself and considered contacting the authorities, she discovered that her phone had run out of battery after a long day, leaving her unable to call for help. She could only cast a desperate glance towards the proprietress in the distance. However, upon meeting her gaze, the latter sighed helplessly, gritted her teeth, and averted her eyes. Feigning ignorance. Chapter 80. Who is the grandfather, and who is the grandson? Seeing that even the proprietress was turning a blind eye, Fong Lan was truly frantic in that moment. What should she do? Wenbin was surrounded, and she could do nothing but watch. She wished to assist, but the leader among the assailants was fixated on her. Fong Lan feared that any rash action on her part would invite his interference, making it even more perilous for Xiao Wenbin, who would then have to contend with 4 adversaries alone. At this moment, she could only bite her lip and silently pray for Xiao Wenbin's safety. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenbin, encircled by 3 ruffians, exhibited no signs of panic whatsoever. Having dispatched 3 robbers the previous day, he was hardly fazed by the few thugs before him. Unbeknownst to him, since acquiring the skill of firearms mastery, he had unconsciously adapted to the act of killing, as if his mind had replayed the experience countless times. However, skills remain merely skills, akin to muscle memory. The ultimate decision-maker was still Xiao Wenbin's own consciousness, compelling him to act only against the most nefarious of individuals. The 3 thugs, convinced that they had intimidated Xiao Wenbin, stood frozen in bewilderment. One of them could not suppress his laughter, raising his fist to strike Xiao Wenbin's face. You little brat, today I shall teach you a lesson. Yet, as his fist was about to make contact, it suddenly halted. Xiao Wenbin effortlessly grasped the thug's fist with a gentle, yet firm grip. The force was remarkably feeble, far inferior to that of the previous assailants from the Black Bear Gang. Although I may be young, I would not mind having a few more grandchildren. Since you are so earnest, you might as well kneel and call me grandfather. With that, Xiao Wenbin twisted the thug's hand sharply, eliciting a crack as the man's arm drooped. However, Xiao Wenbin had no intention of letting him off so easily. In an instant, he delivered 2 swift kicks to the thug's calves. A startled cry escaped the ruffian's lips as he reeled back in shock. In an instant, he collapsed before Xiao Wenbin. The 2 others surrounding Xiao Wenbin were unable to discern how he had struck, their view obscured by angles. All they witnessed was their comrade rushing forward with a clenched fist, only to see Xiao Wenbin raise a hand and shift his leg, resulting in their brother inexplicably kneeling before him. Observing his companion's anguished struggles on the ground and the droop of his arms, even the dimmest of the 2 could deduce that Xiao Wenbin was not someone they could provoke. Meanwhile, Yu Hao, standing to the side, had a clear view of Xiao Wenbin's earlier actions. Realizing he had likely encountered a formidable opponent, beads of sweat instantly formed on his forehead. Although Yu Hao had made a decent name for himself on this street due to his brazen demeanor and a handful of followers, he was well aware that some individuals were far beyond his capacity to challenge. Those in his line of work feared offending 2 types of people: the extraordinarily wealthy, who could effortlessly make them vanish from Jiangzhou, and those who were even more ruthless, capable of swiftly dealing with them, potentially preventing them from witnessing the dawn of the next day. Hence, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Yu Hao quickly called back his 2 subordinates, exclaiming, "Stop! What are you doing? Come back immediately. Who told you to act?" He then hurriedly approached Xiao Wenbin, wearing a fawning expression. "My friend, my subordinates have offended you through their ignorance. I sincerely apologize on their behalf. Please do not take offense. As the saying goes, one must not strike a friend without first getting to know them. How about we sit down together and share a drink?" Xiao Wenbin was taken aback by Yu Hao's audacity, noticing how he sought to atone for his subordinates' actions. "Are you certain it was your subordinates who offended me?" Xiao Wenbin retorted with a smirk. "I distinctly recall you pointing at my friend and saying she should stay and entertain you. Do you assume I am deaf?" With that, Xiao Wenbin raised his hand, and delivered a fierce slap to Yu Hao's face. Taken by surprise, Yu Hao found himself unable to evade the sudden attack. The speed of the oncoming hand left him no time to react. The only thing he could do was shut his eyes and hope the impact would not be too painful. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a cell phone shattered the silence. "Hello, Lin Yinran. Why aren't you in your dormitory sleeping soundly at this hour? Why are you calling me? What? Can't I call you at night? Why are you so impatient? What are you up to?" "Oh, I'm out having a late-night snack with friends." "Still eating at this hour?" Upon hearing that Xiao Wenbin was out so late indulging in a midnight meal, Lin Yinran was suddenly reminded of Fong Lan from earlier that day. She realized that she perhaps did not know Xiao Wenbin as well as she thought, and a twinge of fear struck her at the thought of him being with other girls. Thus, Lin Yinran casually inquired, "Whom are you dining with?" "It can't possibly be a woman." Xiao Wenbin was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yinran's sudden question. He turned to glance at Fong Lan, who was seated nearby. Indeed, it appeared he was sharing a late-night meal with her. However, recalling Lin Yinran's envious expression earlier in the day, he resolved to tell a benevolent falsehood to quell her unfounded suspicions. "A woman? Surely not. It is, of course, a group of gentlemen with whom I am enjoying this late-night feast." Initially, Fong Lan harbored concerns for Xiao Wenbin, fearing he might encounter trouble surrounded by 3 individuals. Yet, her apprehensions quickly dissipated upon hearing a raucous cry from a ruffian. To her astonishment, she witnessed one of the thugs collapse to the ground. Subsequently, the leader of the gang called back the others and approached Xiao Wenbin, offering his apologies. Fong Lan had not anticipated Xiao Wenbin's formidable prowess, leading her to feel both worry and a tinge of frustration. Yet, this frustration was merely a superficial emotion. In truth, she felt a deep sense of joy, as long as Xiao Wenbin remained unharmed. When she learned that Xiao Wenbin had refused the apologies due to the affront he suffered, her heart swelled with an inexplicable sense of admiration. However, as she observed Xiao Wenbin raise his hand to strike, her heart leapt into her throat. She had initially intended to counsel him to let it go, but refrained from voicing her thoughts, fearing he might perceive her as overly sentimental. Just as his hand was about to connect with the ruffian's face, Xiao Wenbin's phone rang unexpectedly. Instinctively, he halted his movement, retrieved his phone, and answered the call. Upon hearing Xiao Wenbin utter Lin Yinran's name, an inexplicable pang of bitterness surged within Fong Lan. Yet, in her slightly inebriated state, she attributed this feeling to the effects of the alcohol.